Vicente's foremost aspiration is to become an inventor of the same remarkable caliber as Einstein. Dumbledore rebuffed him and hurled a Grindelwald in his direction. Vicente's second dream is to become an extraordinary and esteemed white wizard like Dumbledore. Voldemort dismissed him and flung a diary at him. Vicente's third wish is to perish alongside this sorrowful world. Theodore Nott turned him away and commanded him to retire to the study for the night. Vicente, ooh. On the inaugural day of the Savior Harry Potter's enrollment, Dumbledore stood ready until he beheld Vicente Riddle. After several years of diligent observation, Dumbledore finally exhaled in relief. Severus forcefully pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, whether or not you intervene in cross-house romances is immaterial. Professor Flitwick trailed behind him, urging, calm down, Severus. Love is a matter of freedom. Committed to scholarly pursuits, Vicente contrasts sharply with a ruthlessly ambitious Theodore. The seemingly indifferent individuals encounter one another, igniting sparks that can incinerate all plans and interests. Head of the Nott family, I offer you 5 million galleons. Leave my son be. Vicente, could you repeat that while looking at the mark on your hand? Theodore, silence. You are not permitted to speak. Chapter 1. Greetings, magical world. One by one, the lights extinguished, casting a silhouette under the moonlight. The shadows on the wall perfectly illustrated the transformation of a cat into a human form. Dumbledore, are you truly going to place him with this family? The stern woman with her hair styled in an updo gazed at the oddly attired white-haired wizard before her. I have observed them all day and do not believe they are capable of caring for a child. Minerva McGonagall, the current deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, is a serious and accomplished witch with a wealth of experience. The white-haired wizard known as Dumbledore regarded the dark house. Minerva, we have no other choice but to place him in the wizarding world. Excessive attention would only bring him distress and peril, and the only relative who meets the criteria of blood magic is his aunt. He must remain close to his kin. Minerva understood they had no better alternatives and acquiesced to Dumbledore. I hope he can become an admirable child, untouched by the influence of this family. Dumbledore suddenly recalled something and smiled at him, saying, even without their influence, Harry will undoubtedly inherit traits from his father. He is not the most obedient child at school, and when his son enrolls in the future, we will have our share of headaches. The atmosphere warmed briefly before both resumed their silence, with Minerva dutifully reminding Dumbledore, today, I encountered numerous wizards in the Muggle world, and they lacked even the most basic disguises. You should alert them. It is far too perilous. Dumbledore replied, forgive them, Minerva. They have been repressed for far too long. They need a moment of revelry. They will correct themselves. It is merely a fleeting phase. It is merely a fleeting phase, and soon everyone will revert to their original state. In the absence of the Dark Lord, everything can return to its rightful course, and there will be no need for anyone to seek the sun beneath the sky. Dumbledore turned to leave but suddenly glanced back at another house, asking, Minerva, do you know who resides in that house? Minerva McGonagall shook her head. I hadn't noticed. The locals mentioned that a new family has moved in, purportedly quite affluent, but they only stay here occasionally. What's the matter? Do you suspect they are remnants of the Death Eaters? Dumbledore shook his head. It is nothing. I may be overthinking. Miss Fig will soon move to Privet Drive, and with her watching over him, there should be no significant issues. Miss Fig is quite diligent and can be considered responsible. She is the most suitable person among the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix to accompany Harry as he grows. The Order of the Phoenix was once bustling with activity, but among the few remaining members, there is a limited pool of resources. The Death Eaters will not spare Harry Potter, and this infant, at merely 1 year of age, can only obtain the protection of blood magic while remaining in the care of his aunt. I hope he can grow up safely, and I look forward to his arrival in the magical world, where he may lead a splendid life. Dumbledore and McGonagall turned and departed without looking back. Vincent, good morning. A boy with sleek black hair sat in the yard, and Harry Potter, just a wall away, raised his hand in greeting. Vincent turned to him and asked, Is Mrs. Dursley not home? Harry replied, They are not at home. I'm here alone. Vincent set down his book and approached, fiddling with a section of the wall, creating a small gap. Harry squeezed through the gap, saying, Thank you, Vincent. Otherwise, I would have been trapped inside all day. Vincent replied, "It's quite simple. And with you here, you can help me tend to the yard." Vincent interrupted Harry's gratitude. "I've grown weary of your thanks over the years. Let's get to work on the yard." Harry had grown accustomed to Vincent's perpetually aloof demeanor. He was genuinely a good person. He had never met Vincent's parents. From a young age, he learned from Vincent that he had been adopted. His adoptive parents were exceedingly busy with work, and due to health issues, they sought to adopt a clever and attractive child, and Vincent was their chosen one. Vincent often claimed that it was he who chose these parents. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, this couple had their own child, and they moved away from England, relocating to America, leaving Vincent with a substantial sum of money and only the occasional letter. The yard fell silent once more as Vincent sat in the sunlight reading, while Harry helped him with the weeds. He had to do similar chores at Aunt Petunia's house, assisting Vincent, and he would receive a small allowance for his efforts. Over time, Harry had saved a little money, and once he was older and able to work, he hoped to leave the stairwell of Aunt Petunia's home and find his own place. "Vincent, what are you reading?" Harry attempted to strike up a conversation, knowing that Vincent typically ignored him. Yet Harry believed Vincent was the only one on Privet Drive willing to converse with him. He considered them friends. An astronomy magazine, this issue discusses the relationship between the moon and the Earth, along with photographs of the moon landing. Was he actually responding to me? Harry was somewhat surprised and waited, but Vincent fell silent again. Turning to look, he saw Vincent deeply engrossed in his book, ignoring everything else. Harry shrugged and continued with his task. As he departed, Vincent handed him his tip. 10 $1 bills, though modest, were more than sufficient for Harry, who had received no money for his labor at Aunt Petunia's home. He smiled as he accepted it, feeling something unusual among the bills. "Vincent, let me guess, is it chocolate again?" Harry stuffed the bills into the pocket of his oversized, worn clothing, unwrapped the chocolate, and took a bite, savoring the familiar taste. Vincent is one of the few who remembers Harry's birthday. Ever since he moved in when Harry was 1 year old, they have exchanged gifts every year since they became friends 3 years ago. In Harry's recollection, Vicente was the boy who suddenly appeared next door. It was only at the age of 8 that he truly came to know him. Harry was delighted by the prospect of food that could be devoured in one bite, a gift that would not be seized by Dudley. "Thank you for wishing me a happy 11th birthday in advance." He was on the cusp of turning 11. "Vicente, where will you attend school in the future? A private institution, like Dudley?" Harry was aware of Vicente's wealth. Even though he lived alone, he had never once seen an adult in the neighboring house. "No, I won't go there. There's nothing to learn, and if Dudley Dursley can get into that school, it's likely filled with a bunch of fools." Vicente's disdainful expression brought Harry even greater joy, and just as he was about to say more, Vicente suddenly pulled open the hidden door, declaring, "They're coming back." Harry assured himself that he had heard nothing untoward and obediently retreated. As he returned to the staircase to stow away the money from his pockets, Aunt Petunia's sharp and sticky voice rang out. "Come in, Dudley. You were absolutely brilliant today." Harry further confirmed that Vicente must possess some extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he was a vampire. After all, his skin was pale and he was reticent, yet he could bask in the sunlight. Click! The door swung open. Vernon Dursley's corpulent figure was broader than the staircase door, and his voice was a grating rasp. "Boy, you haven't been up to mischief at home, have you?" Harry met his gaze, replying, "No, I've been in the staircase the whole time." Vernon Dursley mumbled a few words as he departed, sounding quite displeased. Harry resolved that his birthday wish this year would be to leave this house as soon as possible. He never anticipated that this wish would be fulfilled so swiftly. In the dilapidated wooden shack, thoughts of the letter he had received kept Harry wide awake. Vicente had once remarked that those who do not sleep at night would encounter delightful surprises that many others would miss, and this proclamation proved true. When Harry was ushered into the leaky cauldron, he was still in a daze. "Harry Potter, he is Harry Potter. Goodness, I cannot believe I am seeing Harry Potter." The chorus of exclamations echoed around him, every pair of eyes fixed upon him, leaving Harry feeling utterly bewildered, forcing him to muster a feeble smile. The proprietor of the leaky cauldron was acquainted with Hagrid. It seemed everyone knew Harry, eagerly calling out his name, and for the first time, Harry felt utterly flustered. Why were they all so enthusiastic? He had done nothing noteworthy. As he journeyed with Hagrid towards Diagon Alley, Harry gleaned a wealth of information from Hagrid's intermittent speech. Vicente had taught him how to employ conversation to extract the information he desired. Hagrid proclaimed, "Professor Dumbledore is the most formidable white wizard." Since the moment he encountered Hagrid, this statement had been uttered at least thrice, indicating the esteemed position Dumbledore held in Hagrid's mind. Appropriate flattery would be beneficial in gaining his trust. Vicente's words echoed in Harry's mind, yet he struggled to follow his advice and engage his thoughts. This place was utterly enchanting, an entirely new world he had never before encountered. Harry's eyes widened as he surveyed all of Diagon Alley, the myriad of wondrous sights overwhelming him. He spotted a figure clad in a black robe and a pointed black hat emerging from shop, holding a wand that bore no resemblance to Hagrid's. He wondered what his own wand would look like. Additionally, a peculiar little goblin was busily transporting goods at the entrance of shop. Hagrid informed him that this was also a house elf. Harry recognized that even if he wished to understand everything now, it would be impossible. His immediate priority was to acquire his own wand. Standing on the cobbled street of Diagon Alley, the air was filled with cacophonous sounds, yet all that resonated in Harry's ears was a singular phrase. "Hello, Harry Potter." "Greetings, magical world. I am Harry Potter." He had yet to comprehend why everyone held him in such high esteem. Harry mused that perhaps he was not prepared to enter a new life, one that was entirely different from what he had envisioned, but nonetheless, it could not possibly be worse than remaining in the Dursley household. Chapter 2. A Reunion with a Friend. Harry and Hagrid parted ways, with Hagrid leveraging his physical advantages to venture to Flourish and Blots to assist Harry in acquiring the necessary books and supplies, while Harry independently made his way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase his school uniform. The admission letter from Hogwarts had specifically indicated this shop for a reason. Taking a deep breath, just as Harry was about to push open the door, a familiar face emerged from within. "Vincent, what are you doing here?" Harry felt a bit lightheaded. It seemed as though his life had undergone a radical transformation since he received that letter. He could not comprehend how that letter had found its way to him, and the attitude of Aunt Petunia and her family left him perplexed. When Hagrid found him, Harry was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that anyone besides Vincent would remember his birthday, and now he felt as though he were witnessing something extraordinary in a dream. "Vincent, am I waking from this dream? It seems I see you here." From the moment he encountered Hagrid, Harry felt as if he were in a dream, and now, meeting his most familiar companion, Vincent, only solidified that belief. Such coincidences could not exist in reality. His neighbor, just like him, turned out to be a wizard. As he observed Vincent's familiar face contort into a familiar, disdainful expression, Vincent raised an eyebrow and spoke with the same tone of exasperation. "Indeed. The quickest way to wake you up would be for me to punch you in the face. Care to try?" Harry's green eyes struggled to grasp the situation, and Vincent sighed. "Come inside. Blocking the doorway won't do. We can't hinder her business." Leading Harry into Madame Malkin's, Vincent sighed deeply. He understood that the story between him and Harry was far from concluded, but he hadn't anticipated its swift resumption. "Vincent, you're a wizard too? How did you come here? Will you be attending Hogwarts with me?" Harry was overwhelmed with excitement. Ordinarily, he would not bombard someone with questions, but today, everything he saw in Diagon Alley filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. Only today could he indulge in such enthusiasm. Usually, Vincent would have been unable to resist making a snide remark, but today he held his tongue. Let the child speak as he wishes, he thought. "Madame Malkin, could you please take his measurements again?" Vincent requested. He was already familiar with the process, having ordered his own robes beforehand. Following Vincent, Harry peered through the gaps in the mirrors and fabrics, observing the measuring tape levitating in the air, intrigued. "Another Hogwarts freshman? You know each other. They certainly aren't Muggle wizards. Have you decided which house you want to join?" A rather rude voice emanated from within the shop. Madame Malkin emerged with a smile, gesturing for Harry to come forward for his measurements. Upon entering, Harry finally recognized the speaker, a blonde boy with skin so pale that Harry thought it might be unhealthy. Despite being of a similar age, the boy's hair was meticulously styled with gel, giving him a rather peculiar appearance. Unsure whether to engage him in conversation, and having not comprehended the boy's words, Harry opted to approach Madame Malkin for his measurements. Vincent casually tossed the question back. "It seems you've already decided which house you wish to join. It must suit you well." When he wanted to avoid answering a question, he would deflect it back, allowing the questioner to ramble on without needing to speak himself. The blonde boy eagerly replied, "Of course, Malfoy will definitely go to Slytherin. Only pure-blood wizards of noble lineage deserve to associate with Malfoy, and only Slytherin is worthy of him." The boy's speech was punctuated with an unmistakable pride, which he likely had no intention of concealing. Vincent's gaze remained fixed on the floating measuring tape, while Harry continued to observe it without paying attention to the boy's words. The boy, accustomed to speaking with his head held high, noticed Vincent's attentive demeanor and became even more animated. The other houses are no match for Slytherin. There are simply too many half-bloods. I truly don't understand why Hogwarts admits so many half-blood wizards. Having completed his measurements but not yet received his robes, Vincent prepared to leave with Harry, finally willing to respond. If the number of pure-blood wizards in England were sufficient, they would naturally establish a separate school. If the numbers are inadequate, wouldn't half-bloods have the advantage? With fewer people, the magical community cannot function. The blonde boy paused, ready to rebut. But Vincent had already ushered Harry out the door. Outside, Harry was baffled as to why Vincent had made those remarks. Vincent surveyed the surrounding shop signs and found a relatively quiet spot in the shade. Understanding the magical world in Hogwarts, we are both outsiders. The situation cannot be as clear to us as it is to them. If he wishes to speak, it would be foolish not to listen. Then why did we leave so quickly? He seemed to have much more to say, Harry queried. Vincent narrowed his eyes. Harry Potter, are you seeking the answers directly? Share your thoughts. Harry instinctively straightened his back, just as he always did when Vincent questioned him. Because his information was insufficient? Vincent retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and tossed it to Harry, partially correct. Harry caught the candy mid-air, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. During his days at Aunt Petunia's, Vincent had often shared candy with him, employing the same method of inquiry. Malfoy is a spoiled child. Don't ask me how I know his surname. He practically weaves pride into every sentence. The information Malfoy provides is merely what his parents have told him. You could say it's a case of missing the forest for the trees, much like he will never understand how to spread jam on bread. Perhaps wizards in the magical realm do not need to spread jam on their bread themselves. Vincent was merely offering an example. This is a common flaw among the wealthy, and Vincent is one of them. Yet he has never neglected to master the essential skills of life. His foster parents are quite open-minded, teaching Vincent that he should not feel superior simply because he is different from others, even though their affection is not directed at him. The tangible benefits have indeed been bestowed upon him. Vincent is eager to learn, comprehending how to satisfy his parents while also knowing how to soothe his innate abilities. Harry held the map as he guided Vincent to the wand shop. He had intended to wait for Hagrid, but Vincent folded the candy wrapper Harry had been holding into a paper crane, traced his fingertips over it, and recited a spell that Harry still did not understand. The tiny crane fluttered towards the entrance of Madame Malkin's. He will deliver it. There is no need to wait in line now. Vincent's calm demeanor starkly contrasted with Harry's excitement. I've known you for years. How come I never knew you could do that? Harry inquired. Vincent replied. Do you really think my parents left me alone in England for no reason? Harry fell silent, following Vincent without uttering another word. Sometimes, he felt as if he and Vincent were two kindred spirits. Both had never known their parents, nor had they experienced a happy childhood or family. Don't look at me like that, Harry. At least I have money to spare. As if awakening from a dream, Harry approached him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Fear not, Vicente. It is only today that I have discovered my parents have left me a considerable sum of money. What is mine is yours. Let us spend it together. Vicente was among the few individuals Harry had encountered who bestowed upon him kindness. He imagined his own parents would not mind him sharing a portion of this inheritance with his closest friend. Does that include my homework? Vicente inquired. Vicente, I am expressing my gratitude. Please do not harm me, Harry replied. Vicente shot him a glance. There are myriad ways to show your appreciation, starting with selecting a suitable wand. Harry Potter is quite famous in the magical realm. Let me see if your celebrity status can afford me some special treatment. Hearing tales of his own notoriety in the magical world from familiar faces, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Let us proceed inside, he urged, pushing Vicente into Ollivander's wand shop. Alas, it seemed their timing was not fortuitous. A young wizard was already engaged in selecting his own wand. A boy strikingly similar to the one they had just encountered stood before them, though his taste was more conventional. His soft, black hair was pleasantly tousled and devoid of excessive styling products. Mr. Ollivander was handing him a splendid wand just as they finished their selection. This is a powerful wand. May it aid you in achieving your desires. The young boy nodded demurely as he accepted it, while his servant placed golden coins on the counter, leaving with an air of superiority. This was not his mother. There was no resemblance whatsoever. Remaining half a step behind the young boy, Vicente recalled having had a similar attendant. As the exquisitely featured boy brushed past him, Vicente noted the cold expression mirrored on his own face. Indeed, not all who hail from affluent families lead joyful lives. Wizarding families are not exempt from such norms. Vicente watched him leave, and upon withdrawing his gaze, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Let us go. I have yet to see a wand. Can you truly wield the magic within you? Do you still require a wand? Vicente's first encounter with a wand had been through Hagrid's umbrella, which Hagrid never acknowledged as his own. Every wizard he had observed in Diagon Alley carried a wand of their own. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Harry asked, "What kind of wand do you think we will have?" Vincent glanced at the frail, elderly gentleman within the shop. "Mr. Ollivander will select the finest wands for us. Flattery is always a safe bet." Chapter 3, The Strange Wand. "Indeed, I believe I can assist you," Mr. Ollivander smiled, fixing his gaze upon Vicente's companion for a considerable time before gradually returning his focus to Vincent. "You appear remarkably familiar. I feel as if I have seen you before yet cannot quite place where." Just as Harry was about to respond, Vicente's recently released paper crane unexpectedly flew in, pecking at Harry's face as if attempting to beckon him outside. "It seems your friend has something to discuss with you. Why not meet with him? I shall await your return here." Harry needed to procure a wand of his own, and he could always return with Vincent. Vincent harbored no objections to meeting Harry's new friend. On the contrary, he was quite intrigued as to who the guide was that had brought Harry to Diagon Alley. He had only received an owl-delivered letter and a lengthy list of instructions, with no one to escort him to Diagon Alley. He noted that wizards born into Muggle families were often accompanied by their parents to the magical marketplace. Surely, he too should have a guide like Harry. In the conversations of the wizards around him, he had also heard praises for Harry Potter, which puzzled him. According to their accounts, Harry was a savior. How could he have endured a miserable childhood at the hands of an unkind aunt? This contradicted the reverence they expressed for him. Vicente's curiosity deepened. Yet he refrained from questioning Harry. Surely, he too was unaware. After all, they had known each other for 3 years, and Vincent had witnessed Harry's unhappy childhood firsthand. Rather than speculate based on hearsay, he trusted his own observations of Harry Potter. As Vincent watched Harry depart, he turned to find Mr. Ollivander staring intently at his face. "Sir, might you select a wand for me while I await my friend's return?" Mr. Ollivander, startled by this request, nodded in a fluster and began selecting a wand. "Let us try this one. A unicorn hair core, cherry wood, 13.5 inches, quite supple, an excellent choice for a novice." Vincent, unaware of the peculiar connection between wands and their cores, accepted the wand and attempted to use it, but met with no response. "Oh, it is of no consequence. It is not merely wizards who choose wands. Wands also select their wizards. It appears you are not the most suitable match for this one." He continued to retrieve wand after wand from the towering stacks, narrating an array of strange combinations. Time seemed to pass either swiftly or languidly. Harry had yet to return, and Vincent had tried at least 20 or 30 wands. Each wand revealed its unsuitability without the need for magic. Merely holding it was enough for Vincent to discern its incompatibility. This peculiar sensation was inexplicable, yet Vincent understood that even if he forced the use of magic, the outcome would not be favorable. Mr. Ollivander appeared quite distressed. "Still not suitable? Perhaps you have a preference for a specific core that could deepen your connection with the wand." Vincent shook his head. He had not yet had the chance to peruse the magical tomes he purchased from the bookstore and was unfamiliar with the varying preferences for wand cores among wizards in the magical world. "Mr. Ollivander, I have heard you mention wand materials. Might you have a wand made of you?" Vincent expressed his preference for such wood. "You, Mr. Ollivander's reaction was oddly fearful. He seemed to recoil from Vicente's gaze. "If he favors you, please provide him with one to try," Vincent urged. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a calm, aged voice entered the small room occupied by only the two of them. Vincent turned to see a wizard clad in a long robe with snow-white hair standing at the threshold, the light shimmering upon his long beard as if specks of light danced within it. He wore crescent-shaped spectacles that obscured the emotions in his eyes. Perhaps due to the interplay of light and shadow, Vincent could not discern his expression. Yet, Mr. Ollivander recognized the wizard immediately. "Ah, Professor Dumbledore. What a surprise to see you here. Have you come to assist this young wizard in selecting a wand?" The wizard known as Dumbledore nodded gently, offering a polite and warm smile. "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander. Please select a wand for him." Vincent was aware of Dumbledore. Though the name at the end of his acceptance letter was that of Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, it had also mentioned Dumbledore. Dumbledore approached Vincent, while Mr. Ollivander had already turned and hurried back to his storeroom, beginning to sift through and select wands. At that moment, they found themselves in a space where they could converse privately. "I apologize for my tardiness. Your acceptance letter was penned by my own hand. I trust my notes will prove beneficial to you." Dumbledore lowered his gaze to Vincent, whose expression was somewhat cold, and it seemed as though his eyes were peering through Dumbledore, looking towards another person. Vincent was quite familiar with this expression. His parents had once looked through his face in search of their deceased child. Yes, the deceased child. He had never divulged to Harry that his parents had not adopted him out of barrenness. Before him, they had had another child, one who bore a resemblance to him, and he had been brought back as a substitute. Dumbledore's expression elicited a frown from Vincent. "Greetings, Mr. Dumbledore. Your notes have indeed been of great assistance. I am grateful for your generosity. I have procured all that I require, save for a wand. Vincent nearly pointed a finger at Dumbledore, indicating that his presence was unnecessary. Dumbledore sensed Vincent's hostility, yet felt no resentment. He seemed to have anticipated such an outcome. Select your wand. Mr. Ollivander returned, cradling a wooden box in his hands, adorned with several exquisite boxes, intricately patterned, yet dust-laden. Clearly remnants of the finest wands long kept aside. Such wands, though relegated to the back, did not signify inferiority. Rather, it was their discerning nature that had preserved them until now. Mr. Ollivander appeared to notice Vincent's gaze and hastily clarified, I do not wish for my wands to be undervalued. Each wand is unique and deserves the finest of owners. Vincent smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. I understand, Mr. Ollivander. All the wands here are indeed exceptional. Who can truly ascertain their excellence? After all, this is the only wand shop in Diagon Alley. It must be the finest, or it would not have thrived for so many years. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, not merely due to Vincent's praise of him, but for the commendation of his wands. You are quite the discerning child, he mused, though he was struck by the resemblance Vincent bore to the Dark Lord of his memories. Yet they were entirely different beings. He must have misjudged. Mr. Ollivander was aware of his own flaw. He could recount the details of each wand he had sold, even decades past, but when it came to remembering individuals, he needed to ponder carefully, and occasionally, misidentifications were to be expected. Reassuring himself internally, Mr. Ollivander set aside his weighty thoughts and began earnestly to introduce the wands to Vincent. However, Vincent required no such introduction, as Mr. Ollivander opened the boxes one by one to reveal the carefully placed wands nestled in velvet. He immediately set his sights on the one furthest from him. That wand, may I try it? It appears truly exquisite. Mr. Ollivander's countenance radiated warmth. Indeed, it is a remarkably beautiful wand, crafted from you, 14 inches in length. It possesses a rather extraordinary core, making it a wand of considerable power. Vincent could scarcely tear his gaze away as Mr. Ollivander handed the wand to him. Almost instantaneously, he felt a surge of burgeoning magic within him. Bang! A brilliant display of miniature fireworks erupted throughout the room, painting it with vibrant colors and forming enchanting patterns. Yet not a single spark touched the ground or ignited the flammable velvet. It likes you. You are the perfect match. Mr. Ollivander was nearly as elated as Vincent, fixating on this previously unfamiliar child as he spoke of the wand's origin. This wand's core is exceedingly rare. It was fortuitously discovered among my father's legacy. It has lingered by my side for decades, awaiting the right owner. I never anticipated it would finally choose you. Finally, Mr. Ollivander revealed the wand's mysterious core, a basilisk horn. No one has truly seen a basilisk, let alone its horn. Many believe it to be mere legend. I was once among them until I encountered it. My father inherited this magical material from our family lineage, preserving it to this day. Had you not requested you, I might never have unveiled it. The basilisk horn, a fragment from the creature's head, had once served as the core of Salazar Slytherin's wand, one of Hogwarts' founders. Dumbledore, of course, understood the significance of the basilisk horn, and he looked at Vincent with astonishment, finally seeing the joy appropriate for a child who had found a wand that resonated with him. Mr. Ollivander, still immersed in the joy of finding a suitable owner for this beautiful wand, had completely forgotten the historical figures that should not exist in the present, let alone a wand crafted from their remains. Vincent gripped the wand tightly, unwilling to let go, eager to pay for it immediately. I cannot appraise the value of this wand, young sir. It was not crafted by my hand, but rather by my father's. To be honest, had it not been you who selected this wand, I would have worried whether its age might render it unusable. Mr. Ollivander's gaze was intense, not as a merchant assessing his wares, but as a craftsman admiring his true creation. Of course, his father's creations were also creations. He was not a mere businessman. He was an artisan. Vincent looked at him earnestly. Mr. Ollivander, I am willing to pay the highest price in the shop and pledge my commitment to it. I may be young now, but I believe that one day, I will maximize the value of this promise. Vincent's words were sincere. Mr. Ollivander found himself unable to refuse, smiling as he accepted 35 galleons, a price unprecedented for any wand, and he even gifted him a wand care kit as a bonus. Throughout the encounter, Dumbledore had remained in the background, having initially wished to avoid this meeting. Upon seeing Vincent's name on the list of new students, his emotions had become more complex than anyone else's. Vincent smiled broadly as he tucked the wand away, but as he turned to face Dumbledore, his expression shifted back to one of detachment. I know you wish to speak with me, Mr. Dumbledore. Shall we find another place? We cannot impede business, can we? Chapter 4. Vincent Riddle. Dumbledore recognized him, or, rather, recognized his family. Vicente stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, gazing through the throngs of people, and spotted a notably tall figure, a rather unique individual. For reasons unknown, Vicente instantly felt that this was a friend Harry wished to introduce him to. Dumbledore followed Vicente's gaze and saw the person approaching Ollivander's wand shop. It was Hagrid, Harry's guide, who would assist him with the remaining matters. Vicente silently followed Dumbledore to a nearby ice cream shop, and to his surprise, he found that even in the wizarding world of Diagon Alley, there existed such an ordinary ice cream shop. Yet this was no ordinary ice cream shop. The ice cream here was exceptionally delightful. Dumbledore approached the proprietor of the shop, exchanging a few words before turning back with 2 large bowls of ice cream in hand. Vicente was certain that he could never consume such a copious amount of ice cream alone. Nevertheless, he accepted the offering, picking up a spoon from the side and savoring it in small bites, awaiting Dumbledore to break the silence. He remained steadfast, unwilling to divulge any personal information until Dumbledore revealed his own background. Perhaps he had already conducted a thorough investigation into Vicente prior to this meeting. Dumbledore's demeanor appeared to have softened. You possess a wand of extraordinary magical prowess. The basilisk is a legendary creature. And who could have anticipated that Ollivander's wand shop would indeed house a horn belonging to such a beast? The Ollivander family had existed for many years, being one of the Sacred 28, and it was hardly surprising that they possessed some rare artifacts. Only those wizards who inherited their family's legacy could truly comprehend the vast array of extraordinary treasures amassed over centuries, treasures whose magnificence was beyond the imagination of outsiders. Dumbledore leisurely consumed half of his ice cream, and Vicente mirrored his pace, exhibiting an unsettling calmness that belied his youth. He resembled someone he had encountered before, who also exuded such tranquility, as if nothing could rouse him, save for a fervent enthusiasm when discussing magic, devoid of any emotional connection to the world around him. Riddle. Your surname is Riddle. Dumbledore set down his spoon, finally articulating the purpose of his visit. Vicente sighed deeply. You may speak candidly with me, Headmaster Dumbledore. What is wrong with my surname? What implications does it carry? I presume it must be in opposition to the name Harry Potter, otherwise your expression upon seeing me would not have been so unseemly. Dumbledore's gaze toward Vicente grew more peculiar, devoid of wariness or malice. It was akin to the regret of witnessing an exceptionally gifted child for whom he could no longer serve as a guide. You are indeed remarkably intelligent. I have encountered others as astute as you, yet regrettably, they did not find their way down the right path, which causes me to be wary when I see your name. For this, I apologize, child. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope of a well for 10 years. Upon encountering this surname again, Dumbledore acknowledged the stirrings of his own baser instincts. He had refrained from meeting this child and had not arranged for a guide. At times, he pondered whether everything that followed could have been avoided had that child not received a letter from Hogwarts. Thus, when faced with this name again, he wavered. And although the letter was ultimately sent, he did not present himself as a guiding figure. Muggle-born wizards were largely unaware of the intricacies of the magical world, often accompanied by extensive instructions for their parents to lead them to Diagon Alley. Only in exceptional cases, such as with Harry Potter, would additional assistance be provided. Vicente found himself in a middle ground. Unlike Harry, he lacked renown, and were it not for his peculiar surname, few would have noticed that he too had no guardians to accompany him to Diagon Alley. Vicente maintained a cool demeanor, his tightly gripped spoon betraying his tension. What do you wish to convey to me? Are you here to revoke my admission to Hogwarts? Stifling all misfortune in its cradle is the best solution. He remained unaware of the true significance of his surname, and Dumbledore's attitude suggested nothing favorable. His foster parents had taught him how to navigate unexpected situations. Yet now this unexpected situation was his own reality, and he felt no surprise. Vicente could face the circumstance with composure. The worst outcome would simply be returning to Privet Drive, living as an ordinary person without concerns. Many longed for a life free from want, and he saw no reason to aspire for more. Contentment was a lesson learned by children born in orphanages, and Vicente had never harbored extravagant desires. Dumbledore replied, No, child, I did not come for that reason. I merely wished to apologize, to express regret for the thoughts that lay hidden within my heart. You are not him, and I should not view you through the lens of the past. Vicente's emotions seemed to freeze, his previously active mind momentarily stilled. What do you mean? You are not advising me to withdraw. This was in stark contrast to his expectations. Dumbledore smiled, a familiar expression for the young wizards of Hogwarts. He spoke gently. Hogwarts welcomes you, young wizard. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional talent in the magical realm. I have never doubted the brilliance of Hogwarts students, and you shall certainly be one of the finest. Vicente was perplexed. Knowing the unfortunate events of the past, he could not fathom why anyone would extend kindness toward him. An orphanage was a place where the harshness of the world was starkly evident, and children fought for every resource necessary for survival. His foster parents were astute merchants, teaching him how to navigate advantage and harm. Vincent fully understood why he had been adopted, striving to play the role of a suitable substitute. When they had their own biological child, they quietly accepted the reality of his impending abandonment. His wand still in hand, Dumbledore, the elderly wizard before him, welcomed him to Hogwarts. Vincent had yet to grasp what the riddle's surname signified, but the warmth in Dumbledore's eyes felt genuine, devoid of pretense. Vincent struggled to comprehend. If you fear I might do something untoward, the best solution would have been to prevent my entrance into the magical world from the outset. Should any misfortune occur, you would regret not having stopped me today. Regarding the events of years past, he did harbor regrets, yet not for having brought him to Hogwarts, but for failing to invest more care in him. He did not know him well enough, allowing his mindset to become distorted, leading to unfortunate occurrences. Child, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and all students here are my children. As a guardian, one ought to guide rather than chastise them for not following the right path after the fact. Instead, one must reflect on why they failed to notice the signs of trouble in the first place. This truth took Dumbledore a considerable time to internalize. Vincent, there you are. I thought you had left early. Harry's voice grew nearer, and in the next moment, he was at Vicente's side, draping an arm over his shoulder. It was only then that he noticed a stranger seated beside Vincent, prompting him to retract his hand nervously and stand upright. Hello, sir. Dumbledore beamed. Hello, Mr. Potter. I am Dumbledore. It is a pleasure to meet you. Due to his towering stature, Hagrid arrived slightly late, struggling to navigate through the crowd. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he initially smiled, but his gaze fell upon the boy beside him, and his expression morphed into one of shock. Headmaster Dumbledore. He is the young wizard about to enroll. Vincent Riddle. I am his guide, and he is a remarkably talented child. I believe he will have a delightful experience at Hogwarts. Hagrid stammered, appearing as a robust man. Yet he seemed as tongue-tied as a bashful youth in the face of Dumbledore's words. Well, Dumbledore is never wrong. Since even he has said so, there must be no issue at all. He murmured quietly, seemingly to himself. Vincent felt an increasing sense of peculiarity. Had he truly seen himself? The moment he gazed upon this face, even without hearing the surname, something felt amiss. He initially believed that the issue lay with the surname bestowed upon him by his adoptive parents, only to discover the anomaly resided within his very visage. Indeed, his adoptive parents bore the surname Riddle, a rather commonplace name. Their family had engaged in commerce for generations, and by now, they had become quite prominent and affluent. In his childhood, whenever he exhibited a hint of magical prowess, his adoptive parents treated it as a grave threat, and when Dumbledore arrived, he presumed it was due to some significant transgression committed by his adoptive family within the magical realm. Vincent had already resolved that should Dumbledore refuse him entry into Hogwarts based on the Riddle surname, he would assert his status as an adopted child, thereby severing ties with his past lineage. He would not relinquish the opportunity to delve into another world. Nothing brought him greater joy than the exploration of the unknown. Unlike the thoughts and impending actions of others, Vincent prioritized his own desires. Unfortunately, before he could voice this, Dumbledore unexpectedly relented. Harry's towering friend reacted in a manner that did not seem to stem from the surname. What could it possibly be? Even before entering Hogwarts, Vincent had already unearthed a mystery worthy of exploration. He was determined to uncover the truth behind the Riddle name. Chapter 5, King's Cross Station. After leaving Diagon Alley, Vincent and Harry's lives seemed to remain unchanged. The only difference was that Vincent's reading material had shifted to a history of Hogwarts, and Harry began carrying his wand. Eager to discuss magic with Vincent, their lives continued in a tranquil manner, reminiscent of previous years. However, one peculiar thing struck Harry. Aunt Petunia's attitude towards him seemed oddly different, no longer marked by the disdain of prior years, but rather an inscrutable peculiarity. Vincent, what do you think could be the reason? Aunt Petunia has even taken to leaving me dinner lately. Surely it can't be that she's suddenly feeling sentimental about me going off to school? As he spoke, Harry found the notion amusing. How could Aunt Petunia have any feelings of attachment? She had long wished for him to leave their home, to cease being a financial burden. Having endured a childhood filled with misfortune under Aunt Petunia's care, starving, poorly clothed, and confined to a cramped cupboard, Harry found it suspicious that Aunt Petunia would suddenly change her disposition towards him. Vincent turned a page in his book and casually remarked, "Perhaps she sees through you and gazes upon others instead." Harry did not heed Vincent's words, preoccupied with pondering the wondrous possibilities his wand might hold. Unbeknownst to him, Vincent had noticed several times that while he conversed with Harry, Aunt Petunia would covertly peer over the garden wall, her gaze not one of disdain or contempt, but rather one steeped in profound nostalgia. Vincent was all too familiar with such a look. His adoptive parents often regarded him with that very expression, as if they were gazing through him at their deceased biological son. Who, then, was Aunt Petunia looking at through Harry, her departed sister? It was no secret that their relationship had been fraught. Aunt Petunia forbade any mention of Harry's mother within their home, and whenever the subject arose, she would react as if her foot had been stepped upon, ready to unleash her fury. Although she frequently resorted to such outbursts, Vernon Dursley and their son Dudley had not spared Harry from physical abuse. Vincent, as an outsider, could not truly intervene in their domestic affairs. He could only discreetly provide Harry with sweets and painkillers during his moments of distress. Harry dismissed Vincent's comments. Anyone who had endured such bullying since childhood would find it hard to believe that their tormentors had suddenly changed their ways and wished to coexist amicably. He scattered breadcrumbs for Hedwig, his beautiful owl, who initially cooperated but soon began preening her feathers, disregarding him entirely. "Vincent, aren't you bringing your pet to school?" Harry queried. Having never possessed anything of his own throughout his life, he cherished Hedwig dearly. Vincent replied nonchalantly, "No, taking care of a pet is quite troublesome." He had no fondness for pets. The responsibility of caring for a living being felt burdensome. If one could abandon their own children, what significance did a mere pet hold? For some reason, Vincent found himself recalling the little boy he had encountered in Ollivander's wand shop, delicate and beautiful, hailing from a privileged background, yet still lacking true happiness. They were alike in many ways, possessing what others deemed advantages, yet only they understood the emptiness that lay within. Vincent turned his gaze to Harry, who was now playing with Hedwig. He had observed this specimen for quite some time, but still could not ascertain the source of his joy. Perhaps the tale of the golden boy would only be fully understood once he entered the realm of magic. Vincent lowered his eyes to his book, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, merely a vast emptiness. After a rather unforgettable birthday, time seemed to accelerate. As Harry and Vincent eagerly anticipated the start of school, the day drew ever closer, and they finally packed their belongings and set off for King's Cross Station. Before departing, Vincent sent a letter to his adoptive parents, informing them of his enrollment in a special school, a boarding institution, indicating that it might be a considerable time before he would return. He urged them not to worry if they did not receive a prompt reply. Even knowing they would not respond, Vincent nonetheless instructed them on how to send him letters. He had inquired about Harry's friend. America also had its own wizarding school, and if his adoptive parents wished, they could still find a way to correspond with him, the wizarding way, where owls could deliver messages from loved ones. Yet Vincent sought not their sparse affection. He yearned for the substantial financial support they could provide. The surname Riddle was theirs to give, and his striking appearance was a legacy from parents he had never met. Both of these elements harbored secrets, and Vincent delighted in the pursuit of those mysteries. Standing amidst the bustling crowd at King's Cross Station, with the school season in full swing, people pushed carts laden with luggage, parents offered heartfelt farewells, and children oscillated between excitement and anxiety. Only Vincent and Harry remained like two fools without a destination. "Did your friend not tell you how to get in?" Vincent asked. "Did the ice cream-loving Dumbledore not inform you of the way?" Harry retorted. Vincent replied with a silent pause. The first hurdle to entering the magical world loomed before them. They could not locate Platform 9, and thus could not arrive at the school. Gazing at the throng of people, Harry felt a surge of helplessness. But Vincent suddenly nudged him. "Come, let us ask for directions." Harry, incredulous, looked around. "But most here are ordinary people. How can we ask them?" Vincent calmly replied. "We shall ask one by one. We can't allow ourselves to miss Hogwarts for such a reason. Compared to entering Hogwarts as a wizard, being regarded as an outcast at present is of little consequence. After all, there will be no further intersections in the future." The boy, with his exquisitely crafted features, possessed a resolute gaze. As long as the desired outcome could be achieved, the means by which it was accomplished were mere trifles to be overlooked. Harry commenced traversing back and forth between platforms 9 and 10, inquiring of each passerby regarding the whereabouts of platform 9 and 3/4. After posing his question to two individuals, Vincent suddenly recognized a familiar figure amidst the throng. Rather than questioning each person individually, it would be far more expedient to locate a wizard near the platform who was heading to Hogwarts. Platform 9 and 3/4 must surely be in proximity. If they simply bide their time, they would eventually encounter students entering. As for the rationale behind sending Harry to ask around, it was merely to keep him occupied. "Master Nott, the head of the family is rather preoccupied today, but he instructed me to bring you a gift for your enrollment, which has already been placed in your luggage. I hope you will study diligently at Hogwarts and uphold the esteemed reputation of the Nott family." Theodore chuckled derisively. Reputation? How could they further tarnish the Nott name? The prestige of purebloods had already diminished when the Dark Lord was vanquished by a mere child. The boy he had seen at Ollivander's wand shop was undoubtedly also bound for Hogwarts. Vincent donned a commercial smile of hospitality and approached his quarry. His quarry vanished into the wall of the platform. How am I to find him now? He observed Harry lingering near the wall leading to the entrance. Just as he was about to inform Harry that he had discovered a way to enter, Harry accidentally jostled another group of people while maneuvering his hefty luggage. A large family, with the red-haired matriarch warmly tending to her children, immediately softened her expression upon seeing Harry. A tender-hearted, enthusiastic, and kind woman. Vincent appreciated such individuals, for they conserved considerable energy. Harry, I have located the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Oh, good day, madam. Are you all also headed to Hogwarts? Your family appears to be quite lively. Molly Weasley was a remarkably kind soul. Vincent, holding a small bag, expressed gratitude to her twin sons for assisting him with his luggage, complimenting her amiable demeanor and striking appearance. Such poetic yet sincere words did not strike one as exaggerated. 2 or 3 phrases were sufficient to bring a radiant smile to Molly's face. Kind-hearted individuals invariably make life easier, in both the physical and emotional senses. Chapter 6, The Golden Triangle. With the Weasley family's assistance, several upperclassmen escorted them into the Hogwarts train compartment, ensuring their comfort before attending to their own affairs. They were indeed a benevolent and warm-hearted family, particularly upon learning that Harry was the legendary Harry Potter. Their curiosity only intensified. The youngest Weasley daughter had been discreetly observing Harry, seemingly eager to converse, yet ultimately only shyly nestled beside her mother. Even the first-year students of a similar age in the vicinity could not resist stealing glances at him once they learned his name. The Weasley twins stowed their luggage and, after playfully pushing their brother into the compartment, departed with their gazes lingering on Harry. Oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him, Harry remained unaware of anything amiss. While Vincent silently catalogued these distinctive traits, it was likely that even now, Harry did not comprehend the significance of the events unfolding around him. Harry might have been oblivious, but he sensed the peculiar status his name held within the magical realm. Though both he and Vincent hailed from Muggle backgrounds, when confronted with such bewildering matters, Harry instinctively thought of Vincent. He recalled Vincent's expression when he had looked at him. A mix of disdain and a hint of pity. You hardly read anything beyond the cover of the books you purchased from Flourish and Blots, did you? Harry, I truly envy your ability to maintain composure in the face of such wondrous knowledge, refusing to merely gulp it down indiscriminately. You're just mocking me, aren't you? I am genuinely pleased that you grasp my meaning. Although the circumstances were somewhat unexpected, Harry ultimately understood why they treated him as they did. The account recorded in A Brief History of Hogwarts depicted him as the golden boy of the magical world, seemingly endowed with some blessing from Merlin, who could escape the clutches of the Dark Lord. Reflecting on this, Harry felt a sense of gratitude for Vincent's disdain and sharpness. At least his irksome remarks had alleviated some of his sorrow. It was only upon approaching the threshold of this new world that he learned of the true nature of his parents' demise, not a mere accident, but a heroic sacrifice to protect him. He was, after all, a cherished child. A surge of emotion enveloped Harry's heart, transforming the anguish of his first decade into something renewed. Ron cast another furtive glance at Harry, noting the scar upon his forehead, yet he restrained himself from asking anything. The previously lively atmosphere in the compartment had suddenly quieted. Vincent turned his gaze to the window, remaining uncharacteristically silent. Harry appeared lost in his own reverie, causing Ron to feel as though the air within the compartment had grown thick and stifling, almost suffocating, a palpable atmosphere steeped in sorrow. The clamoring voices from outside the compartment shattered the uncomfortable silence, causing Harry's eyes to brighten. Ron seized the moment to discuss the intriguing snacks available within the compartment, and upon hearing 2 options, Harry produced a golden galleon and purchased the entire cart. Vincent also opened a snack, revealing a small character card depicting Albus Dumbledore. I have yet to complete my collection of the unique character cards from Chocolate Frogs, but I already possess several of Professor Dumbledore's. Vincent chuckled at the character's profile, which essentially served as a record of his numerous accomplishments, including his victory over the nefarious dark wizard Grindelwald. Recalling the kind, silver-haired man he had encountered, who appeared robust despite his age, Vincent found it difficult to envision him engaged in combat with his wand. Is Professor Dumbledore truly formidable? Harry's friend Hagrid referred to Dumbledore as the greatest wizard of all time. What kind of person could earn such a title? Was it for discovering the uses of dragon's blood or for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald, who sought to wreak havoc across Europe? Vincent lapsed into his own thoughts once more, while Harry and Ron engaged in light-hearted banter over the delectable treats. Have you given any thought to which house you wish to join? Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin? Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses, and during enrollment, one must undergo a sorting ceremony. I am uncertain how the sorting is conducted, as my family has never divulged any information to me. However, I am confident that I will be placed in Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. Your family is quite large. You must have a close-knit relationship. Harry recalled the bustling family he had observed at the train station, their parents and boisterous siblings forming a harmonious familial bond. Ron chuckled lightly, his insincere disdain evident. Having too many family members is not without its drawbacks. For instance, I'm using Percy's old wand, and then there's my pet. He produced an old rat from his pocket. An exceedingly aged mouse appeared rather unwell, exhibiting signs of alopecia, and its claws seemed to bear the marks of past injuries. However, it was so diminutive that Vincent floated by without casting a glance in its direction. The mouse, affectionately named Dapple, was quite advanced in years. It had not previously been my pet, but now it was mine. Having a pet, even one so small, is certainly preferable to having none at all. Wouldn't you agree? Harry was at a loss for words until Vincent interjected. Having a pet is always a source of joy, unlike me. I wouldn't be able to care for one, so I didn't bring any along. Those who can tend to pets are truly remarkable. And your household is evidently harmonious, even caring for an old mouse so well. Ron chuckled at this. Speaking of which, before school started, Fred and George taught me a spell to change a mouse's color. Would you like to see? As he spoke, he raised his wand, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Harry was still mulling over matters concerning the houses when a gentle knock sounded at the door. A girl with a mane of fluffy hair pushed the compartment door open. Hello, have any of you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing, and he is searching for it. The girl exuded an extraordinary confidence, her chin slightly raised as she spoke, wand in hand. Already clad in a complete set of robes that rendered her indistinguishable from a witch. Indeed, those aboard this train were all prospective students of Hogwarts, destined to become wizards. Harry shook his head. I haven't seen a toad. You might want to look elsewhere. Vincent followed the gaze of the others in the compartment to the girl at the door, shook his head, and turned back to admire the breathtaking scenery outside, as if it were a captivating work of art. The girl's eyes lit up upon noticing Ron's wand. Are you studying spells? I've seen some while self-learning at home. Could I see the magic you're about to perform? With that inquiry, she boldly stepped inside, positioning herself right beside Ron, fixating on his wand hand. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Although her introduction came after she had already entered, everyone nonetheless introduced themselves to Hermione in turn. In the realm of children, the innocent act of exchanging names could already be considered a budding friendship. Sunshine Daisy's Buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. The wand sparkled with light, and the previously listless mouse seemed to be startled into action, suddenly leaping into a pile of snacks. Harry felt a twinge of regret. He had only sampled a few of the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione, looking rather disappointed, remarked, Is this really magic? I've learned a couple of spells at home too. Let me demonstrate. She then pointed her wand at Harry's broken glasses. These were the spectacles damaged by Dudley Dursley, and Vincent had accompanied him to purchase a new pair, which he had tucked into his luggage. If the Dursleys were to discover that he had the means to replace them, they would undoubtedly have much to say. Thus, Harry planned to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts to get new glasses. Now, as Hermione aimed her wand at his glasses, he found himself transfixed by the tip of her wand. Oculus Reparo. The glasses, which had been clumsily bound together with string, were restored to perfection, prompting Vincent to finally give a proper acknowledgement to this seemingly proud girl. You are quite the clever little witch. A new subject for study. Chapter 7. An interesting encounter. Vincent remarked, to be able to conjure such a flawless spell merely from the knowledge gleaned from books, you are an exceptionally talented young witch. Upon receiving such straightforward praise, Hermione's cheeks seemed to flush momentarily, yet she confidently accepted Vincent's compliment. Harry, equally astonished, exclaimed, Wow, Hermione, is there someone in your family who is a wizard too? That spell was incredible. Harry had never considered comparing himself to Vincent, who was a prodigious talent. After acquiring his wand, Vincent had been able to effortlessly perform simple spells. He had always thought that Vincent was simply gifted, but now he realized that this unfamiliar young witch he encountered on the Hogwarts Express possessed formidable abilities as well. Hermione shook her head. No, I am the only witch in my family. My father is a dentist, and when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, my parents thought I had received something peculiar. However, the letter was delivered by an owl, and they eventually took me to Diagon Alley, willingly sending me to Hogwarts to study. They must love you very much, Harry remarked, a hint of envy in his eyes. Ron quickly diverted the topic. You're truly impressive. Have you decided which house you wish to join? The previous question had yet to receive an answer, and Ron hoped that they would all be sorted into houses that suited them. It would be splendid if they could all be placed in Gryffindor like himself. Hermione replied, I've read about the 4 houses in books, but I haven't yet decided where I might belong. The books didn't specify how the new witches and wizards are sorted into houses. Ron eagerly turned to Harry. What about you, Harry? If given the choice, where do you think you would end up? Harry shrugged. I'm not really sure. Gryffindor. Slytherin, who knows? At the mention of Slytherin, Ron's expression suddenly grew peculiar. He scrunched his nose. No, Harry, don't go to Slytherin. It's full of dark wizards in training. The purebloods are incredibly arrogant and very exclusive. In my opinion, Gryffindor is the best, warm and brave. Just by observing Ron's current demeanor, it was evident that he harbored no fondness for Slytherin. Vincent commented, it appears Ron believes Slytherin is not a particularly favorable choice. Perhaps Ravenclaw might be more suitable? It said that studious witches and wizards tend to be sorted there, given its strong academic atmosphere. After listening to Ron and Vincent, Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation. His knowledge of Hogwarts stemmed solely from the conversations with Ron and Vincent, and Hermione remained quiet across from him. Harry decided to hear what the sole lady present thought. Hermione, what do you think? Which house would be more fitting for you? The brown-haired little witch displayed a thoughtful expression. Based on Vincent's suggestion, perhaps Ravenclaw would suit me? Though, I suppose we'll see how the sorting goes. I hope my performance won't be too poor. As she spoke, a hint of anxiety flickered in her gaze. A child raised in a loving family, yet fearful of a test. Was it due to high expectations from her family or her own perfectionism? Vincent found himself increasingly eager for Hogwarts on Privet Drive. He could only interact with Harry, while the ordinary folk, in his view, were exceedingly dull, offering no reason for engagement. In retrospect, perhaps it was because his innate magic sensed the magic concealed within Harry that compelled him to extend a helping hand to the seemingly disadvantaged Harry Potter. Even before entering Hogwarts, he had already encountered several individuals from entirely disparate backgrounds. Indeed, it is essential to venture out and explore the world. If he were to remain on Diagon Alley, the only company he would encounter would be the indistinguishable Muggles. However, now he is on the brink of witnessing the illustrious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the very institution that has nurtured every wizard in the entirety of Britain. Perhaps, by continuing to wander, he might encounter more young wizards, enabling him to appreciate the nuances that distinguish one individual from another. Vincent yearns to unravel a particular mystery. The likelihood of ever meeting his parents, whom he has never seen, seems increasingly remote. His adoptive parents are unable to elucidate the matter, as they themselves lack any magical abilities. In many respects, the young wizards at Hogwarts are akin to him. Yet Vincent feels an intrinsic difference. How could he possibly be the same as those ordinary young wizards? He must broaden his horizons and engage with a myriad of experiences to arrive at the most accurate conclusions. Vincent is a meticulous individual. His initial aspiration was to become a pioneering scientist, and it now appears that becoming an eminent magical scholar who forges new paths for wizards is equally commendable. The train rattles onward toward Hogwarts, a destination shrouded in mystery, protected by enchantments that ensure its absolute security. The history of Hogwarts contains information that can be shared with the world, yet the secrets held within that ancient castle, which has stood for countless years in an unknown location, can only be unveiled by those who dwell within its walls. Vincent stepped out of the compartment, meandering aimlessly along the lengthy corridor. Almost all the young wizards remained ensconced in their compartments, engaged in conversations with familiar or newly acquainted friends. However, there were exceptions, such as the patrolling prefect and a haughty boy who simply wished to stretch his legs. The blond boy meticulously styled his hair with pomade, leading two companions as he strode forward. Upon noticing Vincent standing in the middle of the corridor, his eyes seemed to light up. Hey, aren't you the boy from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions? Vincent suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, the spoiled child had some reference value, albeit limited. He had already encountered such an experimental subject, the Dursley boy, who was similarly indulged by his family. However, this boy possessed at least one admirable trait that set him apart from Dudley Dursley. Draco, what a pleasure it is to see you here. Vincent beamed a genuine smile as the boy approached, his words sincere and devoid of any fault. Not even Draco could suppress his surprise. Their relationship seemed so amicable. The warmth emanating from Vincent felt oddly unusual. Ahem, it's only natural to be pleased to see me. After all, who wouldn't he want to encounter a Malfoy? Draco replied, I'm not here to seek you out. I've heard that Harry Potter has also entered Hogwarts this year. Do you know where he is? Another admirer of Harry Potter, it seems. Vincent couldn't help but wonder how the boy would react if he discovered that the Harry Potter he sought was the same boy he had dismissed earlier in the shop. Harry Potter, you say? What business do you have with him? Vincent inquired with a smile, deliberately withholding Harry's whereabouts while probing into Draco's intentions. That's none of your concern, Draco retorted tersely, as a portly boy behind him suddenly interjected, seemingly eager to impress his superior. Clearly, an underling. This boy reminded Vincent of Dudley Dursley, rude and unattractive. Among the newly arrived students at Hogwarts, social hierarchies were not yet firmly established. The only influence stemmed from familial connections. When Vicente purchased his books, he not only acquired the required textbooks listed in the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, but also numerous tomes related to the magical world. He understood that the Malfoys belonged to one of the sacred 28 families, and that their lineage was particularly challenging. It was safe to assume that Draco was the only child of his generation in the Malfoy family. Provided he grew up safely and smoothly, he would undoubtedly be the next heir to the Malfoy legacy. Draco, how disheartening this is. It seems you are not particularly keen on continuing our conversation. Nevertheless, once we are at Hogwarts, we shall have ample opportunities to communicate and share experiences that I trust will be enjoyable for us both. As for Harry Potter, perhaps you might check a few compartments ahead. He should be in one of them, though I cannot be certain. The heir of a pureblood family, a straightforward and earnest boy, could not be more easily swayed. Draco cast a brief glare at the chubby boy behind him, then turned back to Vicente with a slight nod, seeming to absorb his words. If I happen to locate Harry Potter and have time to spare, I shall return to seek you out, Vicente. Draco remained unaware of Vicente's lineage. Even now, he did not know the boy's surname. His innate sensitivity to the nuances of pureblood families hinted at Vicente's uniqueness. Upon meeting Harry Potter, he would not mind cultivating relationships with two capable young wizards. They could become valuable connections in the future. The Ministry of Magic could not be upheld solely by the Malfoy family. Individuals like Vicente, for reasons unknown to Draco, seemed destined for the ministry. The elegance of his demeanor and his innate, exceptional aura could not simply be replicated through imitation. Draco mused that Vicente's lineage would undoubtedly not disappoint. As Vicente brushed past Draco, he continued onward, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had not found a satisfactory research subject. He was uncertain about what he was truly seeking, yet remaining in that small compartment, listening to their speculations about Hogwarts' future, bored him to no end. Just as he passed one of the compartments, the door swung open unexpectedly, and a delicate boy with black hair raised his head, locking eyes with Vicente. Nott. Theodore was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the stranger he had seen on the platform so soon again. Instinctively, he frowned and stepped out of the compartment, attempting to evade him. Are you avoiding me? Why? I thought our initial meeting was rather amicable, perhaps fostering a sense of camaraderie between us, Vicente remarked. Theodore was the most similar specimen Vicente had encountered thus far, despite one belonging to a wizarding family and the other to a muggle family. Their shared experiences allowed them to connect on a deeper level. Through the partially closed compartment door, Vicente observed the emptiness within. It was entirely vacant. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Theodore's frown deepened as he glared at the suddenly appearing Vicente, perplexed by the intentions of this unfamiliar wizard. I presumed we had little to discuss. This is only our second meeting. Already the second time. In a world with so many people, not everyone encounters the same individual twice. Moreover, it is the third time. Vicente countered Ollivander's wand shop, the platform, the train. How fortuitous our meetings have been. Theodore replied coolly. But we are classmates at the same school. Is it not all the more astonishing that we are both wizards from England, coincidentally attending Hogwarts? Theodore's voice bore a hint of disdain. There is but one magical institution in England, and that is Hogwarts. The implication was clear. Aside from Hogwarts, there was nowhere else for them to turn. For the first time, Vicente felt his silver tongue rendered ineffective. This individual was far more formidable than the purebloods he had encountered earlier. Vicente found this challenge exhilarating. Look at him. With that sharp tongue, Vicente felt nothing but joy. Entirely unoffended. One could tell from Vicente's demeanor that he would not depart without a proper conversation, compelling Theodore to reluctantly reopen the compartment door and step back. I am uncertain of your intentions, but let us be swift. I have other matters to attend to. What could a newly enrolled wizard do on the train to school? Vicente mused inwardly, though his expression remained inscrutable. Rest assured, I shall not detain you for long. Should you require anything, feel free to ask. I would be delighted to assist. Chapter 8. An unfortunate exchange of courtesy. The Hogwarts Express raced along the tracks, the wheels clattering rhythmically against the iron rails. Inside the carriage, the joyous laughter of students intertwined, brimming with anticipation for the new term. Vicente sat elegantly by the window, impeccably attired in his uniform. His tie perfectly knotted, and his hair meticulously styled, his impeccable upbringing evident in every gesture. Occasionally, his gaze flickered toward the individual opposite him. Theodore exuded an innate aristocratic air, his every movement imbued with a sense of composure and pride. His eyes held a scrutinizing glint, as if he remained ever vigilant of his surroundings. Though it was merely the unexpected presence of a stranger that piqued his caution. The two engaged in a subtle contest of wills, both seemingly unwilling to yield. Vicente resolved to take the initiative, seizing control of the conversation. His voice was warm and inviting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Shall I reintroduce myself to ensure a pleasant commencement to our dialogue? A flawless opening, indeed. Theodore, perplexed, restrained himself to respond politely. No need, Vicente. He sensed Vicente's enthusiasm, and feigned humor was perhaps a touch contrived. If a performance was desired, then let the game begin. Vicente perceived a shift in Theodore's demeanor once he agreed to engage in conversation. It seemed he had adopted a different attitude. Let us play this charade together. It sounded quite intriguing. Theodore maintained an upright posture, his hands resting on his knees, years of familial education masking his true thoughts. How naive he was to believe he could conceal his sentiments. At 11 years of age, Vicente had yet to encounter anyone capable of hiding their emotions from him. Whether during his time in the orphanage or after his adoption, perhaps it was his precociousness, or perhaps his innate intelligence. But Vicente instinctively knew how to manipulate the feelings of others. He initiated a topic of conversation. The Nott family is pure blood, so you shall undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. Correct? I have heard that each house at Hogwarts possesses its unique allure. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if he were merely engaging in a casual chat. Theodore replied somewhat curtly. Generally speaking, that is the case. We shall have to wait for the sorting ceremony. And you? His perfunctory response felt somewhat insincere. Vicente smiled warmly. Appearing exceedingly amiable, I too eagerly await the sorting ceremony. However, I believe that regardless of the house we are placed in, we can continue our discourse. What are your hobbies? Theodore frowned slightly, finding Vicente's inquiries overly eager, his wariness intensifying. I enjoy reading books on magical history, he replied succinctly, providing no further elaboration. Vicente's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I also have a keen interest in magical history. I am currently reading a book on ancient spells, which contains many fascinating insights. Have you heard of specific ancient spell? I imagine the Hogwarts library will house numerous intriguing texts." As he spoke, he observed Theodore's reactions, striving to unearth common ground for deeper interaction. Theodore's interest was piqued. He indeed had some knowledge of the spell, but chose not to exhibit too much enthusiasm. I have heard of it, he replied tersely, not wishing Vicente to discern his true thoughts. Vicente continued to elaborate on the spell, sharing insights and conjectures, seemingly imparting knowledge while meticulously scrutinizing Theodore's expressions and responses. He hoped to extract useful information from Theodore's words, thereby facilitating his role as a subject of study. Theodore listened quietly, occasionally interjecting, yet his mind raced with apprehension. He increasingly found Vicente's behavior suspicious, sensing a veiled purpose behind his fervent demeanor. From the outset, he had deliberately maintained distance, yet Vicente relentlessly pursued him, and now he found himself participating in this charade. It was as though from Vicente's very first utterance, Theodore had been compelled to follow his rhythm. As the train continued its journey, their conversation gradually faltered. Vicente sensed Theodore's guardedness and anxiety gnawed at him. While Theodore resolved to be even more cautious in his dealings with Vicente, he needed to uncover Vicente's true intentions and the source of his undue warmth. The interplay between them resembled a game of pretense, both aware of the facade, yet unwilling to drop the act. Theodore had witnessed this scene countless times before, in the presence of his father and his so-called associates. Old Nott was not a father who showered affection upon his child. To him, if his son failed to exhibit worthiness, his existence seemed devoid of value. Theodore had always been quiet, amidst the vast Nott estate. The sounds of weeping could not summon a comforting embrace, only his father's reprimands and the slamming of doors. The suffocating darkness was an uncomfortable companion. Yet Theodore knew precisely how to navigate the treacherous waters to yield the best outcomes. This enigmatic young wizard before him, clearly no ordinary child, was evidently not a product of a typical wizarding household. Only the scions of venerable pureblood families would cultivate such astuteness and depth in their offspring, eager for their children's precocity to yield greater benefits. Perhaps he hailed from France. He recalled that the Rogier family had once established a branch there. Or perhaps from Germany, where the magical schools were quite reputable. During his conversation with Vicente, Theodore had surmised both countries, yet remained uncertain of Vicente's lineage. Vicente, brimming with enthusiasm, continued the dialogue, yet both understood that their exchange was ultimately devoid of substance. Are you really this idle? Or is it that you have no friends in England with whom to share a compartment? Theodore expressed his annoyance, wishing to rid himself of this bothersome individual. Oh, how that saddens me. I had thought we were already friends, Vicente replied, his tone laced with feigned disappointment. In most scenarios, Vicente was indeed quite considerate. He understood the art of making others feel utterly at ease, thereby fostering goodwill to achieve the very objective their dialogue was meant to accomplish from the outset. Yet, when faced with Theodore Nott, his facade began to falter. Vicente inclined towards revealing a more authentic facet of himself beneath his amiable exterior. curious to discern the response this new sample would elicit. He had anticipated that Theodore would remain taciturn, or perhaps continue to uphold the pretense of social niceties. Yet Theodore's actions proved to be decidedly decisive. He stood up, seized Vincent by the collar, and propelled him outside. Engaging in conversation with you has been a delightful experience. I sincerely hope there will not be a next time. The compartment door slammed shut heavily before Vicente's eyes, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Had he just thrown himself out? Indeed, he had. Vincent expected to feel anger, but in truth, the smile gracing his face was more genuine than any he had worn during the journey. This sample was indeed as elusive and uncontrollable as he had envisioned. This was precisely what he desired. Vincent gleaned from Harry what a pitiable child in a mundane world ought to resemble. Ron and Hermione epitomized the archetype of a harmonious family. While Theodore's character resonated more closely with his own, affluent, yet discontent, subjected to the insufficient attention of those wielding familial power, who also demanded he cultivate excellence autonomously in the wake of their tutelage. He had renounced his family, remaining alone in Ingram. And had he received a letter from them at that time, he would surely resemble the Theodore of the present. He yearned to explore what alternative paths his development might have taken. The experiences surrounding him felt exceedingly monotonous. He could perceive the thoughts of those nearby, understanding how to steer events toward his predetermined course. Such a life was undoubtedly satisfactory, yet at times, Vincent found himself overwhelmingly bored. For instance, he could instantly discern the need for a surrogate child as guardians upon their first meeting, just as he recognized Harry as a potential friend at first glance. Theodore was different. Vincent could see the solitude within him, mirroring his own. Theodore was correct. This was indeed a remarkably amicable and memorable dialogue, and Vincent felt genuinely pleased. Slytherin? Vincent began to contemplate whether he ought to enter that house. Well, he still had reservations about places with an excessively high concentration of purebloods, preferring to be among straightforward individuals like Harry and Ron, who could resolve matters with mere words. Not to mention, his initial purpose for attending Hogwarts was to unravel the mysteries of magic and knowledge beyond his grasp. Ravenclaw seemed a more fitting choice for him. Perhaps he could persuade Theodore to join Ravenclaw. Watching the firmly shut compartment door, he caught a glimpse of Theodore's face, now marred by displeasure. He began to anticipate life at Hogwarts with even greater eagerness. Chapter 9. The Sorting Ceremony. After parting ways with Theodore, Vincent maintained a relatively elevated mood. While Harry frequently cast sidelong glances, uncertain if his typically aloof friend was genuinely this jubilant about their imminent arrival at Hogwarts. As the Hogwarts Express gradually decelerated to a halt, passengers jostled and young witches and wizards squeezed their way down to a small, dimly lit platform. The chill of the night crept up their pant legs, prompting Harry to shiver involuntarily. Vincent had prudently layered his clothing beneath his school robe. I reminded you 10 minutes ago. Harry adjusted to the temperature, gradually accepting it. Yes, you did remind me. You mentioned that a clear-minded individual would know to prepare in advance. Who knew it meant dressing appropriately beforehand? Ron and Hermione followed closely behind them, and upon looking up, they spotted a lantern flickering above their heads. Harry and Vincent recognized a familiar voice. First-year students. First-year students, this way. It was Hagrid, the towering figure with an unusual attitude towards his name. They followed Hagrid, who was carrying the lantern, down a narrow path, flanked by darkness. Perhaps a dense thicket or a forest. At the end of the narrow path, the young witches and wizards could see the inky blackness of the lake, illuminated only by the faint glow of the lantern and a smidgen of moonlight. Across the dark expanse of the lake, they beheld a higher elevation, upon which a majestic castle stood. Vincent fixated on that castle, an unexpected surge of emotion rendering him momentarily bewildered. Excitement, joy. Vincent believed he was mentally prepared. Hagrid watched as the young witches and wizards boarded the boats, their lanterns coalescing into twinkling stars upon the dark waters. They sailed across the gently rocking boats towards Hogwarts Castle, while Vincent observed Harry conversing with his newfound friends, though his attention remained predominantly on the depths of the lake below. Such dark waters. This is the Black Lake. All first-year students must cross it by boat to enter Hogwarts. The 4 founding wizards originally approached the castle in this manner. Vincent nodded calmly. The lake lived up to its name. Hagrid approached the grand doors of Hogwarts Castle, ushering the first-year students into this enchanting world of magic. The doors swung open immediately, revealing a stern which draped in an emerald green robe. This attire was not easily donned, yet it bestowed upon her a unique aura. Vincent did not consider himself particularly effusive. He seldom regarded his surroundings with admiration, but he found this which formidable. A powerful individual deserved his attention. Much like a unique experimental sample warranted the dedication of an exceptional scientist. The last powerful wizard he had encountered was Dumbledore, who had spoken to him in peculiar riddles in Diagon Alley. Hagrid slightly inclined his head, signaling to Professor McGonagall. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, as noted on the Hogwarts acceptance letter, was the deputy headmistress of this magical institution. Leading the young witches and wizards along the stone-paved floor, fire torches illuminated their ascent. The castle's interior coming into clear view. Just before entering the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall clarified a few important points. Since his return from Diagon Alley, Vincent had already perused a brief history of Hogwarts, and he was well aware of what Professor McGonagall was about to say. Even Harry had committed these details to memory. Professor McGonagall turned to prepare for the ceremony in the Great Hall, and Harry leaned over to speak softly to Vincent. How can they accurately determine which house we belong to? I don't recall reading about this in the book, right? Why not ask Ron? His brothers are all at Hogwarts. Harry indeed turned his head toward Ron, who merely scratched his head. I think it might be some sort of test. I'm not too sure. Fred said it would be quite a challenge for us, but I believe that was just a joke. Hermione, who had exuded confidence since their first meeting, now appeared anxious. Mumbling to herself. Vincent, however, did not feel tense. He believed that the Hogwarts assessment would not be overly difficult. He felt confident that he could easily pass whatever test awaited him. Through the cluster of young witches and wizards, he spotted Draco, whom he had met previously, and Theodore, with whom he had exchanged friendly words on the Hogwarts Express. It seemed everyone was correct. Harry Potter had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. The boy with golden hair, whose image lingered vividly in his memory, approached with the same haughty demeanor, yet extended his hand towards Harry with an unexpected gesture of camaraderie. Had he known at that moment in Madame Malkin's robe shop that this boy was Harry Potter, his attitude would have undoubtedly been more amiable. Vincent could effortlessly surmise Harry's response. Observing him decline the boy's outstretched hand evoked no stir of emotion within him. Harry, shall we place a wager? I suspect your subsequent life at Hogwarts will be inexorably entwined with his. To Harry, it felt as if he had heard a dreadful curse. Pray tell. You are not clandestinely practicing some malevolent magic upon me, are you? Vincent merely smirked. Not at present, but the future remains uncertain. The door swung open once more, and Professor McGonagall entered, leading the young wizards. The ceiling of the Great Hall soared as if it defied existence, with floating candles suspended in midair. Ethereal ghosts drifted amongst the tables, chattering animatedly, and Vincent endeavored to glean something useful from their conversation, only to find that their idle gossip was largely mirrored in the pages of a book. In the solemn grandeur of Hogwarts' Great Hall, candlelight flickered, illuminating the eager faces of the new students. The professor placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which rested an old, tattered wizard's hat. In the next moment, they were treated to the peculiar spectacle of the hat singing a whimsical song. Vincent suddenly pondered that if he were to undergo such an assessment, his confidence might wane. More disconcerting was the thunderous applause that erupted after the hat concluded its melody, with the wizards at the four long tables clapping for the others. Vincent began to suspect that the magical community lacked an appreciation for aesthetics. Surely, it could not be that there was something amiss with his own sense of beauty? Vincent had never doubted himself. Professor McGonagall, clutching a scroll of parchment, stepped forward and began to call out the names of the new students. Those whose names were called stepped forward, donned the hat, and took a seat upon the stool, ready for their house assignment. Her eyes flickered quickly over the parchment before she lifted her gaze. Henna Abbott. Vincent observed as a blonde girl emerged from the line, donned the hat. And after a brief pause, the hat proclaimed loudly, Hufflepuff. Was the sorting truly such a straightforward affair? Merely a matter of observing how a hat designated houses. Vincent paid little mind to others, save for casting a few glances at Theodore Nott as he was sorted. He pondered the rankings on the list, believing he would be sorted prior to Harry. Yet, in truth, when all the names had been called, he found himself to be the last remaining. Oh, Riddle. Such a name indeed piques one's curiosity. Vincent stood there, as the throng of young wizards dwindled around him, yet he felt no anxiety. His posture remained erect as a pine, exuding an innate composure. His height set him apart from his peers, rendering him quite conspicuous in the crowd. His short, raven hair was neat and orderly, imbuing him with a sharp appearance. His broad, clear forehead framed a pair of deep, luminous eyes that sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, exuding calmness and contemplation. Dumbledore's gaze had been fixed upon him, and as he observed Vicente's tranquil and nonchalant demeanor, the boy began to merge with the memories of the small child he once knew. Whether this constituted a repetition of past events was uncertain. However, the seasoned wizard understood how to effect change in a young wizard this time around. The events of yesteryear could not be entirely absolved of Vicente's own influence. At last, it was Vicente's turn. He approached slowly and seated himself upon the four-legged stool. He noted that the duration of the sorting hat's deliberation varied among different students. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin almost instantaneously. while Harry endured a lengthy dialogue before being declared a Gryffindor. Vicente understood Harry well enough to gauge his expressions and movements. He could discern that the hat was conversing with him, and the notion of a hat capable of dialogue intrigued Vicente. As the sorting hat was gently placed upon his head, a moment of silence ensued before its deep, ancient voice resonated in Vicente's mind. Let me see. Courageous yet cunning, ambitious yet rational. My child, you possess the traits of Slytherin, and I believe Slytherin House would suit you remarkably well. Vicente furrowed his brow, resolutely rejecting the suggestion, addressing the sorting hat with conviction. No, dear sorting hat, I do not believe I am suited for Slytherin. I yearn for knowledge. With an unquenchable thirst for wisdom, I aspire to join Ravenclaw. The well-worn sorting hat seemed taken aback, plunging once more into contemplation. Child, Slytherin can offer you glory and power. Why then are you so fixated on Ravenclaw? You are far better suited there. What does suitability entail? That which I favor should be deemed appropriate. I firmly believe Ravenclaw is a better fit for me. A resolute glimmer shone in Vicente's eyes. Dear sorting hat, glory and power are not my pursuits. I revere knowledge and long to explore the unknown realms within Ravenclaw's lofty tower, engaging in discourse with the wise. The ocean of knowledge is where my heart lies. Had it not been for the quest for knowledge, Vicente mused that he might one day grace the halls of Oxford. Gaining admission or donating a building was well within his capabilities. The sorting hat quivered slightly. Very well, very well. This year's young wizard is indeed obstinate. Since you are so steadfast, let it be Ravenclaw. I hope you find the wisdom you seek therein. Ravenclaw, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, as the hat's words echoed. A smile graced Vicente's face. He rose and made his way to the Ravenclaw table, met with resounding applause from his new peers. He surveyed his surroundings with calm detachment. To him, all houses were merely venues for the study of magic, devoid of any additional significance. He was acutely aware of his yearning for knowledge and passion for profound inquiry. The rich academic atmosphere of Ravenclaw was indeed the place most suited to him. Harry and the friends he had just made were sorted into Gryffindor, and upon hearing that Vicente had been assigned to Ravenclaw, he felt a twinge of disappointment mingled with relief. At least he was not in Slytherin. Ron had described Slytherin as a den of privilege, where those who wielded wealth acted with impunity, speaking cruelly and belittling others, often leading to the dark arts. Aside from the lawlessness, Vicente almost matched the description. Harry did not wish for his friends to risk becoming dark wizards. Vicente exchanged a nod with Harry from across the hall, only to notice Theodore's gaze the next moment. Theodore quickly averted his eyes, attempting to disguise the encounter as a mere coincidence. Once seated at the Ravenclaw table, Vicente's indifferent gaze swept through the crowd, landing once more on Theodore. Theodore, the one destined for Slytherin. Vicente found himself pondering whether Theodore had ever contemplated alternative possibilities for himself. He scrutinized Theodore's blend of pride and aloofness, speculating on the thoughts that might dwell within. Perhaps, in Theodore's perception, the traditions and reputation of Slytherin resonated with certain aspects of his own character, which is why he had never considered attending another house. Or, like Vicente, he might harbor a flicker of curiosity about the other houses, but ultimately remained confined by familial expectations or entrenched beliefs. Vicente did not know the answers, yet he felt a faint stir of interest regarding this question. Similar yet distinct individuals, Vicente pondered Theodore while simultaneously reflecting on Riddle, the previous Riddle of Hogwarts. Upon realizing he had been sorted into Ravenclaw, it seemed that Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and even Hagrid, who was guiding them, all exhaled a sigh of relief. The staff table was situated at a slight distance from the students, and Vicente made a point to observe Dumbledore, who, upon noticing his gaze, offered him a warm smile. Vicente had no intention of concealing his curiosity. Anything not mentioned in the textbooks, he intended to discover for himself within the enchanted and enigmatic halls of Hogwarts, where everyone traversed their chosen paths, and Vicente would embark on his own unique journey in Ravenclaw. Simultaneously, he would occasionally keep an eye on his peers in other houses, such as Theodore, to witness the developments and transformations they would experience on their respective journeys. The dining experience was quite satisfying for Vicente. The flavors of the meals were no less delightful than before, which brought him great joy. As the feast neared its conclusion, Dumbledore suddenly rose, tapping his goblet, and the raucous hall fell silent almost immediately. Vicente turned his attention towards him. Attention, everyone, Dumbledore began. First-year students, please heed my words. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. I urge some of our older students to remember this well. The elderly gentleman with the white beard stood up, and even from across the long table, Vicente could discern the twinkle in his eyes as he scanned the sea of red robes, seemingly pointing out someone with intent. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, wishes me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Finally, those who wish to avoid unexpected pain or a tragic demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Vincent observed that the first-year students appeared amused by this, particularly Harry, who chuckled foolishly for a moment before realizing everyone else was silent. The students of Ravenclaw were notably friendly. Upon noticing Vincent's evident confusion, they readily offered him explanations. Dumbledore announced these precautions at the beginning of each academic year, but this mention of the 4th floor corridor was a first. Rumor had it that there were reasons behind the prohibitions of certain areas, such as the Forbidden Forest housing dangerous beasts, including werewolves. Vincent nodded, smiling in gratitude. What lay within the suddenly restricted 4th floor corridor? Or what had prompted its designation as a perilous place? A myriad of thoughts flitted through Vincent's mind, yet he maintained a serene expression, relishing the seemingly endless banquet of delicacies spread before him. The long table at Hogwarts showcased 108 ways to prepare potatoes. As a native of England, Vincent had to admit that the potatoes here tasted delightful. Mashed potatoes, potato cakes, fries, and stews all possessed their own unique charm. Harry quickly integrated into Gryffindor, perhaps due to the renown that preceded him, naturally garnering favorable sentiments from his peers. As Vincent contemplated this, preparing to add to his experimental records in his mind, Dumbledore continued, "Now, before we conclude our time in the hall and retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together." The school song? Must we sing it even if we've never heard it before? He thought. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long, golden ribbon unfurled in the air, twisting like a serpent to form lines of text visible to all. Vincent could distinctly sense that the expressions of the faculty at the staff table appeared somewhat contorted, particularly that of the robed figure who fixed a penetrating gaze upon Dumbledore, seemingly attempting to disrupt his thoughts, yet to no avail. "Choose your own melody," Dumbledore declared cheerfully. "Ready, sing." He appeared particularly jubilant, swaying slightly as his beard seemed to express a warm welcome to the newly arrived young witches and wizards. Thus, the entire faculty and student body began to sing loudly to the words suspended in the air, even though each individual's melody was peculiar and disparate. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. As the voices rang out, Vincent understood why some might harbor a sense of resistance toward this song, which was meant to symbolize unity. Almost every voice was different. The Weasley twins, whom he had encountered on the platform, sang the tune in a bizarre rendition reminiscent of a funeral march, continuing long after everyone else had finished. Dumbledore did not intervene. Rather, he waved his wand to conduct them. Vincent began to question whether this magical school was as rigorously serious as he had initially imagined. Without a doubt, the headmaster of Hogwarts appeared somewhat eccentric. However, now that he was enrolled, he was uncertain whether he would endure any peculiar memory-erasing incidents upon departure. To ensure that his mind remained alert, capable of executing all his planned experiments, Vincent resolved to give this magical institution another chance. Vincent's life at Hogwarts seemed rather mundane and tedious, at least to others. Yet for a young wizard eager to acquire knowledge, it was a time of unparalleled joy and fascination. Aside from attending classes, visiting the library, and dining in the hall, he rarely ventured elsewhere. The library was his favorite building within the entire Hogwarts complex. If Harry wished to locate Vincent, the likelihood of finding him there far surpassed any other location. "Hi, Vincent. It's wonderful to see you here," Harry greeted warmly. Vincent maintained his composure, responding, "You've visited the library to find me 7 times this week. This cannot merely be described as coincidence. Speak up. What trouble has Professor Snape put you through this time? Do you require assistance with any assignments?" Setting aside the spell book he had been perusing, Vincent rubbed his nose in mild exasperation. He had not anticipated that his initial decision to assist the young boy under the oppressive care of the Dursleys would lead to him also being responsible for helping Harry complete his homework. Harry chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he retrieved his potions assignment from his bag, soon settling comfortably beside Vincent. "There are so many classes, but potions are the only ones that really give me a headache. Besides that, navigating to the classrooms is quite challenging, making it difficult to arrive on time. Professor Snape has reprimanded me for this more than once. I've heard there are a total of 142 corridors in the school, some wide, some narrow and wobbly, shifting to different locations. It certainly sounds daunting, but after a week of classes, I still can't accurately find every classroom." Which suggests it's not just a corridor issue. Harry's grievances failed to evoke empathy from Vincent. His excellent memory had long since mapped out all the routes. "You should try asking your friends for help, like Hermione Granger. She is a remarkably clever witch with considerable abilities." Vincent had recognized this from their initial encounter on the train, and he felt even more convinced now. If it were solely up to Harry and Ron, they would undoubtedly find themselves late countless times throughout the week. Harry was blissfully unaware that Vincent had subtly mocked his intelligence, and instead, he cheerfully shared his experiences from school that week, from astronomy to herbology, and then to defense against the dark arts. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of words and energy, particularly when discussing their peculiar garlic-scented professor. Vincent couldn't fathom why Harry felt compelled to recount their shared classes in such detail. He would never engage in such behavior. This exemplified the disparity between them. Fortunately, when he initially chose to assist Harry, he had already grasped this aspect and was able to accept the incessant flow of Harry's chatter as a fitting accompaniment to his own work. Now seated in the library, Harry could only whisper to him, pausing to diligently research for his potions assignment. He couldn't simply offload all his responsibilities onto Vincent. He had arrived early to tackle this potions task, and knew that soon Ron and Hermione would join them, merely because he had failed to answer the 3 initial questions posed by their professor. He was assigned additional potions work, should one commend his sense of responsibility or consider it a deliberate provocation. Vincent scrutinized the parchment in Harry's hands, questioning the actions of Professor Snape. Indeed, Harry appeared utterly deflated at the mention of this matter, leaning heavily on the desk. What would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Harry mimicked Snape's tone, adopting a deliberately mischievous expression that caused the corners of Vincent's mouth to lift slightly. Who would have anticipated that he would pose such a specialized question to someone encountering potions for the first time? Perhaps it wasn't as specialized as it seemed. But given his lack of experience, it was understandable that he didn't know. Vincent replied, "If you had diligently prepared as I suggested before the term began, then I wouldn't have to cover the entire textbook," Harry stated with unwavering conviction. On this point, I found myself surprisingly inclined to agree with Harry. Hermione approached, cradling her hefty tome. Her petite stature juxtaposed with the weighty book made one wonder how she managed to walk so effortlessly with such a cumbersome object. I wholeheartedly support Vincent's theory on preparation, but Professor Snape's current approach is indeed designed to ensnare Harry. Ron, trailing slightly behind Hermione, settled into the chair next to her. "See, Vincent, even Hermione is on our side. It must be Snape's fault." "Hey," Hermione huffed in discontent. "That makes me sound unreasonable." Vincent lowered his gaze back to the parchment, finding it remarkable that he had grown accustomed to this noisy study environment. Across from him, a small cluster of Slytherins occupied their corner. When he glanced over, he could see Theodore's silhouette, a hint of baby fat still lingering on his profile. Chapter 11. New Complications and a Profound Letter. In the week since the start of term, Vincent had had no interaction with Theodore. Perhaps there had been some, as they shared classes in charms and herbology. Vincent occasionally observed Theodore's behavior without reservation. Theodore, aware of Vincent's scrutiny, understood his intent. Had it been another renowned pureblood from Slytherin, a scene would likely have erupted by now. But fortunately, Theodore had always been discreet, unwilling to entangle himself in troublesome affairs. Apart from the occasional warning glance when Vincent overstepped, Theodore seldom acknowledged his observations. This Ravenclaw might be a madman. Ravenclaw wizards are famed for their obsession with learning. They either become mere bookworms, consumed by their studies, or emerge as exceptionally talented individuals, or perhaps they descend into madness over some obscure field of knowledge. It is not to say that other houses lack such individuals, but Ravenclaw's characteristics render them more conspicuous. It seems that whenever the topic of excessive obsession with learning arises, the first response from British wizards is invariably Ravenclaw. With a mindset of not engaging too much with madness, Theodore's days were relatively relaxed, at least much quieter than those of Draco Malfoy. The heir of the Nott family struggled to comprehend why Malfoy had never taught his child how to maintain a facade of propriety during his upbringing. The term had barely begun, and he had already clashed with the Gryffindor savior. How would they manage to work together over the next 7 years? And how would he navigate the ministry thereafter? Theodore silently disapproved of Draco Malfoy's ostentatious behavior, yet he secretly envied young Malfoy. No matter the mischief Draco engaged in, his father would always cover for him, while Theodore could hardly bear to mention his own father. Had it not been for his mother's desperate efforts to save the Nott family, they might have suffered greatly due to their collusion with the Dark Lord. Yet even as his mother exhausted herself to preserve the Nott legacy, she had departed when he was merely 5 years old, leaving his father, old Nott, consumed solely by dark magic and the pursuit of greater power. The thoughts swirled in Theodore's mind, yet his expression remained aloof. In Slytherin, he was like a lone wolf, with classmates to converse with, but no friends worthy of his camaraderie. Unlike Draco, who required a retinue even for outings, Theodore's demeanor was almost unremarkable for an heir of an ancient pureblood family. He exhibited no flamboyance whatsoever. Yet Vincent never doubted this aspect. He believed that the essence of pureblood heritage should indeed exude the calmness that Theodore embodied. Vincent's days since the term began had been unremarkable, shuttling between classrooms, the library, and the dormitories. The magical life at Hogwarts was undeniably enchanting, yet nothing particularly thrilling had transpired for Vincent thus far. Even Harry's frequent visits to seek assistance with his potions assignments had significantly diminished. Perhaps Professor Snape had finally decided to show some mercy towards the beleaguered savior. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the chatter of other young wizards. During a break between classes, a group of young wizards gathered excitedly, discussing, "Have you heard?" In the first flying lesson, Harry Potter clashed with Draco Malfoy. Vincent inadvertently caught wind of this news, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Harry and Malfoy together could hardly lead to positive outcomes. Harry Potter, the illustrious boy, was renowned throughout the magical world. Draco Malfoy, hailing from a pure-blood Slytherin lineage, was equally a figure of considerable notoriety. They could be said to dominate half of Hogwarts, with the other half divided between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, each claiming a quarter. If kings were to remain unseen, it could be considered a charming tale, yet they hardly seemed amiable, if one were to take the first step. The ensuing fallout would undoubtedly be explosive, and the repercussions would be unbearable. Vincent resolved to seek out Harry to ascertain the situation. He needed to ensure that the experimental subject he had nurtured over the years remained unscathed. Indeed, experimental subject. He would never concede that such a foolish individual could be deemed his friend. He simply should not have friends. He found Harry practicing his flying skills on the Quidditch pitch. Harry skillfully maneuvered his broomstick through the skies, and upon spotting Vincent waving at him below, he descended slowly. "Vincent, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Have you come specifically to watch me practice on my broom? I must admit, I feel quite honored, considering I recall you are not particularly fond of such activities." Suddenly encountering a familiar friend, Harry felt as though a floodgate had opened, and words tumbled out of him. "Harry, I heard you had a confrontation with Malfoy during the first flying lesson. Is that true?" Vincent asked directly, his eyes scanning Harry from head to toe. Relieved to see that he was unharmed, no missing limbs or signs of peril. Harry nodded, a hint of resignation crossing his face. Indeed, that rascal Malfoy snatched Neville's remembrall and was being insufferably provocative. I couldn't stand by, so I pursued him. Vincent frowned slightly. Why would Malfoy engage in such behavior? As a person who valued reason, he often struggled to comprehend the foolish actions of some individuals. What reward could one gain from such thankless endeavors? Save for a fleeting rush of adrenaline and dopamine? Without any tangible benefit or follow-up, one would only invite endless trouble upon oneself. Harry clenched his fists. He just wanted to show off, thinking that possessing a fine broom entitles him to bully others. Nevertheless, I managed to retrieve the remembrall, standing on the grass. Vincent nodded in agreement. It was indeed an exceedingly foolish notion, almost perfectly aligning with his preconceived notions of pure-blood families. The sole exception to this stereotype was Theodore Nott. The mere thought of Nott caused Vincent to furrow his brow. He seemed to be paying an inordinate amount of attention to that experimental subject lately, which was rather concerning. Even if Nott was the sample he had carefully selected, deserving of his attention, he shouldn't be receiving so much focus. Little did Harry know that his closest friend, who had sought him out to inquire about his affairs, was preoccupied with thoughts of another individual. Noticing Vincent's furrowed brow, Harry mistakenly assumed it was out of concern for his well-being. "Don't worry, Vincent, I wasn't harmed in the least. In fact, I ended up with a stroke of good fortune." Harry smiled faintly. After Professor McGonagall's impressive display on her broom, she called me aside. He paused intentionally. Vincent sighed. Following his lead, "Why did Professor McGonagall call you over? Was she going to punish you?" Excitement flickered in Harry's eyes. "She informed me that she intends to recommend me for the position of Seeker for Gryffindor." I could hardly believe my ears. Vincent played along, adopting a dry tone that Harry likely wished to hear. "Wow, a Seeker. That's a crucial position in Quidditch. Congratulations, Harry." The mundane yet earnest words were enough to elate Harry. He was well aware of his friend's temperament. Simply engaging in supportive banter was sufficient to satisfy him. He scratched his head. "Thank you. I'm quite surprised myself, but I truly adore Quidditch. The thought of becoming a Seeker is exhilarating. Prior to this, I never realized there was a sport I could be so passionate about. I used to think I was not athletic at all. Not true. You ran quite fast when Dudley was after you. Had you not become a wizard, you might have become a sprinter," Vincent jested, though his humor was rather lackluster. Nonetheless, a radiant smile remained on Harry's face. As he floated on his broom for a moment, an idea struck him, and he lowered himself to the ground. "Vincent, I have something to tell you about that corridor Professor Dumbledore mentioned at the start of term. Do you remember it? The forbidden area that we must not enter? Don't tell me you've already ventured in less than half a year into the school year." Although Vincent feigned disapproval, his expression clearly indicated he was already aware of Harry's clandestine exploits. Harry adopted a somewhat mysterious demeanor, lowering his voice. "Well, it happened quite by chance. Ron and I stumbled upon a door on the 4th floor, and it seems something significant is being guarded behind it. Vincent leaned in closer. Curiosity piqued about the hidden object. Significant? Do you know what it is? Harry shook his head. Not precisely, but there is a massive 3-headed dog. And it looks quite ferocious. I suspect whatever it is guarding must be extraordinary. A 3-headed dog? Curiosity glimmered in Vincent's eyes. In Muggle literature, a 3-headed dog is a harbinger of the underworld, tasked with guarding the gates of hell. In the magical realm, such a creature truly exists, serving as a sentinel for treasures. The textbooks for care of magical creatures introduced numerous beings that only existed in the realm of fantasy for Muggles, and Vincent mused that he might need to spend some time in the library to research this so-called 3-headed dog. Harry, accustomed to Vincent's sudden silence, patted him on the shoulder. Rest assured, I won't recklessly investigate. However, I can't shake the feeling that there is a secret lurking within. Vincent nodded. It is entirely normal for a magical school to harbor secrets, just as long as you don't get entangled in them. If anything arises, remember to inform me. Harry smiled. Don't worry, I won't seek trouble. If there are any updates, I will certainly let you know. As they departed from the Quidditch pitch and returned to the library, Vincent noticed a lingering smile on his lips. Indeed, it was only fitting for a magical school to possess its own unique tales, serving as delightful diversions from their studies. This was the intriguing Hogwarts life he had envisioned. He wished to remain low-key, yet circumstances had a way of drawing him into the spotlight. Who could refuse an adventure story that presented itself so eagerly? Flipping through the pages of a book in his hand, he found information regarding 3-headed dogs. In any case, he was unable to resist. Vincent continued to navigate his days at Hogwarts in a routine manner, but occasionally he exchanged tidbits about the 3-headed dog in the 4th floor corridor with Harry. Before long, he began to notice Harry, Ron, and Hermione frequently congregating in the library. Among the towering shelves, they were inseparable, their heads almost buried in thick tomes. Ron would occasionally mutter complaints when he encountered complex material, only to receive a swift glare from Hermione, signaling him to be quiet. Harry remained focused, his eyes darting rapidly across the pages, as if hunting for crucial clues. When he uncovered something of value, he would eagerly rush to Vincent to share his findings. Each time Vincent observed them, he found it rather amusing. Engaging in an activity alongside trusted companions was a novel experience for him. He recognized that this trio was perpetually brimming with curiosity, eager to explore various mysterious occurrences. Yet none of this concerned him. He had a clear sense of self-definition, an occasional helper who remained an outsider, avoiding entanglement in complex matters, thereby ensuring his own safety amidst the chaos. Vicente's thoughts remain unchanged. Completing his studies at Hogwarts is his foremost desire, while everything else can merely serve as a diversion, but never the central theme of his existence. As he partakes in these adventurous escapades as an outsider, he does not neglect his own protection. However, the trio is blissfully unaware of this, mistakenly believing that Vicente is eager to join their exploits, much to their delight. Hermione, in particular, is overjoyed at the prospect of having someone with whom she can discuss academic challenges. Vicente has never personally ventured into danger. He has never traversed the corridors of the 4th floor, offering only his intellectual support, just as he thought his life could continue peacefully aside from this interlude. A letter from the Muggle world arrived via Owl. It was a correspondence from his Muggle foster parents, and he paused momentarily as the Owl delivered the letter to him. The relationship between him and his foster parents is quite delicate. Since he was sent to Hogwarts, their contact has been almost non-existent. Vicente even imagined they would never resort to using owls to write to someone living in an unknown academy. The only connection he maintained with that couple was the monthly allowance they sent him until he reached adulthood. Perhaps when he first entered that household, Vicente entertained notions of how his life might change, but upon realizing that his existence merely served to soothe their souls, no one could accept such a conclusion. He gazed at the familiar yet foreign handwriting on the envelope, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. To be honest, upon discovering he was a mere substitute, he had contemplated setting their home ablaze. Yet, he refrained. Returning to the orphanage to dwell among those foolish individuals was far less appealing than living with that couple, as his quality of life had significantly improved. They were astute enough to notice the slightest hint of disquiet within Vicente and decided to relocate, all while generously continuing to provide his allowance. Otherwise, Vicente might have resorted to more drastic measures to secure a sufficiently rich inheritance. No one is privy to the dark thoughts that once lingered in Vicente's mind. They would interpret his foster parents' decision to leave him alone and supply him with living expenses as a lingering shred of affection. Affection? What a repulsive term. Now, they send him a letter, delivered by Owl, seeking something from him. Vicente clutched the letter, slowly making his way to a quiet corner. He sat by the window, sunlight pouring over him, yet he felt no warmth. Aside from aiding him in reading the letter, the sunlight served no purpose. He stared at the envelope for a long while, his fingers tracing its edges. In his memory, his foster parents had always been indifferent. They had never truly understood him. To them, magic was a bizarre and incomprehensible phenomenon. He could not fathom why they would suddenly write to him under such unanticipated circumstances. He hoped they would refrain from uttering anything nauseating or making troublesome requests. Vincent had no desire to engage in emotional exchanges with them. However, if it were merely a matter of fulfilling obligations, Vincent was willing to maintain their transactional relationship within reasonable bounds. Initially, it was a mere transaction. Vincent offered his feigned smiles, and in return, they provided him a better life, seeking solace for their souls. Everything in the world is merely a transaction. He slowly opened the envelope and withdrew the letter. The handwriting was neat, yet the content felt somewhat stilted. His foster parents simply inquired about his well-being at school, their words devoid of any warmth. A slight, sardonic smile crept onto Vicente's lips. Indeed, even after all this time, they remained as emotionally detached as before. He continued reading, noting that they mentioned trivial matters occurring in the Muggle world, such as the neighbor's cat giving birth. These details only deepened Vicente's sense of alienation from their world. He could not understand why they felt compelled to share such meaningless information. Were they simply fulfilling a formality? By the conclusion of the letter, they hinted at something ambiguous, subtly expressing their request. Your brother has been missing you terribly, unable to eat or sleep, and his appearance has noticeably deteriorated. We worry he might leave us forever, just as your brother did. Vincent neatly refolded the letter and returned it to the envelope. Leaning against the window, he gazed out at the picturesque campus. On the playground, young wizards practiced their spells, their laughter reaching his ears. Yet another child doomed to be beyond remedy. Now turning to his magically gifted foster son, when Muggle means fail to heal. Chapter 12. 100 Questions on Potion Brewing. Vincent dislikes meddling in others' affairs. He has heard much about Harry and his friends' actions, but has never truly participated. Now, a greater predicament looms, and if left unresolved, he would find himself worrying about his livelihood. Aside from his time in the orphanage, Vincent had never imagined he would worry about sustenance. He is not particularly driven by hunger. Rather, he is more concerned with obtaining better learning conditions. He dislikes the student telescope at the observatory and wishes to acquire a superior one, a cost that, of course, must be borne by his inexpensive foster parents. In a sense, this letter arrived at an opportune moment, providing him with a chance to contact his foster parents. Vincent returned to the Ravenclaw common room, quietly seated in a corner by the window, tightly clutching the letter from his foster parents. The letter crumpled slightly in his grip, aside from the initial lack of warmth. It contained nothing but a duplicate of a Muggle hospital's diagnosis. The letter's content was straightforward, devoid of unnecessary rhetoric, merely hoping he could use his magical abilities to remedy his foster brother's ailment. Vincent scoffed internally, despite his contempt and resentment towards his foster parents. Vincent understood that until he reached adulthood, he must rely on the allowance they provided. To avoid that meager sum becoming a burden, he would need to seek a solution for his foster brother's condition, not necessarily to cure it, but merely to prolong his life. He stood up, his movements devoid of emotion, casually tossing the letter onto his bed as one might discard a worthless piece of trash. After a moment's hesitation, he kept the diagnosis and set fire to the lengthy, meaningless letter. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand, carefully consuming only a single sheet before swiftly transforming into a clear stream of water. Washing away the traces of the letter, Vincent walked calmly and coldly toward the potions classroom. The potions classroom is nestled deep within the castle, the unique conditions of the dungeon ensuring the vitality of many ingredients. The surrounding corridors exude a mysterious and ancient aura, characteristic of Hogwarts' enigmatic charm. The flickering candlelight on the walls dances in the breeze, casting shadows that waltz upon the stone walls, as if a host of specters were gracefully twirling. Although Hogwarts ghosts merely flit about, never dancing in the flames. The door to the potions classroom stood ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior. Rays of light struggled to penetrate through the narrow, elevated windows, forming columns of illumination where dust motes danced like a myriad of lost sprites. It was not sunlight, merely an illusion cast by the corridor's flickering lights. In such a place, where could one expect the warmth of the sun? He gently pushed the door open, the hinges emitting a slight creak that seemed jarringly loud in the stillness. The classroom was suffused with a peculiar aroma, a melange of various potion ingredients, rich yet not overpowering. Rows of antiquated wooden shelves stood in neat formation, meticulously arranged with an array of potions and their components. On the topmost shelf lay some rare materials. A unicorn's horn glimmered softly in the feeble light, exuding a sacred gentleness, while dragon scales resembled diminutive shields, refracting a spectrum of colors, imbued with a sense of enigmatic power. These were the showcase ingredients, accessible only to the professor. And no fool would dare to test how the potion's master safeguarded his precious supplies. Severus Snape was likely the most irascible professor at Hogwarts. On the central shelf were common, yet equally significant ingredients. Dried mandrakes resembled twisted little dolls, sealed within pots, occasionally emitting faint, infant-like whimpers. Strings of bat wings hung like black silk, exuding an eerie aura. The bottom shelf housed basic herbs. The petals of evening primrose appeared a misty white in the shadows, while hops shone a vibrant green, seemingly brimming with life. Vincent cast a fleeting glance, finding it somewhat amusing, before redirecting his focus to the task at hand. He strode directly to a long table in the center of the classroom, its surface etched with the marks of previous students' potion-making mishaps. These deep and shallow scratches bore witness to the history of potion-making, perhaps indicating Hogwarts' indifference towards student tools. He recalled Harry's earlier complaints about this and now felt the urge to voice his own, not for any particular reason, but simply due to a sense of irritation. He carelessly placed some tools he had brought upon the table and sat down, opening the hefty potions textbook. The rustle of pages echoed in the quiet classroom, each leaf densely printed with various potion recipes, ingredient properties, and brewing methods. His slender fingers glided slowly over the pages, his gaze sharp and discerning as he meticulously examined each word, endeavoring to unearth a mundane potion capable of alleviating his foster brother's ailment. The Muggle doctor had diagnosed congenital heart disease. After a plethora of irrelevant terminology, Vincent skimmed through the sections he found inconsequential, focusing solely on the final diagnosis. Another case of congenital heart disease. He had investigated his foster parents, discovering that a child from the previous century had perished before reaching the age of 8 due to the same condition. Now, with a similar situation arising, did this mean another child must be conceived? Vincent found himself unable to comprehend Muggle reasoning, but fortunately, he was not obliged to. He was a wizard and would never be burdened by such concerns. Without comprehensive training as an apothecary, Vincent understood that gleaning useful information from the congenital heart issue required extensive reading and thorough research. The plethora of potion recipes within the book was both intricate and diverse. The combinations of ingredients and brewing conditions varied immensely, leaving one feeling bewildered. A slight furrow creased Vicente's brow as a wave of frustration began to swell within him. Yet his expression remained impassive, as if the world's affairs could not stir even a ripple in his heart, let alone a tempest. Just as Vincent immersed himself in the quest for a viable potion recipe, the door to the potions classroom swung open once more. He leisurely lifted his gaze, surprised to see Theodore Nott entering. Theodore appeared at the threshold, tall and upright, akin to a fir tree growing in the night, yet still exuding a unique aura. His deep brown hair cascaded like finely crafted silk, gracefully falling across his forehead. A few rebellious strands flirted with the air, catching the light and revealing a hint of chestnut sheen, as if kissed by the sun. Vincent had just perceived the potions classroom to be somewhat subterranean in its dimness. Yet upon seeing the newcomer, he suddenly felt the space was quite luminous after all. It was difficult to say whether Theodore's striking visage had influenced Vicente's decision to choose him as a test subject. Indeed, Theodore was an attractive boy. If one were to employ Muggle rhetoric, his face appeared as though it had been meticulously sculpted by the most delicate of artisans, with pronounced yet gentle contours. Fair skin that in the dim light of the potions room took on an almost translucent quality, as if it might shatter with the slightest touch. Vicente's unabashed scrutiny unsettled Theodore, who had already found this attention irksome. After enduring a period of relative peace, he was dismayed to encounter Vincent in the potions classroom. He had deliberately reviewed the schedule and classroom arrangements, believing no one should be present at this hour. Vincent, however, was indifferent to Theodore's thoughts. His gaze shifted from the attractive face down to the boy's attire. Theodore wore a black robe, ostensibly the most common Hogwarts attire, yet its fabric appeared exceptionally fine, subtly shimmering with the flow of magic. This material intrigued Vincent. Perhaps he would consider crafting a similar ensemble, for it certainly looked quite dashing. The collar of the robe was slightly undone, revealing a pristine white shirt beneath, adorned with exquisite pleats reminiscent of elegant lily petals, while the Slytherin green tie seemed to mimic the flower's bloom, adding a touch of vibrancy. Theodore could no longer contain himself. Anyone subjected to such a gaze from a male peer would find it hard to remain composed. Have you finished your inspection? If there's nothing of consequence, perhaps you should return to your studies and learn how to interact with others, rather than staring like an uncouth animal. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, Theodore's emotional fluctuations had been markedly tied to this bothersome Ravenclaw wizard. Vincent withdrew his gaze, unaffected by Theodore's ungracious remarks. Have I offended you? I apologize. I was merely surprised to find us both here. I had assumed that Slytherins would possess their own independent potions classroom. Vicente adopted a tone of nonchalance, adept at donning various masks when engaging with different subjects of observation. For instance, in the presence of his foster parents, Vicente presented himself as a reticent child, concealing the fact that he had secretly contemplated and confirmed the feasibility of eliminating them to inherit their wealth. Theodore, serious in demeanor, found himself wishing to escape the classroom, desiring to avoid further interaction with the peculiar Ravenclaw wizard. Upon hearing Vicente's smooth words, Theodore's displeasure intensified, and he almost immediately turned to leave. Potions can be brewed at any time, yet being entangled with this perverse individual, I find myself uncertain of when I might be free from his grasp. However, before Theodore could turn to leave, Vicente spoke up first. Is it fear that has driven you to flee in such disarray? If someone were to employ such a provocation against Vicente, he would, despite knowing it to be a trap, be unable to suppress the discontent simmering within him. Similarly, Theodore would also feel a pang of displeasure. He understood that the current Theodore would never engage in potion making alongside him, likely having always utilized the potions room in solitude. Thus, Vicente's mood was still influenced by that letter. Theodore's sudden appearance provided an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The youth at the door halted his departure, turning to face Vicente, his expression even more grim than before. I have no business here with you, Theodore retorted coldly, his tone devoid of warmth as he scrutinized Vicente with subtle intensity. The peculiar demeanor he exhibited on the Hogwarts Express persisted even after arriving at the school. It could be said that his admission into Ravenclaw was indeed by fate, as it was rumored that the place often produced a few eccentrics. Perhaps, following their graduation in 7 years, the individual who would add an air of mystery to Ravenclaw would be Vicente Riddle. Vicente raised an eyebrow, the earlier levity on his face diminishing slightly. He likely realized he had acted foolishly. Do not take it to heart. There is no need for such tension. Merely idle chatter. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet internally, he was swiftly analyzing Theodore's response. Theodore frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. I am not nervous. I merely dislike others prying into my affairs. Is the aversion to inquiry a matter of nature? Or is it rooted in a fear of discovery? Vicente pressed on, his gaze fixed upon Theodore as if attempting to see through him. In this potions classroom, we may be considered kindred spirits, for it is likely that we are among the few who practice here outside of scheduled lessons. Theodore scoffed derisively. Kindred spirits? I see no commonality between us. Tend to your own matters. Do not presume yourself to be someone of significance if you wish to graduate from Hogwarts without incident. It would be wise to exercise caution and refrain from provoking me. All young wizards at Hogwarts ought to be aware that to navigate their studies and life without turmoil, it is best not to antagonize the purebloods of Slytherin. With that, he turned to leave. This time, Vicente remained silent. He had intended to research potions alone, and Theodore's presence had been an unexpected intrusion, one that did not bring him joy. His conjectures regarding Theodore were astute enough that he could use his own potential thoughts to reverse engineer Theodore's actions. Once Theodore departed, Vicente's previously audacious demeanor vanished entirely, reverting to the cool, reliable image that Harry had come to recognize. He lowered his head, returning to the tasks at hand. If all went well, he would resolve issues concerning his foster parents today and procure a new astronomical telescope by next week. There was no reason to endure a life of hardship when he could facilitate his studies with greater ease. Vicente's initial aim upon entering Hogwarts was to employ wizardly methods to address problems beyond the reach of muggles, though he was still uncertain of his ultimate desires. Yet, no one would refuse a better opportunity. If a more powerful path lay before him, why remain mired in the mundane existence of the Muggle world? A malady is but one of many unresolved issues. His purpose at Hogwarts was to learn, as long as that remained his primary goal. Every endeavor undertaken would merely be a step closer to that ultimate aspiration. He perused textbooks, occasionally jotting notes on parchment, isolating potentially useful formulas, and then cross-referencing them with the ingredients on the shelves, contemplating whether he had all the necessary components for each recipe. His actions became increasingly mechanical, as though he had entered a state of complete immersion. Regrettably, he was unable to fulfill his plans. Muggles and wizards operate within two distinct medical systems, which, while they may intersect in cases of superficial injuries, require utmost caution when addressing vital organs like the heart. Vicente was indifferent to whether his foster brother lived or died. What truly mattered was that his death could not occur at his hands, for that would cast doubt upon his abilities. The following day, Vicente returned to the potions classroom. He once again took his seat at the long table, opening his textbook to continue his quest for potions. He thought yesterday's events were merely a minor interlude that would not significantly affect him. However, at one moment while seated in the classroom, he glanced toward the door, and upon realizing who had entered, Vicente found himself feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Theodore, upon seeing Vicente, paused momentarily but did not immediately turn to leave as he had the day before. Chapter 13. A plan regarding Theodore's attitude. It is difficult for Vicente to articulate the emotions he experienced upon seeing Theodore. To encounter him here again today, did Slytherin not have classes? Surely, they could not be so single-minded as to think of potions upon waking. Despite their house head being a potions professor, the frequency of such visits seemed excessive. He had genuinely believed that after their last encounter, Theodore would cease his visits to the potions classroom. At the very least, he would turn and walk away upon seeing him again. After all, he could not possibly present an admirable image in the eyes of that young Master Nott. 3 minutes had passed since Theodore pushed the door open, and he remained standing at the threshold, showing no inclination to move. Had his assumptions been incorrect? Theodore was not acting in accordance with his expectations. A subject that was supposed to serve as a control in his experiments was making choices dissimilar to his own, and Vicente found himself rather pleased by this. He welcomed seeing a test subject act in unexpected ways, for it would allow him to observe the outcomes of his experiment more effectively. Indeed, he was uncertain of what outcome he desired, but it certainly would not be a rigid conclusion. Observing Vicente's tranquil demeanor, Theodore felt a slight easing of tension within himself. This was good. At least he now appeared quite normal and should not engage in any peculiar behavior, should the opportunity arise. Achieving his objectives while he was in this state would be ideal. If not, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. Seek Draco to borrow Goyle and Crabbe, and give Vicente a good beating. Certainly, the Malfoy family possesses ample experience in such matters. After Theodore departed yesterday, the emotions stirred by Vicente began to cool, and Theodore realized that Vicente had acted with intent. He wished to make Theodore leave, knowing full well that he would not share the potions room with anyone else, except during classes. Vicente desired solitude for his potion studies, but what necessitated such isolation? Theodore could no longer tolerate Vicente's peculiar antics directed at him. He needed to resolve this situation. The two exchanged insincere glances across nearly half of the potions classroom, and for a moment, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Today, Theodore had not intended to deliberately seek out Vicente. He genuinely wished to complete his potion experiment, as certain hypotheses could only be validated through practical application. In Theodore's eyes, nothing held greater significance than his potion studies. Vicente was merely a trifling distraction in his quest for knowledge. Once he had concluded his more pressing matters, perhaps he would turn his attention to Vicente. Upon encountering Vicente once more, Theodore felt a twinge of confusion. Was he residing in the potions classroom? Did he have nothing else to occupy his time but to linger here? The courses of Ravenclaw and Slytherin differed significantly, although a few subjects overlapped. They ultimately followed their own schedules. He had assumed that by choosing a weekday to visit when the potions room was unoccupied, he would avoid another encounter with Vicente. Had the Ravenclaws ceased their studies? Although Theodore said nothing, Vicente could discern everything from the depths of his eyes. Ravenclaw had no classes at present. The most recent lesson was this afternoon's potions class. Ah, so you truly plan to reside in the potions classroom? Vicente queried. I do not reside here. I returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory yesterday, Theodore replied. I have merely been staying here a bit longer due to recent matters. Vicente, perplexed by his own words in response to Theodore's questioning gaze, found himself unable to articulate anything useful. Remaining here would only squander time. Engaging Theodore in excessive conversation would serve only to provoke him. Maintaining a prudent distance would allow Theodore to lower his guard, much like Vicente himself would with someone overly eager to approach him, filled with suspicion over whether they harbored ulterior motives. After Vicente's response, Theodore fell silent, lowering his gaze to obscure his eyes from view. Theodore's eyes were striking, resembling sapphires nestled beneath his lashes. At present, the emotions within were inscrutable, yet through that gaze, Vicente could discern his tightly pressed lips. The two lapsed into silence, the potions classroom devoid of any other sound, the quiet almost unbearable. Vicente broke the stillness first. Back again, are you? He attempted to keep his tone neutral, devoid of the emotions swirling within him. Theodore nodded. Yes, I have some potion experiments to conduct. His tone was slightly more tempered than the previous day, yet his eyes still bore a hint of wariness. A tense standoff was hardly advantageous for either of them. Theodore had no desire to engage with the eccentric Ravenclaw. Restoring their relationship to a state of mutual indifference would be the most favorable outcome. Oh, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths, Vicente remarked, striving to lighten the atmosphere with a somewhat awkward smile. This act of smiling, if executed with sincerity, would flow effortlessly from Vicente. However, facing Theodore, whom he deemed a kindred spirit, Vicente, still in the process of refining his character, found it challenging to present an unreservedly genuine smile. When unfamiliar, it was easier. Once acquainted, it became increasingly complex. In this nebulous state, Vicente was at a loss regarding how to navigate it. Most individuals he encountered swiftly transitioned into familiarity after their initial meeting, requiring him only to utter pleasant words to allay their suspicions. His singular misstep had been with Dumbledore, that wily old fox who appeared to lower his guard in Vicente's presence. Yet only Vicente was privy to the truth of the matter. Theodore did not reciprocate Vicente's smile, instead moving to the other side of the classroom to prepare his potion materials. He carefully retrieved various ingredients from the shelves, placing them gently on the table. Before producing his cauldron and wand, Vicente refrained from inquiring about Theodore's intended concoction, merely observing him execute his plans from the previous day, meticulously preparing the potion ingredients and placing them into the cauldron for brewing. They both commenced their respective tasks at opposite ends of the potions classroom, and for a moment, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Theodore, though he ought not to have continued focusing on Vicente, found himself intrigued by the unusual ingredients Vicente had chosen, which were not typically utilized in the first-year potions curriculum. He suppressed the urge to glance at Vicente, who, despite not raising his gaze, seemed acutely aware of Theodore's scrutiny. Vicente had yet to begin brewing his potion, but he showed no inclination to leave. Theodore assumed Vicente would soon depart, but instead, he unveiled an array of peculiar ingredients. If you wish to know what I am brewing, perhaps you should first disclose your own potion's purpose? Vicente proposed, suggesting an exchange of information that seemed entirely reasonable. A healing potion, the most common variety, Theodore replied. Vicente nodded slightly, acknowledging the practicality of such a potion. As he spoke, he pondered various healing potion recipes, attempting to ascertain which one Theodore was preparing. He had always been cognizant of his own talents, but entering Hogwarts had allowed him to truly flourish. Perhaps he was indeed destined to be a wizard. Theodore placed the ingredients into the cauldron in a specific order and, with a gentle flick of his wand, ignited the flames beneath it. He meticulously controlled the heat, his eyes fixed intently on the changes occurring within the cauldron. Seizing a moment, Theodore glanced at Vicente, seemingly urging him to continue their conversation. I am concocting a potion to strengthen the heart. A potion specifically targeting a particular organ? Theodore appeared somewhat perplexed. Why not brew a white fresh essence instead? It can heal a vast majority of wounds and offers broader applicability. While Theodore was indeed preparing a healing potion, it was not the white fresh essence. It focused solely on specific skin issues, perhaps caused by insect bites or a damp environment. Essentially, it was a remedy for rashes. I would like to brew that as well, but what if the heart hasn't been extracted yet? Vicente quipped, though only he understood the gravity of his jest. If this potion failed, they might genuinely send someone to procure a heart for him, disregarding his own, and hand over the white fresh essence in exchange for a living heart. Enduring such pain would be entirely reasonable. Theodore perceived Vicente's earlier remark as mere banter, a conclusion that marked the end of their conversation. He settled into the task of preparing his healing potion, which required a careful simmering for half an hour before proceeding to the next step. Vicente recognized Theodore's skill and experience in potion making and chose not to disturb him further. After observing for a while, he returned to peruse textbooks and materials borrowed from the library. The classroom once again fell into a tranquil atmosphere, punctuated only by the crackling flames beneath the cauldron and the occasional faint sounds emanating from the potion ingredients. Vicente and Theodore were each preoccupied with their own tasks, silent and seemingly oblivious to one another. Yet, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat improved compared to the previous day, still tinged with a subtle tension, but devoid of the palpable hostility that had marked their earlier interactions. Vicente appeared to grasp Theodore's intent. He sought to cultivate a sense of tranquility, hoping to deter Vicente's incessant scrutiny by demonstrating his ordinariness, thus prompting Vicente to relinquish his probing curiosity. Indeed, this was a commendable approach. Identifying a distinction between himself and the subject of his observations, Vicente pondered that such differences might eventually yield greater disparities in the future. Were someone to fixate upon him as he did upon Theodore, Vicente mused, he would likely resort to more aggressive measures rather than adopting Theodore's calm demeanor to resolve the issue. After all, it was often said that pure-blood families held themselves above others. Take Draco Malfoy, for instance. Were anyone to scrutinize his every action, he would readily inform his father. Was Theodore's restraint born of choice or inability? Vicente was acutely aware of the answer, yet chose to remain silent. As time progressed, Theodore's potion brewing entered a pivotal stage. The liquid within the cauldron began to emanate a faint glow, its hues shifting continuously. Theodore's expression grew increasingly focused as he meticulously adjusted the heat, softly reciting incantations. As the process neared completion, Vicente discerned that Theodore employed some unique techniques in his potion making that he had not previously encountered. He mentally noted these methods, realizing that his findings far exceeded his initial expectations. At last, Theodore's potion was a success. The liquid in the cauldron took on a clear azure hue, its radiance stabilizing. A flicker of satisfaction graced Theodore's features as he retrieved a small vial, carefully transferring the potion into it. Observing Theodore's triumph, Vincent offered a courteous remark. Congratulations. It appears your potion brewing has yielded commendable results. Theodore glanced at him, nodding slightly. Thank you. Though his tone remained somewhat aloof, it lacked the prior intensity of rejection. It seemed Vincent, too, had returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer regarding him with that peculiar gaze. Could you share your brewing experiences with me? Vincent endeavored to infuse his tone with a hint of vulnerability, knowing that sympathy often begets kindness, particularly when paired with his own countenance, a tactic that had never failed him. Don't disgust me, Theodore retorted. While others may have been unaware of Vincente's true nature, Theodore was not so easily fooled. They both understood each other all too well, rendering pretense unnecessary. Vincent pouted. I wish to comprehend the significance of your specific actions at the conclusion of your potion making. If you enlighten me, I promise not to disturb you as I did before. So you are aware that you were disturbing me? I had thought you were simply out of your mind. If that were the case, Headmaster Dumbledore should have sent you to St. Mungo's rather than allowing you to remain at Hogwarts to wreak havoc on other students. With just a few exchanged words, the tension between them reignited. Theodore averted his gaze, then shot Vincent a defiant look. Yet, Vincent perceived a flicker of hesitation and regret in Theodore's fleeting expression. There was no need to press too hard. He had observed Harry and the other subjects with a sense of calm, leaving him to wonder why Theodore was so difficult. Perhaps it was simply a reflection of his own complicated nature. All right, I apologize. Please, tell me how you enhanced the success rate of your potion brewing. This time, his words were infused with genuine intent, devoid of the earlier teasing undertones. Theodore scrutinized him for a moment before reluctantly sharing some of his techniques. There's nothing particularly special. One must have a profound understanding of the properties of the ingredients, and then control the heat and the order of the brewing meticulously. Vincent nodded. Indeed, you are correct. However, I believe you handle certain details exceptionally well, such as your method of controlling the heat with your wand. Quite ingenious. Theodore was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Vincent had observed his brewing process so closely. Oh, that? It's merely a method I developed on my own. He felt a twinge of wariness, uncertain whether Vincent might exploit his techniques for some ulterior motive. Vincent smiled. You possess remarkable talent, much like myself. Theodore gazed at Vincent, puzzled by his sudden friendliness. Why are you so interested in my brewing methods? He inquired. Perhaps I am intrigued by you as a whole, Vincent replied candidly. Noticing Theodore's expression darkening once more, Vincent quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I shall cease my inquiries. I genuinely believe you possess great talent and wish to collaborate on potion research. It was foolish to jest so. Yet Theodore's temperament seemed excessively accommodating. Had their roles been reversed, Vincent would have undoubtedly retaliated with a punch by now. Theodore shot Vincent a glare before turning away with his potion, leaving without responding. Vincent merely smiled, tidied his belongings, and departed with his notes. Another issue resolved. There was no rush regarding Theodore. They had 7 years ahead of them to progress gradually. Perhaps it was time to reveal a more authentic side of himself. The previous tactics had proven ineffective with Theodore, yielding unsatisfactory results. In this regard, they were much like the artifice of others, eliciting no response. Had he encountered Harry with the intent of soliciting sympathy through a facade of vulnerability, he would never have forged a friendship with him. A strategic adjustment was warranted, tailored to Theodore's demeanor and temperament. If all went well, their paths might intertwine for more than just the 7 years ahead. Vincent yearned to learn from the individuals he encountered how to embody the essence of a true person. As he interacted with more people, he recognized that his perceptions diverged significantly from the universal understanding of humanity. Being unconventional was indeed a trait. Yet before achieving a level of independence that allowed for such divergence, Vincent aspired to experience the potential for a different way of life. In a certain sense, Vincent considered himself to be quite human. He ought not to be one who instinctively resolved dilemmas through violence, which sounded reminiscent of some dark wizardry. Chapter 14. Vincent felt it unnecessary. A cloud of mystery perpetually lingered in Harry Potter's mind concerning the 4th floor corridor. What lay hidden within that corridor? Recalling the formidable dog that guarded it, the scars on Snape's body following the troll incident, and his peculiar demeanor towards him, Harry seemed to grasp something, though he could not yet ascertain the truth. The troll incident had startled the witches and wizards of Hogwarts, with the brave Gryffindor students shining brightly amidst the chaos. None of us could have anticipated Ron's actions. With a single levitation spell, he had vanquished the troll, earning numerous points for our house from Professor McGonagall. Harry's excitement resonated through the air, infecting those around him. Vincent was not involved. He merely heard the thrilling tale from Harry's lips. He and Harry belonged to different houses. and their encounters were infrequent, primarily occurring within the library's hallowed halls. Previously, Harry had confided in him about his suspicions, and now he added yet another topic to their discourse, the troll. He shared his thoughts and various conjectures with Vincent, who initially regarded this as mere idle chatter. However, as the conversation unfolded, Vincent began to grasp what Harry was truly aiming to achieve. You've already told me 3 times, Harry. Ron is indeed quite brave, maintaining the honor of Gryffindor, and you are impressive for uncovering so many clues. Vincent's words were devoid of any inflection, sounding more like a flat acknowledgement than genuine praise. His cold demeanor was akin to a bucket of icy water splashed upon Harry, who, understanding Vincent's implication all too well, refused to relent. Should we do something? Harry's voice bore a tentative hope, perhaps seeking the response he desired from Vincent. Yet, Vincent, unable to comprehend Harry's anxiety, retorted, "What can you do? First-year wizards managing to protect themselves is already quite an achievement. They have just stepped into the world of magic, and they seem so naive and powerless against the profound mysteries and perilous challenges. What more can be expected of them?" This was Vincent's personal opinion, one he withheld from voicing, deeming it too discouraging. His attitude had already conveyed enough for Harry to infer his thoughts. There was no need for further disheartening remarks. Beneath his stoic exterior, Vincent was, in fact, a remarkably perceptive individual. Harry scratched his head, speaking with urgency. "Not you, but us. Vincent, you will help us think of a solution, won't you?" His candid words did not elicit the expected response. Vincent shook his head, stating, "My solution is to ignore it. Isn't Dumbledore considered the greatest white wizard? He will handle everything." Vincent's tone was calm and resolute. He was reluctant to involve himself in such troublesome matters. Ron and Hermione sat behind Harry, 2 chairs apart. The trio had come together, and if Vincent had intended to join their endeavors, they would have immediately coalesced into a quartet. If Vincent preferred a more casual conversation, it would not seem overly formal. Only children would perceive an invitation among 3 as too serious. At their age, any undertaking was unlikely to be taken with gravity, instead eliciting a sense of childish amusement. Upon hearing Vincent's words, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt a wave of dejection wash over them. They had approached Vincent, full of hope, seeking strategies, only to be met with such a response. Hermione sighed in exasperation. She had spent countless hours in the library poring over numerous tomes, hoping to unearth some clue regarding the secrets of the 4th-floor corridor. Yet, her efforts seemed to yield naught. The library's vast collection was a sea of knowledge, yet references to the 4th-floor corridor were exceedingly scarce. Their leads were painfully few, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Of course there wouldn't be any. Before this year, the 4th-floor corridor held nothing. Why would the library document it? Observing their despondent expressions, Vincent offered a glimmer of constructive advice. If the environment cannot provide you with new leads, you must learn to extract information from people. Who is most likely to possess knowledge regarding the 3-headed dog? That is your target. As he spoke, Vincent felt a pang of inadequacy. How long had he known Harry? He had always believed he had imparted much knowledge and skills to Harry, yet now it appeared that Harry still lacked the experience needed. At times, Vincent found himself baffled by his own inclination to regard Harry differently, a sentiment that struck him as inexplicable, considering their lives had never intersected in any significant way. In that moment, Harry's eyes lit up with realization. "It's Hagrid," he exclaimed, his voice a hushed thrill. From the moment he had met Hagrid, Hagrid had expressed his keen interest in magical creatures. If they sought information regarding anything related to magical beasts, Hagrid was undoubtedly their best source. The 3 Gryffindors immediately resolved to seek out Hagrid. Vincent chose not to involve himself in this matter. He had heard quite a bit from other sources. Draco Malfoy, the arrogant pure-blood wizard, regarded nothing but himself. Vincent observed Malfoy's haughty demeanor, forcing himself to refrain from frowning. He loathed anyone who carried themselves with such arrogance before him. Nevertheless, his current objective was to befriend Draco Malfoy. He was, in fact, quite adept at making friends, with the sole exception being Theodore Nott. Since he had failed the first time, perhaps he should attempt a more circuitous approach after conversing with Malfoy. Beneath the sun, with clouds drifting lazily and grass lush beneath him, several Slytherins huddled together in conversation. Vincent approached with a smile, adopting a notably courteous tone. "Mr. Malfoy, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard that you are one of the most outstanding students in Slytherin House." He had crossed paths with Draco Malfoy before, but after entering Hogwarts, they had lost contact. Drawing upon their previous acquaintance made this interaction less awkward. Wearing a mask of feigned admiration, Vincent understood how to navigate such individuals. He would first draw near, gradually allowing Malfoy to recognize his capabilities, then slowly shift their positions of power. Vincent was curious as to why he was so proficient in this regard. Perhaps his experiences in the orphanage had imparted invaluable lessons. Initially, Draco had no desire to converse with a stranger from another house. Upon their first encounter, he had assumed Vincent was merely another unsociable wizard from a pure-blood family, only to discover he was from the Muggle world and had even been sorted into Ravenclaw. How dull. However, Vincent's eloquence intrigued him. Draco raised his chin slightly, pride radiating from him as he replied, "Of course. I am the heir of the Malfoy family, naturally exceptional. Did you just realize this? It's a pity you're not in Slytherin. Otherwise, you might have had the opportunity to follow my lead." His tone dripped with arrogance, and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, appeared somewhat displeased at the unexpected flattery directed toward Draco. Yet, Draco seemed quite entertained, and they refrained from voicing their discontent. Seeing the two Slytherins retreat a few steps, Vincent was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the encounter. He continued to address Draco Malfoy. "I've heard you have quite an interest in magical creatures. I wonder if you have any knowledge regarding the three-headed dog?" Despite claiming he would not involve himself in Harry's affairs, Vincent seemed to regret asking about the three-headed dog, wishing he had inquired about more significant matters, such as Theodore. Malfoy furrowed his brow, taken aback by Vincent's first question regarding the three-headed dog. Was Slytherin truly the house associated with magical creatures? Shouldn't he be seeking out Hufflepuff instead? Yet, after all, this individual is Vincent Riddle. Vincent has always maintained a low profile at Hogwarts. However, among the professors, he is lauded unanimously as a diligent and inquisitive student, garnering even more admiration than Hermione Granger of Gryffindor. Now, confronted with a conundrum he cannot resolve, he sought Draco for assistance, much to Draco's delight. Upon reflection, Draco realized he indeed possessed knowledge regarding the three-headed dog. He cleared his throat gently and remarked, "The three-headed dog? I am certainly aware of it. It is an exceedingly perilous magical creature. However, I would never provoke it as those foolish Gryffindors might." Though pleased with himself, he feigned an air of disdain. Vincent chuckled. To him, Draco's pretense was almost ineffective. Knowing how to interact with a spoiled child, he adopted a tone more hypocritical than Draco's and said, "Draco, you are indeed as astute as I imagined. I agree that those Gryffindors are rather reckless. However, I am curious, how did you come to know about that three-headed dog?" Draco hesitated, but Vincent's earnest expression was compelling. "I read about it in books. The Malfoy estate houses a library as expansive as a room, rivaling even Hogwarts. My father has a penchant for collecting ancient texts of all sorts." Vincent nodded, saying, "Ah, I see. Draco, your father is truly visionary. Books are a precious treasure." Hearing Vincent's words, Draco felt a swell of pride. He perceived Vincent as a person of discernment, unlike those insufferable Gryffindors. Consequently, his demeanor towards Vincent softened, even failing to notice that Vincent had begun addressing him as Draco rather than Malfoy. "You have certainly grown more perceptive since our last encounter. Perhaps it is maturity that allows one to recognize the excellence that lies within one's proximity." Vincent pondered the nature of Draco's relationship with Theodore, contemplating how to seamlessly transition the conversation to Theodore. Chapter 15. Draco Malfoy is indeed quite gullible. "I find it curious that you did not join Gryffindor. I recall you had a good relationship with Potter, did I not?" Draco relished flattery, which is a natural inclination and does not suggest foolishness. "What is it you wish to glean from me? Given your commendable conversational skills, I might divulge something." His words betrayed a hint of arrogance. "Oh, I am curious about Theodore Nott. Are you aware of his situation?" Vincent began to develop a fondness for this straightforward young lord. Draco's expression stiffened. "What did you say?" "Theodore Nott." While Draco maintained a decent rapport with Nott, was Vincent Riddle perhaps overly trusting in Draco's character to seek information through him? "Why would you assume I would disclose such matters? To acquire knowledge of that caliber, you must possess a certain acumen that you seem to lack. And what of my capabilities, Draco? You are well aware of them, but not at this moment. I trust Malfoy would not befriend someone without merit." Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon them, enriching the atmosphere of their dialogue. Draco clearly did not anticipate such a response. Typically, when someone encountered his words, the response was one of displeasure, though Draco felt no wrongdoing in his statements. Vincent had his own designs. His initial intention was to glean more information about Theodore through Draco, should he fail to obtain what he desired. He certainly had no need for a friend lacking in capability. In truth, the Malfoy family's perspective was not entirely erroneous. Friendship is, at its core, a form of transactional exchange. Vincent remained unaware of the potential benefits his friendships could yield, yet he was certain that recompense would eventually come. He was like a dormant cicada, conserving energy for the final fruition, and even engaging in some foolish acts before his demise could be deemed justifiable. Reflecting on Harry's recent attempt to recruit him into their investigation of the secrets in the fourth-floor corridor, Vincent felt that his sacrifices had indeed been considerable. Compared to the overly trusting Gryffindors, Slytherins were undeniably more challenging. Draco Malfoy was one such example, and Theodore not even more so. Lacking the ability to forge a swift bond with Nott, Vincent resolved to employ more indirect methods. Ultimately, this plan would likely falter, as Draco's understanding of Theodore was rather superficial. Nott had always preferred solitude, a rarity among Slytherins, and none of the pureblood families could seem to engage with him. Much like his father, Draco's words lingered in the air, seemingly laced with disdain for Nott's aloof demeanor. Could there truly be someone in Slytherin even cooler than himself? Nott's unpopularity and solitary nature meant that even if whispers circulated about him, they were merely idle chatter among first-year students yet to attract significant attention. Draco was more concerned with the position of prefect in their 5th year. According to Slytherin tradition, the prefect must be the most accomplished and well-liked individual. He had no doubts about his own capabilities. The only comparable attribute with Nott was their lineage. Nott's temperament assured that he would not garner as much support as Draco, who naturally ceased to concern himself with him. An individual devoid of competitiveness was hardly worthy of attention. Vincent remained silent, refraining from endorsing Draco's veiled disparagement of Theodore, just as he had surmised. Old Nott was indeed an unlikable pureblood. He chuckled softly, swiftly conjuring an image of Theodore in his mind from the fragments of conversation. Solitary, much like himself. Given this reflection, why had his judgment been flawed in potions class? The outcome had indeed favored Vincent. Yet the aspiring scientist with a spirit of inquiry yearned to discover where the variables lay. Immersed in his thoughts, Vincent suddenly felt an intense gaze piercing into his back, akin to a sharp thorn that abruptly shattered his reverie. He turned sharply, scanning his surroundings. The corridor bustled with activity. Students hurried to their classes or conversed in small clusters, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. In this seemingly ordinary scene, that potent gaze lingered like a shadow. Vincent carefully recounted the sensation he had just experienced, glancing in the possible direction of the source. He spotted a group of upperclassmen engaged in conversation, their faces adorned with unrestrained smiles, unaware of Vincent's scrutiny. The only individual who might appear peculiar was Professor Quirrell of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Not for any odd behavior at the moment, but simply because he was an oddity in his entirety. Professor Quirrell ambled forward with his back to Vincent, his somewhat stooped figure blending inconspicuously into the crowd. He stood with his back turned, unable to possess a gaze that could observe him. After all, one cannot grow eyes on the back of their head, can they? This is a world of magic, where anything can happen without raising an eyebrow. Vincent scrutinized that direction for a considerable time, to the extent that Draco Malfoy began to feel something was amiss. What's wrong, Riddle? Is something troubling you? Draco's voice jolted Vincent back to reality. It's rather peculiar that you address me by my surname, Vincent replied, turning to face him with a composed smile. It's nothing, Draco. I merely thought I heard someone calling my name, but upon looking back, I found nothing amiss. The surname Riddle felt both familiar and foreign to Vincent. Throughout his life, few had referred to him by that name. The friends he was acquainted with, including Harry, called him Vincent, while the professors at Hogwarts would occasionally mention his surname, though they preferred to use his given name. Since entering Hogwarts, he had intentionally obscured the connection between that surname and himself. To date, apart from Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, no one had shown a notable reaction to his surname. Perhaps it was simply that Hagrid was not adept at concealing his emotions. Vincent dared not let his guard down. Should someone harbor a grudge against that name and seek vengeance upon him, it would be gravely unjust, for he was merely an adopted child. Vincent lowered his gaze and shook his head, concealing that peculiar thought. It's nothing, Draco. You may call me Vincent. His eyes swept once more over the upperclassmen and the retreating figure of Professor Quirrell, and his sense of confusion deepened. If it was indeed Professor Quirrell, why had he been staring at him so intently? Vincent redirected his focus back to his conversation with Draco. He endeavored to glean more information about Theodore Nott from him. However, Draco's knowledge was limited. As time progressed, their dialogue drew to a close. This exchange flowed more smoothly than their previous encounter in Diagon Alley, and Vincent felt satisfied once he had extracted all the information Draco had to offer. The joy etched on Draco Malfoy's face revealed his utter ignorance regarding Vincent's endeavors. He was simply delighted to find someone who could engage him in such a manner, bringing him such happiness. After bidding farewell to Draco, Vincent wandered the corridor alone, still mulling over that mysterious gaze and Theodore Nott. At present, it seemed there was no urgency regarding Theodore. They had already crossed paths and would soon become friends. As friends, Vincent would have a legitimate identity and reason to frequently approach him, observing all his changes. Yet that gaze continued to stir a sense of unease within him. Perhaps he should seek out Dumbledore, passing the matter to him. After all, he had been monitoring him all along, since he was already keeping an eye on him. Why not take on the additional role of a bodyguard? Surely, the greatest wizard in the world could find it easy to protect a first-year student. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Vicente encountered Headmaster Dumbledore around the corner. Are you finding life at Hogwarts agreeable, Vicente? Absolutely, Headmaster Dumbledore. I was just on my way to see you. Chapter 16. Dumbledore is not easily deceived. Upon perceiving the respectful tone in Vicente's voice, Dumbledore instinctively prepared to depart. The fact that Vicente had such reverence for him surely indicated something amiss. Nonetheless, despite his inner musings, Dumbledore remained steadfastly in place, refusing to budge. It would be unbecoming of the headmaster of Hogwarts to flee at the mere utterance of a single phrase. He donned his warmest smile, seemingly unfazed by Vicente's peculiar demeanor. What is it, Vicente? If you have any needs, do not hesitate to share. Was Dumbledore truly so benevolent? At that moment, it was not just Dumbledore. Vicente felt that this exchange seemed somewhat off-kilter. The two regarded each other, both harboring suspicions of ill intent, yet maintaining false smiles as they continued their dialogue. If we are to converse, might we do so in a more comfortable setting? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Would you care to join me in my office? Perhaps you would like to sample the tea I brew, along with my favorite sweets, lemon drops. A cozy environment often fosters a sense of relaxation and encourages the honest expression of our thoughts. He had long desired to have a conversation with Vicente, ever since his first day at Hogwarts, but he recognized that until Vicente had truly experienced the allure of the academy, any word spoken would be futile. As Vicente and Headmaster Dumbledore sat across from each other once more, the colorful stained glass in the office filtered sunlight, creating a bright atmosphere. The dappled light seemed to soften the otherwise silent environment. Dumbledore poured Vicente a cup of his meticulously brewed tea, its sweetness almost overwhelming. Vicente took a gentle sip and felt that he could hardly endure it. Perhaps his true aim was to lure him into the office, poisoning him with this dreadful tea, allowing him to enjoy the comfort of his chair without further concern for Vicente. Although he was well aware that Dumbledore had welcomed him into Hogwarts, he found amusement in continuing such speculation. It was rather entertaining, was it not? Dumbledore, wary of him yet unable to truly harm him, found joy in observing his anxious demeanor. Vicente broke the silence first, a sly smile playing on his lips, presenting a side of himself that seemed almost foreign compared to his usual composure. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have been pondering a question. What ensures the safety of Hogwarts? The history of Hogwarts certainly recounted that the ancient school was protected by special magical spells, yet he was inquiring of Dumbledore, seeking to understand what guarantees internal safety beyond merely warding off external threats. Dumbledore responded with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Vicente's inquiry. Vicente, the safety of Hogwarts relies on numerous factors: the unity of its staff and students, the guardianship of magic, and our unwavering commitment to justice. A mere platitude. As empty as the air. Vicente nodded gently, feigning contemplation as he replied, Headmaster, your words carry great wisdom. Yet, I cannot help but consider that danger may sometimes emerge from unexpected quarters, such as those hidden gazes lurking in the shadows. His eloquent phrasing carried an underlying significance. Someone was watching him from the shadows. Although he did not yet know who it was, he was now informing Dumbledore, and it would be wise for him to take heed. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly, as if grasping the implications behind Vicente's words. Vicente, please do not be overly anxious. Nor should you concern yourself excessively with the gazes of others. Hogwarts is a place filled with love. Perhaps others may cast their attention upon you, but I believe the majority of it is well-intentioned. You might try to relish your life at Hogwarts rather than pressuring yourself too tightly. It appeared somewhat overly serious, but he decided to say it regardless. A glimmer passed over the lenses of Dumbledore's spectacles. He realized he had been staring at Vicente all along. Dumbledore once believed that this had become an open secret after their entry into Hogwarts. Why did Vincent suddenly bring this up? Did he wish to reject such scrutiny? Or was he covertly attempting to convey something, perhaps a warning to himself? In a grandiloquent statement, Dumbledore's thoughts had spiraled into terrifying depths. The once naive Riddle had succumbed to his own negligence, transforming into an uncontrollable Dark Lord. Now, once more, Dumbledore hoped that through appropriate guidance, he could avert the recurrence of such dreadful peril. Age had softened him. Had it been his younger self, he might have tackled the issue with more directness. However, faced with a boy who had done nothing but remained vigilant and curious about the magical world, Dumbledore found himself devoid of both reason and means to persuade himself to take action. Vincent had not grasped the ominous implications of Dumbledore's words. That would be splendid. Professor Dumbledore, I trust you will protect me well, for you are the greatest white wizard in the world. He donned a more enthusiastic smile, appearing more akin to an obedient child. It was merely a transaction. Vincent would exhibit the demeanor Dumbledore desired, provided he could discern the nature of the looming threat, and the prior assurance of his safety would suffice. Seeking help before acquiring formidable power was a necessary course of action. Vincent did not perceive it as shameful, but rather as the most pragmatic choice given the circumstances. Behold, he was indeed suited for Ravenclaw, a clever individual. The irony was unmistakable. He subtly hinted at his surveillance while expressing dissatisfaction. Dumbledore's expression shifted from amiable to a shade more solemn. Vincent, I believe you will be a good child, destined for a remarkably bright future. Should you encounter any situations at Hogwarts that you cannot handle, or face any unhappiness, do not hesitate to inform me or Professor McGonagall. She, as the deputy headmistress, excels in comforting students. Yet, McGonagall was hardly adept at consolation. She simply knew how to swiftly quell curiosity and thwart their actions. I am deeply honored by your confidence, Professor, Vincent replied, laced with subtle sarcasm. It was evident that Dumbledore did not trust him, yet felt compelled to utter such platitudes, merely for the sake of appearances. But I cannot guarantee that I will remain immune to certain temptations. After all, the allure of magic is formidable, sometimes irresistibly so. Vincent subtly expressed his dissatisfaction, hoping Dumbledore would comprehend his underlying message, adding that if Dumbledore could not ensure his safety, he might have to resort to his own methods. He pondered what dreadful deeds the previous riddle had committed to warrant such vigilance from Dumbledore. Nevertheless, this was a silver lining, at the very least. Dumbledore's cautious approach provided him with a sense of security. Dumbledore gazed steadfastly at Vincent, perceiving not just the familiar yet foreign visage, but the essence of his soul. The power of magic was indeed potent, yet true strength emanated from kindness and courage within. Vincent, you must trust in your heart and not allow darkness to consume you. Do not tread the same path as the last riddle. Vincent fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, Professor, it is easier said than done. In a world fraught with peril and challenges, kindness and courage do not always yield victory. Sometimes, to achieve our goals, we are compelled to make difficult choices. He was uncertain why such words had escaped his lips. Initially, he merely intended to engage in pleasantries with Dumbledore, yet the latter seemed genuinely invested. His gaze and tone prompting Vincent to reciprocate with a fragment of sincerity. He had never made promises he could not fulfill, while Vincent might occasionally take unconventional routes. He remained steadfast in his honesty. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, unwavering in his convictions. Vincent, difficult choices do not necessitate the abandonment of kindness and courage. We can employ wisdom and strategy to resolve issues, rather than succumb to the path of darkness. The implication was rather evident. Wisdom and strategy? Vincent's lips curled into a wry smile, as if he were on the verge of offering a rebuttal, but ultimately refrained. Given the current circumstances, inciting Dumbledore's displeasure would serve him no advantage. Vincent chose silence, yet Dumbledore could distinctly sense that he had not truly absorbed his counsel. The depths of Dumbledore's blue eyes bore a scrutinizing glint, yet retained an air of acceptance. Vincent, extreme measures only yield more suffering and disaster. We ought to resolve conflicts through love and tolerance, rather than cultivate further hatred. Perhaps you cannot fully grasp this yet. You are still too young. As you mature and experience the world, the significance of my words will become clearer. Age is not the sole determinant of wisdom, Professor Dumbledore. Your insights are indeed profound. The passage of time enriches our experiences and perspectives. However, I maintain that a brilliant mind can compensate for such deficiencies. Vincent shrugged dismissively. Love and tolerance? In a peaceful world, these may serve as effective tools, but only under the condition that peace prevails. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Love and tolerance are the most formidable forces. They have the power to transform the world. He refrained from further persuasion. Enough had been said for one day, and continuing would only risk annoyance. As for Vincent, he was not one to respond well to pressure. Dumbledore did not attempt to continue the dialogue, but rather felt a flicker of sympathy awaken within him at the weariness of Vincent's sigh. After a moment of silence, Vincent suddenly inquired, Professor, if one day I truly strayed down the wrong path, what would you do? If he were to emulate the last riddle in his missteps, would Dumbledore harbor regret for his inaction? Dumbledore answered without hesitation, I would do everything in my power to guide you back onto the right path. I believe that everyone deserves a chance to reform, and as your headmaster, it is my duty to educate and nurture children. If a student at Hogwarts goes astray, a portion of that responsibility undeniably falls upon me, Albus Dumbledore. Vincent regarded Dumbledore, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Professor, your kindness is admirable. Regardless of the underlying principles, Dumbledore's sense of responsibility warranted commendation. Vincent offered a faint smile. Professor, you truly are, as everyone says, the greatest white wizard in the world. Dumbledore smiled in return. Thank you for your praise. You, too, are an exceptional young wizard. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your future accomplishments, which will undoubtedly benefit the entire magical world. Their undercurrents of dialogue concluded, both felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 17. Professor Quirrell is unwell. By a sunlit window, several young wizards gathered together to complete their respective assignments. Indeed, even the most formidable savior must complete their assignments. Otherwise, they may find themselves incapable of saving even their own selves. Harry remains preoccupied with contemplating the malevolent schemes lurking behind Snape's facade, while Vincent steadfastly adheres to his instincts. It is rather disheartening that if one cannot even trust their own judgment, what remains in this world to rely upon? Hence, it follows that Quirrell must indeed harbor some ulterior motives. Vincent muses, it is troubling that Dumbledore would appoint such a person to teach the defense against the dark arts. However, securing a professor for this position at Hogwarts is notoriously challenging. Ron, supporting his head with one hand while clutching a quill with the other, takes a considerable amount of time before finally inscribing a note. Upon hearing Vincent and Harry express their concerns about Hogwarts professors, he interjects, legend has it that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is cursed by the Dark Lord, despite their best efforts. A new professor is appointed each year, rendering the role increasingly difficult to fill. A curse? Vincent squints. I suspect that Professor Snape is the one who warrants scrutiny. Perhaps you should pay closer attention to him, Harry suggests once more to Vincent. Knowing that Vincent has a suspect in mind brings Harry immense joy. If their suspicions align, Harry believes Vincent's intellect will yield brilliant ideas to validate their hypotheses. The boy, upon whom the weight of saviorhood rests, is rather blunt in dousing his hopes. Are you suggesting we observe him as you propose, Harry? If Professor Snape truly posed a threat, he would have acted against you long ago. He is quite astute. Vincent's initial impression of Professor Snape is profoundly etched in his mind. A man who exudes an air of authority is bound to attract attention wherever he goes. Yet, it is not merely this that piques Vincent's interest, but rather the distinctly ominous glint in Severus Snape's eyes. Harry once shared that during the sorting ceremony, the Sorting Hat contemplated placing him in Slytherin. Thankfully, that did not come to pass, for had it, Snape might have found ways to torment Harry under his very nose. At this juncture, Vincent remains unaware of the root of Snape's disdain for Harry. It cannot be solely attributed to the fact that the savior ended up in Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, leading Snape to deem him a target for ridicule. Undoubtedly, Snape possesses extraordinary intelligence, as evidenced by his mastery of potions and his seemingly endless repertoire of caustic remarks, indicating a mind of exceptional acuity. No master of potions can afford to be foolish. Concocting a potion from an array of diverse ingredients and ensuring their seamless integration is far more complex than mere social interactions. It is only after attending potions class and engaging with the subject matter that Vincent comprehends why Snape characterized it as a profound discipline during their inaugural lesson. In order to command the ingredients to yield to his will, one must possess precise control over their magic, a thorough understanding of the materials, and indeed, a touch of luck. If Severus Snape were not an exceptionally intelligent and powerful individual, he would merely be an extraordinarily fortunate favorite of fate. Harry opens his mouth, poised to counter Vincent's assertion, but he recalls that throughout their acquaintance, Vincent has rarely erred, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Has he truly been misguided all along? Yet, he feels undeniably targeted. He has done nothing to deserve this. Surely, Snape cannot hold it against him for failing to provide the correct answer upon his initial inquiry. Perhaps he is not solely fixated on you. After all, everyone knows that Snape is a rather peculiar fellow, an irksome professor, and his treatment of Neville is hardly more lenient than his treatment of you. Ron scratches his head, uncertain whether Snape is a good man or a villain. But he is certainly not a commendable professor. Harry suspects he must have his reasons, and Vincent's perspective holds a semblance of truth. Hagrid, too, does not believe Snape to be malevolent. For now, all speculations remain just that, speculations. Only when they unearth concrete evidence can they ascertain which narrative holds validity. Hermione joins their discourse, reluctant to cast doubt upon a professor who possesses knowledge, despite Snape's less than stellar ethical conduct. This objective sentiment draws silent agreement from both Ron and Harry. Vincent, however, is less concerned with Snape and more intrigued by whether Quirrell might possess an eye on the back of his head. In this magical realm, even the most astonishing occurrences should be deemed ordinary. Should Dumbledore ever reveal that he was a woman before becoming a man, Vincent would readily accept that. While Harry and the others deliberate on methods to uncover incriminating evidence against Snape, Vincent contemplates how best to engage with Quirrell. There is no greater revelation of one's character than through words. Indeed, language can be a facade, and one must weave truth within falsehoods to maintain credibility. He need not believe entirely, only enough to gather substantial truths. No one can escape reality, spewing nonsensical words. Every tale must be grounded in some element of truth. And it is that truth which Vincent seeks. It is a perfectly typical scenario for a student to approach the professor of defense against the dark arts with inquiries. In the corridors of Hogwarts, one afternoon, Vincent unexpectedly encounters Professor Quirrell, who appears to have just emerged from the library, clutching a hefty tome of magic. Upon sighting Quirrell, his face brightens with surprise as he strides forward, exuding sincerity. Professor Quirrell, pardon my interruption. I am Vincent, and I have some inquiries regarding the defense against the dark arts. To the professors at Hogwarts, Vincent is regarded as a remarkably gifted child. Several have mentioned him, and he is not unfamiliar to them. Educators tend to favor intelligent and compliant students, and Vincent has adeptly cultivated favorable relations with them. Although some professors regard him with a peculiar gaze, they all suppress their discomfort and dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to instructing him. While the truth of the story holds significant weight, possessing formidable strength is undeniably more enticing. When one wields sufficient power, stories will naturally come seeking him out. Vincent is not in a hurry for that day to arrive and is willing to invest time in discovering new wonders within Hogwarts. Each time he encounters such gazes, he becomes increasingly curious about what the previous riddle did to leave such an indelible impression on these professors. Yet, at this moment, he is more eager to discern Professor Quirrell's impression of him. When suddenly confronted by a student, Quirrell's initial reaction is one of fear. After a deep breath, he adjusts his glasses and stammers. "Oh, you. Hello, Vincent. Do you have many questions?" Professor Quirrell is likely the staff member least acquainted with Vincent. He seems to exhibit signs of a peculiar aversion to wizards, appearing as though he might leap away at any moment. Now, with Vincent approaching, his anxiety intensifies, and his entire body begins to tremble involuntarily. Vincent gazed intently at Professor Quirrell, his heart swelling with unease. He subtly inquired, "Professor, I have recently encountered some confusion while studying the defense against the dark arts. For instance, how should one respond when faced with formidable dark magical creatures?" Admittedly, this was hardly a pressing question. After all, what powerful dark beings could a first-year student possibly encounter? Yet, Vincent was well aware that Professor Quirrell would not rebuff him. The professor's public persona was that of a timid, quaking figure, incapable of denying others' inquiries. With a student now boldly posing a question, what alternative could he offer but a stammered response? Professor Quirrell, eager to maintain the facade he had so carefully crafted, found himself ensnared in this persona, compelled to proceed along the narrative that accompanied it. Who could argue that life itself is not a script, with each individual ensconced within their own character archetype? Once one comprehends another's role, manipulating their existence becomes an effortless endeavor. Indeed, Quirrell did not reject Vincent's question, even in the face of a mere first-year student. He trembled as he accepted the inquiry. Nervously rubbing his hands, Quirrell stammered, "Well, when confronting powerful dark magical creatures, we must, remain calm and apply our learned magical knowledge for defense. However, this is not absolute. Sometimes, the strength of dark creatures can be overwhelming, and we may need to seek assistance from more potent magical forces." Vincent nodded slightly, pressing further, "Professor, have you ever encountered particularly powerful dark magical beings yourself?" His eyes quickly scanned Quirrell, searching for any enchanted device that might allow him to monitor others even when their backs were turned. The professor was clad in the most ordinary of wizarding robes, but the peculiar scent and the myriad of unidentified trinkets dangling from them suggested a desperate attempt to ward off the terrifying creatures he so feared. Vincent could not ascertain which items were useful. He could only scrutinize each one, comparing them against the information he had unearthed from the library, hoping for some correlation. Quirrell's body quivered slightly, as if taken aback by Vincent's follow-up question. A flicker of panic crossed his gaze, but it swiftly reverted to normal. In my studies, I have indeed encountered some formidable dark magical creatures, but those were merely in books and academic texts. In reality, I have yet to confront such powerful beings." Vincent keenly detected the professor's unease and ventured further. "Professor, I have heard of a dark magical creature known as a dementor. They are exceedingly terrifying, capable of consuming a person's soul. If we were to encounter a dementor, what should we do?" Upon hearing the name, Quirrell's countenance paled, and his speech became even more halting. "Dementors, they are indeed fearsome beings. We must learn to utilize the Patronus charm to fend off their attacks. However, the Patronus charm is exceedingly difficult to master, requiring a strong magical will and power." This response aligned perfectly with the timid persona he had adopted, and Vincent noted how Quirrell's demeanor resonated with the label of cowardice. Reflecting on their conversation, Vincent found Quirrell's answers to be adequately standard, devoid of any discernible flaw. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Dementors serve as the guards for Azkaban, and Vincent had deliberately chosen to broach this topic, for what he truly wished to inquire was, "Professor, I have heard of a dark spell known as the soul-sucking curse. What occurs if one falls under its control?" The soul-sucking curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, was said to render its victim a puppet to the will of the caster, stripping them of their consciousness. Could Quirrell possibly be in such a predicament? If the spellcaster commanded him to play the role of an undercover agent, would he retain any self-awareness? Vincent had never encountered the unforgivable curses. The library's texts offered only brief references, likely to shield young wizards from encountering such horrors. Perhaps more detailed accounts lay within the forbidden section. But Vincent had yet to gain access. For reasons unbeknownst to him, whenever he hinted at a desire to enter the forbidden section, the professors would instinctively intervene, urging him to focus on more positive magical studies available in the library. Upon hearing about the unforgivable curses, Quirrell's voice quivered. The soul-sucking curse is an exceedingly malevolent dark magic. If one is ensnared by it, they lose their will, becoming a mere puppet of the caster. Another standard answer, devoid of flaws, which in itself spoke volumes. Vincent fixed his gaze upon Professor Quirrell, asking, "Professor, if someone were to be ensnared by the soul-sucking curse, how might we rescue them?" Did Quirrell still possess self-awareness, capable of recognizing that he was under a spell? Vincent had no opportunity to experiment. He merely harbored these doubts within his mind. Dumbledore had invited Quirrell to teach defense against the dark arts, and it was certain that he had meticulously vetted this individual prior to extending the offer. The former Quirrell was undoubtedly not the feeble figure that stood before Vincent now. If Quirrell still retained his consciousness, perhaps Vincent's words might elicit a genuine reaction. Quirrell swallowed nervously, stating, "If someone is ensnared by the soul-sucking curse, we must locate the caster to break the spell. There is no known counter-curse for the unforgivable curses, and attacking the caster is often the only viable solution." After several attempts to elicit a satisfactory response without success, Vincent decided to take his leave. "Thank you for your insights, Professor. I understand now." He offered a slight bow. Vincent had already gleaned the complete narrative regarding Professor Quirrell's transformation from Ron, whose elder brothers held considerable renown at Hogwarts and were privy to most happenings. As the youngest sibling, Ron naturally absorbed a wealth of information from them, based on Vincent's demeanor towards dark magic and his reaction to the unforgivable curses. It appeared he had not fallen victim to mental domination. If it was not mental control, could it be subversion? Professor Quirrell remained oblivious to the contemplations swirling in Vincent's mind, nodding as he prepared to depart. At the very moment Quirrell turned, Vincent sensed once more that prickling sensation of being scrutinized. He raised his gaze, fixating intently on the back of Quirrell's head, encased in fabric, solidifying his suspicions. How audacious! Knowing full well that he was under scrutiny, Quirrell dared to maintain such brazen eye contact. Did he believe Vincent incapable of uncovering the truth? Or did he simply dismiss a first-year student as inconsequential? Regardless, Vincent felt gravely underestimated. Just wait. He would ensure that Quirrell paid for his actions. For reasons inexplicable to him, even though he had come prepared for a fruitless endeavor, the final moments of scrutiny ignited an unexpected ire within him. He began to harbor doubts about the rumors whispered by the Weasley twins. Speculation arose that Professor Quirrell's head was swathed in a cloth because it harbored some affliction that required shielding from the wind, or perhaps it concealed something dreadful, thus necessitating its secure binding from prying eyes. He needed to devise a method to remove Quirrell's headscarf. Only by dismantling that obstructive barrier could he ascertain whether there were indeed eyes on the back of Quirrell's head, eyes that seemed to fixate on him unrelentingly. Chapter 18. Those who can flout school rules. Vincent stood perplexed at the foot of a staircase, watching Professor Quirrell's receding figure, his brows slightly furrowed. The professor's recent utterances echoed repeatedly in his mind, yet they failed to provide the answers he longed for. The dark-haired youth tightened his robe, the deep fabric appearing somewhat somber in the dim light, his slender fingers unconsciously caressing the hem of his robe as his mind raced. The fleeting expression of terror that had crossed Quirrell's face moments ago, so subtle yet unmistakable, had been swiftly masked. His reaction to the unforgivable curse was not that of an ordinary person confronted with a menacing weapon. It seemed he had truly endured something sinister. Considering the unforgivable curse, Quirrell's demeanor when the killing curse was mentioned suggested he had not been subjected to it, as it did not manipulate his thoughts. However, his heightened response indicated something else entirely. The Cruciatus curse was a possibility. Had he suffered the agonizing torment it inflicted? Such a fate seemed fitting for the image of a remorseless Dark Lord depicted in tales. Vincent's gaze flitted between the top and bottom of the staircase, his mind rife with indecision. Should he descend further to uncover Quirrell's weaknesses, or retreat to the Ravenclaw common room for rest? It was unlikely he would unearth anything of value today. Students hurried past, their footsteps and murmurs blending into a cacophony. But Vincent felt as though he existed in a separate realm, utterly absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to the passage of time. Time, however, would not relent. When he finally regained his senses, The sun had shifted considerably, the warmth that had once enveloped him now replaced by encroaching shadows. Ultimately, Vincent took a deep breath and turned toward the Ravenclaw common room. Only with proper rest could he maintain a clear mind to continue unraveling this enigma. The current confusion and fatigue would not lead him to irrationality. He needed to regain his composure and reorganize his thoughts. Reclining on his dormitory bed, Vincent's mind was tranquil. This matter could not simply be set aside. He had to persist in seeking more clues. Although he could not contravene school regulations to deliberately confront Professor Quirrell, merely to satisfy his curiosity about what lay beneath that headscarf. Wait, he truly could not do that. The risks of violating school rules were too great. Such recklessness was not in his nature. Nevertheless, he knew of someone who would not hesitate to disregard the rules in pursuit of their own curiosity. The following day, Vincent deliberately positioned himself around a corner not far from the Gryffindor entrance, awaiting Hermione. Indeed, he had orchestrated for someone to summon her from the Gryffindor common room. It had to be Hermione. No one else would suffice. Calm and astute, Hermione would not act impulsively, even if Vincent uttered something risky. He held considerable trust in her. "Hello, Hermione," Vincent greeted softly. Hermione looked at him with some surprise, uncertain as to why he had called her out. "Vincent, is there something you need? Harry and Ron are not in the common room, and I'm not sure where they are. Perhaps I could ask Neville. They have a good rapport." Recently, Hermione's relationship with Harry and Ron had grown somewhat strained, a fact Vincent had noticed, or rather, anticipated. Hermione was ever the rule-abider, while Ron and Harry were more spontaneous and divergent in their thinking. Unless some event arose to mend their rift, they would only drift further apart. Vincent contemplated whether to offer them such an opportunity, but that was not the purpose of his visit. "No need, Hermione. I came specifically to speak with you." Vincent lowered his head slightly, adopting an air of mystery. "If I wish to discuss academic matters, there is no one more suitable than you." Hermione seemed to smile faintly as Vincent continued. "Do you recall my previous conjecture? The texts suggest that dark magic can alter a person's physical form. Assuming my hypothesis holds, merely an assumption, I do not intend to target the professor. Who knows whether Professor Quirrell has had any dealings with dark magic?" Hermione furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Vincent had suddenly broached this topic. Such discourse might have been more fitting with others. The last time Vincent expressed doubts about Quirrell, both Ron and Harry had offered scant useful insights. It was entirely reasonable for him to want to converse with her now. Hermione had half expected Vincent to refrain from these discussions due to her recent distance from Harry and Ron. Yet, she found herself rather pleased by the exchange. Cough. "I cannot entirely dismiss that possibility." Hermione cleared her throat, gathering her thoughts before responding. "Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts. It is inevitable that he has knowledge of dark magic. I once read in a book that dark magic indeed affects both the mind and appearance." She mimicked Vincent's prior phrasing. Just if, Professor Quirrell truly studies dark magic, then the daily wrapping of his head could indeed be a consequence of such practices. But this remains our speculation. You must not act rashly. She was ever cautious, having witnessed how Harry and Ron disregarded school rules, which had contributed to their current unfriendly dynamic. Fortunately, Hermione did not need to caution Vincent repeatedly. He was a person of discernment, unlikely to act recklessly. Sometimes, she felt far less composed than he. Vincent's gaze darted to the corner, his tone rising with tension. "Professor Quirrell's clandestine research into dark magic is a grave matter. If, perchance, it has impaired his mind, we always have defense against the dark arts classes. Younger witches and wizards might fare better, but we first years this was merely conjecture." He meant no offense. Upon hearing Vincent's words, Hermione thought he was deliberately clarifying that he bore no ill will toward Quirrell. She understood his concerns. After all, the dangers of dark magic were well known. Besides, Harry harbored suspicions about Professor Snape, who was far less considerate of her feelings than Vincent. She placed a reassuring hand on Vincent's shoulder. "I certainly understand. You are merely expressing your suspicions. Professor Dumbledore must have conducted a thorough investigation before hiring him. Perhaps this is merely our conjecture. Harry mentioned you are quite astute, and indeed, I had not considered the aspect of dark magic altering physical form." Vincent and Hermione conversed for a while longer before the young witch returned to Gryffindor. Vincent lingered for a moment, watching the crimson robes vanish around the corner before he took his leave. His heart brimmed with anticipation, hoping his words would capture the attention of certain individuals. Just as he turned to walk away, he encountered the Weasley twins, George and Fred, approaching with cheerful grins, greeting Vincent with their characteristic enthusiasm. They were quick to act. It was no surprise that they were just as lively as ever. Who could be more fitting than the Weasley twins? Willing to breach school regulations in their quest to resolve their own uncertainties and boldly confront their professors? This is a partnership of mutual benefit, rather than exploitation. In Chapter 19, Professor Snape's Dilemma, George greeted Vicente with a cheerful, "Hey, Vicente." And Fred chimed in, "Long time no see." They introduced Vicente to their latest creation, the vividly colored vomiting candy. "This is our new masterpiece," George proclaimed with pride. "It's sure to astonish," Fred added enthusiastically. As Vicente clutched his book while traversing the corridor, he fortuitously crossed paths with the Weasley twins. Thanks to Ron, Vicente had gleaned many intriguing details about his twin brothers. "Good morning, George, Fred," he said, using remarkably simple language, which elicited a torrent of animated chatter from them. The Weasley twins were remarkably affable. Perhaps it was the family's warm disposition that made them such congenial individuals. Once one became their friend, even the most reticent person could enjoy their company. Vicente exhibited great patience, willingly listening to the twins' mischievous ideas without a hint of condescension, treating their schemes merely as entertaining notions. Initially, George had perceived Vicente as somewhat staid, but to his surprise, Vicente proved to be the most understanding of their intentions among the first-year students, perhaps even more so than their younger brother. Fred tossed his candy in the air, his eager expression prompting Vicente to swiftly change the subject. "You could try it on small animals first, like Ron's rat. I've noticed it's rather lethargic and overeats, which can't be good for its health." Vicente, of course, had no idea how to care for a rat. He merely mentioned the creature he found most irksome. Every time he looked at that rat, it left him feeling somewhat discontented, especially since the rat seemed to regard him with disdain. It was Ron's pet, and Vicente merely kept his distance, not intending any harm. However, if the twins wanted a test subject for their new candy, using a rat seemed far more palatable than trying it on a person. George winked at Vicente. "If Ron asks about it." Fred laughed as he shoved a handful of candy into Vicente's hand. "We'll surely be the first to give you up." Vicente tucked the sweets into his pocket, responding, "All right, if he does come looking for me, I shall sincerely apologize, perhaps by offering him a piece of candy." The Weasley twins leaned against each other, chuckling as they envisioned Ron being dismissed by Vicente with just a few words. Ron's intellect could hardly compete with Vicente's, since it's being tested on pets. Why not feed it to Filch's cat? The twins had harbored a grudge against Filch since their first year, and a mere candy that induced vomiting seemed harmless enough. Vicente casually remarked about the distinct personalities of Hogwarts staff. "Filch, who is perpetually watching over the students, is just the beginning. The other professors have their quirks, but the defense against the dark arts teacher remains an enigma, always leaving one perplexed about his true intentions." The conversation naturally drifted to Professor Quirrell. The Weasley twins were brimming with excitement over their new candy, capable of discussing any topic. "And that turban, who knows what significance it holds?" Vicente mused. "I only know that muggles have various habits for concealing secrets, but the magical world likely has no need for such things. After all, magic can resolve most issues. A sip of polyjuice potion would be far more effective than any disguising technique." Fred quipped, "Surely, Professor Quirrell isn't hiding anything, right? Can he really conceal secrets behind his own head?" George inquired, curiosity piqued. "Surely he wouldn't sprout another face," Fred speculated, fiddling with the vomiting candy, his imagination running wild. "Professor Quirrell teaches defense against the dark arts. Perhaps he truly knows something hidden and conducts secret experiments?" Vicente could sense the twins' interest sharpened, as they had never encountered dark magic themselves. "Who could fathom the effects it might yield? Since my first defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell has never removed his turban," Vicente softly remarked. "Could it truly be mere habit? I find his explanation rather implausible. Perhaps he is indeed hiding a face behind it." George and Fred exchanged glances. "Maybe," George suggested. "There could be a special reason," Fred continued. Vicente smiled slightly and added, "Well, it's just idle speculation. We can't exactly march up to Professor Quirrell and pull off his turban to uncover his secrets. But I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to in Ravenclaw. Until next time." Vicente departed without a backward glance, leaving the twins to ponder what they might do next. Their encounter was merely casual banter, a harmless jest, and who could truly ascertain if anything came of their words? Even if the Weasley twins did not act upon it, Vicente had nothing to lose. A week later, Vicente encountered the Weasley twins in the library once more. But this time, they were not their usual exuberant selves. Instead, a hint of gloom shadowed their demeanor. Such an emotional display was a rarity for the twins. Vicente hardly needed to employ any communication tactics, as they divulged their recent endeavors in full. In their minds, Vicente was an ally, and with their plan having failed, it was only natural to share their disappointment with their comrade. Indeed, it was a failure, the twins confessed. They had tried using a rat, spells, and various other methods. Yet none succeeded in persuading Professor Quirrell to remove his turban. Surprisingly, he managed to evade their attempts each time, whether by chance or design. If he weren't the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, I would almost suspect he possessed some sort of precognitive ability to teach divination, Fred said. propping his chin on his hand as he sat across from Vicente. George slumped over the table, appearing utterly fatigued. "You're both all right," Vicente offered, his consolation lacking earnestness. "If Professor Quirrell catches wind of your antics, Professor McGonagall certainly won't permit you to toy with the teacher." He patted the twins on the shoulder, signaling them to not worry. George, however, bristled at Vicente's words. "You underestimate us," he retorted. "Even Professor McGonagall can't catch us every time. Just a mere Professor Quirrell. He.S. merely fortunate." Vicente quickly nodded in surrender. "You're right. Professor Quirrell is just lucky. It's astonishing how someone with such a disposition could become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Truly, no one could be more fortunate." Having reassured the Weasley twins, Vicente began to ponder alternative strategies. He emerged from the library, a book cradled in his hands, his countenance betraying an unmistakable tension. The biting cold of the winter air stirred his robes, and nearly half a year had elapsed, yet the unsolved enigmas clung to his mind like a gossamer web. This predicament was proving somewhat unbearable for Vicente. He had never encountered a situation that eluded resolution for such an extended period. "What is it that you seek from Quirrell?" A rich, magnetic voice interrupted Vicente's reverie from behind. He turned to see Professor Snape stepping forth from the shadows, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of unearthing every secret. Vicente was uncertain just how much Snape truly knew. The professor was certainly no easy adversary. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape. I find myself struggling to grasp your meaning. Perhaps I seek to learn more about the defense against the dark arts from Professor Quirrell, as books in the library can hardly compare to the insights of a living instructor. How curious. A teacher like Quirrell is perhaps better left unlearned from. If Hogwarts had a faculty evaluation, Quirrell would undoubtedly be the first to fail, followed closely by the man standing before you. I assumed only the Gryffindor troll possessed such a limited intellect. When did Ravenclaw begin to welcome such students?" Snape's tone dripped with evident sarcasm, his gaze sharp enough to pierce Vicente's very soul. Vicente understood that his intentions regarding Professor Quirrell were not lost on Snape. He was aware that the professor was privy to certain truths, yet both men feigned ignorance. Vicente offered a faint smile, unperturbed by Snape's veiled threats. "Professor Snape, I have heard of your profound expertise in potions, and as an esteemed potion master, one must possess an adventurous spirit to achieve any scholarly success. I had presumed you would appreciate students who dare to explore." Snape's brow arched slightly, clearly caught off guard by Vicente's retort. "Oh, is that so? Then what have you discovered?" The sharpness in his voice remained unyielding. "I am merely in pursuit of knowledge, Professor Snape. After all, knowledge is the most precious treasure within the magical realm." His response was both clever and cautious, neither directly answering nor entirely evading the query. Snape's gaze sharpened further, as if he were weighing each of Vicente's words. "Then you would do well to tread carefully in your quest for knowledge, for some truths may ensnare you in peril." His words carried a warning. Snape harbored an aversion to reckless students, regardless of their house affiliation. Why could they not behave like ordinary scholars, focused on their studies and contributing points to their house, rather than embroiling themselves in trivial matters that only increased his workload? Especially this Ravenclaw boy, who, despite being elusive in class, still found energy to concern himself with Quirrell's issues outside of it. Were it not for Dumbledore's insistence on giving special attention to Vicente, Snape would have been disinclined to expend any of his precious energy on him. Vicente riddle. Snape was uncertain about the reasons for Dumbledore's particular interest in him. Just an ordinary boy from the Muggle world. Perhaps it was due to that common surname? Not everyone could aspire to be that remarkable individual. Hogwarts was unlikely to be so fortunate as to produce two such troublemakers in succession. Vicente nodded slightly, indicating understanding. "I shall, Professor Snape. After all, safety must always come first." His response, though seemingly polite, did nothing to soften Snape's demeanor. "Then you would do well to be even more cautious, lest you inadvertently cause Mrs. Pomfrey distress." The professor's admonitions were but a fleeting distraction. Vicente had far weightier matters to attend to, and Snape's concerns would have to wait. However, he noticed another shift. Hermione had suddenly begun to distance herself from them. Initially, she had merely reduced her appearances, but now even Vicente rarely crossed paths with her. Once again, failing to spot her in the library, Vicente voiced his concern. "Can anyone tell me what has transpired?" Harry awkwardly rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. "Nothing at all, really." His response reeked of insincerity, clearly concealing something. Vicente had assumed that after the incident with the troll, Hermione's relationship with them had greatly improved, yet now a chasm seemed to have opened anew. Ron, seated nearby, remained silent, his countenance betraying a hint of solemnity. He did not directly address Vicente's inquiry, but his expression conveyed information nonetheless. Vicente required further insights to unravel his own conundrum. He resolved to seek out Hermione privately. Perhaps she could provide him with fresh perspectives. Oh. He recalled that during his last visit to her, her demeanor had been somewhat peculiar, and a week had passed without reconciliation. Chapter 20. The Ravenclaw Who Knows Gryffindor's Password. Do you have something to share with me? Vincente inquired pointedly, directing his gaze at Harry. Why am I the first to be suspected? I haven't done anything. Harry defended himself, though his conviction was lacking. He had never been able to deceive Vincente. He had never succeeded. Under Vincente's unwavering scrutiny, Harry succumbed after a prolonged silence. Ron, listening intently, maintained a facade of indifference, offering no inclination to engage. Very well, Ron has made his position abundantly clear. He neither speaks nor departs, leaving Harry to serve as his mouthpiece. In truth, there is nothing to report. No arguments, and certainly no unpleasantness. Harry paused. And Vincente seamlessly interjected. Simply put, you suddenly find yourselves at a loss as to why Hermione is ignoring you? Hermione was not the type to quibble over trifles. However, one thing was certain, she held rules in high regard. Whether it pertained to the preservation of book content or adherence to school regulations, her stance was unequivocal. Vincente surmised the source of the issue. Things had seemed fine not long ago. What have you two been up to? Harry opened his mouth to respond. Well, nothing much. It's just that if we can't find suitable material in the library's open section, perhaps the restricted area. You mean to suggest that if you cannot uncover anything useful by day, you intend to visit Professor Snape's office? Vincente interrupted with a smile, cutting through Harry's evasive explanation. Hermione disapproves of your methods. Harry nodded, while Ron remained silent, but his expression betrayed his agreement. We didn't intend to violate any school rules, Vincente. It's just that Hermione has ceased communication with us. The mention of this issue left Harry feeling somewhat aggrieved. He did not wish Vincente to think they had yet to uncover the answers they sought, only to have turned against each other. There was no argument, truly no argument. Harry insisted. Indeed, there was no argument, merely a minor discord. If I do not address it, how long do you intend to let this discord linger? Harry and Ron fell silent. Vincente began to gather his books, rising to depart. You two may ponder this at your leisure, I assure you. I will not disclose your thoughts to Hermione. Indeed, Harry, if you do not hasten your efforts, by the time I uncover the evidence against Professor Quirrell, your suspicions regarding Professor Snape will hold no weight. Harry seemed poised to retort, yet Vincente merely left him with a fleeting silhouette. Vincente departed the library with determination, heading straight for the Gryffindor Tower. Excuse me, could you assist me in locating Hermione Granger? Neville Longbottom, halted by Vicente's call, turned, his expression still clouded with confusion. Are you addressing me? He queried. If the portrait of Gryffindor cannot relay a message to the common room, I suppose I am indeed speaking to you. Observing the scene, Neville noted that it was just the two of them present. Ah, very well, I shall check for you. Though you must allow me a moment to recall the Gryffindor password, Neville replied, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. Uncertain whether it was due to his failure to remember the password or the awkwardness of conversing with someone he hardly knew. Caput Draconis, Vincente interjected. Neville smacked his forehead. Yes, it is Caput Draconis. You are a Gryffindor too, aren't you? His uncertainty regarding whether he had forgotten this classmate was palpable. I seem to recall you. You are often seen with Harry and Hermione. Am I mistaken in not remembering you? Well, you may proceed without my assistance. You need not rely on me to convey your message. Neville was nearly convincing himself of this. Vincente recognized him, Neville Longbottom, a friend of Hermione's, but their interactions had been minimal, primarily occurring in the presence of Hermione, so it was entirely reasonable for Longbottom not to recall him. Actually, I am a Ravenclaw, merely a friend of Harry and Hermione. Hey, boys, are we going to stand here chatting all day? I have a waiting audience. The fat lady's voice interrupted their conversation. Either enter or leave, for I have no time for singing while I wait. Please, step inside, Longbottom. I am Riddle. If Hermione is present, kindly ask her to step out. If you would be so kind. Vincente continued, Caput Draconis, fat lady, please open the door. Upon hearing the password, the fat lady obliged. Although she found it peculiar that a Ravenclaw would know the Gryffindor password, Neville managed to reply with a distracted, all right, as he ambled into the common room in a daze. Vincente was not about to allow him the luxury of reflection. Being a Ravenclaw, Vincente contemplated that if Neville Longbottom were to question him about his knowledge of the Gryffindor password, Harry and his friends would become the primary suspects, which would not bode well. Under different circumstances, Vincente might have concocted a plausible explanation, but with Longbottom, he surmised the matter would likely slip from his mind shortly, and he would not revisit it anytime soon. Vincente felt no need to concern himself with such trivialities. With a smile directed at the fat lady, Vincente remarked, I overheard it the last time I visited a friend. Do not fret, Hogwarts young wizards typically do not intrude upon other common rooms. Generally speaking, that is true. The fat lady replied nonchalantly. It is merely a password, one that will be changed in due time. Besides, You are a Ravenclaw, not a Slytherin. What harm could come from knowing the Gryffindor password? That held a degree of validity. As the guardian of Gryffindor, the fat lady had witnessed many peculiarities. Nothing truly surprising unless a Slytherin were to know the password. Before long, Hermione emerged, appearing far more at ease than during their last encounter. Pray tell, you are not here to act as a mediator for them, are you? Vicente's appearance suggested he had just returned from the library. Harry and Ron often sought him out there for discussions, and she surmised he must have recently met with them. Oh, Hermione, your intelligence is remarkable. It has me concerned about how Ravenclaw will uphold its reputation for academic excellence this term. Vicente smiled. Academic excellence is not merely a title. However, I graciously accept your compliment. Hermione's spirits lifted slightly at Vicente's playful jest. You are not here to discuss Professor Quirrell, are you? I have heard whispers that George and Fred might have concocted something involving you. Ah, you flatter me, but I am merely a first-year Ravenclaw. What could I possibly do? Vicente maintained a facade of nonchalance. I am here on behalf of Harry and Ron. Hermione appeared ready to depart, yet she hesitated. What do they wish to convey to me? Vicente produced a piece of candy. Care for a sweet? Is that what they wanted to discuss? Hermione did not accept the candy, her skeptical gaze eliciting a faint smile from Vicente. Sharp-eyed as ever, Hermione. This is a vomit-flavored bean from George and Fred. Hermione's resolve to leave faltered. She contemplated sending Vicente to the hospital wing. You best have a genuine reason for this visit, as I am quite busy. The term is nearly half over, and there is a small assessment before the Christmas holidays that I must prepare for. Come now, Hermione. Such a statement may fool the other young witches and wizards from the Muggle world, but I am a Ravenclaw. No professor will deliberately torment students during the Christmas holidays. Except for Professor Snape, Harry and Ron lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. True, they did not disclose it, but I could discern their intentions. Otherwise, they would have impeded my progress, and I would not have meddled. He interjected before Hermione could speak. Hermione believed his words, as she wished to avoid any unnecessary discord with her friends. Moreover, Hermione, without you, who else could thwart those two reckless fellows from earning Gryffindor demerits? Vicente deftly navigated the conversation, fully cognizant of potential refusals, steering directly to the crux of the matter. If you remain displeased, you could always surreptitiously slip this vomit bean into his bread. The last time I encountered George and Fred, they claimed this had been tested and posed no other effect, save for causing a loss of appetite. Once the genuine vomit-flavored beans are perfected, I shall share them with you. If the consequence were merely a loss of appetite, Hermione could abide by that. However, should it truly induce relentless vomiting in someone, that would pose quite the dilemma. Chapter 21. The first Christmas Hermione reconciled with her friends. And as if Vicente was oblivious to their earlier discord, they reunited as the Gryffindor trio once more. Perhaps this exemplifies the peculiar bonds among friends, where minor squabbles arise from strange circumstances, yet reconciliation is always forthcoming. Vicente once again inscribed in his observation journal, sudden quarrels followed by reconciliation are a commonplace occurrence among friends, a phenomenon that might frequently manifest. Friend. That term itself carries an air of ambiguity. Vicente understood that he was separated from the authentic world by some indefinable barrier. He could not grasp it yet, but he would eventually come to understand. The evolution of humanity is a journey from ignorance to comprehension. Experiences foster growth. And even if one lacks sufficient time to accumulate such experiences, it is of little consequence. Vicente was adept at observation. A plethora of subjects to observe could yield the requisite experiences to formulate his desired conclusions. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Vicente had documented numerous insights in his observation journal, encompassing matters concerning Harry and the new acquaintances he made in Gryffindor, as well as those from Slytherin. He even dedicated a separate category to Theodore Nott, a figure similar yet entirely distinct from himself, certainly deserving of further contemplation. Vicente's skepticism regarding Professor Chilo had not waned. However, at present, the more pressing matter was not Chilo, but rather the joyous atmosphere enveloping all of Hogwarts as Christmas approached. The origins of Christmas are inextricably linked to religion, yet the Muggle world has transformed it into a festive celebration that no one, regardless of their belief, would reject. Wizards, who do not subscribe to the Muggle concept of religion, might even find the tales told in those missionary texts far less engaging than the fairy tales cherished by children. Yet, the true origins of this holiday remain a mystery. While Muggles trace their roots to religion, perhaps wizards do as well. Yet, at this moment, no one seemed to care. Christmas, merely uttering the word, conjured images of a day infused with sweetness in the air. Hogwarts, as a year-round boarding school, only opens its gates to the outside world during these special occasions, allowing young wizards to depart via the familiar Hogwarts Express and return to their homes to recount the happenings of their school life to their families. Most young wizards opt to reunite with their parents during this festive season, yet each year, one or two exceptions arise. Hogwarts thoughtfully provides the option for them to remain. Vicente's guardians had long since departed from England, and after a considerable lapse of time since their last correspondence, he naturally chose to stay. Why return to the cold and lifeless home on Privet Drive when he could experience a Christmas brimming with magical ambience at Hogwarts? He indeed cherished solitude. Yet during such a festive season, the rare opportunity to partake in the noise and merriment was a delightful prospect. Harry, of course, chose to remain at Hogwarts. He had no desire to return to Privet Drive to celebrate Christmas with Aunt Petunia and the others. It appeared that this year would once again find the two of them celebrating Christmas together, and Harry declared that he did not wish for chocolate as his Christmas gift this year. With a sense of excitement, he leaned against Vicente, while not far away. Hagrid was dragging a gigantic Christmas tree through the entrance. They spotted him downstairs, and Harry, standing on tiptoe, caught Hagrid's eye, who clearly noticed them as well. The square in front of Hogwarts Castle was already blanketed in thick white snow, and Hagrid's efforts to drag the pine tree left an undeniable trail upon the ground. Were someone to admire the scene from a high vantage point, they would surely chastise him for his diligence, continuing to work even amidst the falling snowflakes. For them, the towering tree posed no challenge. For a half-giant like Vicente, it was hardly an issue. What a magnificent tree! Hermione, who would not be staying at Hogwarts, could not help but gaze at the Christmas tree. The wintry weather, it seemed, was not conducive to outdoor conversations, and as Harry and his friends were en route to class, they happened to cross paths with Vicente, stopping momentarily to exchange a few words. Ron also opted to remain at Hogwarts. Although he could return home, he preferred to spend Christmas with his friends, including Harry and Vicente. Mrs. Weasley had no objections, as it was said they would be visiting their son who was abroad to celebrate Christmas with him. This revelation alleviated Harry's concerns about disrupting his friend's family Christmas. Aside from them, the Weasley siblings who had not yet graduated also remained, making their house the most populated at Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays. Hagrid, that Christmas tree looks splendid. Ron echoed Vicente's sentiments. The Christmas tree is indeed the very soul of the holiday. Having a beautifully adorned tree would surely enhance their Christmas celebration. Yes, I have meticulously selected it after much deliberation. I will be dragging it to the Great Hall shortly. And if you wish, you are welcome to assist in decorating it, Hagrid replied, though he still held some reservations about Vicente. Nevertheless, he had managed to overlook him, maintaining a non-hostile demeanor. Engaging in a conversation with him, akin to the camaraderie shared with Harry and Ron, was still a distant prospect. Hogwarts was not particularly strict in its management of young witches and wizards, allowing them ample freedom to hang stars or charming bows upon the Christmas tree. No one would refuse this, not even the most serious-minded Professor McGonagall, who would surely find joy in the creative whims of the young students. Christmas, a joyous Christmas. Vicente gazed at the snowflakes drifting down, sensing a hint of warmth in the cold air. It was not the overly sweet scent of sugar frosting, nor the icy breath of winter that wafted in through an open window. It was an indescribable essence, imbued with a touch of warmth. How peculiar it was that he felt just a hint of warmth amidst the frigid landscape. Hagrid waved goodbye as he continued to drag the Christmas tree towards the Great Hall, casting a seemingly subtle glance at Vicente beside Harry before departing. Despite the passage of time and Dumbledore's assurances, every encounter with this young wizard still felt somewhat disconcerting. Vicente had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was merely his appearance that provoked discomfort. Such a striking visage could indeed be unsettling. What had the previous riddle done to elicit such disdain? While seeking traces of the former riddle at Hogwarts, he stumbled upon his trophy. A Slytherin prefect who had once earned accolades at Hogwarts. It was said he had applied to remain at the school, but Dumbledore had declined his request. Beyond that, Vicente could find no information about what transpired after his graduation or where he had gone. The trail had grown cold. If that riddle were still alive, he would now be a man in his 60s or 70s. Unlike Muggles, Vicente could not refer to him as an elder. If he were indeed alive, he would surely have left some mark behind, and Hogwarts professors should not be entirely ignorant. They were concealing something from him, whether at Dumbledore's behest or by their own volition. Turning away from Hagrid's probing gaze, Vicente felt no desire to engage with his observations that offered no substantial insights. In that very moment, as he turned, he caught sight of Theodore departing from behind him. And suddenly, that warm aura intensified. Ah, Theodore. Vicente found this entirely reasonable. If it were Theodore, the warmth amidst the icy landscape was hardly surprising. Chapter 22. Just an ordinary wealthy individual. Theodore had merely been passing through. This was a communal area of Hogwarts, and anyone was permitted to traverse it, was it not? He spoke not a word, yet the way Vicente positioned himself in front of him clearly conveyed an unspoken message. Not just him, A few steps behind Vicente stood Harry Potter and two other Gryffindor students, all observing him. Blocking the way? I never anticipated that a Gryffindor would engage in such behavior, Theodore remarked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. If Vicente had indeed come to provoke him, then based on that smile, they could have easily resorted to a duel right then and there. He would prefer Vicente to be seeking trouble, for then he could readily draw his wand and retaliate, rather than stand here awaiting some peculiar utterance from him. What's this? Did you never expect a Slytherin to find themselves obstructed on their path? Hogwarts has no rule stipulating that obstructing others on the path is a Slytherin monopoly, and as a student of Ravenclaw, I would never enlist a Gryffindor's help for such antics. Vicente stepped closer once more, and Theodore instinctively felt the urge to distance himself, yet he restrained the impulse. Fearing that retreat might signify his defeat, they stood at a measured distance, neither too close nor too far. Vicente spoke in a tone deliberately subdued, audible only to the two of them, while Harry strained to catch any useful information amidst the biting wind, but found nothing but coldness. When had Vicente become acquainted with the Slytherins? It appeared there was some camaraderie there, Harry murmured, unable to glean the desired words from the wind. Instead, he observed their movements, biding his time to inquire directly with Vicente later. Theodore Nott was quite well known in Slytherin, particularly for his adeptness in potions. With Vicente having brewed alongside him before, Hermione always seemed to possess a wealth of information. Ron expressed surprise at her knowledge. How do you know this? We're together every day, yet it feels like you have 8 extra hours more than us. That's because I choose to invest my time listening rather than squandering it gossiping about professors, Hermione replied, fully aware of Ron and Harry's penchant for critiquing Professor Snape during potions class. This only confirmed that Snape was indeed unpopular, even without naming names. They all understood whom the insinuation referred to. Vicente lowered his voice intentionally, and Ron and the others naturally kept their volume down, while Theodore's vantage point allowed him to observe their whispered exchanges. Your friends are unaware of our relationship. Must we appear overly familiar in public? Ordinarily, Theodore wouldn't mind others getting close to him, dismissing any rumors among acquaintances. However, Vicente's association with him inexplicably instilled a sense of unease in Theodore. I always thought Slytherin would be the least favored house at Hogwarts. Has that unfortunate distinction now shifted to Ravenclaw? As a Ravenclaw student, I ought to respond positively on behalf of our house. Vicente continued to smile. By the way, could you share your modified warming charm? Theodore replied. I haven't modified any warming charm, but your physical temperature is significantly higher than mine. Under the same warming charm, our temperatures should be equal. I believe my physique is no inferior to yours, so there is no reason for my temperature to be lower. Vicente was genuinely inquiring out of a thirst for knowledge. Oh, it's because my clothing is rather expensive, Theodore replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Vicente, puzzled, asked what? Because my clothing is rather expensive. This school robe is made from the finest fabric at Madame Malkin's and has built-in heating. Vicente responded, my apologies for the intrusion. Theodore sidestepped him and walked away, his warm aura brushing against Vicente's exposed hand. Just an ordinary wealthy individual, nothing more. Chapter 23, Unfounded Loneliness. So, when did you meet? Harry observed Theodore saying something, prompting Vicente to display a rare look of confusion. As soon as Theodore departed, Vicente moved closer, casually inquiring when they had first met. Before I entered Hogwarts, Vicente replied. Watching Theodore's retreating figure, realizing he might have been played, he conveniently overlooked the fact that he had initially wanted to converse with Theodore. Unbeknownst to him, he was beginning to resemble a childish, bored youth, eager to engage with someone of interest. He remained oblivious to this change, yet the astute Miss Granger noticed. She lagged behind Harry and Ron, not rushing to speak with Vicente, but instead following his gaze toward Theodore, who had disappeared around the corner. Ron held a negative view of Slytherins, though much of the disdain was directed at Malfoy. Regarding Nott, who was less prominent in Slytherin, his attitude was comparatively more lenient. Slytherin was notoriously exclusive, and those not in favor often found themselves bewildered by the house's dynamics. Other students were only aware of the infamous reputation of Malfoy and the Nott family, but the more discreet members remained under the radar. The information that first-year students could share was scarce. Aside from the more ostentatious families like Malfoy and Parkinson, few had made a name for themselves. I thought you were finally going to express your discontent toward the Slytherins. I don't have much of an opinion on Nott, Ron remarked, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder to signal him to remain calm. Take it easy, Harry. Vicente is quite lucid. He won't be easily deceived by the Slytherins. After Theodore's departure, the cold wind once again scattered the warmth surrounding Vicente, making him seem to retreat, reverting to the composed Ravenclaw. I concur with your sentiment, Ron. Vicente wished to say more, but Hermione interjected. Before entering Hogwarts? That sounds like the beginning of some peculiar fairy tale. Harry suddenly felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu, as if he vaguely recalled having seen Theodore Nott before. Vincent, he asked the boy from Ollivander's wand shop, isn't. I think we brushed past each other there, and again at the Hogwarts platform. I can't believe I remember it so vividly. You all didn't know each other back then, and I never heard you mention it. Memories are like a dusty glass. Once a detail is recalled, it shines through like a freshly polished point of light, and the once murky recollections become strikingly clear. Vincent realized he should quickly change the subject to divert their attention. Hermione, remember to rest well during your Christmas break back in the Muggle world. We will handle the remaining issues, and perhaps by the time you return, I will have found some clues. Oh, that sounds delightful, Hermione replied, following his lead, which only heightened Vicente's discomfort. Ron quickly dismissed the incident, while Harry still felt the urge to ask more. However, time was on his side, and there was no rush. Vincent found himself somewhat exasperated by Hermione. After a casual well-wish, she fell silent, which only heightened his apprehension, as he sensed that the astute Miss Granger was now harboring more thoughts, intent on uncovering further secrets from him in the future. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I to assume I could secretly return during Christmas to see if you and Theodore Nott exchange chocolates? Hermione smiled lightly at Vincent, clutching her book, before turning to leave. Vincent suddenly realized he might have left a lever for that clever and perceptive little witch, although he was still unaware of what that lever entailed. Having a somewhat intimate relationship with a Slytherin hardly constituted a lever, and besides, Theodore himself didn't even perceive their relationship as particularly close. Their current rapport was merely one of acquaintance. Theodore Nott is indeed a peculiar individual. How is it that he always seems to sense my deliberate approach towards him? Is my first impression so disconcerting? Vincent has been rather preoccupied of late. He has yet to unearth substantial evidence to substantiate Harry's accusations against Professor Snape. Their inquiry into the Philosopher's Stone still requires further sources of information. The rapport between Theodore and himself remains rather distant, and with Professor Quirrell lurking ominously. Vincent feels as though he is being watched by some dreadful entity. Who is it that proclaimed Hogwarts the safest place in the world? In just half a year, without even the chance to celebrate Christmas, he has accumulated an abundance of questions, more than he had in the preceding 11 years combined. With such worries and reflections, Christmas has nevertheless arrived. Students of Hogwarts are gradually boarding the Hogwarts Express, departing from the school. The once boisterous institution has transformed into a hushed sanctuary, resembling the gentle descent of snowflakes. If one listens intently, the faint sound of snow landing upon the eaves can be heard in the empty corridors. The sunlight glistening upon the white snow evokes a sense of comfort, though prolonged gazing can lead to snow blindness, an experience far from delightful. In most instances, the remaining students at Hogwarts do not have the luxury of spending their days immersed in the snow. They can instead relish their time in the common room, the Great Hall, or even the library, which now wholly belongs to them. Vincent has left the common room in search of one of the library's quiet corners. Harry had intended to accompany him, but the comfort of the common room proved too enticing. He relished the warmth of the softest chair by the fireplace alongside Ron, where they could easily spend an entire day. To date, Harry has managed to win a mere handful of wizarding chess games against Ron, yet he remains undeterred. In Hermione's words, wizard's chess appears to be a rather brutish game, where pieces can wield their weapons to smash the opposing pieces' heads, a notion that intrigues Vincent. However, he has yet to find the opportunity to learn from Ron. The clamor of an intense chess match would not be welcome in the library, where they would rather avoid being reprimanded by Madame Pants. The Hogwarts library is a favored haunt among Ravenclaw students, or indeed, anyone with a passion for learning would hardly disdain such a place. Vincent cradles a new volume of spellbooks, having perused countless editions within the library's collection. Spells serve as a fundamental means for wizards to wield their magical prowess. Appropriate modifications to spells can elevate magic to an entirely different echelon. This is why, upon sensing the unusually warm temperature radiating from Theodore, Vincent speculated whether he had perfected a warming charm. Thus far, Vincent has yet to successfully improve upon any spell, leaving him with a slight sense of frustration despite his exceptional aptitude for learning. The vast expanse of knowledge within the magical realm is daunting. In practical terms, one only utilizes about 100 spells regularly, and mastering too many can render one's studies burdensome. Perhaps one should take their time and not impose excessive pressure upon oneself. Professor Dumbledore, akin to a fixed NPC within Hogwarts, consistently appears in various locales, seemingly unaware of his own ubiquitous presence. Vincent calmly turns the page to examine the next incantation until Dumbledore takes a seat across from him, prompting Vincent to reluctantly lift his gaze. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. I presumed you would be occupied with the evening's dinner arrangements." To his surprise, Dumbledore did not seem displeased by Vicente's words. Instead, he chuckled. "You are correct. I ought to be doing just that. Fortunately, I have a remarkably competent deputy. Minerva will ensure that the young wizards remaining at Hogwarts feel the warmth of home. I, too, am engaged in similar endeavors, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. Vicente, have you found happiness at Hogwarts during these past 6 months? It appears the headmaster bears a considerable burden, also serving as a counselor for the students' emotional well-being. Perhaps Hogwarts could allocate additional funds to hire an exceptional psychology professor. Vicente stifled the urge to utter some mundane phrases from the Muggle world in response to Dumbledore's current demeanor. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. If you were to listen more attentively to the students' innermost thoughts, you might discover that Hogwarts is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface, and your responsibilities may indeed multiply. As of now, Harry has not retracted his accusations against Professor Snape, even if he merely reported his concerns regarding a friend. Dumbledore discerned that Vicente was not inclined to engage in conversation. Well, it seems I have chosen an inopportune moment. Vicente attempted to broach his suspicions regarding Professor Quirrell, yet Dumbledore deftly sidestepped the topic. For the time being, Vicente had to concede that Dumbledore's perspective was valid, at least on the surface. Once he procured concrete evidence, he might resolve matters concerning Quirrell without needing Dumbledore's assistance. I have no doubt regarding your capabilities. The young wizards of Hogwarts possess unparalleled magical talent, and through study and guidance, their potential will undoubtedly flourish. Dumbledore truly resembled an NPC, materializing unexpectedly and departing after uttering remarks that Vicente found rather peculiar. By the way, while solitary endeavors may offer convenience, appropriate teamwork can yield far greater results. Vicente found himself increasingly perplexed by Dumbledore's demeanor. He appeared to lack faith in Vicente while simultaneously projecting an air of magnanimity and ease in their interaction. Nevertheless, Vicente could see that Dumbledore was genuinely earnest, which only deepened his confusion. As he observed the elderly wizard's retreating figure, Vicente was suddenly struck by an ineffable sense of loneliness. The snow outside did not embody this loneliness, nor did the serene library. He had lost a kindred spirit. Vicente became acutely aware of this realization. He had never truly found a kindred spirit. To date, all his interactions had been meticulously curated, with none having been deemed worthy of the designation of kindred spirit. Theodore, he mused, is merely a comparable variable in a controlled experiment, hardly qualifying as a kindred spirit. The loneliness Dumbledore instilled within Vicente arrived abruptly, leaving him at a loss for words to explain it as he made his way to the evening feast. Indeed, the old wizard was formidable, far more powerful than Vicente had anticipated. This thought reached its zenith during the Christmas Eve dinner. Chapter 24, Celebrating Christmas Together. In accordance with Christmas tradition, gifts are to be placed beneath the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve, to be unwrapped the following morning. A complete gifting ritual. Harry and Vicente have never adhered to such customs. Even at the Dursleys' home, a gift was always set aside for Harry beneath the Christmas tree. Even if it consisted of mere coins, it was imperative that there be something. Vicente has never followed this ritual. In the past, he would present the gift to Harry in advance, or simply on Christmas Day, never placing it beneath the tree. This year was no different. Harry had grown accustomed to Vicente's ways and reciprocated in a timely manner. Vicente received a gift from Harry, a fine quill, one of his favorite styles. In accordance with the customary practices of previous years, it is only fitting that Harry receives a box of exquisitely delightful chocolates this year as well. However, considering that Harry Potter himself has formally declined the offer of chocolates, Vincent has decided to graciously acquiesce to his wishes. Previously, out of consideration for the Dursleys, Vincent had only bestowed upon Harry simple gifts, preferably items that could immediately belong to him and would never be snatched away. These were tokens for his observation subject. As Harry was equally extraordinary, and the Dursleys were utterly unworthy of possessing anything gifted by him, even if it were merely refuse he had casually discarded. As for temporarily storing some sustainable items at his own residence for Harry's use upon his arrival, Vincent had not concerned himself with such matters back then. As long as Harry relied solely on him as his confidant, whether he truly contemplated Harry's needs was of little significance. Vincent's perspective has since evolved. He mused that Harry would soon forget the past, rendering any further mention of it unnecessary. This year, chocolates would not suffice. Instead, he resolved to present Harry with a comprehensive introductory tome on potions, a fundamental addition he would undoubtedly require. Moreover, he could include some broomstick maintenance supplies. As it was Christmas after all, and a little sweetness was in order to bring him joy. Vincent considered himself quite benevolent for extending such patience towards his subject of observation. He continued to employ indifferent terminology to refer to everyone around him, and only Vincent knew whether he still regarded them with the same coldness as before. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and Dumbledore's inquiries could be postponed for the time being. Even if the elderly wizard approached him with peculiar remarks, perhaps the Christmas spirit had rendered Dumbledore somewhat sentimental. Vincent remained indifferent to the intentions of the venerable sorcerer. As long as Dumbledore did not seek to trouble him, he was content to peacefully navigate the remainder of his student life. Alas, Hogwarts was far from a tranquil setting. Young wizards prioritized matters of urgency, and at present, nothing was more pressing than the Christmas Eve dinner. He did not wish to draw Dumbledore's undue attention by delaying this most significant occasion. Tomorrow, the paramount focus would shift to the Christmas dinner, and he hoped to navigate these 2 days without incident. It was a time to avoid any disturbances. As a riddle, he was already remarkable enough. A touch of normalcy was now in order. This was his mindset prior to encountering Theodore. Before meeting Theodore, "What are you doing here?" Following their last unsuccessful confrontation, Vincent had refrained from deliberately approaching Theodore. It was not that he feared Theodore. Rather, he had been at a disadvantage in their previous exchange, and Vincent had yet to devise a strategy to alter the situation. Until he could conceive a more effective solution, he was willing to maintain distance from Theodore, awaiting the moment he could once again seek the attention of the person who consumed his thoughts. Prior to engaging with Theodore, Vincent had meticulously documented his observations. Theodore's relationship with his family was less than favorable, mirroring Vincent's own situation, yet it should not have reached the point of remaining at Hogwarts during Christmas. He was not an orphan. Pure-blood families, those with a modicum of wealth who fancied themselves part of the elite, often adhered to their own principles. During festive occasions like Christmas, even if one did not attend the festivities, families would gather to feign harmony, showcasing stability and hinting at future cooperative ventures. How could Theodore possibly be found at Hogwarts? Why would he remain at school? Vincent struggled to mask his astonishment. His conclusions diverged starkly from reality, and he seldom erred in such matters. Whether it was Dumbledore's deliberate orchestration or mere coincidence, the boundaries of the different houses often overlapped. And Theodore and Vincent happened to be seated adjacent to one another at the intersection of their respective houses. "What are you doing here?" This question bore no hint of gentleness. It was a stern inquiry. Had it been anyone else, Theodore would likely have expressed annoyance. But upon recognizing that the inquiry came from the somewhat misguided Vincent, he seemed to find solace in the familiarity. The last time, Vincent had engaged in peculiar antics that had obstructed him, leading to nonsensical dialogue. Now, days later, encountering Vincent again, he spoke more oddities, fitting for his somewhat unstable mental state. Was this the norm for Ravenclaw? They seemed diligent in their studies, yet often exhibited eccentric behavior otherwise. Indeed, as you can see, I am now seated here. Are you truly so averse to spending Christmas Eve with me? How unfortunate for you, Theodore remarked coldly. Regardless of your disposition, I am here now. I cannot depart, so you must endure. Vincent could assure himself that this was not an illusion. The temperature around them had indeed dropped. He observed Theodore's wand, which had not been entirely secured within his sleeve, and silently tightened his own garments. Thank you for refraining from employing any peculiar methods at this moment. During their previous encounter, Vincent had suspected that Theodore's elevated temperature stemmed from an enhanced warming charm. Theodore had claimed that his family possessed ample wealth, and thus the materials were sufficiently warm. The cooling charm currently affecting him was still manageable, neither rendering him an ice block nor launching any aggressive spells in retaliation. Vincent did not harbor the delusion that this was a sign of Theodore's exceptional tolerance towards him. While their actions were relatively discreet, the head of Slytherin had still cast a glance in their direction. Clearly, they shared a tacit understanding. Whatever their intentions, they must not attract the attention of professors or the headmaster. Dumbledore appeared to smile in their direction before rising to address the gathering, inviting everyone to take their seats. As was customary, he would likely impart some warm sentiments to allow everyone to settle and enjoy the Christmas feast. Harry sat amidst the Weasley family, engaging in conversation with his friends, oblivious to Vincent's arrival. It was only when Dumbledore began to speak that he noticed his friend was once again in close proximity to that Theodore from before. Very well. Since Vincent has acknowledged Theodore as his friend, Harry, as Vincent's longtime companion, would strive to understand and respect his choice. Surely, within Slytherin, there must be impolite young lords like Malfoy, as well as individuals like Theodore with whom one could converse normally. Harry's gaze met Vincent's, and upon seeing his friend give a slight nod, he felt reassured and allowed himself to relish the Christmas Eve dinner. This was the first Christmas Eve he could recall that he had spent away from the Dursleys, entirely in the company of friends he cherished, celebrating a joyous occasion. Christmas Eve and Christmas, days symbolizing reunion, now brought him companions with whom to celebrate this beautiful holiday, filling him with happiness. The instances of tranquility between Vincent and Theodore were few. Only in the realm of potions could they exchange a few words of mutual understanding. Theodore had become acutely aware of Vincent's intense scrutiny and the probing gaze that often lingered upon him. Now, he was to spend Christmas Eve in Theodore's company. Severus never inquired why students from his house chose to remain at school during Christmas, It mattered little where one spent the holiday, as he was a solitary figure and did not expend unnecessary energy on the psychological well-being of his students. To be honest, expecting Severus Snape to concern himself with the mental health of students was a true test of their psychological limits. Theodore had never imagined he would find himself sharing a Christmas Eve dinner with Severus Snape. Chapter 25. I Come Bearing Gifts. Severus had served as the head of Slytherin for a decade, encountering nearly every young wizard in the British magical community. Each Christmas, he remained at Hogwarts, partaking in numerous festive dinners with the students who stayed behind. However, this was his first encounter with a pureblood family member among the stay-behind students. Pureblood families often cling to their unique convictions, exhibiting a distorted facade that Severus thoroughly despised. They placed great importance on their lineage, and even amidst conflicts, they maintained a pretense of harmony in public. Reflecting on his own school days, he recalled how his foolish brother had created a similar scene, still asking each year whether Severus wished to return home for Christmas dinner. Thus, when Theodore expressed his intention to remain at Hogwarts and requested Severus's signature on the stay-behind list, Severus felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, it was merely a fleeting concern. He had no inclination to delve into the complexities of these children's familial discord. Now, Theodore was seated beside the individual he held in low regard, Vincent Riddle. Severus harbored a distinct aversion to the Riddle surname, and the circumstances that had led them to share a table were undoubtedly the result of Dumbledore's machinations. Dumbledore had concealed certain matters from him, and their relationship had yet to reach the point of complete transparency. Severus was indifferent to this. As long as it did not interfere with the ultimate outcome, he cared not. Harry Potter must not perish. Although Severus held no fondness for him and wished for no favorable outcomes in his life, his death would render all their prior efforts futile. With Harry's survival as a prerequisite, Severus had little concern for Dumbledore's intentions. Theodore sensed that the arrangement of seats had been manipulated behind the scenes. He attempted to glean some information from his headmaster, but regrettably, Severus was engrossed in the empty plate before him, seemingly captivated by its intricate patterns. Vincent also noticed Theodore's gaze drifting towards the head table, but he failed to realize it was directed at Severus, mistakenly believing Theodore was wrapped in Dumbledore's address. "Theodore, would you care for some juice?" he inquired. Vincent could not fathom why Theodore had chosen to remain at Hogwarts. What significance did his words hold now that they were already seated for dinner? Theodore watched as Vincent slid the juice toward him, struggling to articulate his current emotions. He had not anticipated that his father would take such drastic measures, leaving him alone at Hogwarts during his first year and not even arranging for him to return home for Christmas. The bond between him and the elder Nott was tenuous at best. Their interactions were driven by mutual interests rather than genuine affection. Prior to his coming of age and inheriting the Nott family legacy, he required an adult wizard capable of sustaining the family's honor, while the elder Nott sought a successor to ensure the family's continued prominence and to secure advantageous exchanges. The balance was precarious, and although many issues remained unspoken due to Theodore's youth, their relationship would undoubtedly grow increasingly strained upon his graduation from Hogwarts. In light of this, no one was inclined to listen to Dumbledore's platitudes. He, however, acquitted himself well, offering only a few words of celebration, urging everyone to relish the Christmas Eve feast. It was indeed a joyous occasion to spend Christmas Eve with others at Hogwarts, a time to feel the warmth of home. He hoped that everyone would attend the Christmas dinner the following day, without exception. Dumbledore's words carried a playful tone. Of course, if anyone wishes to spend Christmas in solitude or with a friend in a secret location, we completely understand. The house elves in Hogwarts' kitchen will always have delectable food at the ready for anyone who desires it. The opportunity to freely indulge in the kitchen is a rare privilege, so please cherish it. Dumbledore's customary charm elicited light-hearted smiles from the young wizards around him. Vincent observed that, apart from Harry, the others seemed indifferent to Dumbledore's remarks. He committed each inflection to memory, gazing intently at Dumbledore. Only Harry genuinely regarded this as his home, striving to experience the warmth of family. Such longing for familial connection could lead to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps he might resort to reckless actions to gain acceptance at Hogwarts. This tendency also extended to his imagined family. In his quest for belonging, he might sacrifice a part of himself. Humans often yearn excessively for what eludes them, willing to relinquish much of what they possess to attain it. 7 years was ample time for an impressionable child to forge a profound bond with Hogwarts. Vincent had no doubt that, if necessary, Dumbledore would exploit this fact without hesitation. The world's most esteemed white wizard. Vincent lowered his gaze, beginning to enjoy his Christmas dinner. Today, nothing was more significant than this grand feast on Christmas Eve. Following the meal, what mattered most was why Theodore had chosen to remain at Hogwarts. According to Hogwarts regulations, after dinner, the young wizards were to return to their common rooms. Even if they wished to stay awake all night, They were required to return to their quarters and could not roam the halls of Hogwarts. As a great man once said, rules are established to be broken. Vincent was embodying this principle. Moreover, he had not entirely breached the rules, as it was not yet curfew. If you think you can sneak into Slytherin's dungeons by following my lead, you are sorely mistaken. The basilisk at the entrance could easily spell your doom. This was, of course, a hyperbole. Even though the guardian at the entrance was a relic from the original Salazar Slytherin, it had long since become a mere decoration and lock, incapable of truly springing to life to harm a young wizard. Unfortunately, many young wizards genuinely believed this. To them, Slytherin represented the epitome of malevolence. And the idea of a biting door lock seemed entirely plausible. To have such a historical artifact take a bite out of them, should I consider it an honor? Theodore replied, what on earth do you intend to achieve? I have not brewed potions recently, nor do I possess the ability to enhance spells. If you seek a genius, you should visit Ravenclaw, where you'll find plenty of bookworms who can engage with you. Don't waste your efforts on me. Theodore was thoroughly exasperated. The letter from the elder Nott had irritated him. Vincent's persistent presence was bothersome, and the inquiries from Malfoy following Christmas would only add to his frustrations. Why could the people around him not focus on their own affairs and instead direct their attention towards him? What connection did they have that made solitude so undesirable? Why could he not simply be left alone? I have no intentions of doing anything. Vincent halted at a safe distance. I merely wish to present you with a gift. Theodore's instinctive words of annoyance were stifled. As you have articulated, those from other houses lack the capability to penetrate Slytherin. Thus I can only bestow this token upon you at this juncture. Merry Christmas, Theodore. Vincent hoped that the gift he received would be a useful tome. So he offered a compendium of spells. The Nott family might not be in want of such a book, yet there is no harm in perusing literature. And gifting books is never a misstep. Vincent had believed that he was gradually drawing closer to Theodore, for during their shared hours brewing potions, the atmosphere between them was exceptionally congenial. However, inexplicably, once they departed from the potions room, the ambience seemed shattered, and Theodore erected an invisible glass wall around himself, making it nearly impossible to approach him. Vincent, too, engaged in such behaviors, yet when others treated him in kind, he found it intolerable. Those capable of discerning the thoughts of others seldom wish for their own thoughts to be laid bare. Vincent could alienate others, extricating himself from emotional and sentimental exchanges. Yet he relished drawing others into that very maelstrom. Chapter 26. Perhaps a chance, or a gift. A gift? Theodore regarded Vincent with skepticism. When did their relationship evolve to one where they exchanged gifts? Vincent merely held aloft a square package adorned with a bow. Theodore could easily surmise that it must be a book. The Nott family certainly possessed ample funds to procure books. Yet, this was a Christmas gift. Theodore had few friends. The Slytherin young wizards predominantly favored the flamboyant and ostentatious demeanor of Malfoy, and the gifts exchanged among families were often ostentatious jewels devoid of substance. He thought he had acclimated to this reality. Are you attempting to curry favor with me? Theodore speculated reasonably. Much like the others in Slytherin who flocked around Malfoy, they were never drawn by the young Malfoy's commendable character. As they matured, the intertwined collaborations of their families necessitated the cultivation of amicable relations, rendering future dealings more convenient. It was not merely the lineage of their families that mattered, but the prowess of their heirs was also a vital criterion. They were merely first years, incapable of perceiving deeper truths. As they matured, should Theodore reveal greater talents, others would naturally seek to forge friendships with him. He never anticipated that the first individual to endeavor to establish a friendship with him would be a Ravenclaw. Theodore now regarded Vincent as one might a traitorous ant. Perhaps, in his eyes, an overly bookish Ravenclaw resembled an ant constructing an anthill of knowledge, now departing from its nest. He was engaging in something foolish. Had any other Ravenclaw stood before him, proclaiming their intention to present him with a Christmas gift, Theodore would have scoffed without hesitation and turned away. Vincent was not a fool. At least, based on the aspects he had thus far revealed, he did not appear to be one. Theodore could only surmise that he had preemptively discerned his boundless potential and sought to place his bets early, aiming for greater gains in the future. This notion further irked him. Regardless of your current thoughts, could you at least show some respect for my character? Vincent voiced within Theodore's increasingly errant thoughts. Their acquaintance was relatively brief. Perhaps there was no guarantee of integrity, yet Vincent still endeavored to advocate for himself. If you seek to gain something from me, I advise you to abandon such hopes. You shall attain not a whit of the Nott family's affairs from me. And what of the heir of the Nott family? Professor Snape ought to deduct points from all of Ravenclaw for your foolish utterance, Theodore. He turned on his heel, unwilling to spare Vincent even a glance. Very well. Vincent's attempt to present a Christmas gift had faltered. This was inconsequential, for he was faced with Theodore. If a person he doubted sought to give him a Christmas gift, he too, would refuse it. Were Professor Quirrell to offer him a Christmas gift, he would undoubtedly suspect that it concealed some incriminating evidence or a curse. Theodore was perpetually vigilant of his surroundings, a state unbecoming of one his age. Vincent was certainly not referring to himself, as he had always believed himself distinct from his peers. I know what you are contemplating. I can comprehend your thoughts, at least within Hogwarts. I believe we are the most capable of understanding one another. Vincent's seemingly ambiguous words succeeded in retaining Theodore's attention. Only within the confines of this environment could he grasp the vulnerability and helplessness that Vincent's words betrayed. On Christmas Eve, the significance of the holiday need not be elaborated upon. All heirs of pure-blood families, mind you, returned to their estates, leaving only him behind. Perhaps the grown-up Theodore Nott would not care a whit for the oppression imposed by his father. Their familial relationship had seemingly been predetermined since his birth. This deranged father would hardly concern himself with the bond between father and son. The masters he had once served had perished. Now, what remained worthy of his efforts? Were it not for the substantial sum of galleons he had expended, he ought to reside in Azkaban amongst the Dementors. Theodore recognized that the tenuous father-son relationship could never be established between them, yet that did not permit him to tolerate others wielding it as a weapon against him. Vincent Riddle, who do you think you are, uttering such bizarre words to achieve your own ends? Keep your distance until my wand is drawn. Perhaps he was merely a sufficiently astute student capable of grasping matters that ordinary wizards could not comprehend. Vincent spoke earnestly, just like you. Stripped of his facade, Theodore beheld Vincent's authentic self. Without the usual smooth talk, Vincent's sincerity evoked a flicker of genuine emotion in Theodore. His expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a faint smile, as though the threatened individual was not he. This was not merely a book, it could be an opportunity, or just a simple gift. Assuming you have yet to digest the cream soup from dinner, this gift ought to rest beneath the Christmas tree. Theodore still wore an expression of disdain. Vincent felt no anger. Rather, he found joy in Theodore displaying more emotion, rather than maintaining his typical indifference, detached from sentiment. If I were to place this book amidst that pile of gifts, you wouldn't spare it a glance. To achieve certain objectives, sometimes one must adopt unconventional approaches. So, Theodore, what is your answer? To be or not to be? Vincent found Shakespeare's timeless phrase most fitting in this context. Theodore appeared somewhat perplexed. Now, with such an excellent opportunity at hand, you ought to redirect your focus toward other matters. I am aware that you have been fixated on Professor Quirrell. This was indeed something Vincent had not anticipated. He had thought his disguise was quite effective. It appears that while Vincent was observing Theodore was equally scrutinizing him. In their mutual uncertainty regarding each other's sentiments, they both opted for observation. However, Vincent's curiosity was far more pronounced, while Theodore reciprocated Vincent's interest. Perhaps it was the unexpected Christmas gift that befuddled Theodore, for instead of turning away, he stood there and began to elucidate. It's rather acceptable, at least. Aside from myself, no one else has seemingly noticed this. If you could exercise a modicum of discretion in your words and actions and refrain from provoking me so excessively, I would not squander my precious time on your matters. Theodore effortlessly discerned Vincent's expression, which lacked any semblance of concealment. Indeed, I can accept that part about being particularly intelligent. Theodore seized the book that Vincent had been holding aloft, which he showed no intention of relinquishing even as he turned to depart. I offer you this opportunity. Professor Quirrell does indeed have issues, and Professor Snape has prepared some potions that first-year wizards could easily resolve. I am unaware of where he has placed these potions, but should you locate them, you might uncover the answers to the questions you have long pondered. Hogwarts is not as innocuous as it appears. It is not as safe. Yet with Dumbledore here, danger is unlikely. This time, Theodore genuinely turned to leave, seemingly having completed some form of exchange, taking with him the Christmas gift Vincent had bestowed upon him, whilst leaving behind a significant piece of information. However, I truly came to present you with a Christmas gift. Vincent could now be certain that Theodore had mistaken something. Keenly observant, alert, and quick to respond to an unsettling suggestion, he immediately reciprocated in kind. Yet, upon witnessing a flicker of goodwill, he forcibly categorized it as a transaction and compelled its completion. What to do? He was undeniably intrigued by Theodore. Vincent had always been aware of his emotional evasion. Unlike others who fled yet dared not admit it, he was rather candid about it. He was indeed evading, fearful that the intensity of emotions could yield terrifying consequences. As long as he did not acknowledge it, no one could wield emotions as a threat against him. Moreover, until now, he had not felt any emotion that truly resonated with him. At most, he would exert a slight effort during interactions, but that mattered little, for he was certain that the returns would outweigh the investments. Theodore's suspicion that he had targeted Vincent for a purpose was quite accurate. He was by no means being unjustly accused. This gift was indeed part of an enticement, and Vicente's vigilance did not disappoint. If he were genuinely moved by it, Vicente would find it rather dull. What is the most captivating aspect of observation? It is the perspective of a deity. He observed Theodore, slowly identifying their similarities, hoping to glean something from it. Yet, Theodore remained blissfully unaware, guarding himself against Vicente as if he were a stranger, oblivious to the fact that he was merely guarding against another version of himself. Should Theodore ever recognize their shared traits, perhaps the intrigue would dissipate. The torches in the cellar corridor had dimmed, signaling the curfew. Vicente had not acquired the answers he sought, yet it felt as though he had. He understood that he could not draw any closer to Theodore through this Christmas. Well, he had to concede that his proximity to Theodore was not motivated by concern or softer emotions. He approached with intent. He could certainly accept Theodore's rejections, retreats, and defenses without feeling disheartened. It would only reinforce his belief that this was indeed the most suitable person he sought. Vicente could find no clarity regarding his future. All he had done thus far was merely a projection of others' expectations cast upon him. He approached everything else with a nonchalant attitude, lacking any definitive goals. The orphanage headmistress hoped he would find a suitable adoptive family. He did not understand the rationale behind this. Yet the prospect of escaping that group of foolish individuals brought him joy, thus he left. His parents wished for him to resemble their deceased child, and Vicente complied. Believing it would improve his life, there was no shame in that. Then he received a letter inviting him to attend Hogwarts, a wholly different world, which seemed unnecessary to refuse. Whether or not he attended Hogwarts, he would still need to pursue an education elsewhere and continue along a path he had no idea how to navigate. Harry sought to escape his family, Ron aspired to be useful, and Hermione diligently studied, knowing she would need that knowledge. Ultimately, Vicente's endeavors thus far had been motivated solely by others telling him what he ought to do. He should study, so he did. He should attend Hogwarts, so he did. Any other child of his age would not ponder such profound questions. Why contemplate these matters? It was sufficient to simply act. Since the adults instructed him to do so, there must be some wisdom in their reasoning, and he would surely comprehend it when he matured. Yet, Vicente did not wish to wait until adulthood. He yearned to understand the ultimate purpose of his actions now. He did not know, and therein lay the crux of the issue. Consequently, he felt unfulfilled and unhappy. Even his fervent studies could only temporarily suppress his contemplations. Fortunately, he had encountered Theodore. Theodore was remarkably similar to him. Both were indifferent to their surroundings, alert, independent, possessing their own thoughts, and unburdened by familial ties. Family, without a doubt, was a burden. Vicente could assert with confidence that the influence of family on an individual is immensely profound, as they permeate the character, thoughts, and future aspirations of their members in myriad ways. The more fortunate the family, the greater the impact. Vicente had never experienced the sensation of a happy family. Based on all his experiences to date, the absence of familial influence seemed advantageous. He still did not know what he truly wanted to do. Yet at least he had not allowed others' opinions to dictate his choices. Theodore's presence appeared to provide him with an alternative model, perhaps from Theodore. He could discover his true objective. No two subjects would tread the same path. Vicente observed everyone around him. Harry, the Dursleys, Ron, Hermione, even Malfoy, and the professors at Hogwarts. He could garner the favor of others through his disguised exterior, except for Theodore. Theodore was not deceived. He remained vigilant. Vicente found joy in this. They had 7 years ahead of them, and he could take his time. Unbeknownst to him, tomorrow would present him with an opportunity. Chapter 27. You have vanished. Vicente lacked a steadfast goal, yet he had numerous short-term tasks that he imposed upon himself. For instance, studying, observing, and regarding Professor Quirrell. Receiving gifts at Christmas is a tradition. Even the most adversarial individuals should approach today with tranquility. Vicente had not intended to seek trouble with Quirrell today, yet he found himself drawn to it. Beneath the Christmas decorations of the Great Hall's tree lay a plethora of gifts. With only he and Theodore remaining in Slytherin and Ravenclaw, preparing a Christmas tree solely for the two of them seemed somewhat superfluous. Gryffindor at least had the Weasley family and Harry. Dumbledore, as the considerate headmaster, had inquired about their preferences. Vicente and Theodore were not individuals who cared for formalities, and thus, their gifts did not require any special treatment. Consequently, the gifts designated for the two of them were piled beneath the Christmas tree in the Great Hall. The beautifully ribboned boxes surprisingly contributing to a festive atmosphere, despite the fact that he was the only one present. Speaking of which, had everyone in the hall really arrived so late today? Vicente stepped forward and rummaged through the heap of gifts until he unearthed his own box. The gifts he received were quite simple. Several of his Ravenclaw classmates had given him notebooks. He and Harry did not have the custom of exchanging gifts on Christmas Day, but in keeping with prior tradition, he had sent Harry a gift in advance, and Harry had likewise presented him with a feather quill beforehand. However, the gifts from others were still to be unwrapped following a fixed procedure, which dictated they could only be opened in the morning. The presents belonging to Nott exuded an air of immense value right from their packaging, while others, like those from Ron and Hermione, were adorned with lovely blue ribbons. Among them, one unremarkable little parcel stood out, lacking any greeting or bow, containing only a blank card inscribed with Vicente's name, the sender being Quirrell. The notion he had entertained yesterday had materialized. Professor Quirrell was indeed sending him a cursed gift. A blatant provocation? Vincent could only surmise this. Surely, it could not be that he had suddenly discovered potential for reconciliation between them, hence the gift as a gesture of goodwill. Their antagonistic relationship was tacitly understood. It was merely the multitude of watchful eyes at Hogwarts that had compelled them to remain discreet. Theodore had not ventured out. The mountain of gifts had failed to stir the young Lord's indifferent heart. Vincent found no opportunity to converse with him. Thus, he decided to wait until evening to talk. Theodore would not remain confined to the Slytherin common room indefinitely, and eventually, he would step out, allowing Vincent to address the core of the matter with him. Presently, Theodore appeared to have far more ambition than he did, aspiring to take over the Nott family affairs, enduring old Nott's mockery for the sake of it. Before Christmas, Vincent had believed Theodore to be akin to Malfoy, destined to naturally inherit a portion of his family's responsibilities upon reaching adulthood, ultimately becoming the family patriarch. Malfoy was a spoiled child. Anyone who stood by him could effortlessly discern the extent of his family's indulgence. No one would doubt the smooth path that lay ahead for him. Vincent had once thought that the only difference between himself and Theodore stemmed from their families. His parents were of little utility, but provided him with some support, while the Nott family should have bestowed him with greater emotional backing. Yet, reality had revealed their striking similarities, even in the burdens their families imposed upon them. Vincent resolved to temporarily set aside thoughts of Theodore and enjoy his breakfast. If he did not plan to visit the library, perhaps he could bring back some food to place at the entrance of Slytherin. The guardian at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, with its two serpent heads, seemed perfectly suited to seize a takeout bag. They were currently probing one another, stepping into each other's territories, establishing the first step towards a relationship. It was a pity that he was so close to being able to consider himself a friend. Indeed, it was wise not to act too hastily. But teasing Theodore was undeniably an amusing endeavor. Just imagine seeing emotions other than indifference flicker across that face. It was a delightful thought. Vincent had discovered an activity he genuinely enjoyed, one that brought him joy without any ulterior motive. From an outcome perspective, it yielded no tangible benefits. If he were to articulate it, perhaps the only pleasure derived lay in witnessing Theodore's changing expressions. Such emotions were the most futile to him. What use was happiness? It was the tangible benefits he could grasp and the tools he could utilize in the future that held true value. Most people did not seem to think in this manner. Just look at Harry and Ron, who amused themselves by doodling little figures in their textbooks and narrating stories to each other during class. A rather mundane pursuit without any benefit. Yet they found immense joy in it. In this regard, Vincent sided with Hermione. Not studying during class. Were they to cram knowledge at the last minute before finals? Just wait and see. While they could revel in their fun during Christmas, if they failed to resolve the issues pertaining to Professor Snape before the summer break, Hermione would undoubtedly cease to accompany them in their erratic quest for information. Vincent was certain that this meticulous young witch had already organized her revision schedule well before Christmas. Having just received his Christmas gift, Vincent had scarcely had time to eat when a Gryffindor lion suddenly burst through the door, seizing his hand and pulling him to a corner. With so few people in the school during the Christmas holiday, Dumbledore had merged the 4 long tables into one, creating a somewhat lively atmosphere as everyone gathered together. Perhaps it was indeed too early, as there was no one else in the hall besides them. Vincent observed Harry, whose face was alight with excitement and darting glances around as if he had something monumental to share. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Calm down, Gryffindor boy. There's no one else here but us. Take your time to say what you need to. Harry took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with a light Vincent had seen before, reminiscent of the moment he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. What could possibly rival the significance of receiving a Hogwarts acceptance letter? Clearly, this matter was exceptionally special to Harry. Vincent pondered briefly. It must be a particularly extraordinary gift. Perhaps something from Hogwarts, which had once been his parents' school. Was it a gift sent to him in the name of his parents? No, if it were in their name, he might feel more touched. The current state of excitement must stem from something that once belonged to his parents, now being returned to him, a form of intergenerational inheritance that was indeed thrilling. The exuberant Gryffindor inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice, ensuring it did not sound too unsteady. You absolutely cannot imagine. I've received a super special Christmas gift, a magical cloak. I can show you shortly. Not only is this cloak extraordinary, but it once belonged to my father. Can you understand, Vicente? This is my father's cloak. The word father, for a child who had never experienced familial warmth, struck a profound chord. Vicente, however, held no concern regarding this. He had never harbored any hopes for his family relations, nor did he possess any expectations for such feelings. Perhaps this was why Harry chose to join Gryffindor, surrounding himself with warm-hearted individuals, while he opted for Ravenclaw, seeking solace in the tower alongside books. He certainly did not intend to imply that the Ravenclaw students resided too high up, nor did he mean to suggest that their lofty abode was too cold, or that climbing the stairs was excessively tiresome. Vicente did not interrupt Harry. He quietly listened as the boy expressed all his excitement before responding with a smile. I understand. I understand, Harry. This is indeed a very special gift. I can see how thrilled you are, but before we indulge in excitement and showcase it, let us have breakfast first, shall we? Once we've finished our meal, I will reveal just how extraordinary this cloak truly is. When I unwrapped this gift this morning, Ron and I were utterly astounded. It is simply remarkable. I had always thought such things could never truly exist, but now that I am a wizard at Hogwarts, what is there that is impossible? When Harry became overly animated, he tended to ramble a bit, perhaps not to an extreme degree, but to Vicente, who was usually composed, it seemed no different from babbling. Vicente indeed pondered the extent of the cloak's wonders that could incite such fervent enthusiasm in Harry. Could it be impervious to fire and water? Invulnerable to blades and bullets? Surely it couldn't possess the qualities of an invisibility cloak from a wizarding fairy tale, once said to be bestowed by death itself. Even having grown up in the Muggle world, Vicente had swiftly immersed himself in the wizarding realm since his enrollment at Hogwarts. Embracing both worlds, he absorbed knowledge from the wizarding world to enrich himself, transforming from within to embody all that a wizard should be. To truly integrate into a new environment, one must first understand its culture, which is most vividly reflected in its fairy tales. These tales encapsulate local customs, lifestyles, values, and some elements rooted in legend that may indeed hold an air of mystery. Thus far, Vicente had heard numerous rumors regarding the origins of magic and the so-called Deathly Hallows, along with some documented accounts. The name Deathly Hallows resonated deeply within the hearts of many, not just because of a storybook, but also due to the infamous dark wizard, Grindelwald. Once known as Dumbledore's adversary, who had become a fleeting figure in Dumbledore's grand narrative. He had heard tales of Grindelwald, a dark lord attempting to dominate Europe, ultimately defeated by Dumbledore. It was indeed reassuring to know that the headmaster of Hogwarts was such a powerful white wizard. If not for Professor Quirrell, Vicente might genuinely believe that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. Who could say what purpose lay behind the experiences they had endured thus far? To assert that Dumbledore had no ulterior motives would be utterly implausible to Vicente. He was determined to uncover Dumbledore's true intentions, just as he would unravel the secrets surrounding Professor Quirrell. If he had not discerned them by the end of this semester, he might as well not bother. Considering the rumors surrounding the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, survival into the second year seemed improbable. Speculation and curiosity lingered, yet not to an overwhelming extent. Vicente showed great consideration, attentively listening to every word Harry spoke, donning an expression of anticipation. If that cloak truly possessed the qualities of being impervious to fire and water, perhaps he could experiment with its principles in the future, testing a few dark curses. He did not perceive the use of dark curses as inherently unacceptable. All spells were invented for use, and the outcomes depended on the caster's intentions. Much like in the Muggle world, where a person who shoots an innocent is held accountable, not the firearm itself. Some point their guns at the defenseless, while others direct their aim toward the vast unknown. Vicente now stood at the intersection of these two realms, poised to step into a vastly different existence. He contemplated which direction to choose to fulfill the purpose of his life. I have brought out the cloak. It's in my bag, waiting for a moment. Let us find an empty classroom. You will be utterly amazed. Harry had already declared this at least 3 times today, but breakfast was just concluding. Vicente nodded in agreement and followed Harry towards an empty classroom, carrying a takeout breakfast. They were not in the same house, and Vicente was unsure of what Theodore might enjoy eating. However, he surmised that the children of self-proclaimed pure-blood families, who considered themselves different from other wizards, must dine with exquisite taste. Soft-boiled eggs should be gently cracked in their egg cups and consumed with a spoon. Though Vicente found this perplexing, he respected it, as he too adhered to such dining customs. This was merely a habit of life. His foster parents were not of noble blood. Yet to establish some semblance of connection to the so-called elite, such details needed to be ingrained from childhood. Vicente exhibited certain upper-class dining habits, yet not to an extensive degree. Deep down, he did not believe such matters were essential, but habits are not easily altered. When he first met Harry, They found it odd to sit together, as Harry could not comprehend why anyone would engage in such a plethora of procedures and utensils while dining. Now, Vincent found it somewhat convenient, as it highlighted the commonalities between him and Theodore. It was precisely these shared traits that drew him closer to Theo. Unlike his observations of Harry, where the differences in their lifestyles would lead to numerous variables. This reflection on breakfast and dining culture quickly permeated the air as Vincent watched Harry retrieve a cloak from his bag, its fabric rippling like water, and drape it over himself, revealing only his head floating in midair. You have vanished? Merlin. Goodness, what was this? He had truly encountered a deathly hallow. What would happen next? Would Grindelwald emerge from Nurmengard to seize this cloak? Chapter 28. Are you gay? This was simply unbelievable. Harry's head floated before him, evoking a sensation reminiscent of a supernatural event. It was indeed astonishing. Harry, but could you perhaps reveal your body? Speaking to just a floating head sends a chill down my spine. After his initial astonishment, Vincent composed himself, exhibiting an air of calm. He had not anticipated that Harry would genuinely possess an invisibility cloak. His astonishment did not stem from the cloak itself, but from its profound significance. Ordinary invisibility cloaks could not endure for so long. Considering Harry's father had passed away a decade ago, most cloaks available were crafted from the hair of demiguises, usable only a few times before gradually losing their invisibility due to prolonged separation from magical sources. Thanks to Hogwarts' library, Vincent's pace of enlightenment was unfathomable in certain respects. Even Ron, who had grown up in the magical world, could not compare to Vincent. Now that Dumbledore had returned this cloak to you, what new discoveries have you and Ron made? Will it prove useful during your nighttime explorations of Hogwarts? Harry removed the cloak, revealing more than just his head suspended in the air, and the temperature in the classroom seemed to rise slightly. It was rather peculiar. Vincent could accept the existence of ghosts and wizards, but witnessing a disembodied head speaking before him felt exceedingly bizarre. Harry was taken aback. Wait, Vincent, how do you know this was sent by Professor Dumbledore? Harry recognized Vincent's remarkable intelligence. He was indeed adept at observing details and deducing the correct conclusions. However, he had yet to utter a word. He hadn't even read the content of the card accompanying the gift box. How could Vincent have deduced the identity of the gift giver? Because I've been contemplating, Harry, and it's quite easy to guess. Who in all of Hogwarts had a friendship with your parents? Who possesses the capability to safeguard such an extraordinary magical artifact? Who would have been intrigued by this magical object back in the day? A bit of imagination would lead you to the realization of who this gift is from. Vincent was unperturbed by Harry's astonishment. If he hasn't revealed his name to you, then pretend you don't know. The gift has undoubtedly reached your hands for you to utilize, whether it be for nocturnal escapades around Hogwarts or otherwise, whatever you choose. The fact that Dumbledore had sent the invisibility cloak at this moment was undoubtedly to enable Harry to engage in activities unbeknownst to others. Vincent was uncertain whether Harry could grasp the implications of this, and he too was curious about what Dumbledore truly wished for Harry to discover. It wouldn't be amiss for him to gently nudge things along. He had mentioned that it was Harry's prerogative to decide how to use the invisibility cloak. Harry clearly hadn't anticipated Vincent's words, but he hesitated, wanting to assert that violating school rules was improper. Yet, with Hermione absent, Vincent's reasoning did carry a certain validity. He possessed an invisibility cloak that could help him evade the professors' and prefects' patrols. It was Christmas, and there were no prefects patrolling the school. Regardless of his intentions, ensuring his safety was paramount. Having such a cloak was indeed a remarkable privilege. This can be considered as a Christmas gift from your father, or rather, it can be perceived as his admission gift to Hogwarts for you. If Harry's father had been alive, he would have likely bestowed this magical gift upon him at the beginning of the term, encouraging him to explore the castle. Professor McGonagall often remarked that Harry resembled his father, and their shared curiosity about the castle might very well be a legacy. Vincent flashed a smile at Harry before turning to leave with his neatly packed breakfast. By the way, he turned back, nodding at the cloak in Harry's hands. Keep this under wraps. It could lead to a plethora of troubles. Let it remain a secret shared only with those you trust, like me, Ron, or Hermione. No sixth person should know about it in Hogwarts. We are only 4 in total. Harry corrected him. There's also Dumbledore. Do you think there's anything you could do in Hogwarts that would escape his notice? Vincent closed the door and began to ponder whether he too should embark on a nocturnal adventure around Hogwarts that night. Perhaps it was best to wait a day. If Harry truly discovered something, he would surely share it with him. Vincent had confidence in that, though he never admitted to considering Harry his friend. Referring to him solely as a subject of experimentation, he knew in his heart that he was indeed Harry's first and foremost special friend, one who was irreplaceable. The first friend, the first to extend a helping hand, the first to bring color to his otherwise bleak childhood. Vincent didn't believe Harry's childhood was as tragic as it seemed. Even though he had been bullied by Dudley, at least he had never been at a verbal disadvantage. The first occurrence is always distinct, regardless of what transpired afterward. The imprint left in memory is indelible, forever holding a unique status. At that moment, Vincent remained unaware that the subject he had whimsically chosen to observe would, in the future, become an immensely capable wizard. He merely happened to be there, saw Harry, chose him, and thus they became friends, a realization Vincent had yet to acknowledge. The Slytherin common room was located in the dungeons, a name that suggested darkness, dampness, and various indescribable terrors. They resided directly beneath the Black Lake. Who knew what bizarre creatures lurked within its depths? When describing Slytherin, Ron had once referred to them in such a manner. As Vincent approached, carrying his packed breakfast, he pondered seriously how he could make the ancient serpent heads truly bite down on the bag. It seemed reasonable, did it not? The serpent heads were indeed well suited for such an endeavor. Standing before the dungeon door, Vincent gazed at the two stone serpent heads, arms crossed, deep in thought. As guardians of the common room, they were far from harmless. Much like the Ravenclaw door knocker, if one could not answer the riddle, entry was utterly denied. The thought of using magical means was out of the question. If that were viable, Ravenclaw would be synonymous with scholarly obsession in the eyes of other houses. Convincing the two serpent heads seemed a tad peculiar. Vincent reached out to touch the stone sculpture of the two-headed snake. It didn't have to bite down on it. Simply hanging it would suffice. Yet, having the serpent heads grasp the bag would add an element of intrigue when Theodore emerged and discovered it. Just as Vincent made contact with the serpent head, the silent stone sculpture instantaneously illuminated its green eyes. Password. The entrance password, aside from Ravenclaw. Other Hogwarts houses employed passwords to ensure that only their own students could enter their common rooms. This also meant that someone might divulge the house password, allowing friends or lovers from other houses to gain entry, but such a dilemma would never arise in Slytherin. Their passwords changed frequently, and they were exclusionary. No one would be foolish enough to bring someone from another house inside, unless they had completely disregarded the opinions of their fellow Slytherins. Vincent was unable to utter the password. According to the rules, the two-headed snake should have expelled him. They were not mere inanimate objects. They were far more articulate than most wizards. A person attempting to enter Slytherin without speaking the password would find themselves doused in venom by the two-headed snake. A scathing mockery typical of Slytherin. However, they remained silent, not returning to their previous stillness. They simply gazed at him with their glowing green eyes, patiently awaiting his response. This sparked some audacious ideas in Vincent. He spoke, "Bite it." The two-headed snake opened its mouth, and Vincent raised his hand. The bag containing breakfast was thus suspended at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, held by the two-headed snake itself. Are Slytherin's relics so accommodating? Vincent mused. You simply did as I instructed. That hardly seems very Slytherin-like. Clearly, the Ravenclaw door knocker's refusal to allow passage had been his own predicament. The next time Harry inquired about the Ravenclaw knocker, Vincent would undoubtedly retort, "It's not nearly as agreeable as Slytherin-s." With his objective accomplished, Vincent prepared to depart. In the dim environment, it was difficult to ascertain the exact time. Perhaps he had lingered with Harry a bit too long. Just as he was about to leave, the door to the Slytherin dungeon swung open. The scent of wood, incongruous in the damp dungeon, was strikingly apparent. It was a fragrance reminiscent of warmth. "Vincent, what are you doing here?" Theodore deliberately avoided breakfast time to elude him, only to find himself cornered at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Frankly, he began to suspect that had it not been for Vincent's ignorance of the password, he might have already entered. Why was he here? A pertinent question. Vincent's purpose in coming here was to seek out Theodore, yet facing him directly seemed rather awkward. Fortunately, Vincent maintained a facade of calm, appearing quite composed. "I noticed you didn't go to the Great Hall for breakfast, so I thought I'd bring you some." Theodore's gaze began to take on a peculiar quality. "You went out of your way to deliver breakfast to me. What else do you wish to glean from me? Speak plainly." Theodore felt a twinge of displeasure. He despised being pursued. He hadn't even brought breakfast himself, yet here was Vincent, making such declarations before him. "Wait, what was on the basilisk?" "You placed the bag on the basilisk?" Theodore's eyes widened in astonishment, a reaction befitting an 11-year-old confronted with something beyond his comprehension, exhibiting a moment of childlike behavior. "I did nothing. They volunteered," Vincent replied, his innocence palpable. "I merely uttered a phrase, and they willingly complied. Your Slytherin basilisk seems quite accommodating. Our Ravenclaw knocker is far more obstinate. If you fail to answer its riddle, the door remains firmly shut, and it offers no assistance." Theodore interjected. "This is the basilisk left by Salazar Slytherin." "Basilisk? How could you so casually engage in such acts? Do you honor Salazar?" "I know, I hold Mr. Slytherin in high regard, but it was indeed the basilisk's choice. I did not coerce him." Theodore was acutely aware that Vincent had no need to compel the basilisk. He possessed the magical prowess to do so effortlessly, thus rendering any further discussion with him a waste of time. With such capabilities, why would he focus on a minor heir of a family? The Nott family held little allure for him. His attention would be better directed towards Malfoy, who possessed an artifact left by WHO. Theodore had no idea what that might be, but it was undoubtedly of far greater value than himself. He needed to collect his thoughts, contemplating whether to maintain a distance from Vincent, reflecting in a place where they were somewhat apart. This Ravenclaw must have some peculiarities, always engaging in strange behaviors. Theodore had initially believed he could understand him. He was evidently too young, too naive. Take it down. Fixating on the bag, Theodore hesitated, ultimately refraining from taking action. How could he? Would he see something from the basilisk's mouth? Salazar, that was decidedly un-Slytherin. The young wizard of Slytherin emitted the expected stereotypical sound. Theodore was willing to accept the breakfast, though it felt somewhat amiss, yet he was not angry. Was the path of consideration so easily navigable? Vincent believed he had discovered a shortcut to Theodore's affections. Of course, this is your breakfast. Vincent extended his hand, and the basilisk released its grip, cooperating as if it were a personal possession. The bag employed a warming charm, radiating warmth even in the damp chill of the Slytherin dungeon entrance, evidencing the care of the spellcaster. Theodore's emotions were complex. Observing Vincent's courteous demeanor made him feel increasingly burdened. Vincent Riddle, are you gay? Of course not. Why would you think that? He wondered what he had done to instigate Theodore's doubt regarding his orientation. Strictly speaking, Vincent was uncertain of his own inclinations. Such matters could not truly be defined until one encountered an object of affection, and he had yet to experience any significant emotional fluctuations towards anyone. Theodore would not contemplate this issue until his graduation. I shall ponder your words regarding gifts, opportunities, and breakfast, Theodore finally managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. Breakfast? When had he mentioned breakfast? It was merely a meal intended for consumption. Vincent thought Theodore might be a bit muddled from hunger. The dark-haired boy swiftly darted into the common room, as if chased by some great beast. Having delivered the items and exchanged words with Theodore, Vincent felt a sense of accomplishment, leaving in a markedly improved mood. As he passed by the ghostly figure of nearly headless Nick, Vincent felt no displeasure. What was a Ravenclaw doing here? Nearly headless Nick flicked his chains and glided into Slytherin. The basilisk remained silent, resembling a true stone statue. Chapter 29, Snowball Fight. A blow to the back of the head. After Christmas Eve comes Christmas, a time for unwrapping gifts, feeling blessings, and enjoying leisurely moments with friends. It sounded like an occasion filled with happiness. After leaving the dungeon, Vincent paused in the corridor. Whether he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower or headed to the library, he would pass through the vast open space in front of the castle, or it would be more fitting to refer to it as a square. He had intended to leave directly, had he not noticed the pristine snowflakes gently cascading down, nor the sight of two young wizards in one corner of the square, building a snowman without the aid of wands, employing only muggle methods. Harry and Ron were intently focused on constructing a snowman, entirely oblivious to the presence behind them. Vincent observed their profiles, flushed from the cold wind, their breaths forming white wisps in the air. This must have been Harry's idea, to create a snowman and leave a trace of himself during Christmas. Ron, go find 2 stones for the snowman's nose while I refine its shape, Harry huffed, patting the snowman's body with his gloved hands, making it appear more rounded. All right, I'll do that, Ron replied, turning to dash towards the nearby bushes, searching for suitable stones or charmingly shaped twigs. They were unaware of Vincent's presence, nor would they notice the 2 prankster geniuses poised to strike from another direction. Not far off, George and Fred, the mischievous twins, crouched low, each clutching a snowball, their lips curling into wicked smiles. Fred, look, if we throw these snowballs, it will surely startle them, George whispered, suppressing his laughter. Fred nodded with a mischievous grin. Absolutely. We must show our little brother some brotherly love. The 2 crept closer, ready to ambush Harry and Ron unexpectedly. Vincent, positioned in the corridor at the heart of the battlefield, occupied an optimal vantage point. He could advance if he wished, or retreat as necessary. His toes shifted slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed. Vincent knew precisely what he ought to do. Theodore's demeanor, the accommodating basilisk, must signify that something he had yet to grasp was occurring. Returning to the Ravenclaw Tower, the tranquil environment would facilitate his contemplation, should he encounter any unknown histories of the wizarding world. The Ravenclaw knocker would serve as the finest encyclopedia. He merely happened to pass by this place. Vicente was typically a solitary individual, adhering to the principle that it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. True to his usual approach, he intended to turn and leave, distancing himself from the impending minor uproar. As he contemplated this, his body reacted before his mind could fully process the situation, and he inadvertently called out a warning to watch out behind them. Harry and Ron instinctively turned at the sound. In a flash, George and Fred seized the opportunity, launching snowballs like arrows, striking Harry and Ron squarely in the chest. The force and accuracy of their throw raised questions as to whether they had secretly honed their skills during Quidditch practice for such surprise attacks. Vicente, Harry shouted, his face a mask of irritation from the ambush, clearly believing that Vicente had colluded with the Weasley twins to signal them for a precise hit. Vicente felt he ought to clarify the misunderstanding, yet the events unfolded too rapidly for anyone to heed his explanations. Ron, without wasting words, quickly bent down to form a snowball and retaliated against George and Fred, exclaiming, "You two think ambushing is a skill?" As George and Fred laughed while dodging Ron's snowball, they ran towards Vicente, calling out, "Vicente, don't just stand there, fight back." Their towering figures made Vicente appear as a hapless victim unable to escape. They grabbed his arms, attempting to pull him into the fray. Vicente frowned slightly, realizing that he had no intention of participating in this playful skirmish. However, the situation left little room for contemplation as the boys quickly became embroiled in chaos. If he truly wished to refuse, his wand lay conveniently nearby. During the moments when George, Fred, and Ron were busy pelting each other with snowballs, he could easily make his escape. Even if he chose to leave, he knew they wouldn't be displeased. He had 100 reasons to depart and 100 reasons to stay, to earn their trust and observe their actions. Yet Vicente had to admit that he was momentarily devoid of thought. Snowflakes danced through the air, mingling with their shouts and laughter, creating a scene of delightful disorder. Amidst this tumult, Vicente moved with remarkable agility, skillfully dodging the incoming snowballs. In stark contrast to his boisterous companions, who were covered in snow and acted like reckless little lions, he exhibited the calm demeanor characteristic of Ravenclaw. He maintained a steady watch over the battlefield, seeking the most advantageous path to evade attacks. Though everyone was gloved, he had come unprepared, and brandishing his wand would seem overly serious. Vicente had entered the fray, yet he remained on the outskirts. The crunch of snow beneath his feet, coupled with the raucous noise of Gryffindor, enveloped him, drawing him into a realm that felt foreign. "Hey, Ron, your aim is terrible," George jeered as he nimbly evaded. "Don't get too cocky, George. Let us see you not dodge," Ron retorted. His face flushed as he hurled snowballs, most of which were expertly avoided by the twins. Only a fool would miss. "You need to try harder if you want to make the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Fred quipped, executing evasive maneuvers like a professional athlete. The square was bustling with passers-by, and Vicente, lingering at the edge of the battlefield, glanced up to see Professor Quirrell approaching from a distance. Suddenly, a snowball flew in from behind, striking Quirrell squarely on the back of his head. The professor, thin and frail, staggered slightly, instinctively reaching for the back of his head, turning in astonishment to identify the culprit. Suppressing a laugh, Vicente could clearly deduce that this was the handiwork of either George or Fred. Who else would possess the audacity and precision to target a professor in such a public setting? "George, that was you, wasn't it?" Throwing snowballs at the professor, quite bold, Harry whispered to George, unable to contain his amusement. "Don't be ridiculous, Harry, I don't have that kind of aim. It must have been you who slipped up," George replied, stifling a grin, his eyes darting to Quirrell's reaction, exchanging a knowing glance with Fred. Their eyes met, yet their hands remained in motion, launching snowballs one after another, while Harry and Ron, taking advantage of their smaller frames, managed to evade quite a few. If a victor were to be declared in this battle, it would undoubtedly be Vicente, for thus far, he bore no trace of snow upon him. As he nimbly navigated through the chaos, he shook his head in resignation. While the incident brought him joy, as he had been keenly observing the object atop Quirrell's head, this unexpected event might draw attention to it. No one wished to continue a tense standoff with their adversary during Christmas, and Vicente was no exception. However, he felt particularly buoyant today and had no intention of seeking out Quirrell on this day, even if he had sent a Christmas gift as a provocation. It was likely that Quirrell would interpret the snowball, which had come from nowhere, as a form of retaliation. That would not be so bad. Vicente would have relished the notion that the snowball had indeed originated from him. Yet for now, the snowballs continued to soar, and he had to focus on safeguarding himself from being engulfed by the flurry. After the initial shock, Professor Quirrell did not even glance back, hastening his departure. As for whether the object on his head had been monitored throughout the incident, only he could discern that truth. Vicente did not wish to squander this unique moment on something so ambiguous. He even began contemplating whether he should form a couple of snowballs himself, attempting to blend in amidst the chaos. After all, everyone knew he had done nothing, not even donned gloves, so how could he be involved in this melee? As the skirmish persisted, the snow on the square became a chaotic mess, with snow covering the participants' bodies and hair, creating a scene of delightful disarray. This snowball-induced fracas continued to thrive amidst the cold winter day, adding a touch of simple earthly joy to the otherwise serene courtyard of Hogwarts Castle. Harry was right. Christmas should be a time to create lasting memories. Vincent felt he was beginning to understand his subjects better. Above, Dumbledore, who had initially gazed out at the snowy landscape with a hint of melancholy, broke into a smile upon observing the lively gathering of children. Their efforts, whether a decade ago or in the present, were all aimed at ensuring that future generations could enjoy a life as vibrant and ordinary as this. Yet, amidst all this, sacrifices would inevitably be made. Harry had received the invisibility cloak, and as Hogwarts professors prepared as he had indicated, no one could ascertain whether Harry would truly choose to utilize it. As a Gryffindor, it was natural for him to undertake daring deeds. That was the essence of the house. Observing Vincent, who was now mingling with the Gryffindors, Dumbledore noted that he still lingered on the periphery, yet had genuinely integrated into their midst, achieving a delicate harmony. Things were surpassing his expectations. Vincent was decidedly different from the previous riddle. Perhaps he should not bind them too tightly together. Dumbledore began to contemplate whether it might be a more prudent choice to allow Vincent to enter Gryffindor. The thought had scarcely crossed his mind when he immediately suppressed it. He had already witnessed the consequences of allowing a riddle to flourish unchecked. Yet that did not imply he should exercise complete dominion over another riddle's life. The child's future must be shaped by the friends they choose, and the experiences derived from those relationships would serve as the very bricks and mortar that pave their unique path. He merely needed to bide his time, remaining ever vigilant to ensure the child did not stray onto a misguided path. He should permit them to forge their own way. If he could anticipate the route the children would take, he could prepare in advance, perhaps even drafting some speeches. He envisioned himself waiting in the chamber, housing the mirror of Erased for Harry. Chapter 30. Dumbledore's calculated gambit. Events unfolded more swiftly than Vincent had anticipated. He surmised that Harry would undoubtedly employ the invisibility cloak to clandestinely seek out the information he required within Hogwarts, such as the forbidden section of the library. Vincent had long desired to explore the restricted area, but without a professor's explicit authorization, he could not pass through the fat lady's portrait. To be honest, he had a plan, but he wasn't yet ready to execute it. He had resolved that once Harry was finished with the cloak, he could borrow it and slip into the restricted section to uncover all he wished to know. Dumbledore must have anticipated this. Who could say he hadn't secured the headmaster's approval? Speaking of which, it must be noted that certain regulations at Hogwarts indeed possess significant flaws, such as the existence of the restricted section. Dangerous tomes should be securely locked away, perhaps even in the headmaster's office. To have them so brazenly displayed in the library, demarcated by a rather lax boundary, practically compels those eager for knowledge to venture inside, employing whatever means necessary. It was unclear how the previous riddle had gained entry, whether he had obtained proper permission from the professors or had employed some other clandestine method. Unlike the last riddle, he likely had a clear understanding of his ambitions, aware of the person he aspired to become, and diligently pursued that goal. A lack of clarity in one's objectives renders one incapable of achieving great deeds. Similarly, it precludes one from inciting significant calamities. He possessed a deeper awareness of his own identity than Vincent did. Vincent, on the other hand, had been somewhat adrift, having learned to masquerade as another person, with his nascent self-awareness and the part of him that belonged to him severed. Fortunately, he had extricated himself from an unhealthy family environment and understood how to reconstruct his identity. Throughout the process of observation and learning, Vincent did not mind extending a helping hand to his subjects of observation. Yet that did not imply that they could maintain their composure and trust when Harry spoke peculiarities in his presence. Are you saying that last night you violated Hogwarts rules? Sneaking out alone, nearly caught by Professor Snape and Filch, and ultimately slipped into an empty classroom where you encountered your own parents? Vincent summarized the torrent of words Harry had unleashed upon him since the morning, a monologue that lasted a full 10 minutes. He was not exaggerating. Perfect, Vincent. An excellent summary. Ron yawned, appearing groggy, as though he had been dragged from his bed before fully waking. As for the one who had pulled him down, Harry fixed his gaze on Vincent, his speech unwavering in pace. His condition was visibly poor. He seemed ensnared in excessive excitement. His pallor grim and revealing signs of a sleepless night, compounded by a lack of rest upon returning to the dormitory. I can't help but think about this. I feel I must take another look. I hope you will accompany me. It means the world to me, Vincent. You understand, don't you? I comprehend, Harry, I truly do. I suspected you would utilize it, but I didn't anticipate it would happen so swiftly. Vincent's emotions were conflicted. He leaned towards the belief that Harry's experience last night was a part of Dumbledore's design rather than mere coincidence. Harry, you haven't slept at all. You need to rest. Whatever the issue, let us discuss it once you've had a chance to recuperate and are clear-headed. Vincent had predicted that Harry would employ the invisibility cloak and that Dumbledore would have orchestrated a scenario, setting a trap that Harry would inevitably fall into. However, he had not expected Harry to discover so promptly what Dumbledore intended for him to see. In merely one night, Dumbledore had acted with such urgency, affording him no opportunity for respite. Though he wished to remain uninvolved in the matters between Dumbledore and Harry, the latter stood before him, radiating an unmistakable plea for assistance. Dumbledore was indeed a clever fellow, having devised the most effective means of manipulating Harry. Consider the mirror as described by Harry, an ancient, wondrous artifact situated in an empty classroom, capable of revealing the faces of his departed family. Harry himself possessed no recollection of them. Perhaps he could not even conjure their features in his mind. The Dursleys hardly appeared to be the sort of family that would encourage Harry to gaze upon photographs of his parents. From the snippets Harry had shared, it was evident that Petunia Dursley harbored no fondness for Harry's parents, painting them as irredeemable miscreants and loathsome relatives. Vincent surmised that much of this characterization stemmed from their own imaginings, heavily infused with personal bias. Though he held no grievances against Harry's parents, he remained skeptical. "Are you certain they are your parents, Harry? You understand my meaning. I am not questioning you. But could it merely be a manifestation of magic?" "That can only be a magical manifestation," Ron interjected, nodding. "I said the same this morning, but Harry is convinced that what he saw was real, which is why we came here to find you." Merlin's trousers. He had been roused from his slumber, abruptly shaken awake by Harry, who proclaimed he had seen his parents. The very notion was rather unsettling. He endeavored to comprehend the implications of Harry's words, trying to discern whether this was a mere illusion conjured by some magical artifact. Yet Harry's fervor was palpable, rendering it impossible to calm him. Fortunately, he knew who could help Harry remain lucid. Vincent was sufficiently composed and possessed a keen intellect. More importantly, he, like himself, would not harm Harry. Even knowing it was merely an illusion wrought by magic, they would accompany Harry back into that room, even if it were but an illusion. The chance to see one's friend's family was a remarkable gift. It seemed the arrival of the invisibility cloak was impeccably timed, a veritable design of Merlin. Vincent endeavored to remind Harry, albeit subtly, that regardless of Dumbledore's intentions, he must not allow himself to be ensnared in such a passive vortex. For heaven's sake. This was a person who had traversed the Muggle world alongside him. He was one of his own. Harry, however, missed the underlying implication in Vincent's words. And concerning the matter most dear to him, the understanding between Harry and Vincent seemed to have been cast into the depths. "Of course we can meet your parents, Harry. But should we prepare for this? Must it be at night?" Harry was willing to undertake the tasks that Dumbledore wished for him to perform. This was a choice made entirely by Harry himself. Vincent would not impede him, nor did he concern himself with Dumbledore's true intentions, for that too was Dumbledore's prerogative. However, it was imperative that Harry remain cognizant, lest he be manipulated like a mere pawn on a chessboard by Dumbledore. Vincent attentively absorbed every detail of Harry's account, from how he donned the invisibility cloak to his stealthy entrance into the chamber housing the mirror of Ariste, recounting every event in meticulous detail. Harry had already made plans with Ron to introduce him to his family that very evening, and he extended an invitation to Vincent to join them. Inviting a friend to meet one's family was something that ought to have been done long ago. Harry looked at Vincent with eager anticipation, confident that his friend would not decline, for they too must yearn to meet their own families, just as he longed for connection with his. Oh, but wait, Vincent, like him, had no family. Harry was aware of Vincent's story. He would not hastily assume that Vincent's foster parents constituted a true family. Only those who acknowledged one another and shared love could truly be called family. Otherwise, they were simply roommates under the same roof. "Perhaps you too might see your family reflected in that mirror," Harry said, his excitement palpable. This indeed sounded like a splendid prospect. Vincent, however, remained expressionless and unenthusiastic. The prospect of meeting Harry's family was far more enticing to him than encountering his own. Harry's family bore names inscribed in history books, while Vincent's family seemed to have left no remarkable tales within the wizarding world. Vincent merely hoped that the actions of the previous riddle would not impede his future in the magical realm. Let that matter rest for now. Harry and the extraordinary mirror were the pressing concerns at hand. Ron rubbed his eyes, but this did not indicate any lack of respect for the notion of meeting Harry's family. "So are we all agreed then?" "That is splendid, Harry. Come, let us return and rest for a while. We have matters to attend to this evening." Leaning against the wall, Ron was eager to catch up on some much-needed sleep now that the plan was set. Standing before him were two young men, one fatigued from a sleepless night and the other somewhat disoriented, prompting Vincent to reiterate, "Harry, do you remember where that mirror is located? We could seek it out now rather than wait until tonight." Vincent was keen to resolve the issue promptly. Why delay what could be accomplished presently until later? "I had intended to find it, Vincent, but I realize now that I cannot recall its location. Stumbling upon that empty classroom was a stroke of luck. I veered through a crevice in the restricted section. I can remember that path, yet I cannot retrace my steps without passing through the restricted section again. As I did on my way back. Very well, it seems we shall have to bend the rules alongside Harry. Harry, I shall wait for you in the library tonight, following the route you took last evening. He gestured for Ron to lead Harry back, adding, but for now, you should return to the common room and get some proper rest. I have no desire to venture through Hogwarts tonight with someone who is half asleep. Vincent felt a headache coming on. It appeared that their itinerary for the day would be rather full. If they were to search for the magical mirror with Harry that evening, he needed to consult Quirrell without delay. Of course, he should seek out Quirrell, the one who had launched that snowball at the back of his head. He owed him a return favor. Gifts during Christmas could not be bestowed unilaterally. There must be reciprocity, befitting his surname. His foster parents were molding him according to the rules of blue blood, inevitably instilling in him certain habits he did not entirely despise. What should a provoked gentleman do? He must remain composed, elegantly returning the provocation to let the other party know that he was not to be trifled with. In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell had shed his usual timid demeanor, sitting upright behind his desk, intently gazing at the unlocked door. He would come. He never failed. Quirrell was uncertain how his master had deduced that Vincent would indeed visit today, but his master was never wrong. Would Vincent come? Of course, he would. Quirrell was certain yet eager to discern Vincent's thoughts. Had Vincent Riddle uncovered his background in the Muggle world? A voice not belonging to Quirrell echoed in his mind. The door was unlocked, and the surrounding silence created an environment conducive for their conversation. After a brief delay, his foster parents had vacated Ingram, and fortunately, the records at the orphanage were quite comprehensive. The documents laid before Quirrell detailed much of Vincent's history prior to his adoption. The sudden appearance at the orphanage likely indicated parental abandonment, a not uncommon occurrence. The surname was bestowed by his foster parents, which surprised him. He had assumed Riddle would be Vincent's surname, yet it was derived from his adoptive family. This surname was rather commonplace. Ingram could yield many ordinary muggles sharing it, which did not raise any suspicions. Yet his face. While the surname might be coincidental, the combination of that face and surname suggested a deeper issue. Dumbledore seemed even more soft-hearted than before, allowing these questionable individuals to enter Hogwarts so brazenly. When he arrived, Quirrell would be swift and decisive. A polite knock resonated through the air. "Come in," came a rather trembling reply. Vincent had prepared himself for Quirrell's potential hostility, but Quirrell did not anticipate this encounter. The raven-haired Ravenclaw wizard entered, cradling a tabby cat in his arms. "Good morning, Professor Quirrell. I have come to express my gratitude for the gift you sent me." Quirrell's body began to tremble, much like when he grew anxious in close proximity to his students. Vincent approached step by step. The cat nestled in his arms, merely closing its eyes, appearing to doze. "Thank you for the notes on dark arts you sent. I noticed it is only half complete and bears signs of having been previously used. I surmise you mistakenly wrapped the wrong gift when you presented it. Is that correct, Professor Quirrell?" Vincent adopted the demeanor of an eager student, sincerely seeking guidance from his Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Chapter 31, The Riddle of Debt. "Of course not, Mr. Riddle. That was a gift specifically prepared for you. I believed you would appreciate it." Quirrell slowly rose, pouring himself a cup of hot tea for the seat opposite him. The prepared teacup, the arranged chair, and the cleared desk indicated that he had long awaited Vincent's arrival. "I am honored by all you have arranged for me, Professor Quirrell." The door behind him had closed entirely, and Vincent cautiously cradled the tabby cat as he took the seat Quirrell had prepared. He did not touch the cup of tea, but engaged in conversation with the demeanor of a first-year wizard. Vincent had arrived, yet he brought along an unexpected guest. Quirrell had not foreseen this. He had not expected to be joined by a cat at this moment, during what should have been an honest and open conversation. The entirety of Hogwarts is aware of the identity of that tabby cat. Although it is improbable that he could genuinely communicate with Vincent, they should at least have brought their plans to light. Yet now there is an additional feline presence. "Riddle, this esteemed individual. Is it truly appropriate for you to bring a lady along in such a manner?" Quirrell cautiously employed a term of endearment for the cat. The tabby cat, with her eyes half closed, nestled in Vincent's embrace, yet it was evident to all that she was no ordinary feline. "So, you have come specifically to express your gratitude towards me?" Quirrell's tone was peculiar. "Is your sole intention to provoke me and incite my displeasure?" "Of course not, Professor Quirrell. I arrived here with immense gratitude, but my visit is not solely for the purpose of thanking you." Vincent's expression was unperturbed. "If I merely sought to mock you, it would hardly warrant this journey. Reciprocity is indeed commendable. However, would it not reflect greater humility to offer a more substantial return?" Vincent flicked his wrist, and the tabby cat transformed into motes of light, leaving no trace behind. Just a jest. How amusing, is it not? Vincent's wand had seemingly slipped from nowhere into his hand, deftly twirling before pointing steadily at Quirrell. The feigned tension on Quirrell's face dissipated, replaced by a more profound expression. Prior to my arrival, I made it a point to visit Professor McGonagall, as well as Professors Snape and Dumbledore. My schedule was rather tight, but fortunately, they were all present together, which saved me considerable effort. Vincent's relaxed tone betrayed no hint of menace. Half an hour from now, should I fail to appear before him in full form, any discomfort or repercussions, even the slightest magical residue upon my person, would be evident to them. Now, Professor Quirrell, shall we engage in conversation? Quirrell's countenance darkened, akin to Snape witnessing Harry's cauldron explode. What is it that you wish to know? His tone was somewhat gritted. Having already lost the initiative, Quirrell could only follow Vincent's lead. Quite a number of things, such as what precisely lies concealed beneath the back of your head. His gaze was fixed upon Quirrell, with hands interlocked and body leaning forward, scrutinizing his eyes. Stripped of pretense, the defense against the dark arts professor before him bore more resemblance to a mature wizard. Indeed, a sinister aura emanated from him. A rigid stereotype that perfectly encapsulated Quirrell's current state. Curiosity, they say, is the bane of the cat. Mr. Riddle knows that the less he understands, the longer he may endure in the magical realm. You initiated this provocation. You failed to manage what lurks behind your head. It gazed at me first. And now you accuse me of insatiable curiosity. By Merlin's name, Professor Quirrell, I consider myself the least curious individual in all of Hogwarts, apart from the library. Little else captivates my attention. You instigated this altercation, thus you must bear the consequences. Vincent was not exaggerating. He was, in fact, a rather placid individual. As long as he was not the one being provoked, he was exceedingly amiable. If you truly wished to avoid these matters, you would not be here now. Quirrell continued to play a tactical game, attempting to shift the blame onto Vincent, hoping to secure a firmer position for their ensuing dialogue. First and foremost, sir, you must comprehend that it was your own head that first dared to provoke me with its gaze. Secondly, you must also recognize that it was you who sent me a Christmas gift, drawing me here. Incidentally, that volume of Dark Arts Compendium is indeed quite remarkable. I shall not be returning it to you. Vincent articulated a coherent rebuttal, then shifted his gaze to the desk, which, apart from 2 cups of steaming tea, held only the folder beside Quirrell. Does that contain my life story? The purpose of the Christmas gift was indeed this, was it not? You wish to uncover my secrets. Thus a discussion is necessary. Therefore, the question returns to its inception. Professor Quirrell, it is you who requires my assistance, not the other way around. A mere reversal of concepts. How could Quirrell remain at Hogwarts solely for the purpose of teaching? He must surely harbor his own nefarious schemes. Vincent had no intention of entangling himself in such matters, yet Quirrell had forced the focus upon himself, dragging himself into a troublesome quagmire. Now that he was being scrutinized, Vincent could not afford to remain idle. He must retaliate by investigating the secrets that surrounded Quirrell. They were ostensibly engaged in a duel of wits, yet in the negotiation, it was all too tempting to shift blame onto the other to seize the upper hand. Who would relinquish such an opportunity? You are quite eloquent, Mr. Riddle. But that holds no value for me. I have already uncovered all that I could investigate. We are still able to sit here conversing. So you ought to be grateful for the modicum of talent you possess that allows me the willingness to engage in dialogue with you. Quirrell seemed to grasp something, his lofty demeanor suggesting that he was bestowing a favor upon the first-year wizard before him. So that volume of Dark Arts Compendium was, in fact, an invitation for me to join your ranks. You have perused that tome and glimpsed its contents. You must comprehend how intriguing and alluring a book it is. Quirrell's pride swelled. You are unlike any other young wizard. You observe me, and I, in turn, observe you. Vincent Riddle, you are not like the others. A tiresome cliché. Upon discerning Professor Quirrell's true intentions, Vincent's interest waned. So, he sought to recruit him, rather than eliminate him. Do you not wish to articulate something? After hearing my invitation, this is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Professor Quirrell could perceive from Vincent's subtle gestures that he was utterly indifferent to the invitation being proffered. How could this be? Who could possibly decline an invitation from one of noble lineage? Oh, he remains unaware of the true source of this invitation. How could he ever presume to compare himself to one of such stature? Yet, had he known who was truly behind him, his attitude would surely differ. Vincent observed the shifts in Quirrell's expression, entirely disinterested in the peculiar musings that occupied his mind. Very well, should you have concluded your thoughts, I shall take my leave now. Regardless of your subsequent intentions, I shall not intervene. Do not fixate your attention upon me. I wish to remain unentangled in the chaos. Oh, and one more thing. Should you wish to target Dumbledore, feel free to proceed. Vincent's tone hinted at a flicker of anticipation as he spoke of this matter. He shifted his tone abruptly, his voice turning icy. However, should you dare to harm those close to me, I shall uncover the secrets you hide, and I will resolve them. Up until this point, For the past 6 months, Vincent's sole desire had been to ascertain Professor Quirrell's true intentions. And now he had unraveled them. This individual harbored an unknown malevolent force lurking within his mind. His arrival at Hogwarts was to seek his own identity, not to assist a white-bearded old man in saving the school. Such a task was better suited for Harry. Not everyone could remain passionate about life after enduring a tragic childhood. Dumbledore and the others might pay him heed due to his illustrious reputation, which was inconsequential. Yet Quirrell, too, paid attention to him because of the peculiar surname of Riddle. He had grown weary of uttering this observation. What heinous deeds had the previous Riddle committed to draw upon himself such scrutiny and attention? Dumbledore epitomizes the White Wizard, while Quirrell embodies the forces of dark sorcery. Has the previous Riddle truly alienated both the light and dark realms? Quirrell seemed poised to utter more, yet he halted, watching Vicente exit, the documents on the table untouched. The steam from the spilled tea gently dissipating into the air. It felt as though they had engaged in a discourse, yet emerged without any resolution. Master, shall you truly allow him to depart? He has already surmised much. Quirrell inquired cautiously. He could not contravene his master's will. In his opinion, Vicente should not be permitted to leave unscathed. At the very least, some of his memories ought to be erased, or perhaps a curse placed upon him to render him mute. He would not act. He had already seized the initiative, and any further actions would place them at a disadvantage. The hoarse voice betrayed no emotion. Doubts began to creep in. Dumbledore had likely been privy to this all along. Their continued presence at Hogwarts was merely a reflection of Dumbledore's intent to exploit them for some purpose. Dumbledore, with his intricate plans and calculations, would not be easily surprised. Yet, even with this knowledge, he felt compelled to take action. He could not relinquish this opportunity, the chance to regain his corporeal form. He had glimpsed Vicente Riddle. This was yet another opportunity. Free from the pressing urgency, he found himself calmer and more meticulous. The Philosopher's Stone remained a worthy pursuit, though it was no longer the sole avenue. Detect the lingering magical fluctuations in the air from earlier and relay the results to me post-haste. The Ministry possessed a remarkable enchantment capable of tracking magical disturbances, typically employed to monitor young wizards and prevent the use of supernatural powers in the non-magical world. For instance, magic must never be witnessed by muggles. Any violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy would result in immediate correspondence from the Ministry, and in severe cases, a summons for a discussion and judgment. Initially, this magic was simply a tracking charm, yet in the realm of dark magic, it could uncover far more. The self-proclaimed just ministry would naturally keep such magic under wraps, but he harbored no such concerns. As long as he achieved his ultimate goal, sacrificing a couple more lives would be worthwhile. Whom does he hold dear? Harry Potter or Slytherin's Nott? The raspy voice took on a more sinister tone. His affections were rather numerous. This was not the mindset befitting a Riddle. His Muggle guardians had evidently failed to impart any wisdom. He would have to educate himself. Should he falter, then so be it. That body might still serve a purpose. The body fashioned by the Philosopher's Stone remained the primary option, while Vicente Riddle would be his last resort. A dull individual engaged in tedious, dark magical experiments. The fourth-floor corridor concealed what Dumbledore wished to keep hidden. He intended it as a test for Harry, yet the malevolent forces fixated on that treasure had already infiltrated Hogwarts. And Dumbledore had conveniently incorporated it as part of the trial. Were wizards truly this deranged? Vicente began to feel fortunate for his decision to remain uninvolved in such chaotic affairs. Once he assisted Harry with the mirror this evening, he would distance himself from these matters entirely. Should Harry choose to assist Dumbledore, he would merely express his support, but would never join him in contravening school rules to partake in foolishness. For now, however, he needed to return to Ravenclaw Tower for some much-needed rest, especially since tonight promised an adventure through Hogwarts. Oh, had he forgotten something? Perhaps the need to report his safety to Headmaster Dumbledore? Meeting with Professor Quirrell in secret, there was no way he would truly divulge anything to Dumbledore, deliberately providing him reasons to scrutinize his actions. Such statements only served to ensnare him. After all, he had merely spoken, and Quirrell could not possibly confirm the truth. Yet that mysterious figure, aside from the one lurking in the shadows, Vicente had to admit he was somewhat curious, albeit just a little. Even less so than his curiosity regarding Theodore. Ultimately, only a few possibilities existed, all inevitably revolving around the Riddle surname. One task at a time, each issue to be addressed individually. This evening, he would resolve matters concerning Harry and the mirror. Tomorrow, he would seek out Theodore to clarify any misconceptions regarding his connection with the basilisk. If time allowed, he would further investigate the enigma surrounding Riddle and Quirrell's mysterious benefactor. Contemplating this, he realized how busy he had become. Fortunately, he bore no familial burdens. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to balance work and life. Speaking of family, Vicente might need to carve out time to visit Diagon Alley. His adoptive parents could only send dollars, which he would have to convert to pounds, ultimately exchanging them at Gringotts for wizarding currency. Splendid. Yet another task added to his list. Vicente sighed quietly, recalling that his initial desire to learn magic stemmed from the hope of effortlessly resolving most issues, thus freeing time for contemplation and observation. Ironically, since becoming a wizard, his life had become even more hectic. Chapter 32, A Nighttime Adventure with the Mirror of Ariste. Night had fallen over Hogwarts. Observing the two boys huddled together before him, Vicente raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I squeeze into this small cloak with you both and meander about searching for that classroom, all crammed beneath a single garment? Harry eagerly beckoned Vicente, lowering his voice to avoid detection by others. Fear not, Vicente, there is ample space. This is my father's invisibility cloak, and it can comfortably accommodate all three of us, provided we tread carefully to avoid being noticed. Ron, concealed by the edge of the cloak, poked his head out to speak. It's amazing, Vicente, you simply must try it. It's truly delightful. What else could he expect from two 11-year-old boys? Vicente sighed, noting that his frequency of sighing had increased lately, likely due to encountering other children at Hogwarts, aside from Harry. Children invariably heighten one's vexations. Do not step on my feet. Vicente firmly upheld his boundaries. Maybe. Okay, we will absolutely not step on your feet. We will be very careful, trust me. Harry opened the cloak to create a gap, while Ron shifted aside to provide Vicente with some space. Let it be known, if Hermione returns to inquire about my whereabouts, I shall not assist you in concealing anything. The thought of the Gryffindor witch discovering their escapades upon her return made Vicente's head ache. In Hermione's eyes, he had always been a more reliable and trustworthy figure compared to Harry and Ron. Rest assured, as long as we are not caught by a professor, Hermione will not truly be angry. Ron had a knack for accurately gauging Hermione's moods as they traversed the dark corridors of Hogwarts. Slipping through the gaps of the restricted section, navigating several hallways and passing a few windows, they would eventually arrive at the chamber housing the wondrous mirror. If this journey were to be encapsulated in a message contained within a tiny drift bottle cast into the English Channel, the future finder would undoubtedly berate the author for the nonsensical tale, devoid of navigational routes and lacking any substantial description of the mirror, merely offering a sense of wonder that fails to ignite any desire for treasure hunting. What more can I say? They indeed traversed such a path, ultimately slipping quietly into this room. Before them stood the very mirror where one could glimpse their parents. Vicente emerged from his invisibility, and Harry, eager and impatient, tore open his cloak to stand before the mirror. Here he was, standing in front of the mirror. Could he see it? There were his parents, the entirety of his family within. Harry had never seen what his parents looked like, nor had he ever encountered his entire family, yet simply standing here amid them, he knew they were his family. He belonged to them. Ron followed in Harry's footsteps towards the mirror, having never beheld such an ancient and mysterious object. Upon reaching its front, he discovered its towering height, a stark contrast to his own stature. This mirror was indeed as magical as you described, and it exuded an air of grandeur. Each intricate design seemed to trace the contours of enchanting magic, capturing the gaze of anyone standing before it. Wow, this Christmas would surely rank among the most memorable of Ron's years. Admittedly, he had only experienced 11 Christmases, but this event would undoubtedly stand out. Never before had he encountered a genuine invisibility cloak, nor had he visited Hogwarts under the cover of night to witness such a wondrous mirror. Harry stood transfixed before the mirror, his eyes unblinking, while Ron had not yet settled behind him when he anxiously tugged at his hand, eager to introduce his family. Can you see them, Ron? Can you see them? A palpable tension laced Harry's voice, as he sought confirmation from his friend that what he beheld was not merely a figment of his imagination. I see it. I see myself. I have become the student council president, I joined the Gryffindor team, and together we won the Quidditch Cup. As Ron stood firmly before the mirror, his gaze became ensnared, the corners of his mouth curving upward uncontrollably as if he were submerged in a pot of honey. Ron's eyes could be described as entranced, lost in a state of immense happiness. Harry, taken aback, quickly realized that the reflections in the mirror were uniquely tailored to each individual. It was of no concern. If Ron could behold what he wished to see, then the family he witnessed must surely be the one he longed for. There could be no mistake. Vicente lingered a few paces behind, observing as the two boys became utterly captivated by the mirror, their gazes no longer able to part. Perhaps due to his own lack of expectations, he stood at a distance, not fixating on the mirror, but rather examining the decorative patterns adorning its edges. The mirror bore an inscription. Perhaps it was not entirely Harry's fault. Any wizard standing before this mirror would be irresistibly drawn to it. Consider, if you will, a mirror placed in an empty classroom, soaring nearly to the ceiling, framed in exquisite gold, its ancient motifs elegantly crafted, supported by two clawed feet. Vicente's gaze circled the mirror before settling once more on the inscription etched at the top, Eri stra eru oit ube kafir oit on wosi. He did not approach, even taking a step back, as if he had gleaned the nature of this mirror. The library of Hogwarts was indeed the most useful place within the entire school, and he had read in a book about this mystical mirror that could reflect the innermost desires of the heart. No one knew who created this mirror, nor what intentions the creator harbored, be it malevolent or merely whimsical, benevolent or charitable. Such matters were of little consequence. Occasionally, Hogwarts professors would bring back wondrous items from the outside world to be displayed within the school, yet no one knew when this mirror had arrived. Vicente could only surmise that this mirror had not originally been placed in such an unprotected, empty classroom. Dumbledore must have moved it here, intent on allowing Harry to gaze upon it. The inscription should be read in reverse. Its true order is, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Vicente murmured, but the others present had long since ceased to heed his words. He had not forgotten why he had accompanied Harry. Harry, I cannot see your parents, nor can I see the family you speak of. Please, tell me about them. Harry had come to accept that only he could perceive his family. His gaze remained fixed upon the mirror, greedily absorbing the faces that emerged, each one smiling at him, their unabashed love and kindness filling him with overwhelming joy. Vicente, don't you wish to see for yourself? Don't you want to know what you would look like in the mirror? Harry's call stirred a sense of emotion within Vicente for Harry's genuine concern for him. Oh, don't fret over me. Perhaps next time. Do tell us what you see. Introduce us to your family. I saw my parents. I look so much like my father, yet I have my mother's eyes. Many who know my parents often say that upon first seeing me, and now I finally see their faces. Harry continued to babble on, mentioning possibly his grandparents, and then discussing other relatives, indeed a large family. Vicente, unable to perceive the specifics within the mirror, grew curious about how it could possibly contain so many figures. Even though the mirror was tall enough to reach the ceiling, surely they could not be flying within it. That would be too bizarre. Ron began to join in the conversation, discussing Harry's family and sharing his own aspirations of future achievements, a son his parents would be proud of. The spacious classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and Vicente maintained his role as a silent observer, listening attentively, occasionally guiding the conversation to ensure they did not become overly engrossed in their excitement and draw the attention of patrolling professors or Filch. Today concluded remarkably smoothly. They successfully slipped back to their respective dormitories without attracting anyone's attention. Yet, I now realize this is merely the beginning. Harry will undoubtedly return to that mirror, even if his words receive no response. Merely sitting there, gazing at his family, is enough to provide him solace, a frail and futile emotion. Vicente cannot accept the notion of becoming a person who survives solely on delusions, yet he cannot impose such expectations on others. As they departed, Ron, utterly fatigued, wished only to return to his slumber, while Harry, despite his evident exhaustion, feigned an appearance of alertness. Vicente pulled Harry aside as they were leaving. Make sure to rest well. Do not dwell on that mirror. Just sleep and allow yourself to calm down. No one can maintain composure after witnessing everything they desire. The mirror not only reveals their deepest longings, it seems to conjure an indescribable force, enveloping all who stand before it and behold their desired visions. Perhaps those standing before the mirror are oblivious to this magical aura, but Vicente, consciously distancing himself from it, cautiously observed and discerned a trace of magical energy, not merely emanating from the mirror, but also permeating the air around them. In numerous works of Muggle literature, magical artifacts possess an uncanny allure, seemingly compelling individuals to engage in dreadful and thoughtless actions due to their enchantment, as if they were inherently marked by malevolence and seduction. But how can one blame magical artifacts for this? They were created to be utilized, naturally hoping for someone to wield them. If one lacks the willpower to resist the whispers of these artifacts, should they attribute wickedness to the objects themselves? Vicente had no time to ponder the philosophical dilemmas of human nature. With a few days left in the holiday, he hoped to swiftly adjust his state of mind, lest he become lost in the illusions presented by that mirror. He would also contemplate the matter of Theodore. The two-headed serpent of Slytherin had been documented in a brief history of Hogwarts, belonging to Salazar Slytherin. Magical artifacts that endure through the ages possess a semblance of autonomy. Vicente felt something was amiss when the serpent willingly clutched the packaging. Now, he could explore the library for more information, seeking to understand under what circumstances the two-headed serpent might voluntarily assist those who request its aid. Something must be wrong with the library books, Vicente thought as he forcefully shut the tome in his hands. What does it mean that the two-headed serpent obeys only the commands of Salazar Slytherin? Could it not be a friendly and helpful serpent, eager to lend a hand when someone is in need? Perhaps other houses might have such creatures. But the Slytherin serpent would surely not be accommodating. There had to be something he was missing, and Vincent began to ponder what he might have overlooked. Was there something wrong with the clothes he wore when he left that day? Or had he inadvertently picked up an unusual scent? He had simply made a benign request for assistance and was met with aid. How had he inexplicably become entangled with Salazar Slytherin? Did Dumbledore know of this? Was he aware that Vincent had inadvertently brushed against one of Hogwarts' founders? Vincent felt a headache coming on. He was still oblivious to what was happening to him. But he sensed an inescapable trouble had latched onto him. All the problems seemed to lead back to the previous riddle. His issues were undoubtedly intertwined with his legacy. What could a good student accomplish? The best student Vincent knew was Hermione, who was even fearful of being expelled from Hogwarts for committing some dreadful act. Vincent rubbed his temples in frustration, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a ghostly Harry drifting past him. Harry? The direction Harry was heading was towards the restricted section. He did not hear Vincent's voice and continued on his way, but paused at the closed entrance to the restricted area, turning to leave. Harry, what are you doing? Vincent reached out to stop him. Harry, wait. Oh, Vincent, sorry. I didn't see you there. I was thinking about some things. Chapter 33, The Mirror of Nothingness. All right, you did not heed my advice to rest well. You've been visiting that mirror every night since you returned, haven't you? Vincent regarded him seriously. Harry was clearly not listening. That mirror had consumed all his thoughts. At this moment, Vincent truly wished Hermione would return swiftly to deliver a wake-up call to this muddled individual. I'm not, Vincent. I'm not intentionally ignoring your advice. I just can't help it. I can't stop thinking about my family. They are my family. Harry understood that his recent behavior was indeed off. His nocturnal excursions and daytime slumber had disrupted his mental state. Harry, are you enchanted by that mirror? You know this state is unhealthy, right? I will manage, Vincent. I will do my utmost to control it. No, he absolutely would not. Watching Harry's dejected form retreat, Vincent realized he had tasks ahead of him that evening. How many days had it been? Third or fourth? He could no longer tolerate Harry's despondent state. Dumbledore must be even more anxious than he was. What he desired was not a young wizard lost in the allure of the Mirror of Erised, unable to find his life as purpose. Oh, Hogwarts truly was a treasure trove. Since arriving, one unresolved issue after another had piled up. By Vincent's calculations, Dumbledore would inevitably appear in that empty classroom tonight or tomorrow, intent on having a profound conversation with Harry. When one stands at a crossroads in life, the guidance of a sage can lead to unparalleled enlightenment, simultaneously elevating the sage's status in that person's heart to extraordinary heights. Vincent was uncertain if Dumbledore had already surmised this outcome, deliberately orchestrating events to enhance his standing in Harry's eyes and draw closer to him. But if it were he, Vincent knew what Harry would do for him. He would not hesitate to invest time in him, even orchestrating an elaborate plan if the ultimate reward was sufficiently enticing. Regrettably, he had yet to find a goal worthy of such effort. Had he won, he was unsure of the lengths he might go to achieve it. However, he was certain that the previous riddle was acutely aware of this, or else the topic would not be so taboo among everyone. Tonight, he would revisit the Mirror of Erised. Having promised Harry he would give it a try next time, how could he not fulfill that commitment? Upholding promises was the highest virtue in Vincent's eyes. He could certainly employ some clever stratagems, but if he committed to something, he would strive to see it through. Vincent was not like Harry. He did not need to skulk in shadows, in the quest for an unoccupied classroom. Who could possess a clearer understanding of Hogwarts than the ghosts that drift throughout its halls? Fortunately for Vincent, he is acquainted with Theodore, a member of Slytherin, whose house is as competitive in the inter-house rivalry as their ghostly counterpart. You summoned me from the Slytherin dungeons merely to search for an empty classroom together? Theodore maintained a cautious distance of 5 paces from Vincent since the moment he had been beckoned. I merely brought you breakfast. I am not truly pursuing you, so there is no need to be so wary of me. Vincent was well aware of Theodore's motivations. The inquiries posed that morning had made everything abundantly clear. I have already told you, I'm not gay. Yes, you have stated that before, but I reserve the right to remain skeptical. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Vincent, who indeed possessed an exceptionally striking appearance, making him an easy target for attention wherever he went. From the outset, Theodore had harbored a peculiar interest in Vincent, uncertain of his true intentions, if profit from the Nott family was his aim. The Malfoy family would equally serve as a viable alternative. Of course, his earlier inquiries regarding matters of the heart had been nothing more than jest. While he occasionally preferred solitude, it did not imply that he was devoid of a sense of humor. He sought to maintain distance from Vincent in a manner that was less confrontational, given old Nott's attitude towards him. Causing a stir at Hogwarts would lead to difficult consequences. This did not mean Theodore was genuinely intimidated by Vincent. Should Vincent employ any overly aggressive or discomforting tactics, Theodore would not indulge him. For his prowess in spellcasting was formidable, as were his physical abilities. Vicente's pronounced nose made him appear particularly susceptible to being struck, rendering him a conspicuous target. Previously, Theodore had adopted a dismissive attitude towards Vicente, merely viewing him as an eccentric Ravenclaw. After all, Ravenclaws often exhibited such traits, and even though Vicente could be particularly irksome, he was not insufferable. Now, however, Theodore regarded Vicente with a newfound perspective, as they both sought something from one another. Vicente undoubtedly possessed something of Slytherin relevance. Though Theodore could not yet discern what it was, should he uncover it before Vicente, it would serve as a significant advantage in his future endeavors against old Nott. Now, they stood evenly matched at 11. This was why Theodore found himself alongside Vicente and the ghostly Barrow, searching for an empty classroom. The opportunity to seek my assistance is not akin to the dinner pies in the Great Hall. To squander it on the pursuit of an empty classroom is rather absurd. Theodore genuinely believed the Ravenclaws were somewhat mad. I would never liken you to a dinner pie from the Great Hall. If anything, you would be the brightest star in the sky. Perhaps the moon would be a more fitting comparison, unique, and no star's brilliance could rival yours. Theodore replied, I shan't inquire further. You may swallow those nauseating words back down. Vicente chuckled and averted his gaze. Very well, Riddle earns a point. They did not expend much effort. Vicente sought only a general location and would ascertain the exact classroom himself, keeping the matter of the mirror of Eris to himself. Approaching the classroom, Vicente was already confident he had found the correct spot from 3 corridors away. If I require assistance again, I shall seek you out, Theodore. I hope that next time we can have a proper discussion. If we truly have a next time, you shall pay for it first. No way. Barrow had already departed upon confirming the approximate location. He would not waste his efforts accompanying young wizards in search of an empty classroom. Vicente felt as if he had been ensnared by Theodore. After merely sharing a breakfast, it felt as though he had boarded a ship of dubious character. Though you may not need it. Thank you, Theodore. You have saved me considerable effort. I once thought you an astute individual. Vicente often engages in foolishness, and it seems I may not encounter another like you at Hogwarts who could ultimately become the exclusive potion master of the Nott family. He was extending an invitation to me, and I had already enlisted his aid. Vicente suddenly smiled, as though he had stumbled upon something genuinely intriguing. This smile was more authentic, shedding the facade he typically wore. Previously, he had viewed Theodore as a rather unique individual. Now, he found him somewhat indefinable, yet still captivating. Harry knew he ought not to sneak into this place every night. He could not even converse with his family, merely sitting before the mirror, gazing at them, and in that act alone, he found immense satisfaction. This was wrong, yet he could not bring himself to cease. Perhaps once the Christmas holidays concluded and he returned to classes, his energy would falter, prompting him to abandon this nightly escapade. For now, he could only console himself with an excuse for his nightly wanderings through Hogwarts. This night was different. Upon sneaking into the classroom once more, he found someone already standing there. Vicente? At the sight of him, Harry instinctively wanted to flee. Vicente had just warned him not to return, yet here he was again, cloaked in invisibility. A sense of panic washed over him, as though professors were about to catch him, even though Vicente was far from a professor. Harry, can you guess what I saw inside? Vicente called out, prompting Harry to inch closer to the mirror, clutching his invisibility cloak. He did not stand before the mirror. Thus he could not see his family's reflection. The Mirror of Eris, a magical artifact capable of revealing one's innermost desires. Had he consulted the library, he would have discovered records far more detailed than what Vicente was about to relay. Vicente gazed up at the enormous mirror, feeling dwarfed by its magnitude. His presence rendered insignificant within its reflection. I know I shouldn't be here, Vicente, but Harry instinctively began to explain. Do not be anxious, Harry. I have no intention of lecturing or guiding you. That is not my role. Vicente turned, surveying the empty classroom. Perhaps Dumbledore was concealed in some corner, employing a disillusionment charm to observe their conversation. All my knowledge of the Mirror of Eris is derived solely from what I have read. I do not know if it is broken or merely aged, but I saw nothing, Harry, Vicente stated. Chapter 34. He requires proper guidance. He saw nothing within the Mirror of Eris. Contrary to the texts, which assert that a happy person sees their present self, he beheld nothing. The mirror reflected nothing at all. Vicente did not elaborate on the details to Harry. His words were directed towards Dumbledore. Harry, if you wish, you may linger a while longer with your family. I hope that after tonight, you will discern what it is you truly desire, rather than squander your time here. Vicente firmly believed that idling away in front of a mirror was utterly wasteful. Regardless of the thoughts one might conjure, he could never comprehend such behavior. Though he lacked his own ambitions, he understood that if one had goals, They ought to pursue them rather than wait for them to miraculously descend from the heavens. In Theodore's words, achieving one's objectives is not akin to a pie served at dinner, nor will a house elf be at hand to deliver such delicacies to your table. With a firm pat on Harry's shoulder, Vincent made way for him and sauntered out of the empty classroom, unconcerned about being caught by patrolling professors or Filch. They would not apprehend him. Dumbledore's arrangements were trustworthy. He made his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower, turning sharply at a corner to head to the observatory. If I am not mistaken, you should be here. If I am wrong, then consider it mere musings. Leaning against the observatory railing, Vincent felt the cold night breeze. It was indeed frigid, yet it invigorated him. The mirror's failure to reflect anything was not the mirror's fault, but rather his own. As he departed, he noticed Harry seated before the mirror, gazing up without any apparent issue. Could it be that the mirror was somehow directed at him? Just because he had not gazed into it upon their first encounter, marveling at the wonders it displayed. All right, that last thought was merely conjecture. Perhaps some magical influence, but could it possibly be linked to Riddle? Riddle's deeds were far too numerous. You are quite astute, even after all these years. I have encountered few wizards as clever as you. Vincent found himself accompanied by a white-bearded elder. Dumbledore intended to converse with Harry tonight, aware that all his actions would undoubtedly be under Vincent's scrutiny. Harry and Vincent shared a strong bond. Regardless of the circumstances, he would inevitably confide in his friend. While Dumbledore would not claim to know Harry intimately, this much he was certain of. He had speculated on Vincent's intentions. Yet the blatant manner of his appearance left little to the imagination, far too direct for Riddle's usual approach, overly sincere, leaving Dumbledore at a loss for how to respond. What precisely do you wish Harry to do? If your aim is to impart the warmth of family, then you ought to encourage him to spend more time with Ron. Ron's family is the happiest and most harmonious I have encountered, and no mere mirror can remedy childhood wounds. Vincent spoke bluntly, his words somewhat abrasive. Sometimes I ponder whether you would be better suited to Slytherin, where you might find more common ground and make friends more easily. Vincent had few acquaintances in Ravenclaw. It was not that he did not get along with others, but the distinction between classmates and friends was clearly demarcated. Indeed, one cannot rely solely on a mirror to heal childhood traumas. I do not expect to derive anything from it either. It is merely an experience, Vincent. You need not harbor malevolent assumptions about everyone. Dumbledore sought to initiate their conversation with gentle words. Are you suggesting that you undertake all of this without a trace of self-interest, with no intention of guiding Harry down the path you desire? You are aware of Professor Snape and Quirrell, I presume? You merely played the role of the pawn, pushing all the pieces forward. Vincent's words dripped with malice. His tone sharp. I have my own motives. I do not shy away from admitting this. But I apologize. I have my reasons for doing so. Moreover, it is not merely exploitation. It is a mutual choice. Dumbledore replied calmly. You have laid a path before him, with everyone instructing him to follow it. Now, an 11-year-old boy, still forming his worldview and clarity of thought, upon hearing his trusted elder direct him, how would he choose to proceed? Vincent nearly retorted immediately, but refrained. All right, say whatever you wish. This is between you and Harry, and I shall not intervene, nor will I inform him, rest assured. He could not fathom Dumbledore's true intentions, but he understood that he would not harm Harry. Having a distinguished white wizard standing behind him would undoubtedly facilitate Harry's life in the magical realm. Often, Vincent was unaware of how much he contemplated for the sake of his friends. Speaking of Harry, he could not help but recall the invisibility cloak. The cloak that had been returned to him by Dumbledore, though it had once belonged to Harry's father, had gone unmentioned for many years. Perhaps only Dumbledore knew it remained in his possession, yet he still returned it to Harry. Setting aside Dumbledore's motives, he had indeed returned this coveted treasure to Harry. If the invisibility cloak truly exists, what of the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone? Vincent's topic shifted rapidly, causing Dumbledore to momentarily falter, revealing more of his genuine emotions. Are we delving into such profound inquiries already? I had thought we would at least share a few more exchanges, confirming our goodwill. Vincent perceived clearly. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. If you truly wish to do something, no one can stop you. Your willingness to allow me into the school and to teach Harry is your prerogative. I know you will not harm us, and that knowledge is sufficient for me. Moreover, Vincent rubbed his hands together, and in the next moment, the warming charm enveloped him, warmth radiating from the tips of his fingers, lending a touch of warmth to his voice. Whether or not you choose to answer is your affair. If you do not inquire, you lose the chance of obtaining an answer. Viewed in this light, it seems I am the one at a disadvantage. Dumbledore was indeed a remarkably considerate and benevolent old man, and his words drew a chuckle from Vincent. In truth, there is little that cannot be answered. The storybooks elucidate it quite clearly. The exact details of how he was created are beyond scrutiny, yet we have indeed witnessed these phenomena. We? Vincent raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. You already know, do you not? Do not tell me that after all this time spent reading, you have yet to come across such information. I find that hard to believe. I once knew an exceptionally talented wizard who sought the Deathly Hallows, but ultimately did not meet a favorable end. Most of the time, youthful exuberance leads to decisions made without clarity, and one must invariably pay the price for those choices in later life. You speak the truth, Vicente. The two prodigies I know have followed this path. Vicente discerned Dumbledore's intent to speak further. Two prodigies, one being Grindelwald, as is well known, and the other, if I am not mistaken, the previous riddle, the mysterious figure you all conceal and refuse to speak of. Indeed, that is correct, Vicente. You are astute and remarkably gifted. It remains uncertain whether Vicente's upbringing, having been adopted, shaped his moral compass through his foster parents' teachings. While their guidance may not have been flawless, it indeed instilled in him a semblance of ethical understanding that aligns with human societal norms, contrasting sharply with the previous riddle, who only began to grasp these concepts upon entering Hogwarts. Vicente's facade is impeccable. Nevertheless, he fundamentally dissents from the principles governing human society. The crux of their divergence lies here. Vicente embraces human society, whereas the former riddle, at his core, did not perceive himself as part of the same realm as humanity. What you seek to know, Vicente, even if unspoken, you would continue to pursue. Thus, since I am already here, let us simplify the inquiry. Dumbledore is eager to experiment. If Harry can be guided to excel, what of Vicente? A candid dialogue is essential between them, one that surpasses the previous exchanges fraught with mistrust and probing. Vicente displays a flicker of intrigue. If I ask you, must you respond? The answer hinges upon my discretion. However, should you refrain from inquiring, you would forfeit the opportunity to discover the truth. Dumbledore winked at him, the crescent-shaped glasses glinting momentarily. Gellert Grindelwald, I wish to learn about him. Vicente states with clarity. Dumbledore expresses surprise. I assumed your curiosity would lean towards Riddle. The matters concerning Riddle are intertwined with my surname, offering traces of insight, yet Grindelwald is different. Aside from you, I cannot find another who knows those stories. There are indeed others privy to them, though most are no longer in Ingram, he ponders. Among adversaries, he is regarded as a formidable rival. In the beginning, I resonated with his ideology. He was a master at persuasion. However, as events unfolded, we evolved, ultimately diverging on our paths. With intelligent individuals, certain truths need not be articulated in detail. The thoughts that once appealed to the youthful Dumbledore must have been extraordinarily compelling, requiring profound lessons to steer him towards an entirely different course. This is, in essence, a lamentable tale, one that would evoke sympathy from any listener. Yet, Vicente is not so easily moved. So what is your relationship? Chapter 35, The Stereotypical Wizards of Ingram. Dumbledore, his connection to Grindelwald? Why do you inquire? Most would perceive them merely as adversaries, starkly positioned on opposing sides of a moral divide. Vicente suddenly finds the question more complex than expected. Well, Headmaster Dumbledore, since I have come to know you, you resemble a quintessential hero from a storybook, rigidly guiding the protagonist along the righteous path. This piques my curiosity. Are you not equally rigid in the national temperament? Dumbledore appears increasingly perplexed, for Vicente's insinuation of rigidity certainly does not paint a flattering picture. Upon realizing Vicente's notion of the stereotypical wizard from Ingram, Dumbledore comprehends. Do you presume that I share a romantic relationship with Grindelwald? Are you? Vicente fixates on Dumbledore, awaiting his response, resembling a child eager for the headmaster's tales. Had he posed a different question, Dumbledore would surely have relished in answering. Well, this is quite an unexpected inquiry. You possess the right to question, and I to respond. Congratulations, young wizard. Your courageous query remains unanswered today. However, should you return to Ravenclaw during your respite, I shall not deduct points from your house. Frustrated by the lack of a satisfactory answer and the implied threat of point deduction, Vicente retorts, this is unfair. You have never deducted points from Harry, despite his nocturnal escapades at the hot pot. Surely you are aware of this? How can you use this against me? Perhaps because I am the headmaster, and I possess the authority to decide which house incurs penalties? Dumbledore retracts his benevolent demeanor, revealing the cunning of a wily old fox. Furthermore, Mr. Riddle, you have no evidence to substantiate that I am aware of Mr. Potter's nighttime activities at Hogwarts. Although it is said that I am privy to all occurrences within this school, such claims remain mere rumors, logical and well-founded. Yet Vicente feels personally targeted by Dumbledore's words. He maintains a stoic expression. You are as biased as Snape. Dumbledore, that is my privilege. Fine. Dumbledore refrains from delivering a direct answer, yet Vicente can surmise the truth. He is indeed a rather stereotypical British wizard, is he not? It is no wonder Theodore posed such questions, National characteristics undoubtedly shape perceptions. Prior to truly becoming a wizard, who could have anticipated that even the magical realm would not escape such circumstances? As Vicente prepares to depart from the observatory, he abruptly turns back. One more question, then. A buy one get one free deal. He blinks his lovely black eyes, deliberately tilting his head in an endearing arc. Whether this tactic would sway Dumbledore remains uncertain. Yet he must surely hope to witness his cherished young wizards embodying the essence of their age. Vicente knows how to leverage his striking appearance, much like Theodore suggested. Dumbledore is indeed susceptible to the charms of youth, as long as the ultimate plan and all his arrangements remain untouched. Under appropriate circumstances, he is quite amenable. Very well. Considering this is our inaugural question and answer game, what else do you wish to know, Vicente? Chapter 36. Vicente in Contemplation. Dumbledore's address shifts from Mr. Riddle back to Vicente, signifying a departure from the rigid associations of the former Riddle and welcoming him into a more familiar fold. Professor Snape is indeed your ally, is he not? All of Harry's speculations and accusations are merely misguided inferences. He lacks the aptitude for deduction and will likely never become a Sherlock Holmes. However, you may very well become the next Holmes. Entirely accurate, Vicente. In the ensuing semester, maintain your skeptical outlook on all matters, and when necessary, I hope you might guide Harry a little. Young wizards are prone to errors, and they remain quite juvenile. Dumbledore smiles, acknowledging that he and Snape had long conspired. Severus's temperament often leads young wizards to harbor no fondness for him, yet to cast him as a villain feels excessive. If the Ministry were to implement a teacher training program at Hogwarts, Professor Snape would likely struggle to pass. Having acquired the answers he sought, Vicente finally feels ready to depart. Wait a moment, Vicente, may I ask you a question? Dumbledore, initially reluctant to inquire, recognizes that Vicente has posed two questions and finds it reasonable to seek a modicum of reciprocation. Vicente scrunches his nose. Very well, the unyielding headmaster Dumbledore. I surmise you wish to ask about the mirror of Ariste. He had made his position clear in the empty classroom. He saw nothing within the mirror. And Dumbledore would surely grasp the implication. It was not merely that he beheld his own reflection, but rather that he truly saw nothing at all. Generally speaking, the mirror of Ariste ought to reflect something, for it is, after all, a mirror. No enchantment can alter the fundamental truth of its nature. Regardless of the magic imbued within, it must reveal something within its depths. The attributes of magical artifacts remain steadfast, unaffected by the realm of sorcery. And the more ancient the artifact, the less likely it is to exhibit any errors. When you gazed into that mirror, did you sense anything amiss? If the fault does not lie with the magical object, then it must rest with the wielder of the artifact. Dumbledore hesitated to voice such thoughts. Yet the surname Riddle undeniably seemed to carry an unusual aura, as if it were inherently drawn to these arcane objects. Perhaps this was the stereotype left by the previous Riddle, which he now unconsciously projected onto Vicente. The former Riddle and Vicente had, in Dumbledore's eyes, become entirely distinct individuals. Upon glancing at that familiar visage, he no longer associated it with the troublesome student who had once plagued him. Vicente might still evolve into a challenging pupil, yet assuredly in a more favorable light. Reflecting on his encounter with the mirror of Ariste, Vicente recalled the caution instilled in him by Harry and Ron regarding the mirror, and thus he would not carelessly stand before it. His wand remained firmly in hand, ready to cast a spell should he be ensnared by its illusions, allowing him to regain his clarity. He felt no particular sensation. If pressed to articulate, he would admit to a vague sense of fatigue. Vicente had always believed that his deepest yearning was to discover a purpose worthy of a lifetime of dedication, to uncover his true self and the reason for his existence. A life of aimlessness was not meant for him. A proud genius could never be anything but acutely aware. He could not precisely state what he hoped to see in the mirror of Ariste. Perhaps he yearned for it to provide him with an answer, yet it remained silent, offering him nothing. The mirror might be broken. After all, it had been neglected for so long. A malfunction would be rather expected. Vicente refused to concede that the fault lay with him. Perhaps I shall take the time to examine it, and I will relocate the mirror from that empty classroom, ensuring that no one else can discover it. This time, Vicente truly turned to leave, waving at Dumbledore. Seek out Harry and have a heartfelt conversation with him. He truly requires guidance regarding his future direction. Not me, nor Ron, nor Hermione. Only you, Dumbledore, will suffice. On Harry's journey through life, he undoubtedly needs a mentor. Friends may walk alongside him, yet an elder must assist him in maintaining clarity when necessary. No one is better suited for this role than Dumbledore. Surprised by the weight of this responsibility, Dumbledore pondered whether he had indeed earned Vicente's recognition. This evening had proven more fruitful than he had anticipated. Did you partake in any wondrous and delightful experiences during Christmas that you might wish to share with me? I returned with 2 books. yet found nothing of value within them. What of you? During the days preceding Christmas, Hermione returned the 2 books to the shelf and selected a larger, thicker tome for leisure. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before slowly directing their focus to Vincent, who was engrossed in his reading, raising his book to obscure his face. They had agreed that he would explain matters to Hermione. What have you been secretly up to? Hermione sensed the unspoken understanding between the boys. Let it be known, Hermione, that you must not become angry. Ron decided to offer a preemptive warning. The young witch of Gryffindor tossed her curly hair. All right, speak. I assure you, I shall not be angry. You stand before me unscathed. You have neither breached school rules, nor faced punishment from the professors, nor incurred any loss of points for Gryffindor. What reason have I to be incensed? Harry, Ron, Vincent, haha, apologies, you may continue. Hermione began to harbor an uneasy premonition. How dare you? She exclaimed in disbelief. How could you have risked such a situation, nearly being caught by Professor Snape? Yet dared to. Ahem, calm down, Hermione. We are still in the library, Vincent interjected, promptly handing her a glass of water. Hermione took a large gulp, only to realize that the cup had been transformed from a quill by Vincent, and it now bore a faint taste of ink. She pushed the cup away. Vincent, I truly did not expect you to join in their mischief. Do not look at me like that, Hermione. Had you been present, you would have acted alongside them. After all, he is Harry's family. Hermione refrained from further comment, reiterating the consequences of violating Hogwarts regulations and hoping they would never again engage in such perilous antics. Rest assured, Hermione, that mirror has already been relocated by Professor Dumbledore, Harry assured her. I shall no longer be wandering about in an invisibility cloak. Truly? Vincent expressed his skepticism. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. During this Christmas, I indeed discovered some intriguing information. Do you all recall Dumbledore's chocolate frog cards? I came across something that may pique your interest. Among Dumbledore's lifetime achievements, alongside Gellert Grindelwald, there was also Nicholas Flamel, whom Hermione and the others had sought for so long. Vincent seized the opportunity to inquire about the dark wizard Grindelwald, recognizing that Flamel was not his concern. He was currently fulfilling Dumbledore's wishes by providing Harry and his friends with subtle guidance, ensuring they were not misled by erroneous information. They needed to redirect their focus away from Professor Snape. Flamel was the matter deserving their attention. Indeed, it appeared that Snape was fixated on the Philosopher's Stone, even threatening Professor Quirrell in pursuit of it. Vincent, wait, Harry, what are you saying? He paused to reflect on where the misstep lay. What detail had he overlooked? Why had Harry arrived at such a peculiar conclusion? Harry gravely informed Vincent that on the day he last gazed into the mirror of Ariste, while Vincent had been waiting for him in the empty classroom, he had witnessed Snape threatening Professor Quirrell, inquiring about the location of the stone and the method of its concealment. He must have wished to uncover how to bypass the protections and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Vincent, is it not possible that Professor Snape was actually attempting to warn Quirrell against the idea of seizing that stone? The 3 pairs of eyes focused intently on him. Their silence spoke volumes. How could such a seemingly feeble individual as Professor Quirrell hope to contend with Snape? Harry, do you still believe Snape is a threat? Very well. What do you plan to do next? Report to Professor Dumbledore, or resolve the matter quietly on your own. The final outcome bore some issues. Yet the objective was to spur Harry into action. Even if there were minor discrepancies in the target, the overall impact should not be significant. Dumbledore surely had contingency plans in place, requiring only a gentle nudge in the right direction. Dumbledore maintained a firm grasp on the overarching strategy. If the ultimate trajectory proved to be erroneous, it would be his responsibility. After all, he was not the one orchestrating the moves from behind the scenes. Thus it was implausible for him to control every facet of the game. Vincent harbored no desire to witness a farce. He was equally uninterested in seeing the expression on Harry's face once he realized he had misidentified the true objective after all was said and done. Adding Ron and Hermione into the mix only increased the suspense of what astonishing feats the trio from Gryffindor might accomplish. Vincent cleared his throat. Very well. Let us ponder how we might thwart their nefarious plan. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Vincent, you finally believe in me. That's splendid. Our first task is to ascertain the 3-headed dog's weakness. Vincent, perplexed, inquired, weakness? Hermione concurred. Snape would certainly exploit the 3-headed dog's vulnerabilities. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries will ensure our victory. Vincent resolved to voice his opinions sparingly. This was their mission, and it was best left to them to navigate it according to their logic. Ron, with clarity of purpose, declared, we should seek out Hagrid. He is most knowledgeable about matters concerning creatures, and the 3-headed dog was placed there at Dumbledore's behest. Vincent refrained from joining their expedition. He had done what he could, provided the necessary guidance, and now it was best to let them operate freely. He was reluctant to intervene further, fearing it might lead to unforeseen complications. Snape was unlikely to be overly sensitive. Harry and his friends speculated about his stance, which evidently had no bearing on Vincent or Ravenclaw. Chapter 37. The Childish Malfoy. Hagrid, Quirrell, Snape, and the other professors at Hogwarts were all embroiled in Dumbledore's grand design. Perhaps they were unaware of their contributions, merely following Dumbledore's directives to prepare various defenses and trials. Dumbledore was indeed an exceptional leader, adept at mobilizing his subordinates effectively. Vincent had to concede that if he were to learn anything from Dumbledore, it would be this crucial aspect. Compared to Dumbledore, he found himself far more intrigued by Gellert Grindelwald. After all, a figure capable of stirring the winds of change to etch his name into the annals of European history was undeniably fascinating. Leaning against the railing of the observatory, Vincent found himself growing fond of this vantage point since his last visit. The ability to survey the entirety of Hogwarts from above brought him a sense of delight. In the depths of winter, the biting cold wind here was enough to chill one's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Malfoy appeared, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly upon spotting another occupying the most comfortable spot in the observatory. Vincent was equally astonished by the presence of this young scion. Slytherin had no astronomy class today. Even if there were a class, one would not venture to the observatory to stargaze in broad daylight. Christmas had only recently passed, and the weather had yet to warm. The thick clouds above occasionally released a few snowflakes. Hogwarts' schedule was quite clear, with all astronomy lessons scheduled for nights when the moon was sparse. During the current season, outdoor classes were rarely arranged. Malfoy appeared increasingly disgruntled. How do you know Slytherin's class schedule? They say it's true. You've become Nott's lackey. Draco Malfoy nodded slightly, seemingly confirming this assertion. The connections among the houses were not particularly deep, yet they were not entirely severed. Within a single house, some degree of interaction was inevitable. Though Ravenclaw's followers were not as conveniently influential as those of Slytherin, they were certainly more useful than Gryffindor's foolish lions and Hufflepuff's dim-witted fellows. Vincent had yet to speak, but Draco had already summarized the advantages of being a follower in Ravenclaw. Theodore Nott, too, was quite peculiar. Unwilling to associate with Slytherin, he had sought out Ravenclaw instead. Slytherin looked down upon the other houses with equal disdain, and even the academically prominent Ravenclaw did not receive any special regard from them. Conversely, Nott's close ties with Ravenclaw easily attracted gossip within Slytherin. However, it was only Draco who dared to voice such sentiments in Vicente's presence. Others, in comparison to the Nott family, could hardly be deemed exceptional, and even if they harbored certain thoughts, they would only dare to express them in private. Only Draco had the audacity to bring such matters directly to Vincent, while others might merely exchange glances, fearing that if Vincent truly became Nott's lackey, he might very well report them. Has not mentioned anything regarding his family's affairs. You might want to be cautious, lad. Don't rush headlong into becoming a stepping stone for others. Vincent had intended to retort, but found himself intrigued by Draco's unexpected concern for him. Should I express my gratitude for your concern? Draco suddenly took a large step back. What nonsense are you spouting? I am warning you not to consider Nott's family as a target. Ah, so he believed that Vincent was being used to deliberately approach Theodore. I almost thought he had grown wiser. You needn't worry about that, Malfoy. I'll handle matters concerning my family myself. At that moment, Theodore emerged from the staircase. Noticing Draco's unfriendly demeanor, one wondered what had come over this Malfoy upon returning home, making him so concerned about the dealings between him and old Nott. Even if Lucius Malfoy aimed to gain an advantage over the Nott family, he could at least exercise some discretion. To be so eager to partake in their affairs at merely first year was indeed rather hasty. Moreover, to have his not-so-bright son lead the charge was almost laughable. Theodore had begun to suspect that the other party might have ulterior motives. Draco could never hide his thoughts. His displeasure was plainly evident on his face. Nott, do not be so ungrateful. Were it not for concerns regarding the potential upheaval among the pureblood families, who would care about your family's unsavory matters? You would do well to manage these issues, lest I take over the Malfoy family and find the Nott family has already been excluded from the pureblood 28. After speaking, Malfoy shouldered past Nott rather forcefully. Such childish behavior elicited no response from Theodore. Are you performing some sort of peculiar brotherly bond? Should I applaud? Or should I assume that Malfoy has some regard for you, urging you not to take his hurtful words to heart? Vicente's amusement was unmistakable. Theodore frowned. Who knows what nonsense his father told him upon returning home, causing him to believe that the Nott family's foundation was at risk? To prevent other families from being affected, he began to probe subtly. Theodore's words abruptly halted, as if he were puzzled by how he had inadvertently started recounting a tale in line with Vicente's suggestion. This matter does not concern you. Refrain from prying into affairs that do not pertain to you. As Vincent leaned against the railing, seemingly unwilling to depart, Theodore resolved that he could return to the observatory later. Why the rush, Theodore? Since you're already here, I trust you wouldn't mind sharing a moment with me." Vicente did not make any effort to approach him, instead lazily leaning against the railing. The thick layer of clouds had transformed the once azure sky into a muted gray, casting a gentle, non-dazzling light upon me. Theodore stood at the edge near the staircase, his form cloaked in shadow. For reasons unbeknownst to Vicente, Theodore ultimately chose not to leave, slowly stepping closer to stand beside him. The two 11-year-old boys, standing at the highest point of Hogwarts, were buffeted by the cold wind, enveloped in silence, resembling two fools. "I recall you mentioning that I might one day become a potion master for the Nott family. That is indeed a considerable honor, is it not? Perhaps I should strive to secure a position immediately after graduation," Vicente ventured, taking the initiative to speak. He was not particularly concerned about what Draco Malfoy intended to do, but he was somewhat wary of Theodore's demeanor. Theodore was a proud individual. Surely, there were no humble souls within Slytherin. If Draco had gleaned information about the Nott family from his father, it stood to reason that other pureblood families could do the same. Coincidentally, most young wizards from pureblood families were predominantly in Slytherin, and during this post-Christmas period, Theodore might not have been as carefree as he appeared. Yet, he seemed unchanged from before, diligently studying each day, his aloof demeanor remaining intact. Perhaps it was not that he genuinely wished to be this way. Rather, he was compelled to be so, to aspire to become a potion master for the Nott family. The first lesson one ought to learn is to remain silent and refrain from probing into the affairs of pureblood families, as this is essential for longevity. Theodore's voice, carried by the wind, did not sound as indifferent as usual. Rather, it seemed to resonate more closely, almost as if he were whispering in Vicente's ear. Vicente, unaccustomed to this intimacy, rubbed his earlobe. "I certainly do not need to be privy to the affairs of my employer's household, but what of friends? Friends? We certainly do not share such a relationship." Theodore even took a step back, but at last, he was willing to speak. "I know not what madness has overtaken Draco Malfoy, but you need not heed his words. Everyone at Hogwarts is aware of his foolishness." "Hey, he heard you. He is likely to challenge you to a duel with his wand," Vicente mused, finding the prospect amusing. Draco Malfoy held grudges fiercely, always seeking to cause trouble for Harry. He had not done anything to Vicente personally, but he was well aware of what he had done to Harry and Ron. "A brash, attention-seeking child, admit it. You actually like him, don't you? When he truly detests someone, he does not exhibit this demeanor." Vicente, having been on the receiving end of such disdain, knew this all too well. Theodore's willingness to converse indicated his concern. Genuine animosity would only result in silence. Theodore slightly turned his head, avoiding Vicente's rather direct gaze. Speaking hesitantly, "He gifted me a Christmas present." "Huh, I also gave you a Christmas present. Why do I not receive such a warm attitude in return?" Vicente retorted, indignant. "What extravagant item did Draco Malfoy bestow upon you? Could he not afford it? If only you had mentioned that you liked such things. He has the means." "He gave me a book. I gave you one as well." Theodore, pushed to his limits, snapped, "Let me speak. If you do not wish to listen, simply descend the staircase. The path is over there." Such a childish fellow. Vicente crossed his arms, adopting an exaggeratedly attentive posture. Chapter 38. The Means to Gain Nott's Trust. Theodore began slowly. "He gifted me a book titled, How to Kill Your Father." Vicente's astonishment was palpable. This child is truly reckless. Setting aside whether this book could genuinely be of use, does Lucius Malfoy know of this? I recall his father has a good relationship with him. He often speaks of sharing school matters with his father, yet secretly plots such schemes. Vicente realized that his understanding of Slytherin was still insufficient. Observing a boy with a strained relationship with his father spending Christmas alone at Hogwarts, juxtaposed with another who, despite a good rapport with his father, was secretly engaging in such studies, left him bewildered. The incredulity etched on Vicente's face elicited laughter from Theodore. "This book is indeed of no practical use. I wonder where he unearthed this old tome. Even if my relationship with old Nott had reached a point of irreconcilable enmity, I would not resort to such juvenile methods." Draco's thinking was rather simplistic. Since his father could not manage the Nott family effectively and treat Theodore, the heir, with due respect, he deemed it better to eliminate him outright and allow Theodore to inherit the Nott family. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, undoubtedly played a role in this, likely uttering words that led Draco to misunderstand the situation, resulting in the current predicament. Perhaps he wished to test whether I could indeed contend with old Nott. After all, Draco seemed quite eager to collaborate with me, and Lucius Malfoy naturally wished to ascertain whether I possessed the requisite capability. When Theodore spoke of this matter, he did so devoid of any personal emotion, almost as though he were an impartial observer assessing the inner workings of the Malfoy family. "I never anticipated that Draco Malfoy would choose to align with you. I had assumed he would only heed his father's words. A model child who would never cause his father distress." Vicente attempted to inject some levity into the atmosphere, but it was evident that he had failed. Your methods of providing comfort are truly lacking. Have you never considered comforting Harry Potter when you are with him? Of course, the celebrated savior would hardly require consolation. Others are too eager to curry favor. It was clear that Slytherin harbored a deep disdain for Gryffindor. Even in such moments, they had to invoke Harry Potter for mockery. Vicente had grown accustomed to Slytherin's attitude. From the headmaster to the first-year wizards, none held Gryffindor in high regard. I know not what Lucius Malfoy intends, but it is apparent he too deems Old Nott an unsuitable partner. Perhaps Draco indeed plays a part in this. Rather than confronting Old Nott directly and then devising ways to sequester the Nott family's wealth from other pureblood families, he is willing to invest time to observe whether the next heir can uphold the Nott family's legacy. They are awaiting an individual whose return remains uncertain. Among all the pureblood families in the Ingram magical community, excluding those languishing in Azkaban, only Old Nott genuinely hopes for that person's return. Theodore had recognized at a young age that his father was a madman. The Malfoy family did not wish for that individual to return. Lucius Malfoy would not divulge these matters to Draco, for he was still too young and could not keep secrets. If he were to learn anything others did not know, he would be eager to proclaim to the world how unique he was. This is why Draco began to awkwardly gravitate towards Theodore. Often, it is the inability to express certain thoughts plainly that complicates matters. Had Lucius stood before him and directly stated that he desired a more capable heir of the Nott family as a partner, Theodore might have doubted his intentions. Yet after careful consideration, he would likely accept the olive branch extended to him. However, Lucius found himself in a state of indecision. He was reluctant to wait an excruciating 7 years, apprehensive that the plan might shift, and equally disinclined to see the mad Old Nott realize his ambitions of awaiting the return of the mysterious figure. It stands to reason that one cannot trust a person with whom one cannot engage in honest discourse. Yet Theodore's criteria for trust diverged from that of others. Consider this. Draco Malfoy gifted him a book titled How to Kill Your Father. Is there anything more ludicrous than that? Theodore, immersed in his own emotions, conveyed key information that Vicente could not overlook. Might there be a connection to those behind Chilo? Draco's attitude was indeed unexpected. He had presumed Draco would merely issue commands haughtily, treating others with disdain. Vicente chose to engage in dialogue solely about the specifics Theodore was willing to discuss. He had surmised the intentions of the Malfoy family, although the motivations of the elder and younger Malfoy were not identical. They ultimately converged on the pursuit of a more suitable ally. This may well reflect the predispositions of pure-blood families, who, from their entrance into Hogwarts, forged friendships solely to ensure future assistance. Amongst these associations, some were formed from genuine camaraderie, yet a greater number were intended as preparations for mutual benefit once they ascended to positions of power within the Ministry of Magic or other institutions of the wizarding world. What of your stance? You have come to the observatory today to ascertain the subsequent matters, have you not? It seems I am extraneous. Vicente realized why Draco regarded him as Theodore's lackey upon seeing him here. From Draco's perspective, he was merely aware that he was to have a discussion with Theodore today, only to find a Ravenclaw, one rumored to be closely acquainted with many, present, leaving no room for interpretation beyond that of a subordinate. How could a Malfoy possibly have friends? The notion that others were only fit to serve as lackeys holds true across both pure-blood families and those of mixed heritage. Draco is rather easy to understand. One wonders how the cunning old fox Lucius Malfoy could produce such a foolish child. Theodore had previously perceived Draco as ostentatious and arrogant. He still harbored that view. Yet he had also begun to recognize a glimmer of a more commendable side beneath Draco's mischievous veneer. To describe Slytherin as good is indeed a peculiar experience. Yet Theodore found no aversion to it. The more allies one possesses, the better. He had unwittingly become embroiled in the young wizard's social circle prior to even reaching his first year, and his standing within the Nott family was far from remarkable. Just consider the individuals who surrounded Draco Malfoy, the sole heir to a family, each one seemingly adorned with a plethora of galleons, represented by the digits within Gringotts' vaults. Though he is the only heir to the Nott family, he shares a tenuous relationship with Old Nott. This awkward predicament would render him vulnerable to exclusion by other heirs until he demonstrated sufficient prowess. It sounds rather promising. Let me reiterate. I have no intention of disrupting your plans. Is it too late for you to summon Draco Malfoy back? Vicente found himself uncertain of his emotions. Theodore had previously been isolated, yet now he suddenly had a rather illustrious and conspicuous individual willing to collaborate with him. Wait, isn't this precisely his situation? Only he had been linked to the renowned savior of the wizarding world, the illustrious Golden Boy, before even stepping into Hogwarts. Theodore had merely postponed this realization until half a year into his time at Hogwarts. He was his own control group, It was only natural that they would grow increasingly similar. Yet, must it be Draco Malfoy? He is rather unpredictable. Although Harry had not been particularly compliant since entering Hogwarts, he could at least accept Theodore's guidance in broader terms. Draco, on the other hand, was clearly not a stable individual. Who could foresee the potential trouble he might cause in the future? This was the matter that needed resolution between Draco and himself. They hadn't even solidified their discussion before Draco was already involved. Very well, when you ultimately inherit the Nott family with Draco Malfoy's assistance, I hope you will remember to send me an offer of employment. Rest assured, as long as you maintain such exemplary grades, you shall undoubtedly become the potions master of the Nott family in the future. The wind at the observatory was quite fierce. Theodore adjusted his disheveled robes. You are the first individual with whom I wish to collaborate. Had I not encountered you, I would not have considered seeking a partner in my first year. Vincent appeared even more incredulous now, more so than when he had just learned of Draco's intent to assassinate his father. Draco had no intention of assassinating his father. He merely wished to kill mine. Theodore, as if possessing the gift of mind reading, discerned Vicente's innermost thoughts from the raised eyebrow he had elicited. Vincent resolved to exercise caution in the future. Otherwise, who knows when Theodore might completely see through him, just as he could see through Theodore's intentions. Today, Vincent remained quite hypocritical indeed. The befuddled Nott was truly bringing shame upon Slytherin, daring to toy with him as he would soon realize the foolishness of his decisions. When he could not resolve matters with his father, he would find himself alone beneath the covers, regretting his actions from that day. He had initially believed himself at an advantage, eager to negotiate terms with Theodore, only to find that he had not managed to utter more than a few words before a Ravenclaw had interfered. His father did not grant him such opportunities for growth with every encounter. If he could not handle such trivial matters, how could he prove to his father that he was the finest Malfoy? Draco, infuriated, had been muttering to himself since departing the observatory. Before others from different houses, he did not wish to confront Nott too disgracefully. Matters between Slytherins ought to be resolved on Slytherin territory. How embarrassing it would be to provide entertainment for those from other houses. Within Slytherin, he found few individuals worthy of his regard. Nott was an oddball, eccentric in temperament, yet undeniably skilled. Alas, as Draco, lost in thought and moving at an accelerated pace due to his displeasure, collided with another distracted individual, he stumbled twice, barely managing to steady himself against the wall to avert a fall. The corridor's walls were as cold as ice. As soon as Draco regained his balance, he withdrew his hand. The young master, untouched by toil, had skin so delicate that it could hardly withstand the slightest irritation. The most arduous task Draco had ever undertaken in his life had been handling potion ingredients during his potions class. The already irritable young master was now further inflamed with rage. Are you blind, Potter? What transpires when one encounters a loathed individual while in a fit of anger? Fists clench. Chapter 39. Children fighting, fathers worrying. Initially, Harry had been apprehensive about approaching the young master next door. Aunt Petunia often remarked on the peculiar child next door, who lacked parental care and lived alone on Privet Drive, inevitably drawing the attention of others. Vincent would never alter his behavioral habits due to the opinions of others. He continued to sit in the garden each day, engrossed in his books. Occasionally, when he caught a glance from next door, if he was in a good mood, he would return a smile. On less favorable days, a bird would inexplicably drop some droppings onto Aunt Petunia. In such instances, she would vociferously leave, retreating to change her clothes while cursing those uncontrollable creatures. However, Harry had never been attacked by birds, and from that moment, he began to suspect that Vincent possessed some extraordinary ability, perhaps the power to summon birds to interrupt those bothersome occurrences. Later, when they both received their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, Harry's conviction only deepened. Vincent was so astute that he would hardly surprise Harry with any of his actions. He learned a great deal from Vincent, for the Dursleys would never invest their efforts in nurturing Harry into an exceptional individual. Vincent, too, did not intentionally pursue this. He simply enjoyed reading and did not prevent Harry from exploring the books on his shelf. Shakespeare, Gorky, Tagore. Harry could scarcely comprehend those texts, nor could he grasp the meanings within the poetry, yet he found these works profoundly intricate, which only heightened his expectations of Vincent. Initially, Vincent would indulge Harry with a few responses, but eventually, he would simply toss him a comic and tell him to entertain himself. Harry once inquired of Vincent why, when he was reading by the wall, Vincent had allowed him to pass through the fence. Vincent replied, "You appeared to be in need of assistance, and it was but a mere effort on my part." He was teasing. In truth, he had seen something in Harry that perhaps mirrored his own essence. Yet at that time, Harry remained oblivious. Thus, if someone required help and it was within his capacity to assist, he endeavored to aid Neville in retrieving his rememberall during flying lessons. Much of this inclination stemmed from a deep-seated belief that it was the right thing to do. But a portion of it was undoubtedly influenced by Vincent. Harry had always placed his trust in Vincent, who had never erred, except this time. He was indeed correct. How could Quirrell, rather than Snape, be the one seeking the Philosopher's Stone? Snape certainly did not strike Harry as a benevolent individual. The Slytherins appeared devoid of any good-hearted souls. However, Vincent had a Slytherin friend, Theodore Nott, about whom Harry had heard little. Unlike Draco Malfoy, Theodore was a remarkably low-key pure-blood wizard. Harry never believed that blood status determined one's character. Just look at Draco, that insufferable little lord. Yet, Vincent's Slytherin friend Theodore seemed far more normal. His father was also a pure-blood wizard, yet he was an admirable man. Thus, even if Theodore belonged to Slytherin, one could not wholly dismiss his existence. The ingrained biases of the houses within Harry's heart quietly began to fracture, a fissure struck open by Vincent himself. However, this did not imply that Harry could accept Draco Malfoy. There may be good individuals within Slytherin, but Draco Malfoy was undoubtedly a cad. Ah, look at our savior. Harry Potter, what does he intend to do? Save the world? He can't even find his own eyes. A wizard like you entering the Quidditch team? It seems we shall lose to Slytherin once again this year. Draco's fist clenched, and Harry could see the tips of his fingers turning red. He wanted to hit him. What should Harry do? Naturally, he should retaliate. Would he just stand there passively waiting for Draco to strike? Harry remained composed, fixating on Draco's fist, prepared to counter yet refraining from initiating contact. It was well known how biased Snape was towards Slytherin. Should Draco strike first, Gryffindor would likely lose at least 20 points. And as the supposed victim, Draco might escape any punishment, taking refuge behind Professor Snape while making a show of aggression. But if Draco were to act first, Harry could justifiably respond, and even if the Ministry were to intervene, they could hardly find fault. Wait, hadn't Vincent mentioned that Draco's father held a high position within the Ministry? Those pureblood families were indeed something. What are you thinking, Potter? Apologize, you bumped into me. Despite the shared blame, Draco brazenly shifted all the fault onto Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry sought to calm himself. They had just returned from Hagrid's, and Ron was accompanying Hermione to the library, leaving him to seek out Vincent for more information. He needed to find Vincent, not get ensnared by Draco's provocations to the point of losing Gryffindor points. Such a reaction would be unwise. Vincent's teachings proved effective during such moments. Simply enduring would cause his opponent to falter, stabilizing his own emotions. Yet, Harry was uncertain how much longer he could endure if Draco continued to taunt him. It was only a matter of time before a confrontation ensued. Seeing Harry silently glaring at him, Draco did not take pleasure in it. What does that mean, St. Potter? Do you think what I just said was incorrect? Ah, he remembered. Aren't you quite chummy with that Ravenclaw Vincent? Let me tell you, he is already Theodore's lackey. See, they know who to associate with for the best advantage. You had that chance, and now you're with the Weasley, a poor fellow struggling through life. Shut up, Draco. Vincent is not that kind of person, and Ron is not the impoverished individual you claim him to be. Do you think yourself wealthy? In my eyes, you are far less affluent than Ron and the Weasley family. You are arrogant and rude, and a person like you will never have true friends. Harry Potter. If Harry's words were meant to provoke Draco into attacking first, his aim had been achieved, for Draco's fist had just collided with his face. What are you doing? Just as Draco's fist struck Harry, Theodore appeared as if summoned. He quickly stepped forward, restraining Draco. Professor Snape has no classes today. He could come by at any moment. Don't let him give you detention. It was Potter who provoked me first. If Snape sees this, he should punish Gryffindor first. Although Draco was held back, his fury remained unabated. He glared at Harry as if he could rush forward and strike him again the moment Theodore released him. Theodore was not particularly concerned about Draco hitting Harry. He knew that even if Professor McGonagall were to punish him, it would only mean deducting a few points from Slytherin, and Snape would soon restore them. Harry, are you all right? What happened? Vincent, who had been a few steps behind Theodore, hurried forward upon seeing him spring into action. At that moment, Harry, having just been struck, was leaning against the wall, having not yet had the chance to retaliate. The appearance of Theodore and Vincent prevented them from continuing their exchange of blows. He and Theodore had just engaged in a remarkably amicable conversation at the observatory. Despite the frigid temperatures surrounding them, the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant. Yet, scarcely had they departed from the observatory when the two individuals below fell into a fierce scuffle. With the exception of Draco, none of them could muster a complete set of parents, and it was evident that Draco's upbringing had proven utterly ineffective. Was he truly considering seeking advice, oblivious to the headmaster's methods of child-rearing? Vincent, why are you with Theodore? Harry recalled Draco's earlier taunt. Mocking that Vincent had become Theodore's lackey, Harry found not a shred of truth in his words. While Vincent and Theodore might forge a friendship, Vicente would never deign to be anyone's subordinate. His pride was never inferior to Draco's, merely expressed in different ways. Unlike that ostentatious peacock who yearned for all to recognize his prowess, they had merely chanced upon each other at the observatory and exchanged a few words. Weren't you supposed to be seeking Hagrid? Why have you returned so swiftly? We have already visited him. We initially intended to head to the library, but I decided to come find you to inquire about a few matters. With the conversation veering off course, Harry had missed his prime opportunity to land a punch on Draco's face. So is it settled now? Theodore suddenly asked, eyeing the bruise on Harry's face. Settled? But I didn't even throw a punch. Are all Slytherins so adept at distorting reality? The one who was struck was indeed himself. Yet now they spoke of equilibrium. If Malfoy could cease his antagonism towards Harry henceforth, then perhaps it could be deemed settled. Vicente understood precisely what Theodore meant. The proud Malfoy could hardly accept rejection. His animosity toward Harry stemmed not only from a natural disdain for Gryffindors, but was primarily a retaliation for Harry's dismissal of his overtures. Children are invariably naive. Vicente reiterated. Spoiled children are even more foolishly so. Harry could not comprehend their cryptic exchanges, nearly on the verge of exasperation. How could it be settled? Malfoy initiated the confrontation. Chapter 40. A handshake of reconciliation? Impossible. Draco, you must realize that targeting Harry Potter yields you no benefits whatsoever. Moreover, it squanders your precious time and energy. Would it not be wiser to let this matter pass, each side taking a step back? Vicente shot Theodore a glance, urging him to persuade the haughty young lord, while he turned to Harry and whispered, he didn't even use his wand. Even Professor McGonagall wouldn't impose a severe punishment, perhaps merely deducting a few points. Snape will quickly restore those points. It's inconsequential. It is better to seek peace for the future. Constantly under Malfoy's scrutiny, whatever you wish to accomplish will invariably be thwarted, at the very least. Avoid drawing Snape's attention. He knows precisely how to manipulate Harry, and Harry places immense trust in him. Once those words were spoken, Harry resigned himself to the bitter reality of swallowing this indignity. Meanwhile, Draco remained less than willing. Could a mere punch truly erase the affront to Malfoy's dignity? That would be far too lenient. I disagree. Nott. We have yet to establish a partnership, so spare me your lectures. Had Nott not intervened, Draco would have drawn his wand, and the outcome would have been dire. Secretly, Draco felt a twinge of gratitude that Nott arrived just in time. However, that did not grant Nott the right to lecture him. Aside from his father, no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. Theodore, of course, did not attempt to lecture Draco. Slytherins preferred to articulate their interests more clearly. Targeting him is hardly advantageous. It merely wastes your time and makes Professor Snape view you as juvenile, without offering any benefits. You would not want Uncle Lucius to hear from Professor Snape about how you opposed Harry Potter at Hogwarts, would you? Adjusting his tone and perspective according to the listener, Theodore continued, you can seek revenge on him through more subtle means rather than brazenly stepping into the spotlight. I stand with you, Draco. Do you think I would aid the Gryffindors? He is currently McGonagall's prized student, until the conclusion of the Quidditch match. She will not allow anyone to disrupt Harry's participation. Ultimately, it would only result in a light reprimand, making it hardly worth the trouble. Draco sensed something amiss. Yet Theodore's unwavering confidence drew him into that emotional current. Am I to simply swallow my pride? Draco felt a flicker of uncertainty, but remained displeased. It was Harry who had been struck, yet Draco behaved as though he bore the greatest grievance. Theodore observed the young lord's downcast demeanor, resembling a drenched, pitiful puppy. He began to understand why Zabini and Parkinson indulged Draco. He was indeed amusing, akin to entertaining a small dog. This thought must never reach Draco, for his outbursts could very well shake the foundations of Slytherin, and with his father involved, the consequences would be even more severe. Under Theodore's earnest gaze, Draco reluctantly nodded. He was a mature heir, aware of how to assess situations for maximum benefit. If it merely entailed some verbal concessions that would prevent Nott and him from forming a partnership, it could indeed be a favorable outcome. After all, he was only temporarily refraining from pursuing the matter. To expect him to forgive Potter was out of the question. Vicente stood beside Harry, gazing at Theodore, receiving a confirming nod in return. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. Was a handshake of reconciliation to follow? Theodore shot him a glare, urging him to refrain from stoking the flames. It had taken considerable effort to convince these two to avoid further conflict. Harry might heed Vicente's advice, but Draco was far more formidable. As anticipated, Harry and Draco's stances were remarkably aligned. A handshake of reconciliation? Absolutely not. Draco gritted his teeth. Don't think a single punch can simply absolve the insult of striking a Malfoy. I am merely choosing not to pursue this matter out of respect for Theodore. You are not pursuing it? Let us be clear, I was the one who was punched. All right, I did not retaliate, fearing you would end up lying here unable to get up. Vicente placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, while Theodore offered Draco a calming presence. As they brushed past each other, both exerted a modicum of restraint, wary of reigniting their conflict. The sole positive outcome of this incident was the newfound camaraderie of shared exasperation between him and Theodore. Similar emotions would expedite their understanding, allowing for less pretense and more sincerity in their interactions. As they escorted Harry back to Gryffindor Tower, Vicente couldn't help but find the situation amusing. At times, he truly questioned whether they were of the same age. How could anyone be so utterly immature? It seemed prudent for him to be cautious, lest he find himself embroiled in a similar conflict with Theodore one day. Harry, still glum from the punch he had received, lamented, "Vicente, the methods you taught me are utterly ineffective. Had I struck first, it would be Draco Malfoy sporting that bruise as he returned to Slytherin, rather than me suffering that blow without reason. And as for your notion of balance, how could this possibly be called even? I have not laid a finger on him." Harry, as always, struggled to comprehend Vincent's words, but thankfully, he was an inquisitive student. "Do you think Draco Malfoy harbors animosity towards you for no reason? It stems from the moment he extended a hand to you upon your arrival at Hogwarts, only to be met with your refusal. You see, Harry, those in Slytherin place immense importance on their pride. Rejecting him in front of all your contemporaries was a slight he could not overlook, leading him to perceive the situation as a matter of life and death." The bruise upon his face led Vincent to believe he needed to clarify this matter, ensuring that this lad did not endure a blow without justification. He scrutinized Harry's bruise for a considerable time, deducing that it was not particularly severe. Draco Malfoy was merely a pampered child, appearing fierce but lacking real strength when it came to a scuffle. Fortunately, Theodore arrived just in time. Had a confrontation ensued between the two, devoid of wands, Draco's slight frame might not have stood a chance against Harry, even though neither of them was particularly imposing. This was not a point of pride, yet Harry had spent many years as a punching bag under the Dursleys, thus developing his own understanding of physical confrontations. As the saying goes, to learn to fight, one must first learn to take a beating. As for Draco, Vincent would dare say that even his parents had never laid a finger on him. For such a trivial matter, he was fixated on me. Surely, the Slytherins must be exceedingly idle. Vincent's explanation did not illuminate Harry's understanding. Rather, it deepened his confusion regarding the Slytherin way of thinking. Were they truly living in two separate worlds? I had thought his animosity stemmed from some flaw in his reasoning. Harry gently touched the bruise, inhaling sharply. Vincent remarked, "Slytherin operates by its own set of rules. If one wishes to befriend them, one must adhere to their customs. Conversely, stepping on their sensitive points will surely lead to conflict." Harry remained preoccupied with Draco's mention of a lackey. "Do you truly wish to befriend Theodore Nott? Though he may not be as difficult as Draco Malfoy, he does not appear to be the most amiable of individuals." Vincent raised an eyebrow. "Draco has divulged quite a bit to you. He is indeed incapable of keeping secrets. My relationship with Theodore is more of a partnership. You might call it friendship, as we share the same objectives and can confer with one another, which qualifies as friendship, does it not?" After years of acquaintance, Vincent still had yet to grasp the true essence of friendship. "Of course, we are akin to Ron and Hermione, being friends. If you deem someone untrustworthy and incompatible, then that is not friendship." Harry was perplexed by Vincent's sudden inquiry. "Surely, you do not think that I have considered our relationship anything less than friendship all this time?" Vincent was certain that should he utter any denial, Harry would be inclined to redirect the punch he withheld from Draco Malfoy towards him. "How could you think that, Harry? We are indeed different. You are the first of your kind I have encountered in this world. How could I easily compare you to others?" Vincent did not acknowledge their friendship, merely skirting the issue. The term friend seemed to evoke emotions of warmth, and while Vincent found himself not entirely averse to the idea of friendship, the underlying implications of trust and responsibility caused him considerable discomfort. When it came to subjects of observation, he could certainly indulge Dumbledore's plans and allow Harry to charge into danger. If Harry were to perish, it would only mean the loss of an interesting subject. There was no need to confront Dumbledore, a powerful wizard with deep-rooted connections in the magical world, on Harry's behalf. However, if they were to be friends, friends should not be exploited or treated as mere bargaining chips. Vincent had yet to decide whether he would place Harry in such a significant position. However, he was certain that Theodore was not among his friends. His relationship with Theodore was strictly one of collaboration. If he truly possessed the capability to assume control of the Nott family before reaching adulthood and garner Draco's support, becoming a potioneer within the Nott family would not be an impossible endeavor. After all, he was uncertain of his future aspirations, and spending time with such an intriguing individual as Theodore was a fine choice. "By the way, what brings you to seek me out?" Vincent recalled Harry stating he had specifically come to find him. At times, he felt rather unfortunate that Harry and Draco, these two characters, would cross paths at such an inopportune moment. It was then that Harry remembered his purpose. It is all Draco Malfoy's fault. I almost forgot the matter at hand. We have already consulted Hagrid. While he did not speak directly, we gleaned that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, is his pet, confirming that Dumbledore arranged for him to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Vincent did not pry into too many details. Harry was astute, adept at synthesizing clues. Aside from his abysmal reasoning regarding their target, his deductions were largely accurate, drawing ever closer to the truth, all while he never doubted that this was indeed Dumbledore's design. Chapter 41, Norwegian Ridgeback. Dumbledore surely orchestrated more than merely having Hagrid set a three-headed dog in place. The intelligence he possessed undoubtedly exceeded our assumptions. Remember when you mentioned Hagrid accompanied you to Gringotts to exchange for galleons, and spoke of the Philosopher's Stone? He was not mistaken. Dumbledore indeed places immense trust in him. Trust to the extent of entrusting him with the dissemination of information. Harry had no other channels for acquiring knowledge, relying solely on Hagrid. Dumbledore sought to provide Harry with a pretext, allowing him to justify venturing into the forbidden grounds under the guise of protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid was rather easy to manipulate. Fortunately, he seldom left Hogwarts and rarely engaged in discussions about internal matters, ensuring he would not inadvertently reveal critical information. Regardless, I have informed Hagrid of the dangers posed by Snape. He will surely be on his guard. Harry held considerable confidence in his friend. Vincent, however, felt none of it. Let us hope he does not discover more than he should. Outside of Hogwarts, there are many places to act. Hagrid merely serves as the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. His movements are not confined to its boundaries, and he mistakenly believes he can find Hagrid each time, naively assuming the latter would not stray far from Hogwarts. Such subjective notions are common among young wizards, who often fall prey to such fallacies. You might consider reminding him of this. Ultimately, Vincent did voice his thoughts, attempting to caution Harry. Harry nodded in agreement and accepted a small potion vial from Vincent's hand. What is this? A healing potion, the legendary essence of white. Harry was not particularly invested in the intricacies of potion making, yet he possessed the common knowledge befitting a young wizard. Since their acquaintance, Ron had been diligently helping Harry fill in those gaps, ensuring he could engage seamlessly in conversations with the Gryffindor wizards without having to immerse himself in the library, as Vincent did. Theodore, you truly astonish me with your unwavering defense of that Ravenclaw. Draco did not deem Theodore's earlier remarks to be unfounded. Rather, he recognized that Theodore's intentions were not solely for himself and Slytherin. Theodore did not refute this notion, admitting that a part of his words was indeed meant to assist you, Draco. I am grateful for your willingness to believe in me and to advocate for more time on my behalf with your father. Although he did not express profound gratitude, he felt compelled to convey the necessary sentiments. Draco was not inherently a villain, yet he was not entirely beyond redemption. In any case, he had indeed secured more for Theodore, and from Slytherin's perspective, Draco had committed no wrongdoing. Instead, Theodore owed him a favor. I do not require your gratitude. I merely hope your abilities can match the weight of my words, lest I lose face before my father. Draco wrinkled his nose, somewhat unaccustomed to Theodore's earnest expression of thanks. Many had trailed behind him seeking his favor. Crabbe and Goyle never uttered words that displeased him. However, gratitude, please. He had done nothing to warrant such solemn acknowledgement. What have you been contemplating? Have you perused the book I provided? Draco had intended to depart, yet he had not achieved the purpose of his visit. Since receiving that book, Theodore had offered no response, and today's conversation had been initiated solely for that reason. Were it not for his desire to gauge Theodore's stance, he would not have ventured to the observatory on such a frigid day, believing the location to be deserted and suitable for discussions that must remain clandestine. Though Draco had never engaged in such conduct, he had read about it. Literature suggested one should seek out secluded places to discreetly converse about matters forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. No fool would brazenly discuss the assassination of their father in the Slytherin common room. This statement did not imply a poor relationship with his father, rather, old Nott. Draco held contempt for such a muddled individual. The continuation of the family line necessitated a worthy heir. Without a commendable successor, a family's splendor, even in his generation, would be but a fleeting moment. Old Nott cared not for nurturing Theodore, instead allowing their relationship to deteriorate to such an extent that Theodore did not return home for Christmas. Draco was astonished to discover that such fools existed even within pure-blood families. Draco's serious demeanor led Theodore to question whether he had an unfavorable relationship with Lucius Malfoy. Otherwise, why was he so preoccupied with thoughts of patricide, irrespective of whose father it was? Draco, is this scheme your father's idea, or your own? Theodore had initially presumed that Lucius Malfoy had assigned this trial to Theodore, but Draco's current countenance was exceedingly earnest, as if he were genuinely invested in the matter. Draco's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable, What difference does it make? If you wish to pursue it, then do so. If not, there is no loss. Eventually, you will have to confront this decision. A patriarch who does not support his heir certainly would not relinquish familial affairs to him upon reaching maturity. They would cling to power like a beggar guarding a tattered wallet, fearful that others might pilfer the meager coins within. Despite the Nott family's considerable wealth, the patriarch, who had become so deranged as to disregard his heir, was no different from a vagabond. Thank you once again, Draco. Your willingness to advocate for my rights and assist me in resolving my issues, regardless of the nature of those issues, is no small feat. Draco appeared even more uncomfortable. The disdainful expression he wore faltered slightly. After casting a quick glare at Theodore, he averted his gaze, unwilling to confront the sincerity reflected on Theodore's face. However, I do not wish to hear your useless platitudes. It is evident you lack resolve, thus, we shall leave it at that, and devise a plan when you come of age. Draco turned to depart, as if he could scarcely tolerate lingering in that space. Theodore observed his retreating figure, akin to a small creature scurrying away after having its tail stepped on, as long as he remained beyond Draco's reach. The spectacle of his behavior was undeniably amusing. Theodore's smile quickly faded. Draco's choice to collaborate with him stemmed from the blood of the Nott family coursing through his veins, marking him as the indisputable heir. His father could not possibly outlive Draco, nor could he outlast Draco's progeny. If the Malfoy family wished to avoid competing with less astute families, maintaining the status quo was the optimal outcome. Draco's selection of him, as well as his father's, was fundamentally an exchange of interests. Yet, why did Vincent choose to align himself with Theodore? Theodore was not naive enough to believe that he genuinely aspired to the position of potioneer within the Nott family. And was Vincent truly there by mere coincidence? Stumbling upon his conversation with Draco? Such remarkable luck was indeed astonishing. Harry repeatedly cautioned Hagrid against getting too close to Snape. His warnings may have had some effect, as now Hagrid and Snape sat at opposite ends of a long table, separated by an insurmountable distance. Since Harry had last mentioned Hagrid, Vincent had been subtly observing him. Hagrid was a deliberate point of leverage left by Dumbledore, not merely for Harry, but also for the one coveting the Sorcerer's Stone. He had yet to fathom the means by which Quirrell intended to approach Hagrid. Within Hogwarts, such undertakings seemed rather conspicuous, while beyond its walls, Vincent had no way of fully grasping the situation. Even now, Hagrid remained acutely sensitive to Vincent's visage and surname. Merely hearing his surname called while walking would prompt Hagrid to turn around. It was impossible to extract information from Hagrid's lips, so he could only navigate through Harry to ascertain their current progress. Why not seek understanding? Even if he did nothing, no one could prevent him from desiring to know how the story unfolded. Vincent believed that such ordinary days could persist for a while longer. The weather gradually warmed, and Hogwarts donned vibrant green attire in place of its white robes, until he heard the latest news about Hagrid from Harry. Are you implying that Hagrid currently possesses a dragon egg? Ordinary individuals could not procure such items. It was undoubtedly a premeditated trap. Who had intentionally given it to him? What had he disclosed to that individual? Every dialogue, every detail, tell me everything. Harry was startled by Vincent's reaction. Calm down, Vincent. We have already inquired. Hagrid informed that individual about the three-headed dog Fluffy's weakness. He enjoys listening to music, and that is sufficient, Harry. We only need to know this. He must also know this much, and that is enough. The means to bypass Fluffy were trivial. Any remaining obstacles intended to deter first-year wizards would be utterly ineffective against Quirrell. He would not act now. It was not yet time for Dumbledore to deliberately leave a gap. No one would dare attempt such tricks beneath the watchful gaze of the greatest white wizard. Vincent suddenly inquired of Harry, what does a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg look like? Chapter 42. It is evident that I am incubating him at this juncture. It would be prudent to take a glance at that dragon egg, for such a rarity is seldom encountered, since he currently finds himself devoid of any viable solutions. Visiting the dragon egg could serve as a means to alleviate his spirits. Were he to embark on this venture alone, Hagrid would hardly be generous enough to grant him access to the secrets of the dragon egg. Thus, having a trustworthy companion in this endeavor becomes paramount. Would you accompany me to have a look? Of course, Vicente. However, could we perhaps wait until the bruises on my face have faded? It's rather embarrassing. Harry was more than willing to join his friend in visiting another friend, but he was acutely aware of the mark left by Draco Malfoy's fist upon his visage. Had he retaliated, it would have been one thing, but to have been struck without reciprocation felt profoundly humiliating. He could certainly comprehend the deliberations concerning the pros and cons as discussed by the trio. Yet such considerations could not obscure the simple fact that he had been unjustly struck. This perhaps exemplifies the stark contrast between Slytherin and Gryffindor. While Slytherins would eagerly heed the outcomes of such calculations, Gryffindors were more concerned with whether Harry had promptly returned a punch to his adversary's face. Vicente nodded in agreement. Certainly. Remember to use the healing potion, It will swiftly remedy your minor predicament. After witnessing Harry enter Gryffindor, Vicente turned away. His gaze instantly hardened. If they could procure a dragon egg, their strength surpassed his assumptions by a considerable margin. Vicente had harbored a rough conception of them, believing that an organization capable of eliciting Dumbledore's vigilance, yet still being included in his plans, could not be an overwhelmingly formidable evil faction. However, the fact that this seemingly insignificant group had managed to acquire a dragon egg indicated at least the existence of a remarkably powerful wizard or a family capable of affording the services of one. Vicente could not shake the suspicion that this individual might be Nott. Lucius Malfoy was no fool. His sudden approval for his son to forge an alliance with Theodore must have stemmed from some discovery, perhaps even a dragon egg. Those who are exceedingly intelligent often find themselves beset by such quandaries, overthinking matters that, at times, unfold in a manner far less mysterious than they imagine. Oftentimes, they are merely trivial coincidences, yet they refuse to view them as such. Vicente's healing potion proved effective, had they been a year or two further along in their studies. Mastering higher-level spells such as healing is new. They might have resolved Harry's trivial bruise with a mere incantation, rendering the potion unnecessary. Harry and Ron, seated ahead, clearly harbored a greater enthusiasm for the dragon egg, and although Ron felt a twinge of unease regarding the egg's instability, he could not deny the allure it held for every young witch or wizard. They seemed utterly captivated by the dragon egg. Hastening its removal would surely be the wisest course of action, as its presence at Hogwarts could potentially invite untold troubles. Hermione furrowed her brow, disapproving of their course of action. Vicente realized it was time for him to intervene. While they could indeed resolve this minor dispute, he was reluctant to play the role of their emotional sounding board before they reached a consensus. Do you know what I think, Hermione? Vicente actively drew her attention. It is not a matter of great consequence. Should anything occur, Hagrid is the one who must bear the responsibility for his decisions and their ensuing consequences. I understand your concern for your friends, but their choices are theirs alone, Hermione. You cannot navigate their lives to avoid every peril. It is an essential part of their journey. Some may never learn to think critically, but that is their path. Typically, Hermione was the most level-headed member of their group, willing to support her friends' opinions as long as they did not contravene school regulations. However, this was evidently not one of those occasions. Vicente, have you been reading some peculiar books? That sounds rather off. Hermione's hair danced in the breeze, the pleasant weather scattering the clouds and tousling her locks. You make a valid point, Vicente. We cannot assume responsibility for our friends, but it is indeed a friend's duty to help them avoid mistakes. I will still advise Hagrid to part with that egg, and until I receive his affirmative response or he is discovered, I shall persist in this endeavor. Oh, the stubborn little witch. Vicente had long been aware of her obstinate tendencies, which often left Harry and Ron exasperated. He had previously thought her stubbornness inconsequential, but now he was less certain. Very well, Hermione, you are correct. Harry and Ron, oblivious to the scholarly exchange occurring behind them, were engrossed in discussions about dragons. Ron, having more knowledge on the subject than Harry, shared tales of his brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. Raising dragons? That is incredibly cool. Harry expressed his astonishment upon learning this news for the first time. After all, they were dragons. Ron explained that to prevent muggles from discovering dragons and subsequently the entire magical world, many regions required wizards to oversee them, helping to conceal their presence from prying muggle eyes. How long does it take for a dragon egg to hatch? Hagrid has always wanted a dragon of his own. I wonder if he will succeed. Harry pondered the dimly colored dragon egg, envisioning what the dragon might look like. I've seen dragons in books. The pictures move. But that is nothing compared to a real dragon. Ron admitted he had never seen one either. Charlie has sent us photos from his work, featuring dragons. But they were never whole, just glimpses captured in the corners of the images. He can't just openly photograph his work. That would be quite strange. I remember you mentioning that during the holidays, your parents visit their children working in other countries. Perhaps next time you could accompany them. And you might see dragons where Charlie works. Harry proposed. Ron nudged Harry's shoulder. Who knows, we might soon witness Hagrid's dragon egg hatch into a little dragon. After all, in my recollection, no wizard has had the luck to see a newborn dragon like we might. Hey boys, I know you are quite taken with that dragon egg, but we have yet to reach Hagrid's hut. Do try to keep your voices down, will you? Hermione, walking behind them, could hear their boisterous discussions. Typically, few ventured to Hagrid's hut, and most Hogwarts students paid little attention to the staff members appearing within Hogwarts. Hagrid was indeed an intriguing individual, yet the overlap between his work and the lives of young witches and wizards was minimal. Even Filch engaged in more conversations with students than Hagrid, although Hagrid certainly preferred not to have discussions akin to Filch's. The group soon melded into a lively assemblage, their voices intertwining, with Vicente contributing the least, yet it was evident he had fully integrated into the atmosphere. Being with friends is a profoundly delightful experience. Most individuals become immersed in it, instinctively overlooking the gaze of scrutiny that may linger behind them, a gaze emanating from a certain platinum-haired young master. Hagrid's hut appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet it was a cozy abode. Due to his half-giant stature, the first-year witches and wizards seemed adorably diminutive within its confines, even though the space could hardly be described as refined. "Hagrid, how is that dragon egg? Is it capable of hatching here?" Hermione's primary concern remained the egg's potential for normal incubation. If it could not thrive in this environment, Hagrid's desire to keep it would be futile. Hagrid cast a light glance at Vincent, treating him like the other 3 young wizards, and offered him some food before he began to address Hermione's inquiry. Powerful creatures are indeed quite fragile in their youth, yet their eggs are distinct. They are robustly designed to protect them, and ordinary means would not lead to their demise. As long as they do not endure powerful magical assaults, the eggs generally enter a dormant state. Whenever the topic of magical creatures arises, Hagrid becomes quite loquacious, regardless of his audience. If anyone wishes to engage him in conversation, delving into the realm of magical creatures would undoubtedly yield fruitful dialogue. Much like how he divulged the weaknesses of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, due to this dragon egg. The egg must be incubated at exceedingly high temperatures. If the conditions are unsuitable, it will lapse into dormancy. This characteristic contributes to the egg's preciousness, allowing it to be removed from the dragon's lair for preservation. However, Hagrid's tone did not reflect joy when he mentioned this. If the egg could not survive outside its mother's embrace, no one would contemplate stealing it. He indeed felt a deep connection to the egg, akin to possessing his own dragon, yet he remained saddened by the thought of humans harming such wondrous creatures. "You wish to hatch it," Vincent observed as Hagrid placed the dragon egg on the warm hearth, where the temperature was astonishingly high, creating a stark contrast between the cozy room and the cold world outside. Vincent felt the warmth enveloping him. It was rather excessive. Hagrid glanced at him again. "Is it not apparent? I did not place the egg on the hearth merely for warmth. Certainly, some magical creatures are vulnerable to temperatures below a certain threshold, but dragons are absolutely not among them." Vincent remained silent, allowing Hermione to take the lead. "Hatch it, and then what? Raise it at Hogwarts?" "Hagrid, I understand your fondness for the dragon egg, but it is inconceivable for Hogwarts to harbor a dragon. Dumbledore would undoubtedly discover it." Upon hearing Hermione's voice, Hagrid frowned and lowered his gaze. I know, Hermione, but now that I possess a dragon egg, you expect me to simply abandon it? I truly cannot do that." A hush fell over the room. No one spoke, the only sound being the crackling of the burning branches in the fireplace. "Let it hatch, and then send it away," Vincent suggested calmly, as if he were discussing an entirely unrelated matter. In truth, it was indeed so. Ron's brother Charlie raised dragons in Romania, and they surely had methods to care for the little dragon. That environment would be far more suitable, allowing all its abilities to be utilized properly. Certainly better than being confined at Hogwarts. Hagrid opened his mouth to retort, but Harry quickly interjected, "That is indeed a viable solution. We cannot truly leave it at Hogwarts." "Can we, Hagrid?" Hagrid hesitated, caught off guard by Harry's words. To lighten the mood, and perhaps persuade Hagrid, he turned around, only to notice a shadow flickering outside the window. Who was there? The person outside, realizing they had been discovered, turned to leave. But Hagrid acted faster than any of them, flinging the door open and pulling the boy inside. "Malfoy?" Harry shot to his feet as Hagrid set him down before Harry. Draco turned his head, his gaze fixating intently on the dragon egg. He scrutinized it for a considerable time, meticulously tracing the patterns on the egg before turning back with a mocking smile. "Huh, you dare to secretly harbor a dragon egg? I can only imagine how pleased Professor Snape would be to learn of this, and he would report you all to the Ministry of Magic. No one is permitted to privately keep such a large and dangerous magical creature without the Ministry's approval. That is the Ministry's regulation, and all violators face punishment. You even placed it within Hogwarts grounds. Just think about how other students' parents would perceive you." Everyone present recognized the truth in Draco's statement. But Hagrid was visibly shaken by his words, his countenance darkening. The consequences of such actions were starkly different when conveyed by a friend versus an adversary. Draco's words carried a weight that felt less like a mere statement and more like a veiled threat. Tragically, that threat was rooted in reality. "Draco, do not overstep. We have not provoked you, and did we not agree to refrain from targeting each other last time?" Harry stepped forward, his resolve firm. "We will manage the dragon egg. And we do not need your warnings. You have no authority to issue them." "Do I?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Well, I may have said something along those lines. But this time it is not personal. You have indeed committed a wrongdoing, have you not? I am merely a good student reporting a misdeed to the professor. Hermione, are you not the one most versed in Hogwarts rules? Would you declare that I am in the wrong?" Hermione longed to counter him. Yet the truth was undeniable. They had come to visit Hagrid not only to allow Vincent to see the dragon egg, but also to persuade Hagrid to part with it quickly. Who could have anticipated that Draco Malfoy would stumble upon them today? Why must it be him? Everyone present had suffered at the hands of Draco Malfoy, both in and out of the classroom, and his presence was a source of constant irritation. Vincent stepped forward from his position. Draco, state your terms. Chapter 43, 3 O's and a question. As Vincent spoke, Harry naturally relinquished his prime position in the conversation with Draco. He appeared as though he had been bested and urgently sought assistance in this duel. When it came to negotiations, Harry truly lacked experience. And Vincent could only sigh at his actions. Why provoke the little dog only to have it bark back? Ahem, Draco. I had thought our previous conversation might foster some improvement in our relationship. Vincent cleared his throat, striving to sound earnest. Upon hearing Vincent's words, Draco's antagonism lessened. He merely held disdain for Gryffindor and found them beneath him. As someone who could be considered half Slytherin, he felt no desire to attack Vincent. Indeed, a follower of Nott could only be half considered a Slytherin, yet that was Nott's follower, and they had established a partnership, so he did not wish to be excessively harsh. Though he need not be overly courteous either. Yes, last time, it was for Theodore's sake. What? Do you now require him to back you up? Vincent, no, Riddle. I had thought you would be regarded as intelligent among Ravenclaws, yet here you are mingling with this rabble. Vicente's obsidian eyes lost their emotional hue, replaced by a more businesslike indifference. Draco, if you truly do not wish to engage in a civil conversation, we can certainly explore alternative methods. Although Draco may not excel in many areas, the art of scrutiny has always been deeply ingrained within him. If matters escalated, he stood to gain nothing, merely ensuring their misfortune. Yet, he remembered the previous words spoken and knew he could not dismiss them entirely. Merely wishing for their downfall seemed insufficient. Very well. Let us converse properly. What terms do you propose? Perhaps you might consider relinquishing that dragon to me. The Malfoy family possesses far superior conditions for its rearing than remaining here. Draco's gaze swept across the dim, dust-laden room cluttered with various unknown items. His expression filled with disdain. He belittled Hagrid's humble abode, yet Vicente remained unfazed, as his relationship with Hagrid was hardly amicable. A glance at Harry confirmed his refusal, and he had no need to look at Hagrid, who would undoubtedly oppose the idea. Were it not for Hermione's presence holding him back, he might have charged at Draco, ready to unleash a furious tirade. Grateful for Hermione's intervention, Vicente mused that their dialogue would have descended into a far more precarious situation otherwise. Rearing a dragon? Draco, I must remind you that should you choose to raise this dragon, we could easily inform others of your claim. After all, no one can definitively prove whether you acquired this dragon egg before we did. However, delivering it to Romania would be an entirely different matter. You would be hailed as the hero who saved this dragon. Draco's emotions instinctively shifted under Vicente's influence, as the softness of his voice proved highly persuasive. Yet, such ephemeral promises were hardly sufficient to satisfy a Malfoy. Draco wrinkled his nose, seemingly unconcerned, had he not been so intensely focused on Vicente moments ago. His demeanor might have held more persuasive weight. Why would I want a dragon to regard me as a hero? The tangible ownership of a dragon is far more valuable than mere titles. Draco endeavored to negotiate with Vicente, intensifying his bargaining position. Harry had retreated entirely, now squeezed against Ron, sharing a seat in Hagrid's modest dwelling. The situation felt utterly detached from them, leaving Hagrid with no opportunity to interject. Could Vicente resolve this? Could he truly render this little brat inactive? Hagrid strained to lower his voice, attempting to avoid Draco's notice. Trust Vicente, he is quite experienced in such matters. Harry whispered, leaning closer to Hagrid's ear. Why would a first-year wizard possess such experience in negotiations and threats? Hagrid dismissed the thought, striving to overcome his preconceived notions about Vicente. He found it difficult to hold any favorable impression of that face and the surname Riddle. Yet he was making an effort to surmount this bias. After all, this Riddle was speaking on his own behalf now. Indeed, Hagrid has made a grievous error, but that does not necessitate your betrayal of us. You cannot rear him, yet we possess far more than you realize. We can arrange an exchange. Perhaps you would like to witness a Norwegian Ridgeback hatching? Merely witnessing the hatching? It seemed to offer little in terms of tangible benefits. Draco sought to negotiate for more. Come now, Draco, this is a living Norwegian Ridgeback. What other wizard has the opportunity to witness a dragon hatching? It's impossible. You would be one of the only 2 Slytherins to witness this. This sounded appealing. Wait, shouldn't he be the sole Slytherin? Who was the other? Vicente replied nonchalantly. Why, that would be Theodore, of course. If you can witness the dragon egg hatching, why cannot Theodore? Hermione interjected, oh. Draco echoed, oh. Hagrid added, oh. Harry and Ron exclaimed, ah, what are you all OING about? Hermione remarked, they have quite the bond. Draco retorted, you're quite loyal. Hagrid commented. Vicente has made a good friend in a Slytherin. He'll be deceived. Slytherins are adept at that. Draco shot a glare. To have a Slytherin friend is his honor. Vicente offered no response to this. Chapter 44. A Conspiracy of Collectives. Draco was profoundly displeased with Hagrid's accusation. His brows knitting together as he teetered on the brink of uttering something quite unflattering. What are you considering, Draco? Terms are negotiable, but once the dragon egg hatches, it must be removed from Hogwarts. No one can be allowed to keep this dragon. Vicente was keen to avoid pushing the situation to an irretrievable point. Once Draco spoke, Hagrid would certainly reject any subsequent conditions. Not only him, but Harry and Ron would also cease to consider speaking with him amicably. At that juncture, silencing Draco and preventing the dragon egg's secret from surfacing would demand a far greater price. And what of Theodore? He assumed Theodore would be keeping an eye on Draco. Not that he thought Theodore was Draco's babysitter, always at his side. Draco was accustomed to high visibility, often accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. Today, he had slipped away unnoticed. But wait, if this was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Draco could not have trailed them for so long without detection. He did not believe Draco possessed the skill to achieve such stealth unless he had long contemplated this course. Prepared accordingly, and dismissed his usual companions under some pretense, eluding Theodore's scrutiny as he quietly followed them. Draco's words left Vicente momentarily speechless. His discontent was palpable. Yet Vicente wore no trace of amusement. It was a warning. Should Draco remain uncertain about his willingness to comply, Vicente would resort to other means to ensure his silence. Under Vicente's gaze, Draco was reluctant to admit it, but a flicker of fear coursed through him. He could not outrun these Gryffindor brutes. Nor could he hope to outfight them. He had just attempted to flee when Hagrid had yanked him back. What if he wasn't the one being bullied? Draco could accept inflicting harm upon others, but had no desire to become the target. As long as they refrained from using wands, even if he ended up bruised, it would merely result in points being deducted and detention. He was someone who had endured a beating. How could that be overlooked? The hypocritical Draco cared little for the cost of treating Harry in kind. He only knew he must never be on the receiving end of such treatment. Ahem. Since you've stated it so, I shall grant not a favor. I must witness the hatching with my own eyes, and I will ensure it is removed from Hogwarts. Should I miss either of those, I will inform my father. Draco's father was a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. While there was no tangible evidence, should one choose to investigate, uncovering proof would not be difficult. Vicente acquiesced to his demands, turning to Hagrid and Harry, both of whom exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. The most astute individual present was undoubtedly Vicente, who articulated the stakes with clarity, ensuring their consensus. It's settled. It is not yet time for the hatching. When that day arrives, I will notify you and Theodore. With a definitive answer in hand, Draco turned on his heel and strode away, as if he were a triumphant general rather than an equal partner in a mutually beneficial negotiation. Vicente furrowed his brow. Hagrid, how much longer until this dragon egg hatches? Is there any external means to expedite the process, so we can remove it from Hogwarts as swiftly as possible for everyone's benefit? Hagrid's expression was strained. It's not that I'm unwilling to let him go. It's just that the decision to break free lies solely with the little dragon inside. It will only emerge when it feels ready to grow, and any external influence could pose a risk. So far, no one has been able to ascertain what that risk may entail. When it comes to magical creatures, Hagrid's words are far more valuable than any tome one might read. Very well, Hagrid, in the days to come, you must exercise greater caution. We cannot afford to let anyone else discover this egg. We also need to be less conspicuous on our way here. Be vigilant, and ensure no one else catches wind of it. We must be particularly careful with our conversations. The kind of careless discussions we had today on the way here must never happen again. The few individuals in the room stood in a line, obediently heeding Vicente's words without a single dissent. They had indeed been far too careless. Harry raked a hand through his hair in frustration. I was too relaxed, lacking vigilance. I'll be more cautious in the future. Not just Harry, but I, too. I should not have discussed dragons while on the road. Ron promptly echoed his admission. Hermione appeared ready to speak, but Vicente swiftly raised a hand to halt her. This is not an apology convention. We merely need to know how to safeguard this secret moving forward. No need for apologies. He did not intend to use this opportunity to reprimand them. Harry had grown complacent due to his invisibility cloak and his several nocturnal escapades, which had dulled his sensitivity to surrounding dangers. Ron was similarly oblivious. Aside from his mischievous twin brothers, the others in his household were quite straightforward, with no one sneaking behind others to eavesdrop. Hermione smiled and remarked, I have no intention of apologizing. I simply wish to affirm, Vicente, that you are absolutely right. We must indeed be more vigilant moving forward. And we must constantly keep an eye on Draco Malfoy. Harry was perplexed. Didn't we just reach an understanding with him? What more do we need to watch for? He wouldn't betray us, would he? Ron interjected with grave seriousness. Of course we must be cautious. Slytherin is inherently untrustworthy, and especially a Malfoy. Who knows if he might feign cooperation only to turn around and inform Snape. Hagrid nodded in agreement, seeming to resonate with this sentiment. That is not exactly my stance. Hermione countered, less prejudiced against Slytherin than they were. Although she harbored no particular fondness for Draco, she was not inclined to suspect him so deeply. What I mean is, we should keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't let anything slip. I don't believe someone like Draco Malfoy would be able to resist bragging about something that others cannot achieve, something he alone has accomplished. You need not worry about that. I will speak with Theodore and ask him to keep an eye on Malfoy. Draco indeed enjoys showing off, but he is astute enough to distinguish between momentary boasting and future leverage. Vicente stepped out through the open door. I'll take my leave now. You all continue to monitor this dragon egg. Remember to notify me when it's close to hatching. What sort of places would that Slytherin typically frequent? Aside from the inaccessible Slytherin dungeon, the library, the observatory, or the potions classroom seemed plausible. Vicente glanced at the clear sky, first dismissing the observatory for such splendid weather. Visiting there would only offer an expanse of blue, rendering it rather dull. The bright light seemed perfectly suited for seeking a window seat in the library to immerse oneself in literature, yet Vicente inexplicably felt that Theodore would not be found there. On such a beautiful day, staying underground in the potions classroom to brew potions seemed entirely lacking in romance. It sounded like something he would do, as well as something Theodore would engage in. The sunny weather, the evaporating moisture in the air, the dry wind brushing against his face. All these elements bore no resemblance to the dank environment of Hogwarts dungeons. At any time, the dungeon remained perpetually damp and dim. Illuminated only by flickering torches, there was nothing else bright in sight. Perhaps one might consider the unicorn horn with its faint luminescence. But illuminating the space with its weak glow would require the demise of countless unicorns. Vicente indeed found Theodore in the dungeon, wasting such splendid weather in the depths. He leaned against the doorframe, observing Theodore stirring the liquid in a cauldron. Not brewing potions in such fine weather would be a true waste. Without even glancing up, Theodore already knew who would appear in the potions classroom at this hour. Don't tell me you're here to use the potions classroom too? Choose another day. I don't feel like brewing potions with anyone today. Vicente frowned slightly. Most of the time, Theodore was indifferent to who was beside him while brewing potions, completely engrossed in his own endeavors. As long as others didn't blow up their cauldrons and disrupt him, he could regard their presence as mere air. Even when Vicente stood beside him, unless there was something to discuss regarding potion making, he could not divert Theodore's attention in the slightest. You're not happy, Vicente stated. Certain of his observation, Theodore's current mood mirrored that of Vicente upon receiving a letter from his foster parents. However, he felt merely annoyance. He held no expectations for parents with whom he had no blood ties. What of Theodore? Would he feel disappointment and sadness? Vicente, just say what you want to say. Draco is in trouble. Theodore immediately grasped the crux of the issue. Didn't he already have a fallout with Harry Potter a couple of days ago? Now he is arguing with him again. He wasn't that bored. No. Rather, he was exceedingly bored. He had followed them to Hagrid's hut and discovered the hidden dragon egg there. Vicente casually dropped the bombshell. Clatter. Theodore knocked a small knife off the table, the sharp potion processing tool clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Vicente stepped forward to retrieve the knife, leaning closer to Theodore and placing a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Theodore. It's merely a dragon egg. Merely a dragon egg? Vicente, do you hear yourself? The Ministry has strict laws regarding the protection of magical creatures. The unauthorized purchase and trading of magical animals incurs severe penalties. Just imagining the ensuing troubles made Theodore's head throb. Draco could not possibly manage this alone. He wouldn't receive that many galleons from his father. Let me think. Hagrid, that half-giant, it must be him, right? He the only one who could leave Hogwarts to procure a dragon egg. He shrugged off Vicente's hand from his shoulder with force. Vicente stepped back with a smile, raising both hands in a gesture of innocence. Excellent deduction. Theodore, keep it up, and you'll become the next great detective of Ingram. Theodore is currently too preoccupied to indulge in banter with him. When did Draco discover the dragon egg? When did it first appear? Have you finalized the terms of your deal with him? Or should I seek him out for a private discussion? Wait, Theodore, with so many inquiries. Which one should I address first? Vicente's lips curved into a slow smile. He had anticipated that upon hearing this news, Theodore would undoubtedly become anxious. Hence, he hastened to inform him, for such a vexing matter could not solely burden him. Observing Vicente's grin, Theodore swiftly comprehended. You did this on purpose, Vicente, deliberately preventing me from relishing this afternoon. He set aside the stirring instrument and reduced the fire beneath the crucible. Never mind, the other matters are of little consequence now. I shall keep an eye on Draco, ensuring he does not divulge anything regarding the dragon egg. That little rascal is indeed quite unreasonable, yet not entirely incomprehensible. As he spoke, he considered shooing Vicente away, wishing to avoid any delay in his potion brewing. I will leave after I finish these last few words. I assure you I won't disturb you. Vicente hastened his speech. I informed Draco he could witness the hatching of the dragon egg, but it must be removed from Hogwarts immediately post-hatching. We have already devised a plan that will soon be executed. And as for you, on the day the dragon egg hatches, I shall summon both you and Draco to witness it together. Theodore was not surprised by this. Vicente possessed the capability to arrange such matters. As long as Draco was drawn into their little circle, transforming Gryffindor's endeavors into their shared experiences, he would no longer seek to create trouble for them, as it would equate to trouble for himself. Nobody would undertake such foolishness. However, the notion of attending the hatching? Why should I witness the hatching of the dragon egg? This matter bears no relation to me. Do not say that, Theodore. Vicente turned and selected an empty glass vial from the side, extending it toward Theodore. If Draco is present for such an event, how could you possibly not be? We cannot allow him to be the sole Slytherin in attendance, can we? Even if such favoritism exists, I would undoubtedly extend it to you first. Theodore accepted the vial, his expression unchanging. I truly appreciate it. Vicente rubbed his nose. Well, Theodore, it seems as though you remain impervious to my sentiments. Tomorrow will bring overcast skies. I do not recommend you visit the library, Vicente remarked abruptly before vanishing through the door, leaving Theodore to gaze up and catch only a fleeting glimpse of his retreating figure. How did he know I was planning to go to the library tomorrow? As Theodore prepared to fill the potion vial, he noticed a small mark on the base of the vial, a dent, cleverly formed into an X-shaped indentation. Chapter 45. The Celestial Dragon of the Dragon Loving. Is there any student at Hogwarts who does not eagerly anticipate the weekend? However, this time, Draco may find himself particularly enthusiastic. Theodore had informed him, the dragon egg is set to hatch this weekend. It appears that having a companion from another house has its benefits, as it allows him to learn about all the fascinating happenings. He had never imagined he would witness a dragon egg before reaching adulthood. His father, despite his indulgence, would never permit him to engage with something so perilous, and his mother would be infuriated, leading to both father and son receiving a scolding. In his mother's classification of safety, a dragon egg is categorized as exceedingly dangerous. Draco had always felt indignant about this, yet what could he say? It was his mother's demand, and he had no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, who could deny his exceptional talents, intellect, and cleverness? When those three began passing notes during class, and Hermione Granger joined in, Draco realized something extraordinary must be afoot. For Granger would never engage in anything unrelated to academics during lessons, although he only replied to their notes once or twice. It was a coincidence that Draco happened to catch every one of them. This had nothing to do with his constant fixation on Harry Potter, not in the slightest. How else could he discern the mischief they were up to if he did not pay attention to that insufferable boy? Look at him. Did he not find the answer? By sheer happenstance, he overheard Potter and his two lackeys discussing a visit to the half-giant's abode. Only Gryffindors would be foolish enough to befriend Hogwarts staff. Such inconsequential individuals did not even deserve to appear in Slytherin's sights, yet they willingly sought friendship with him. Draco held no expectations regarding their plans until he vaguely caught wind of a dragon in their conversation. Which young boy could resist matters concerning dragons? His name was even derived from the constellation Draco. As a child, he had once wished for a dragon of his own for Christmas. He soon realized that his father was an utterly incompetent Santa Claus. How could a father who could not persuade his mother to allow him to keep a dragon be considered a good father? At that time, Draco was greatly displeased. But after Narcissa gently withheld his dessert, he learned to behave. Yet now, he had caught wind of discussions about dragons. Regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to follow along and see for himself. Goyle and Crabbe were rather dim-witted. With merely a few words and a couple of cakes, they would foolishly return to the common room without questioning where he had gone. Theodore might encounter some trouble, but as he was in a foul mood, wishing only to remain in the potion room, he would not need to exert himself much. Everything fell into place perfectly. He followed them seamlessly, unnoticed, standing on his toes at the window and catching sight of the dragon egg nestled in the blazing hearth. It was truly magnificent, with every shimmering pattern beckoning to him. How he wished that dragon egg belonged to him. Regrettably, he could not possess that dragon egg. Vicente's words, though irksome, held a grain of truth. Hogwarts was not suited for raising a dragon. However, perhaps when he became the master of Malfoy Manor, he could carve out a space specifically for nurturing a little fire dragon. By then, it would matter not whether his father or mother objected, for he would personally design the arrangements and ensure that someone cared for it, successfully claiming a dragon of his own. For now, witnessing the dragon egg hatch would suffice. He could gather experience to prepare for the future. The mere thought of witnessing a dragon egg hatching brought an unquenchable smile to Draco's lips. Have you noticed that Draco has been acting strangely lately? Goyle inquired, tilting his head toward Crabbe. He seems a bit too cheerful. Didn't he even mock me for eating 4 pieces of cake? Crabbe looked at Goyle as if he were some peculiar creature. Is it something to be pleased about when Draco mocks you? Shouldn't you feel disappointed not to receive his jibes? Goyle. He delivered a sharp elbow to Crabbe, who retaliated in kind. And soon they were both called out by the professor and made to stand in punishment, Slytherin losing 5 points. Yet, despite all this, Draco did not even glance their way, merely casting a light, fleeting gaze before returning his attention elsewhere, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the parchment of his textbook. His thoughts clearly adrift, yet none could discern where they had wandered. Harry noticed the commotion over there, and when he turned to look, Draco's dazed expression immediately caught his eye. It was evident that Malfoy had developed quite an affection for that dragon. Harry had witnessed this vacant look on Draco's face several times since their last encounter. He took Hermione's words to heart. He needed to keep a close watch on Draco to ensure he wouldn't let slip any information regarding the dragon. However, he now felt that perhaps he was overthinking it. After observing for 2 weeks, Draco had been nothing but lost in thought. His demeanor significantly softened since then. With no one constantly staring at him with strange eyes as he made mistakes, Harry felt a sense of relief. If Draco could maintain this semblance of normalcy, perhaps they wouldn't have to bicker daily or tread so cautiously around each other. Perhaps he should consider Vincent's advice and have a proper conversation with Draco, as long as it would help mitigate Draco's incessant antagonism towards him. Thinking of Vincent, Harry turned to glance at Theodore, who was seated in the corner of the classroom, diligently taking notes. His head bowed, the quill glided swiftly across the parchment. Harry wondered what he was writing. Had he not been paying attention in class? Did he not perceive anything worth noting? Vincent's demeanor towards Theodore was markedly different. Harry could sense that the way Theodore looked at Vincent was peculiar, an entirely different expression than when he regarded Harry or Ron and Hermione. He had previously asked Hermione about this, and her response was that Slytherins inherently possessed distinct qualities, perhaps necessitating varying attitudes towards different friends. Harry accepted this explanation. Chapter 46, Hatching. Draco had already expressed this sentiment once, yet he felt compelled to reiterate. No one could possibly refuse the opportunity to witness a dragon hatching. The weather over the weekend was neither particularly good nor bad, but it certainly did not dampen Draco's spirits. Even if torrential rain poured down, he would still venture to Hagrid's hut to witness the dragon egg hatching. Your choice of companion is not without merit, Draco remarked suddenly, catching Theodore off guard. It was a rather straightforward compliment, at least in Draco's eyes. Thus far, Theodore had not heard any affirmation of value from Draco. Thank you for the praise, Theodore replied. Surprised, Draco's gaze shifted away from Theodore. It is your privilege. Naturally, this was a commendation from a Malfoy. Having spent some time with Draco, Theodore had come to understand the dynamics of their relationship. One had to cater to him and flatter him, much like one would with a cat. Theodore once had a lovely black kitten that required gentle coaxing as well. He didn't mind doing this. Everything was fine, save for one thing. His father despised cats. The outcome was all too predictable. The powerless young master had no right to retain his preferences, as everything was dictated by his father's will, just as it was with his mother. What are you thinking about, Theodore? Vincent felt that his entrance was quite timely. Theodore seemed lost in reminiscence, an almost imperceptible sadness hanging in the air. Vincent knew nothing of Theodore's past. He merely constructed an image of Theodore's childhood from his own memories. Of stern elders and rigid expectations, everything etched like a schedule on wooden planks, orderly yet inflexible. Perhaps this too was a part of childhood. Vincent refused to contemplate this notion, as remaining in a childlike state felt like a weakness to him. Theodore discreetly set Draco aside. What are you thinking about, Vincent? Do not misinterpret my silence. I am right here, and you have a voice. He launched a blunt verbal assault on Vincent without any forewarning. Why speculate about his past? Such musings bore no relevance to him or to their collaboration. Theodore loathed Vincent's conjectures. Vincent possessed an inexplicable ability to judge Theodore. And even if he himself would not admit it, his accuracy was alarmingly high. Draco found the situation perplexing. What was occurring? Vincent had appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly he and Theodore were exchanging pleasantries, yet the atmosphere had turned tense. Perhaps it was an exaggeration to say they were on the brink of conflict. But from Draco's perspective, that was precisely how it appeared. A mere greeting had been misinterpreted into an invasion of territory. At any other time, Draco would have sought to pry answers from either Vincent or Theodore, but at this moment, what could possibly be more important than the dragon egg? His eyes flicked between the two peculiar individuals before settling on the broken shell ahead of him. The three of them had been waiting outside Hagrid's hut. Harry waved at them, primarily signaling Vincent. Come on, Hagrid is already waiting for us. Draco stepped forward first, leaving the other two behind. Let them sort out their own squabbles. Draco was indifferent to their fragile emotions. Harry noticed and cared, but he couldn't inquire at that moment. Hermione shot Harry a glance, urging him to remain patient as she led Ron inside. The issues between Vincent and his friend needed to be settled on their own. Just as Vincent had previously advised her, one should not pry too much. If Vincent required assistance, he would surely ask. Theodore had initially been in good spirits. Though the memories of his little cat brought him slight discomfort, yet he managed to adjust swiftly. Weak emotions cloud judgment. No Slytherin would allow themselves to sink into such feelings, especially with the pressing matters at hand. Today, the dragon egg would hatch, and Hagrid's expectations would not falter. Ron had already sent a letter. Someone would come to collect the dragon in a day or two. His relationship with Draco would advance further. Emotions in Slytherin were not particularly useful, but they were not entirely without merit. Otherwise, there would be no need to cultivate relationships among pure-blood heirs from a young age. They weighed pros and cons, with emotions serving as the final metric for judgment, albeit still relevant in negotiations. If Vincent would refrain from attempting to probe into his past, everything would be just fine. He was aware of Vincent's annoying habit of scrutinizing others without regard for timing, deducing, speculating, and exploiting weaknesses. Vincent was skilled at playing a role, always managing to present himself as someone everyone adored. Theodore recognized this. He sometimes acted similarly, though he was simply too lazy to maintain the facade. He understood, yet that did not mean he accepted Vincent's incessant tricks being played on him time and again. Particularly after they had established a cooperative relationship. Vincent could not fathom what had displeased Theodore. He had merely posed a question. Yet Theodore's mood had soured to such an extent that he would not even allow him to inquire further. Feeling unjustly implicated, Vincent chose silence, realizing he could not broach Theodore's past for the time being. To maintain their amicable rapport, it would be best if he refrained from provoking Theodore's ire. The disgruntled Vincent walked in silence, internally lamenting Draco's ineptitude. Had it been Harry, he would have said something to alleviate the chaotic atmosphere. Inside Hagrid's hut, the heat was astonishing. Vincent understood precisely why they had waited outside. In such temperatures, very few wizards aside from Hagrid could remain unfazed. All for the sake of not missing a single detail of the dragon egg hatching. Uncertain of the perpetrator's identity, Vincent speculated that it was Hermione. For only that astute little witch would conceive such a scheme at the earliest opportunity. He and Theodore were squeezed together at the back of the crowd, with Hagrid's towering stature rendering several small wizards ineffective in obscuring his view. To gain a clearer perspective, he leaned slightly forward, pressing Vincent and Theodore closer together. Naturally, Draco had surged to the front, joining Harry and Ron, eager to witness the flames engulfing the entire dragon egg. He too desired to claim the prime observation spot. But the overwhelming presence of Gryffindors made it futile to voice his intentions. He opted for silence instead. Harry wished to maintain a distance from Draco, but Ron was even less inclined to be near him, thus leaving him to stand alongside Draco, just within the minimum safe distance from the scorching flames. As they awaited the miraculous hatching of the dragon egg, Hermione had only encountered such descriptions in books. The flames did not leap upwards, and the dragon baby still required a moment to prepare. She turned to glance at Vincent and Theodore, who were huddled together, their expressions rather grim. Vincent noticed her and silently questioned her motive for this seemingly unnecessary action. Hermione immediately redirected her focus, as if the dragon egg were on the cusp of breaking. Vincent found her sudden intensity perplexing. Theodore, initially irked by the Gryffindor's foolishness, soon ceased to care about Vincent's thoughts, for the dragon egg was beginning to crack. They were about to witness the birth of a Norwegian ridgeback. Within Hagrid's modest stone fireplace, flames danced joyously, their colors a dizzying array of hues. The orange-yellow tongues of fire resembled lively sprites, and at the searing core, the dragon egg occupied nearly all the available space, with the flames yielding to it. Suddenly, without warning, the flames surged violently, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone. The orderly flames transformed into a frenzy, splattering wildly, akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky. Draco instinctively felt a surge of fear, retreating a step, yet unable to move further. The intense heat threatened to sear his face. "Don't move." Harry firmly grasped Draco's arm, pulling the startled young lord towards himself. Anxiety gripped him. The flames were blistering, and beads of sweat trickled from Harry's brow, falling to the ground, creating only a faint mark before being instantly vaporized by the heat. He led Draco to the side, where Hagrid had already cleared a path, positioning himself at the forefront. His robust lineage endowed him with a physique far more resilient than that of any wizard, allowing him to observe the dragon egg closely while safeguarding the comparatively fragile young wizards. Draco's reaction felt as though it were unfolding in slow motion. He merely sensed a force pulling him away from the perilous heat. An inappropriate thought crossed his mind. Mother was right. Dragons were indeed too dangerous. He needed to bring her a gift, a token to validate her correctness, financed by his father's wealth. Harry wished to disregard the bothersome boy, but Vicente had already subtly prompted him, and he knew what was expected. "Are you all right, Draco?" Harry inquired patiently. Such a delicate young lord, he silently mused. Draco turned to him, beginning to question whether it was indeed Harry Potter who had rescued him from the flames. Did he not despise him? Why then choose to assist him? A tangle of thoughts whirled within Draco's mind, and Harry's voice pulled him back to reality. "Look, the dragon egg is moving." Draco instantly turned back, avoiding his thoughts and any potential expressions of gratitude. Of course, Malfoy would express thanks. Draco would too, but not at that moment. Aside from initially pulling Vicente and Theodore to a safer spot, who could have foreseen that one day Hagrid would protect a Riddle and a Slytherin? Their pairing evoked certain rather unpleasant memories for him. Confirming that Ron and Hermione had also reached a safer location, his gaze returned to the dragon egg, no longer diverted. He was intent on witnessing the entire process of this beautiful creature's emergence. The egg's surface appeared to shimmer with a flowing metallic sheen, reflecting the flames and shifting colors. It occasionally exhibited a profound emerald green, at other times sparkling with a dazzling gold. Vicente remained by Theodore's side, even as they no longer had Hagrid as an obstacle. It was akin to observing the Black Lake under sunlight from the observatory, indeed a splendid sight. Theodore momentarily lost his train of thought due to Vicente's comment, then quickly regained his composure. "I know Hogwarts scenery better than you. The recent snowy days were far more enchanting. The Black Lake, frozen over, revealed patches of snow that displayed visible rainbow hues due to the Tyndall effect and light refraction." "The Tyndall effect and light refraction," Vicente interjected, instinctively aware of what Theodore was referencing. The sudden mention of unfamiliar terms prompted Theodore to consider probing into this curious aspect of the Muggle world. Yet Vicente redirected his attention back to the fireplace, as if questioning would place him at a disadvantage. As the colors shifted, the surrounding flames seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swirling around in a colossal vortex. The egg trembled slightly at the center of the maelstrom, as if gathering some latent power. Then, a faint yet piercing crack resonated, shattering the tense silence. A fine fissure appeared on the egg's surface, revealing bright and mysterious sparks of light, resembling fragments of stars trapped within the shell. As time passed, the cracks multiplied, progressively spreading across the entire egg. Finally, with a crisp and clear shattering sound, the shell fragmented, revealing a small Norwegian ridgeback before the astonished onlookers. Its scales glistened like freshly polished gemstones, reflecting the flames with a resplendent brilliance. The spines along its back exhibited a stark silver hue, seemingly forged from the hardest cold iron. Its eyes, akin to two burning rubies, lacked any semblance of authority due to its youth, instead radiating a delightful charm. The little dragon gently flapped its still somewhat awkward wings, creating a wave of heat that intensified the surrounding flames. It emitted a low, rumbling call, its sound soft yet imbued with boundless strength, resonating throughout the cabin. Draco yearned to draw closer for a better view, but Harry held onto his sleeve, refusing to let go. "Let Hagrid have a look first. The newly hatched dragon may feel insecure and could attack us." "Very well, for my own safety," he conceded, though it was certainly not because he was unable to extricate himself from Harry's grip. Hagrid's gaze was firmly fixed on the newly born Norwegian ridgeback, utterly transfixed. His mouth fell open slightly in awe, yet he struggled to articulate the breathtaking spectacle before him. He remained captivated by the little dragon until it turned to him, prompting him to approach. Chapter 47. An attempt at education, yet a failure. "Hagrid, do you think we should give him a name?" Harry inquired, his excitement palpable. The freshly hatched dragon bounded onto Hagrid's arm, seemingly mistaking this familiar giant for its mother. Magical creatures seem to possess their own methods of recognition. Vicente harbors no interest in the matters concerning these extraordinary beings, had it not been for Harry's friend Hagrid's fervent fascination with magical creatures. They would not find themselves in this situation. Hagrid adores magical creatures and is currently brimming with joy, eagerly assuming the significant responsibility of naming one. "I have pondered for a long time, Nobert, and I shall call him Nobert." His exuberance nearly causes him to forget the others present. The second individual in the room who has been fixated on the dragon is Draco, who, despite having narrowly escaped the danger brought by the flames, is acutely aware that he might not be suited to raise a dragon. Nevertheless, he is compelled to observe closely. "Would you like to take a look now, or shall we wait a while?" Harry inquires, noticing Draco's unwavering gaze upon the diminutive dragon, his tone tinged with unease. Vicente merely advises Harry to avoid conflict with Draco, while Harry's current thoughts are his own. He is uncertain why he feels compelled to speak. Perhaps it is because Draco appears so different from the bully he usually is, leading Harry to believe that if he extends goodwill, there is a possibility for meaningful dialogue between them. Of course, that is precisely why I am here, Draco responds without hesitation, feeling no discomfort with Harry's words. He had not thrown himself into the flames, but had swiftly removed himself from danger, a clear indication of his attitude. In any case, were the roles reversed, even if they formed some semblance of collaboration, Draco would never entertain the notion of distancing himself from someone he detests. His unwillingness to engage physically represents the greatest concession he could muster. St. Potter, your words ring true, Draco muses. In the past, he would have relished the opportunity to mock, yet Potter's request to observe the newly hatched dragon stirs no objections within him. Theodore is of no help, and Draco remains oblivious to the source of his discontent. Well, if that is what you wish, he replies, his demeanor suggesting that Harry is imploring him. Harry shakes his head. Malfoy, you cannot behave this way. You must say, please. If he intends to maintain a cordial relationship with Draco, the latter's misguided perceptions must be rectified. They are equals, not servants to the Malfoys. While Draco may carry himself with pride and arrogance, he must not look down upon them. Harry, who is merely a few months younger, believes he might educate Draco. He is not like Theodore or Vincent, who would indulge Draco in his whims. Say please, or you may as well seek out Hagrid yourself. After speaking, Harry strides toward Hagrid, joining Ron and Hermione to observe Hagrid's interaction with the dragon. Ron whispers, what did you say to Malfoy? He doesn't look too pleased. He had not overheard their previous conversation and has no desire to concern himself with Malfoy's affairs. Hermione glances over and notes Draco's disgruntled demeanor, glaring at their group. Hagrid's hut is modest, merely accommodating his towering frame, yet it is sufficient to create 3 distinct areas for observation. Draco occupies one corner in discontent, while Gryffindor and Hagrid cluster together to observe the dragon, which seems only natural. Vincent and Theodore are comparatively subdued, standing at a distance that allows them to observe everyone clearly. Harry Potter is capable of provoking Draco. If he hopes to avoid trouble from him, he ought to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Theodore resolves to abandon any foolish psychological games with Vincent, particularly since Vincent has already extended an olive branch, prompting him to adopt a more gracious attitude. Vincent is delighted to see Theodore's mood improve, although he remains puzzled by the underlying cause of Theodore's emotions. Such occurrences are rare, and Vincent can usually deduce Theodore's thoughts. Other emotions are easily interpreted, as Theodore is a direct reflection of himself, leaving little room for misinterpretation. It is merely due to a single inquiry, are you all right? That Vincent realizes the significance of Theodore's thoughts and understands the source of his frustration. Theodore, with dissatisfaction, remarks, speak up. Why are you standing there lost in thought? I was merely contemplating how Draco could coexist harmoniously with Harry, much like us. Vincent responds. That is impossible. Theodore needs no further contemplation. Draco does not regard himself as equal to Gryffindor, while Harry Potter believes everyone is equal. Theodore approaches Draco, leaving Vincent with a parting remark. Don't tell me you agree with this notion. Certainly not. Why would I concur with such a view? Even those seated at a negotiating table are not necessarily equal, let alone in everyday circumstances. Draco's greatest flaw lies in his lack of discretion. His parents have indulged him, never instructing him that even if he despises someone, he ought not to show it. The Malfoy household may have always operated under such principles. And Vincent recalls Theodore's less than flattering assessments of Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. If the parents do not even attempt to conceal their disdain for others, it is hardly surprising that their children would mirror such behavior. Draco's disposition may prevent him from being bullied at Hogwarts, yet it renders him unlikable to many. Theodore engages Draco in conversation, though the voice of the Norwegian Ridgeback is too loud for Vincent to overhear their exchange. He realizes what he must do. Harry, Hagrid, may I? Harry shoots him a resigned glance, as if to say Vincent has betrayed their alliance, opting to join Theodore's side. Very well, Vincent, so long as he refrains from any unreasonable actions. Hagrid, in his generous spirit, raises his arm to allow Draco and Theodore a better view of the dragon. His good-natured disposition makes him willing to converse amiably with Vincent after just a few peaceful exchanges, and he now trusts him enough to treat Draco, who may pose potential trouble, with equanimity. Harry certainly knows how to choose friends. Vincent believes he has made a wise choice as well. Not everyone can bring together 2 individuals whose very names evoke enmity, the Weasleys and the Malfoys, whose conflicts are said to have commenced with their forebears. Draco is granted a cherished encounter with the newly hatched Snowbird, and his expression brightens considerably, rendering him indifferent to Harry's earlier insistence that he say please. The Malfoys need not utter such pleasantries. There are always others willing to handle matters on their behalf. Observe, this moment serves as a prime example. He need do nothing, for assistance will come naturally. Theodore's entourage proves commendable, and his discerning eye has led him to a capable partner. Theodore is far more beneficial than Crabbe and Goyle combined. Though Draco swiftly dismisses this thought. Partners and followers are not the same. A follower need only be obedient, without the necessity of being particularly useful. Harry watches as a smile blossoms on Draco's face, accepting his initial attempt at rectifying Malfoy's behavior as a failure. Potter's endeavor to correct Malfoy's misdeeds has faltered for the first time, and this is merely the beginning. Chapter 48, Because I Shall Do So. The moonlight cascaded upon the corridors of Hogwarts before they departed from Hagrid's hut. Allowing others to witness Gryffindor and Slytherin walking together would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire school, including that of Professor Dumbledore. Prompting Harry to suggest they return in groups, Draco let out a disdainful huff, preparing to drag Theodore away, as if the astonishment he had just displayed in the cottage due to little Norbert's mere touch was but a distant memory. He had never forged any connection with the Gryffindors present. Let us depart. There is nothing of worth for us to linger here. Humph, Ron scoffed loudly. Draco merely cast a glance of indifference in his direction, his departure seamless and deliberate. He glared at me just now, didn't he? He did it on purpose. Ron grumbled, feeling he had given Malfoy too much credit. If my father were to discover that I had ignored a provocation from a Malfoy, no. Let us not let him know. Just George and Fred knowing would be sufficient for them to mock me. They should be left in awe of your maturity. A true wizard ought to remain unperturbed by the taunts of a mere child, Vincent remarked. This perspective was indeed unexpected for Ron. If you put it that way, I find myself feeling a bit pleased. The corners of his mouth lifted, dissipating the earlier discontent. Ron had long been aware of Draco Malfoy's nature. Such trivial provocations would hardly provoke him to ire. Vincent, why haven't you ever shared such a useful approach with me? Harry inquired. Hermione, incredulous, responded. Do you genuinely believe this is effective? Of course it is, Hermione. His actions are merely designed to upset you. Any retort should be aimed at your own happiness. Once you find joy, is that not a victory? Vincent argued persuasively. Theodore and Draco had already distanced themselves, free to converse as they pleased. As they walked towards the castle, Vincent felt compelled to clarify to Harry. Ron can adopt this method because Draco's attacks are purely psychological. Your situation is different. In your case, this approach is futile, serving only as self-deception. Draco was a self-centered brat, indifferent to others, bolstered by familial support that allowed him to act with impunity. Thus far, his bullying of Harry and Ron had remained verbal, excluding the incident involving Neville's memory ball, which ultimately aided Harry's exceptional entry into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Unknown to others, Draco was likely gnashing his teeth in frustration. While verbal abuse can indeed be terrifying, both Harry and Ron had their own friends and sources of mental fortitude, rendering them somewhat less susceptible to its effects. Dudley's physical violence was overt, leaving clear marks of harm. Even if the victim could convince themselves to find joy amidst the pain, the physical suffering remains unrelenting. Not to mention that Dudley Dursley's intent was merely to inflict pain, not to deliver a psychological blow. Employing such self-soothing methods to achieve a mental victory proved ineffectual. Vincent pondered which form of violence was more intolerable, questioning why one should choose between two forms of filth when the perpetrator ought to be discarded altogether. Theodore will handle it, Vincent asserted with confidence. Slytherins only revered the strong, embracing pure bloods. Fortuitously, Theodore possessed both attributes. Draco held a favorable view of him. And given their differing statuses, Vincent could swiftly become Draco's most trusted ally in Slytherin, should he desire it. Harry regarded Vincent's confidence with skepticism. Isn't this a bit presumptuous? I don't distrust you, but Malfoy. He simply doesn't seem like the type to heed advice. Just as they reached the castle's entrance, Vincent winked at them. Because I will do this, so shall he. And he is capable of it. Do not worry, Harry. Draco is not as unreasonable as you perceive. He merely falls short, yet he is not irredeemably lost. Ron's expression suggested he might retch. For heaven's sake, at least wait until I am gone to do so. I wouldn't mind if you vomited on Harry. Vincent swiftly vanished around the corner, the wind carrying Harry's curse. Oh, I hope Ron hasn't truly vomited all over him. Standing before the window of the headmaster's office seemed to be a peculiar habit of Dumbledore's. Whenever he felt a headache or agitation, gazing out at the distant Hogwarts landscape would invariably soothe his spirit. Oh, what do we have here? He mused, spotting several young wizards returning from Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was harboring a dragon egg. He was aware of this, of course. What occurrence at Hogwarts could elude Dumbledore's knowledge? Such was the common belief, and at times, the rumors did hold a kernel of truth. He was not omniscient. The fact that they were willing to exchange a dragon egg for information about the Philosopher's Stone caught him off guard. The costs of such an endeavor in terms of both human and material resources were astronomical. None of the other known rare magical creatures could compare. A dragon egg was a significant matter. The Ministry of Magic could very well question Hagrid about it, and with a slight manipulation, they could send him to Azkaban. The realities within Hogwarts were numerous, each demanding Dumbledore's attention. He rubbed his temples, feeling a rare wave of fatigue. Fortunately, he had trustworthy friends and colleagues. Minerva could resolve most internal matters at Hogwarts, yet there would always be issues beyond her capacity, such as the Philosopher's Stone and that individual whom everyone knew might make a return. Dumbledore could not delegate the responsibility. It was a troubling situation for Severus, who remained under suspicion. The day after tomorrow, breaking curfew was indeed a serious matter, was it not? Ron had written to his brother, seeking assistance in retrieving the new first-year Norwegian Ridgeback dragon without notifying the headmaster of Hogwarts for permission. No organization could brazenly enter Hogwarts. Regrettably, the young wizards had not considered this aspect. Harry and his friends might not have thought of it, but what of Vincent? Had he overlooked it as well? And the two Slytherin wizards? Dumbledore could not claim to be entirely free of bias against Slytherin. Had Vincent entered Ravenclaw instead of Slytherin, his current stance would be far more cautious and tense. Theodore Nott, he had observed this child closely. Slytherins might possess a certain precocity, but Theodore was undoubtedly among the more composed. In stark contrast stood Draco Malfoy, a child utterly spoiled by his parents, growing up in a honeyed environment, utterly self-absorbed and exceedingly arrogant. If he truly possessed strength, that would be one thing, but alas, his skills were not honed for attack. He excelled in potions and other subjects, yet lacked the audacity, coupled with a penchant for provoking others. Dumbledore hoped that Harry could mature, not through the means of bullying. Among the young wizards, as long as they did not overtly violate school rules and incite adverse reactions, the professors would refrain from intervening. This was a long-standing custom, or, to put it more eloquently, they were willing to allow the young wizards the freedom to pursue their own paths. There was some good news, however. For instance, Vincent had already accomplished a shift in young Malfoy's stance through that dragon egg. Before today, should the Dark Lord resurface, Malfoy would undoubtedly align himself against them. Dumbledore wished to avoid a scenario where young wizards felt compelled to embrace darkness due to a lack of choices. Yet his capacity to intervene was severely limited. He was but one man, not Merlin, and even he was uncertain whether the Dark Lord could truly find a way to return to Britain and stir chaos once more. He could only strive to avert a tragic conclusion time and again, urging the young wizards to grow with diligence. Alas, Dumbledore sighed. He hoped he would not regret his current actions in the future and wished that Vincent might embark upon an entirely different path. Before the finale arrived, no one could discern whether this was a gift from Merlin or a retribution from death. The door to the headmaster's office creaked open, and Professor McGonagall entered from outside. "I thought today's workload was light, and you were ready to rest. Is there something else? Or has the Ministry of Magic made yet another unreasonable demand?" she inquired with concern. The Ministry always behaved in such a manner, as if Dumbledore were some sort of external contractor, despite receiving only one salary. Teaching at Hogwarts for a lifetime was no trivial task. Even with favorable conditions, remaining in one location, laboring diligently, and imparting the same knowledge inevitably led to a sense of tedium. Not to mention, Dumbledore rarely took a holiday. For decades, apart from invitations from the Ministry, he seldom left Hogwarts. Dumbledore often asserted that he considered Hogwarts his home, and he truly embodied this sentiment. Even more burdensome was the additional workload he shouldered from the Ministry. "Do not worry, Minerva, I am well. It is not a matter of the Ministry, but rather something concerning Hogwarts. I was contemplating whether we ought to intensify the nighttime patrols. It seems there are always some young wizards eager to exploit loopholes." The grounds leading to Hagrid's hut were devoid of any figures, and no one knew that two Slytherins had mingled among the Gryffindors and had taken a Ravenclaw to the Hogwarts groundskeeper's hut. The level of disorder among the houses was exceedingly high, raising doubts about whether they were deliberately ostracizing Hufflepuff. Dumbledore chuckled softly, the sudden thought dissipating the gloom that had settled upon him. Professor McGonagall, perplexed, asked, "What is troubling you, Albus? Did you not instruct us to patrol less frequently?" Dumbledore had recently subtly suggested that they lower the frequency of patrols, especially during the Christmas season, allowing the young wizards a measure of trust. This notion was utterly absurd. Had he not had other arrangements, McGonagall would certainly not have altered the patrol schedule. It had scarcely been a while. Was it not possible to extend a modicum of trust to the young wizards? "Circumstances are in constant flux, Minerva. We must adapt promptly." A smile graced Dumbledore's eyes. "Do you think the observatory might attract some trespassing young wizards? We must remain vigilant." Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. "I shall intensify the patrols. I hope no young wizard will deliberately break the rules. It would be best if it were not a Gryffindor, particularly not Harry Potter." The following day, Draco was exuberantly cheerful, while Pansy, having gleaned no information from Blaise, Crabbe, or Goyle, finally turned her gaze toward Theodore. Draco has been quite close to you lately, Nott. What have you two been up to? Pansy, considering herself the girl most closely associated with Draco, felt entitled to know all matters concerning him. Theodore bore her no ill will, yet felt no obligation to report to her. Parkinson, how would I know what Draco intends to do? We were merely having a casual conversation. Pansy was eager to learn about Draco to ensure she would always have something to discuss with him. Theodore found this perplexing. Yet he did not wish to put the girl in a difficult position. Unless one day Draco took Pansy's hand and proclaimed he had persuaded her to join him, she would not learn anything about Draco from him. If you do not wish to share, then so be it, Pansy retorted, turning away. If you want to tell me, I shall go find Draco myself. Draco was not in the Slytherin common room and had not brought Goyle and Crabbe along. So Pansy had no choice but to venture outside in search of luck. Discussing romance at this stage was rather premature. No one expected first-year wizards to grasp the true essence of love, especially not Slytherins, who understood only the intricacies of power and gain. Draco excelled in every aspect, and if she had her way, Pansy hoped he would be the one. At least Draco was amenable to her inheriting the Parkinson family legacy. Her family was not limited to one child. She had a brother studying at Durmstrang. If she could not secure more connections with pureblood families, her claim to the inheritance would falter. She perhaps ought not to be greedy. Her mother had told her that even if she married, her brother would always protect her. Pansy did not understand why she could not protect herself directly, relying instead on her brother for such matters. She did not comprehend, but she knew to heed her parents' words. Despite his arrogance, Draco made for a good friend. They had known each other since childhood, and Pansy cherished the gifts he presented on her birthdays. No girl would disdain the brilliance of fine jewels. Pansy walked ahead, with Theodore trailing behind, contemplating her figure. Do not misunderstand. I am not following Pansy. I merely happen to be on my way to find Vincent, he thought. Pansy was a clever girl. She recognized Draco's penchant for teasing Harry Potter and fanned the flames merely to ensure they would have topics to discuss. A girl ought not to play the role of a subordinate. The Parkinson family would not permit their heiress to be seen as inferior in public. Her role was that of a girlfriend, even if she and Draco had yet to entertain such notions. The girl's silhouette vanished around a corner, heading toward the library. Theodore withdrew his gaze, uncertain whether Draco could manage the situation adeptly. If he cannot, then so be it. I will not concern myself with the emotional fluctuations of those I do not know well. I shall seek Vincent instead. But where might Vincent be? Theodore turned toward the Black Lake. Across the Black Lake from Hogwarts Castle lay a little-known clearing, the only notable flora being a whomping willow. Theodore had not seen anyone else venture there. Apart from himself, he had only spotted Vincent visiting twice during his time at the observatory. The weather was splendid today, perfect for potion brewing or simply basking in the sun. The observatory offered no clear view of the happenings below. Fortunately, old Nott, despite being a nuisance, never failed to ensure his galleons were plentiful. How amusing it was. Being barred from returning home for Christmas, yet still feeling that a shortage of galleons would bring disgrace to the Nott family. They had no remaining dignity. Chapter 49. Sunshine on the Black Lake. The weather today was delightful. The wind brushed across the Black Lake, creating ripples, and the sunlight fractured into golden flakes. A garment no seamstress could craft. The sun shone particularly brightly. The shadows beneath the trees, combined with the gentle breeze, made it the perfect setting for a nap. Vincent reclined beneath a tree, certainly not the whomping willow, as he had tried that before. Its temperament was obstinate, and it was simply impossible to approach. Moreover, no other creatures were planted nearby, showcasing a strong territorial instinct. He had perused Hogwarts records. The library contained more than just ancient tomes. The school's publicly available information was meticulously compiled in pamphlets for the convenience of organizing activities and making adjustments, allowing heads of houses and students in need to access vital information swiftly. The records documented the time Dumbledore had planted the whomping willow to protect the school, yet they did not specify its exact location. Vincent had assumed such trees would only be planted along the outskirts, arranged in a row, unaware that they could also be planted individually. He had not specifically sought out information about the whomping willow. It was merely a resting place, and he had no intention of one day seeking it out to test whose body was sturdier. With his transfiguration textbook spread open over his face, Vincent relished this rare moment of leisure. There is no need to ponder the enigmatic relationship between Chilo and his corporeal counterpart, nor should one fret over the quarrels between Harry and Draco. Whenever matters concerning Harry arise, he claims indifference, yet such declarations are mere facades. Harry is, after all, the individual he has known the longest among the living. Suddenly, the book before him began to levitate, and the abrupt illumination of the surroundings compelled Vincent to squint. Turning his gaze, he beheld the textbook fluttering down into Theodore's hands, while the latter brandished his wand in the other. There was no inclination to persuade Harry Potter, nor was there any desire to engage in idleness or slumber. Theodore casually tossed the book back, and Vincent deftly caught it. Aren't you the one trying to sway Draco's thoughts? You must first establish a connection before you can bridge the gap. How did your conversation with Draco fare? I have great faith in you. He shifted slightly to share the limited shade of the tree. Theodore cast a disdainful glance before begrudgingly settling down upon the picnic blanket that Vincent conjured for him, large enough for him to roll about. We all understand why Draco harbors a poor impression of Harry Potter. He cannot tolerate being wronged. The Gryffindors must make the first move. For Slytherins will not seek peace voluntarily. Vincent stowed away his wand and tucked the book into his bag. It's evident that you concur with his sentiments. I am a Slytherin, Vincent. Should I then align myself with Gryffindor? The two-headed serpent could strike me down. Or would you prefer it to sink its fangs into Harry Potter? Theodore gazed towards the distant Black Lake, his tone calm, yet laced with rudeness. Vincent replied gently, I had thought you sought me out to share your findings, not to mock. It seemed that last night's conversation had not unfolded as smoothly as anticipated. It could not have been disastrous, or else Theodore would not be in the mood to jest with himself. Harry assumed Vincent had allied with Draco to conceal the matter of the Norwegian Ridgeback, while Draco believed Theodore was approaching him for the potential support of the Malfoys in the future. Only they understood that the Norwegian Ridgeback was merely an opportune catalyst, providing them with a valid reason to mend their relationship with Draco Malfoy. Draco believes that old Nott will not care for children, and I too doubt old Malfoy's paternal instincts. Theodore reclined, propping himself up on his hands, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he spoke. Among the numerous pureblood families within Slytherin, who else but Draco would be so eager for the world to know of his discord with the boy who lived? Draco would undoubtedly ascend to the Ministry of Magic, inheriting his father's position, should his rapport with Harry be particularly poor. It is not far-fetched to imagine he might encounter the fans of the Savior. Vincent nodded. Your contemporaries. I mean those young wizards who grew up in the magical world and were born in recent years. How many are there who have not heard tales of the Golden Boy? Draco undoubtedly contemplated befriending Harry at first. I encountered him in Diagon Alley. He was far too arrogant for conversation to flourish. The next meeting was aboard the Hogwarts Express. He also sought to approach Harry, but Harry had already befriended Ron. The Weasleys and Malfoys are well aware of their long-standing enmity. Theodore was aware of the subsequent events, yet the Malfoys lacked experience in forging friendships. Simply stating, I can assist you, was hardly an effective strategy. As expected, Harry rebuffed Draco's outstretched hand. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Draco's dignity was nearly trampled into the ground, particularly in front of the Weasleys. Theodore concluded emphatically, he will harbor resentment over this for a lifetime. Vincent countered, not necessarily. Especially now that we are devising a plan. We? Who authorized your use of that term? Perhaps a Slytherin who is promised a job. Theodore shot him a look of exasperation before continuing. Yesterday, Draco was in good spirits. I must admit, Harry Potter indeed has a significant impact on him. An opportune moment arose, so I asked him, Draco, what do you think of Harry Potter? As a friend? Vincent inquired. Theodore paused. How could you presume that I consider him a friend? At least not at this moment. I am in Slytherin. I have no friends. He did not feel dejected or sorrowful. Rather, he felt exhilarated. Vincent seemed to have touched upon an intriguing subject, and he yearned to share something with another. He had never experienced such a desire before. At Nott Manor, he often found himself alone, with peers only appearing at soirees, and once the festivities ended, their connections held no significance. He had only shared his thoughts with himself, but now, perhaps due to the splendid sunshine, he suddenly perceived that engaging in conversation held its own merits. Every head of a household possesses a trustworthy potions master. He too had found someone with whom he could converse. Thus, Theodore began to speak. Chapter 50, An Unlikely Pair. I know what Draco is contemplating. He merely seeks an individual of merit to inherit the Nott family legacy. He and I are of the same age. He would not opt for old Nott. Yet his father is considerably more astute, sharing the Nott family fortune with others. Who can predict who will ultimately reap the greatest rewards? The Malfoys would not wish for anyone to undermine their family's standing among purebloods. Vincent observed Theodore's profile intently. As he detailed his plans, Theodore's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He himself could not fathom why he was sharing this with Vincent. Everything around him was linked through interests. With Vincent approaching him for a verbal promise of employment, a rather straightforward rationale, he undoubtedly had ulterior motives, perhaps related to the Nott family, or perhaps to himself. Theodore was unafraid of this. He too had aspirations to gain something from Vincent, placing both interests and emotions upon the negotiation table, a trick Slytherins excelled in. He could sense Vincent's gaze fixed upon him, listening earnestly and attentively. Vincent continued his unfinished thought under the weight of Theodore's stare. As long as your relationship with Draco Malfoy is sufficiently strong, Old Malfoy can leverage his status as an elder to gain your trust. In the future, he could exploit your goodwill at his whim. After all, your father is untrustworthy. While the fathers of close friends are far more reliable, he need not exert himself excessively. With just a few documents, names, and collaborations, he could effortlessly secure benefits. While you would continue to place your trust in him, becoming Draco's aide in due course. The Malfoys excel in political maneuvering. The realms of politics and commerce are inextricably linked. They may not be the most adept at dueling, but they are undeniably the most skilled at amassing wealth. They seek to extract benefits from him. What would Theodore be willing to forego in order to let the Malfoy family feast upon this lucrative opportunity? Vincent detected a spark of agreement in Theodore's eyes, which seemed to brighten his mood. You have resolved to play along, just as you suggested. After all, Draco is not particularly adept at nurturing children. In Muggle parlance, adolescence is a crucial period for the formation of a child's worldview. Coinciding conveniently with the time young wizards spend at school, Theodore will undoubtedly spend more time with him than his parents. One of Draco's ideas cannot be faulted. Having more allies is certainly preferable to accumulating enemies. Regardless of his future ambitions, the first step must be to forge a friendship with Draco. He may not genuinely intend to leverage Draco for anything, yet who would refuse an affluent friend presented on a silver platter, especially one whose intellect is still developing? You have yet to inform me of Draco's assessment of Harry. Vincent, still mindful of the matter at hand, recalled the importance of the subject. Despite feeling that he had exhausted his share of serious discourse for the day, listening to Theodore speak was, of course, a matter of great importance. As it pertained to his prospects of securing employment immediately after graduation, it is essential to recognize that all wealthy individuals, especially those who are affluent, attractive, and have endured childhood traumas, while lacking the presence of both parents, would greatly benefit from having a physician as a friend. St. Potter, a well-meaning fool with an overly kind disposition. Theodore mimicked Draco's sardonic tone, eliciting a chuckle from Vincent, for it bore a remarkable resemblance. Moreover, as sunlight filtered through the leaves and danced upon Theodore, it evoked the image of a sprite, not the magical creatures of the wizarding world, but rather the fantastical beings found in Muggle literature, confined to the realm of imagination. Theodore remained blissfully unaware, given his performance yesterday. It was evident that he and Harry were no longer at such odds. Previously, Draco would have been relentless in his tirade, expounding upon his derision for a full 3 minutes before relenting. Now, he merely mocked Theodore's good intentions, refraining from the thorough disparagement that had once characterized their exchanges. Theodore felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, though he couldn't quite articulate its origin. He remarked that Harry Potter had already rejected Malfoy once, and there would be no second chance. Vincent understood. He meant that Harry ought to take the initiative to seek reconciliation, yearning for Malfoy's forgiveness and a chance for coexistence. Well, he knew Theodore's purpose in coming here was to prod him into action. I can persuade Draco to grant Harry Potter an opportunity, but whether that opportunity is seized rests solely upon Harry and you. The day after tomorrow evening, they would be sending Norbert away, and I would accompany Draco to witness his departure. It would be best if they conducted their conversation beneath our watchful eyes, lest they resort to wand-waving after merely exchanging a few words. The previous night's discussion lingered in his mind. Slytherin's notorious temper was predominantly directed at others, particularly Gryffindor, encompassing everyone from the headmaster to the students. Even though Crabbe and Goyle frequently engaged in foolish antics, often making a mess of themselves while indulging in cream before Draco, he had never genuinely driven them away, merely rolling his eyes and offering his customary disdain. There were many who wished to align themselves with Draco. A mere gift from young Master Malfoy could sustain an ordinary wizarding family for several years. Although Slytherin's reputation had waned compared to decades past, it was not solely the offspring of affluent pureblood families who attended. Theodore could discern this, though he chose not to disclose it to Vincent. Draco's words were merely superficial, as he genuinely enjoyed spending time with Harry Potter, whether in jesting at his expense or discussing matters concerning dragons. Young wizards often found themselves irresistibly captivated by the heroic figures of childhood tales, and the Malfoys had taken exceptional care of Draco. Even if the characters within those stories led their master to defeat and left their spirits wounded, they were still willing to use these narratives to bring joy to their children, granting them a blissful dream. Each time Theodore observed Draco's carefree demeanor, he was unsure whether to feel envy or amusement. The Malfoys and the Blacks, esteemed pure-blood families, had undoubtedly aided the Dark Lord in countless endeavors. Yet the union of their bloodlines had produced nothing more than an ill-tempered little rascal. How unexpected indeed. Vincent felt that Theodore's expression when discussing Draco bore a striking resemblance to his own when mentioning Harry. Your current demeanor is quite reminiscent of mine when I bring up Harry. Vincent had never openly discussed their similarities in front of Theodore. Theodore was astute. Perhaps the next time he spoke of this, he would grasp why he had approached him so willingly. Generally, individuals harbor a disdain for conscious proximity, often opting to sever ties entirely. Vincent, however, failed to comprehend why. After all, everyone approached others with intent. For it is unlikely that one would simply wish to pass the time in one another's company without purpose. Even the bond between Ron and Harry, irrefutable as it was, elicited excitement in Harry when he first introduced himself, let alone among others. With the matter concluded, Theodore showed no intention of departing. He gazed at the distant Hogwarts castle, feeling a sense of relief as responsibilities shifted. Matters were far easier than anticipated. Draco's disposition was indeed irksome, but his not-so-bright intellect compensated for this flaw. As long as one was sweet-tongued, they could always extract some advantage from him. No wonder you initially chose to approach him. I sought him out for your sake, Theodore. Causality is significant. Vincent handed him a glass of juice. Just this one, and do not spill it. Greedy, I shall repay you tenfold. After conversing for so long, Theodore indeed felt parched. He drained the glass in one gulp and returned it to Vincent. You know full well that is not what I meant. Vincent muttered under his breath as he obediently drank the cool water. By the way, when I left, I saw Pansy heading towards Draco. You should urge Harry to act quickly. Pansy is quite clever. It would be best to ease the tension between Draco and Potter before this term concludes. Draco is currently easy to sway, as his parents have yet to impart further lessons. He is not foolish. If one does not seize the opportunity to befriend him while he remains childlike, Malfoy's friendship will not be easily attainable. Theodore is undoubtedly the type of friend that everyone would find insidiously scheming, yet Vincent found himself rather fond of it. Why reject self-serving approaches? Is it not a boon? It is the lack of any discernible reason for someone to approach that breeds fear. He has his motives, I have my interests, and thus, it is a perfect match. Those with evident weaknesses are the ones who should become friends, ensuring that they will never betray you, like Draco. Draco is an arrogant fellow, and in his life, no one has likely informed him of what respect entails. Arrogance is both his weakness and the very opportunity for Vincent to select him as a companion. Respect is a skill, one that grows with experience and age. Perhaps it does not, but merely conceals disdain for others, masquerading in a guise of maturity and reliability to deceive those around. Theodore had grasped this lesson before he had matured, for he lacked family who would place him in a honeyed haven. As they returned to Hogwarts Castle, Vincent suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. Do you think Pansy will find Draco? Pansy Parkinson, the intelligent girl whom Theodore acknowledged. Vincent had previously claimed that only Hermione was clever, yet Pansy Parkinson could indeed be compared to her, which piqued his interest. No, Draco is not in the library at all, Theodore replied with certainty. Vincent turned abruptly. How do you know Draco is not in the library? He does not even know where Harry is. How could Theodore ascertain Draco's whereabouts with such certainty? According to his account, Draco had not specified where he was going upon his departure, and Theodore never overlooked any detail when recounting to himself. The reason is that Draco would be visiting Professor Snape's cellar today. Professor Snape is his godfather, and they spend an afternoon together each week. This is indeed unexpected. Vincent retorted with conviction. It is entirely normal for me not to know. Harry has no godfather. So how could I know that Draco has one who makes time for him weekly? Theodore replied, stubborn fellow. Say what you will, I am returning to Slytherin now. As Theodore turned to leave, Vincent glanced at him before heading in the direction of the library. Perhaps Harry will be found in the library alongside Hermione, as they often collaborate on their essays. After all, Harry has no godfather to attend to, needing to spare time each week for the care of a lonely elder. Just contemplating Draco's haughty demeanor and Professor Snape's perpetually grim visage, he cannot fathom the potentialities of these two individuals being in each other's company. Now, there is yet another unimaginable scenario. He had not anticipated that Pansy Parkinson would encounter Hermione while searching for Draco. Today's weather is splendid, as he has already mentioned, with the seat by the window basking in the warmest and most comfortable sunlight, making it an ideal spot for reading. Typically, this location is highly coveted, especially now that more than half of the term has elapsed, with Ravenclaw students beginning to congregate in the library. Recent events have been numerous. Vincent has not managed to secure the most comfortable spot for quite some time, as Hermione occupies his favored window-side seat, seated opposite a girl clad in Slytherin robes. Her expression one of arrogance. Oh dear. He is uncertain whether Hermione can endure Pansy Parkinson's foul temper. Draco has yet to become their ally, and Pansy evidently commands Draco's trust, making conflict with Hermione detrimental to their originally devised plans. Vicente's worry lasted merely 2 seconds. Their atmosphere may not be congenial, but fortunately, it remains tranquil. Merlin, if you truly exist, please answer me. Why would these two witches, who seemingly could never coexist, be seated together in the pursuit of literature? Well, Hermione is reading, while Pansy is observing her. This sounds even more peculiar. Vicente takes a deep breath, shaking off the oddities of Muggle literature from his mind, and nonchalantly pretends to have stumbled upon them. Good afternoon, Hermione. I didn't expect to find you here alone. I presumed Harry and Ron would be with you. Pansy Parkinson glances at him, her gaze once again fixated on the Gryffindor across from her, as though she has encountered a threat of unimaginable proportions. Upon Vicente's arrival, Hermione visibly relaxes. She quickly glances at the Slytherin opposite her, and then turns her gaze towards Vicente, her eyes brimming with a plea for assistance. Vicente instantly comprehends. Hermione is ensnared. Hermione, I might need your help. Do you think we could speak privately? Given Pansy's current demeanor, he may not be able to coax her away from this position in a calm and civil manner. It is merely a window-side seat suitable for reading, and surely a Slytherin cannot be so petty as to refuse to yield even a seat to a Gryffindor. Hermione stands up with a sigh of relief. Enduring Pansy's penetrating stare, she reaches for a book, only to recoil under Pansy's watchful gaze, her body rigid as she maneuvers behind the bookshelf with Vicente. So, did you slap her or snatch the book she wanted? Vicente quips, genuinely surprised and more amused than anything else. Stop mocking me, Vicente. Help me. I'm not afraid of confronting her, but certainly not now. Vicente's mirth subsides, yet the intrigue in his eyes remains undiminished. Draco and Harry do not quite compare. Their status pales in comparison to that of Pansy Parkinson and Hermione. How could a mere child possibly stand against the composed intellect of Hermione? He had never envisioned a day when Hermione would engage in direct confrontation with a Slytherin. She has always been the most rational and composed among them, and she harbors a significant fear of violating school rules. In any other house, it might be easier, but facing Slytherin, with its notoriously biased head, any misstep could result in all blame being cast upon Gryffindor. Why would Hermione wish to provoke them? Surely, she would prefer a more circuitous approach, such as surreptitiously ensnaring them in a net or the like. Ahem, on a serious note, Hermione, what exactly is going on? I don't know. I was simply reading over there when she, Pansy, suddenly approached, uttering some strange comments and inquiring about Draco. Yet, I cannot reveal that. Hermione mouthed the name Draco before closing her eyes in exasperation. I don't want to divulge this information, yet she just sits there waiting for me. I intended to leave. But that book, Madame Pants does not allow first-year witches to take it out of the library as it contains potentially dangerous spells. She was already reluctant to let me borrow it. Wait, let us cut to the chase, shall we? You didn't leave. You merely wanted to finish that book. What else happened afterward? How could Pansy Parkinson suddenly fixate on Hermione? Her target should be Draco. If she were to seek someone out, it ought to be Harry Potter. Even if we were to entertain the absurd notion that Draco would pursue a romantic connection with a girl from a Muggle family, Vicente would rather believe he would end up with the boy who lived. She must be mistaken. Draco would not distance himself from someone merely due to affection. Hermione suddenly regards her seriously. Pansy never claimed she approached me because she likes Draco. We cannot prematurely define her motives, Vicente. She merely seeks to know what Draco has been up to lately. Vicente is taken aback. It is surprising that Hermione would be the first to notice such subtleties. Well, she is Hermione. After all, it is only fitting she should be attentive to such matters. All right, my mistake. I should not have defined anyone without any clear language to support it. Vicente concedes, even though he does not comprehend why Hermione would care about this. Hermione, uncertain, replies, I believe she means no harm. She has been staring at you like that, and you think she means no harm? Vicente begins to question whether something is amiss with Hermione. She has always been the most reliable among them. She is not merely here for Draco. She is also interested in the situation between you and Theodore. Vicente is rendered speechless, opening his mouth after a moment. What does this have to do with Theodore? She came for Draco, as he explicitly stated. He cannot possibly have forgotten Theodore's previous words. She came for Draco, but that is not all. She also inquired about you and Theodore. Just now, if I had not been so astonished that I lost my wits, that is precisely what she said. Hermione and Vicente exchange glances, and after 3 seconds, they both averted their gazes. Vicente, fine, setting aside everything else. What do you need me to do? Hermione, be my backup, and for heaven's sake, do not leave me alone with her. You really want to finish that book? I genuinely do. Vicente, there won't be another chance. Upon their return, Pansy Parkinson remains in her seat, and the book that once occupied Hermione's spot has evidently been moved. Seeing them approach, Pansy appears unconcerned. Have you decided to have a civil conversation with me? Or will you, Riddle, tell me what Draco and Nott have been up to lately? Vicente recognizes that familiar expression on Pansy's face. As she looks at them, her demeanor mirrors Draco's. Arrogant yet contradictory, yet somehow justified. Wait, it is not him. It is only Hermione. Pansy is clearly observing both of them, though her gaze is primarily fixed on Hermione. Hermione Granger, You are quite clever. What Nott can offer you? I can as well. The girl's voice possesses a sharpness characteristic of her age, sounding almost like a threat. I shall not betray my friends merely because of your threats. If you wish to uncover matters pertaining to them, you ought to inquire directly. Hermione stood resolutely. Neither submissive nor arrogant. Pansy Parkinson's gaze was disconcerting, yet she was simply a girl of the same age. Alone, she could withstand it, and with Vincent at her side. Fear was an alien concept. I asked them, but they refused to speak. The young lady, who had never encountered rejection, expressed her dissatisfaction. Even Draco had never denied Pansy. At least not prior to this moment. This only served to fuel Pansy's displeasure. I merely wish to know what they are up to. They would rather confide in a few Gryffindors than share anything with me. Ah, Vincent understood. The youngest sister, feeling excluded from her brother's secrets, sought to stir trouble. It sounded somewhat peculiar, yet it was precisely the sort of thing Slytherins might engage in, troubling others rather than turning against their own. Pansy gleaned no useful information from Hermione. Once Hermione returned the books, she departed the library without delay. Vincent remained at her side, leaving Pansy without the opportunity to further inquire. Whatever she intended to say, Vincent deftly deflected, rendering her powerless. A thwarted Pansy would never follow Hermione to the Gryffindor Tower. Such a notion was utterly intolerable. Fortunately, Vincent was accommodating, promptly offering to escort Miss Parkinson back to Slytherin. Pansy's displeasure lacked the sharpness of Draco's. Yet it was enough to induce a headache. Aren't you supposed to be Nott's lackey? Why assist the Gryffindors? No Slytherin would condescend to mingle with them unless they harbored a plan behind my back, or perhaps a scheme shared between the two of them. No, that can't be right. Mother has warned me. Chapter 51. Dissatisfaction, yet endured. Pansy did not direct her ire toward Vincent. She recognized him as Nott's associate, and loyalty to one's master was expected. Vincent, however, did not perceive himself as inferior to the Slytherin beside him. Pansy, are you upset because Draco has not included you in his recent activities? From her demeanor, Vincent did not believe her to be truly angry. Rather, when in Hermione's company, Pansy Parkinson appeared troubled yet devoid of overt negativity. Vincent sensed her interest in Hermione surpassed that of Harry and Theodore, an interest of a different nature. Pansy nearly erupted. Who grants you the right to address me by my first name? You impertinent fool. You Ravenclaw lunatic? Vincent replied, my apologies. It is a habit. Miss Parkinson. He had his own methodology for interacting with various individuals. Addressing peers by their first names was meant to foster closeness, but this approach was unsuitable for girls, particularly those of pureblood families who had received more cautious upbringing. Vincent could not treat Pansy as he did Draco. She was a girl who approached without any threat. Initially, Vincent harbored doubts regarding Hermione's judgment. Unfortunately for him, the astute young witch once again triumphed. Pansy Parkinson regarded his arrival with suspicion, but she bore no malice, an apparent contradiction, as Slytherin often embodied such complexities. He could shower Draco with flattery, weaving tales that were effortlessly convincing. Yet Pansy Parkinson awaited a genuine response. Miss Parkinson was undoubtedly the sort to demand assurances of truth before engaging in conversation. If Vincent wished to speak with her, he must make such a promise. The crux of the matter lay here. Vincent could articulate countless flattering words and spin myriad lies. But unless he had made a commitment, they held little weight. Perhaps this was why Pansy had approached Hermione in the library. She believed Hermione would divulge the truth. Vincent did not think Pansy would have sought out Hermione without reason. To do so would require observing Hermione's daily actions to ascertain her whereabouts. A rather peculiar endeavor for Pansy. When you are with Theodore, do you not speak? Pansy continued to lament, struggling to comprehend what Draco and Nott were contemplating. One Ravenclaw is one thing, but how could she be entangled with Gryffindor? Harry Potter and Draco are hardly on amicable terms. I had thought that even 10 years from now, they would still not exchange pleasant looks. Draco was absent from the library, spending time in the dungeons with Professor Snape. As Theodore had mentioned, they met weekly. Vincent pondered whether he was truly suited to be Pansy's confidant. Even though he was Theodore's follower, the relationship between Theodore and Pansy was not friendly enough to broach such matters. Pansy pursed her lips. I am aware, it is not solely for Draco. She had known Draco for many years and would not allow recent events to drive a wedge between them. What troubled her was this. She did not know. Draco had mentioned Nott a few times to Bletchley, yet he treated her with the same disregard he reserved for Crabbe and Goyle. He did not intentionally avoid conversing with her about Nott, but certainly had no intention of revealing anything. He and Nott had formed some sort of alliance. And this was the reason for her curiosity. Before Crabbe and Goyle, she had already discerned Draco's changes and secrets, Vincent speculated. Hermione was correct. This was undeniably more than a mere romantic issue. Miss Parkinson was not concerned with whose attention Draco bestowed. Rather, it was her own status as an outsider that left her feeling restless. Pansy Parkinson was astute. On other occasions, Vincent might be willing to engage her in conversation. But not today. Let it be reiterated, he had exhausted his quota of serious matters for the day. Nothing could compel him to exert further effort. Tomorrow promised another arduous trial. He was uncertain what surprises Dumbledore would prepare for them. Someone was bound to enter Hogwarts, and it was impossible to bypass Headmaster Dumbledore's scrutiny. Without his consent, others might not even grasp the very location of Hogwarts. Every magical school across nations possesses its own ancient enchantments for protection. Gaining entry here is not as simple as a letter from a first-year wizard. Pansy halted her steps, casting a meaningful glance back at Vincent. Being seen through did not leave her feeling at a disadvantage. You are more astute than I had anticipated. Not would choose a Ravenclaw. Pansy surmised Vincent must possess some unique talent, as indeed, his intellect was sharp. Yes, I know where Draco is, and I am aware of his private dealings with Nott. What of it? Are you surprised? Her inquiry, though framed as a question, was accompanied by a clear threat. Any hint of doubt would warrant a swift response with her wand. Vincent did not directly address her question. Theodore once remarked on your intelligence. He was not mistaken. Pansy's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Nott has spoken of me to you? Malfoy. Nott. Mother had mentioned that these two families were preferred choices, ideally. One should select from among them, whether as a potential spouse or otherwise. Pansy had no right to refuse. Her limited options only permitted her a brief respite. Adults have their own methods of communication, and young witches and wizards possess theirs as well. The relationships among Malfoy, Parkinson, and Zabini were quite amicable, which would inevitably strengthen the ties between the three families. Now, Malfoy seeks to forge a friendship with Nott, and though Zabini has caught wind of this, she has refrained from informing Parkinson. This development is rather unfortunate. She has known Draco since childhood and has never contemplated the possibility of anything more between them. It is not meant to be now, nor in the future. They are merely friends. Is it too early for a first-year wizard to ponder such matters? No. For a Slytherin wizard, such deliberations are hardly premature. The sooner one makes a decision, the better the choice of allies. Should Malfoy truly resolve to collaborate with the Nott family, her parents will undoubtedly press for her to align with Draco. Previously, she regarded this as a mere alliance of convenience. Yet today, that insufferable Gryffindor has shaken her convictions. She had intended to cause trouble. But the Muggle wizard across from her saw through her intentions with a mere glance. She inquired, "You do not harbor fondness for Malfoy. Your intention in seeking me is not to prove anything. I can only tell you that what you desire must be fought for by yourself. Ask Malfoy or not. As for the rest, I cannot divulge more." Pansy Parkinson detested this. What could a Muggle wizard possibly know to lecture her? Thus, she spent an entire afternoon threatening him with her gaze, her eyes nearly drying out, while he continued to read undeterred. Vicente discerned something in Pansy's eyes. Indeed, he had mentioned it. And what of it? What else had they said? Pansy yearned for more information. Vicente merely shook his head. Pansy Parkinson is quite astute. As for the rest, you must inquire of them yourself. There is nothing difficult about this. Look at Hermione. Harry and Ron fear her, and you would excel even further. Draco and Theodore are still quite the gentlemen. Pansy frowned. You compare me to that Muggle wizard? Her expression suggested she had been grievously insulted, though the performance was rather exaggerated. You do not care for blood purity as Draco does. Otherwise, you would never converse with Hermione. When Draco first spoke to Hermione, his tone was hardly pleasant, and they had scarcely exchanged words. Pansy knew she had not performed well, and simply scoffed. Yes, I know Draco champions pure blood superiority. Following him can only yield positive outcomes. Now it was Vicente's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated Pansy's candidness. Is your attitude towards Hermione merely an act? Pansy replied. Oh, not at all. It is simply a matter of discomfort in dealing with Gryffindors. I merely wish to know what Draco and Theodore have been up to lately. Tell me, Vicente. I will inform them it was you who said so. She was still unwilling to abandon her quest for answers. Utilizing the pretense of a title was a trick Vicente could not employ against Pansy. Yet she could brazenly wield it against him. Vicente replied, I cannot divulge that, Miss Parkinson, not out of secrecy or any imagined loyalty to a leader. To learn anything, you must obtain it from your own friends. Perhaps you could exchange some sincerity with them. This time, the disdain was sincere. If you are unwilling to speak, so be it. I shall take my leave. Pansy turned to depart. Do not be hasty. While I cannot reveal what Draco and Theodore are currently engaged in, I can share that their endeavors pose no threat to your standing in Draco's esteem. You remain his most cherished Slytherin friend. Does that bring you some comfort? Pansy shot him a withering look, quickening her pace. Others may harbor distrust towards Slytherin's sentiments, yet she knew well that her bond with Draco was strong, impervious to mere words from others. However, what she sought was not her position in Draco's heart, but rather the outcome, understanding precisely what Malfoy and the Nott family were scheming. Pansy had an ominous premonition. If she failed to grasp the unfolding events, she would undoubtedly miss something of immense significance, something critically important. What repercussions would follow from provoking a clever Slytherin? Vincent had already gleaned a hint of that from Theodore. Pansy Parkinson would not be easily swayed. Not more so than Theodore, who had just pushed his troubles onto Harry, only to find himself in deep trouble once again. One could only hope that after this ordeal, Theodore would still be in good spirits. Vincent shook his head as he departed the corridor leading to the Slytherin common room. When Pansy returned, Draco was already there. Surprised to see her emerging from outside, Crabbe and Goyle remarked, "You went looking for me? Why not the dungeons? What took you so long to return?" Draco casually inquired without awaiting her response, habitually grabbing a piece of candy from the table, unwrapping it, and tossing it into his mouth. Pansy was not inclined to elaborate, for her outing had not been intended to find Draco. Her excuse for speaking with Theodore had merely been to obscure his perception. Her true aim had been to seek out Hermione Granger in the library. That muggle wizard always seemed to be present there. Pansy had witnessed it several times. If a Slytherin sought a Gryffindor, the public area was the most fitting locale. The library seldom saw anyone loitering about. And Hermione Granger had chosen an excellent spot by the window, well lit and secluded. That location must be a favored haunt of theirs. Vincent had made a beeline for it, and, as expected, found Hermione. If anyone could provide her with the truth, Hermione Granger was more worthy of trust than most. Not only was she seeking answers, but Pansy also could not fathom what peculiar charm Granger possessed, as Harry Potter and Ron Weasley treated her quite differently. Pansy could align herself with Draco's preferences, yet her efforts yielded little. She had initially thought to gain much more, yet was left with nothing. Despite having been busy all afternoon, Pansy did not feel it was in vain. Two individuals had advised her to be forthright with her friends, a Slytherin adage. For too much candor often leads to a lack of friends. Pansy perfunctorily replied, "Nothing much, just took a stroll," and stopped by the library. She observed Draco conversing with Crabbe, his demeanor detached, uncertain whether to attempt Vicente's suggestion. Vicente Riddle was indeed a clever Ravenclaw, but he did not comprehend the ways of Slytherin. Her friendship with Draco would not hinder the alliance between Malfoy and Nott, if she wished to join. It would certainly be as a Parkinson, and she was unsure if they would be willing to share their spoils with a Parkinson. "Pansy, are you well?" Noting her unusual expression, Draco inquired, receiving a denial before he averted his gaze. He was not particularly perceptive. He simply had no desire to pry into Pansy's little secrets, as she had been rather discontented of late and seemed preoccupied with his dealings with Theodore. The fewer questions he asked, the fewer she would reciprocate. Indeed, she did not inquire further. No one knew what Miss Parkinson was truly contemplating. One could only hope she recognized that the alliance she fretted over was merely a clandestine venture sanctioned by the headmaster of Hogwarts to smuggle away a dragon, and would not feel her present anxiety was unwarranted. Chapter 52 Caught? The following day dawned with the same grace, a clear sky heralding another splendid day, and the astronomical observatory at night unveiled a tapestry of stars. Upon Theodore's arrival, Vicente whisked him aside, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, a piece of good news, and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? If it were up to him, he would wish to hear neither. Very well, speak. What is it? It could not possibly involve yet another mishap. Vicente, I have inadvertently caused you some trouble. Theodore, Vicente attempted to maintain an innocent smile. You visited Pansy Parkinson yesterday and spoke words that could easily be misconstrued, resulting in her now fixating on me. No, you did this on purpose. Just as Theodore began to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly realized that Vicente was not one to keep secrets. Pansy Parkinson must have revealed some perceived value to him. He was tempted to pry into Vicente's mind, questioning why he had not consulted him before instigating such chaos. However, upon recalling that he himself had also dumped a problem on Vicente just the day prior, he came to the realization that this was Vicente's form of retaliation. How could Parkinson be akin to Potter? You have known each other since before your enrollment. While my acquaintance with Parkinson is not nearly as profound, Theodore felt a sense of injustice. Isn't this rather splendid? Vicente appeared quite pleased. What did you just say? Theodore shot him a glare. Vicente quickly amended his statement. What I meant to convey is that precisely because you are not well acquainted, there will not be excessively deep emotional ties to complicate matters. This is indeed a positive aspect. Theodore looked as though he might deliver a punch. If this is the good news you have for me, I shall toss you from the observatory. Vicente hurriedly sought refuge within the confines of the observatory structure. How could that be, Theodore? The good news I have for you is that I brought you here to stand. What nonsensical remarks is he making? Theodore still wished to inquire further, but as he followed Vicente's gaze, he noticed that in the interim of their conversation, Hagrid had successfully completed the transfer of the baby Norwegian Ridgeback with the young wizards. The little dragon would flourish under the care of professionals, which was, without a doubt, A commendable outcome for Hagrid. Theodore and Draco found it no easy feat to evade the patrolling professors, having arrived a tad late. They were only aware that Vincent and the others were already waiting, oblivious to the means by which Harry and his friends had kept the secret of their invisibility cloak. Vincent and his group were now positioned near the cloak, shrouded in dim light. And Theodore remained blissfully unaware that he was less than 5 meters away from the fabled Deathly Hallows. You summoned me merely to discuss this? Now that the dragon has been sent off, we ought to return. The patrolling professor could appear at any moment. Theodore still needed to devise a plan to address Pansy's predicament, unwilling to squander time idly conversing with Vincent. Draco was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable among them regarding Pansy. If anyone could dissuade Miss Parkinson from her suspicions, it would be him. After much deliberation, he realized he would have to speak with Draco. Just a moment longer. Harry had not yet engaged Draco in a confrontation, nor had he sent Harry to seek reconciliation, but he believed Harry knew what needed to be done. Having just shared a common secret, it seemed a touch hasty to disregard past grievances. Spending some time together to truly understand one another would be prudent. Do you genuinely believe Harry Potter would take the initiative to seek out Draco? Have you not noticed that they are equally arrogant? Theodore held no illusions regarding Harry Potter. Just as Ron Weasley openly mocked Draco's name, Draco derided the Weasley family's financial standing. At this age, children often regard those different from themselves with suspicion rather than respect. Harry is a good lad. Vincent replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Theodore's intended discourse. Why rush, Theodore? Let us simply wait. The moonlight is splendid tonight, and what is the point of incessantly discussing them? You were the one who brought them up, starting with Pansy. Theodore crossed his arms, poised to observe what kind of mischief Vincent would concoct. Hagrid's melancholy demeanor prompted him to leave the observatory, his imposing figure rendering the space considerably emptier. Where is Vincent? He was just here. Hermione was the first to notice Vincent, and Theodore had vanished before Hagrid departed. The two always had much to whisper about, and Hermione was in no hurry to seek them out. Ron peered around. They must be hiding in some corner. There's at least moonlight here, and the shaded areas reveal nothing. Should we venture into search for them? He would rather delve into the dark corners to find Vincent than endure Draco's scrutinizing gaze. Hermione remained silent, fixated on him, as Ron's voice dwindled, ultimately fading into the wind of the observatory. Today, aside from bidding farewell to the little Nobby, she had some other inquiries she wished to pose to Draco. Even though Draco had met with them on several occasions, she had yet to engage him in a one-on-one conversation. Harry, this is troublesome. Hermione entrusted the matter entirely to Harry. Harry nodded. It shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Draco snorted, seemingly unsure of whom he was responding to. Theodore. For heaven's sake, he did not wish to be left alone with these Gryffindors. Vincent had led him astray. He would never have disappeared on his own before. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Theodore, of course, could vanish. He was a solitary figure, not beholden to anyone regarding his whereabouts. Yet Draco could not express this. He did not wish to engage with the Gryffindors, especially Harry Potter. Harry had long since grown accustomed to Vincent's unpredictable disappearances and Draco's occasional bouts of displeasure. Draco, I wish to ask you something. You wish to ask me something? Who gave you the impression that I would answer you simply because you asked, Potter? Furthermore, who allowed you to address me by my given name? Upon hearing this response, Harry's first thought was that Malfoy was in a rather good mood, as he had not uttered any particularly scathing remarks. Vincent's teaching methods were quite effective. The use of first names indeed served to bridge the gap between them. Just yesterday, Pansy approached Hermione to inquire about you and Theodore. She does not appear inclined to give up easily. Hermione hoped I would ask you how she should respond the next time she comes around. Pansy. Draco's gaze shifted over Harry to rest upon Hermione, standing alongside Ron. In the next moment, Weasley's face loomed large in his vision. Speak your mind. Why the glaring? Ron instinctively placed Hermione behind him. The Malfoy family had an abundance of disparaging remarks at their disposal. Hermione, being a muggle-born witch, certainly would not receive the gentlemanly treatment of a pure-blood wizard, if they even possessed such a trait. Huh, Weasley, are you so eager to protect your little girlfriend? Is your pure-blood lineage destined to end with your generation? Well, considering your family, just as Draco was about to utter more divisive words. Vincent contemplated whether to employ his wand against him, but someone acted more swiftly. Theodore had already drawn his wand, and Vincent's long-awaited voice finally rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin has astronomy class tonight. Am I correct? Chapter 53. Hufflepuff felt excluded. Oh, this was indeed something Vincent had not anticipated. Theodore grasped Vincent's hand firmly, whispering in his ear, If you tell me this was the good news you had prepared to share, I will genuinely throw you from the observatory. I mean it. Observing the professors who had appeared at the observatory, Theodore's expression was one of utter dismay. Vicente began to feel fortunate that the lighting was dim, sparing him from the need to witness it. I realize you may not believe this, but what I initially intended to say was that they would be caught by the professors, yet I brought you here to hide, which would allow us to evade disaster. Vicente stated dryly. Theodore, incredulous, retorted, evade disaster right under Dumbledore's nose? Vicente's voice had grown increasingly hoarse, akin to having consumed 5 slices of over-toasted bread devoid of butter and without a sip of milk. Perhaps you still might not believe it, but I truly did not anticipate that Dumbledore would personally come to apprehend us. Dumbledore, you cannot play this game. You have already allowed us entry, and yet you dare to come and capture us yourself. This is utterly excessive. Vicente pondered silently, having never encountered anyone more outrageous than Dumbledore. Chilo and that inconceivable entity had descended to second place in his estimation. Today, Dumbledore imparted a blood-and-tears lesson to Vicente, demonstrating the truth that age brings wisdom. The voice that had just resonated with a familiarity so intense it could induce cardiac arrest belonged to Professor McGonagall, the stern and earnest head of Gryffindor, who surveyed the overly Gryffindor-filled observatory and felt a tinge of weariness. Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone elucidate what profound incantations you are researching here at the observatory this evening? Forgive your humble professor for her lack of imagination. I truly cannot fathom what it is you are studying, especially you, Mr. Malfoy. The wind from the observatory billowed Professor Snape's robes, making him resemble a bat with outstretched claws. Truly, he was to be admired for adhering strictly to singular and plural grammatical structures even in such moments. Vicente and Theodore had yet to make their appearance, but given that Dumbledore remained silent, they did not consider themselves safe. Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, Professor Snape, head of Slytherin, and Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, who had previously claimed numerous championships in dueling competitions. Was Dumbledore not being a tad excessive? This assembly could easily expedite a trip to the Ministry of Magic. Theodore furrowed his brow intensely. Vicente, your good news is rather overwhelming. Vicente wished to utter something, but his head of house spoke first. Headmaster Dumbledore, your arrangements today are quite coincidental, but perhaps I ought not to be here? Other houses had students present. He should not be here like the head of Hufflepuff, taking a day off when there were no students of his own to supervise. Do not fret, old friend. Perhaps the little wizard chatting in the corner will willingly emerge to greet his head of house. Vicente now had no doubt that he had become the target of Headmaster Dumbledore's attention. Theodore tugged at Vicente, who was reluctant to concede, and they stepped into the sight of their head of house. Snape scowled deeply. Nott, it is hardly surprising. You are indeed a little wizard who loves to make friends, are you not? The calm expression on Professor Flitwick's face vanished, and he closed his eyes, unwilling to witness further. How could Dumbledore be mistaken? He had summoned himself here, undoubtedly having already discerned who would be present. Mr. Riddle, I must say, I never realized you were so fond of making friends. No matter. Professor Snape would ensure he completed the statement. Theodore, Vicente. When Professor Snape finally intervened, it was with a force that left no survivors. Draco remained displeased, eager to plead his case once more. Professor Snape, I believe. Enough, Malfoy, that will suffice. With a mere glance from Snape, no little wizard dared to speak again. Draco felt wronged and fell silent. Harry was even less inclined to voice his thoughts. Professor Snape did not unleash his ire upon Draco, yet his gaze towards him was perilously intense, as if he might hurl him from the observatory. This was indeed a treacherous place. On days without classes, it seemed this was the most crowded the observatory had ever been. Ron whispered, "Are we to be confined?" Dumbledore heard his words and was more than willing to respond. "Excellent question, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps you will face some penalties for congregating in violation of school rules. This punishment may indeed be more severe than usual." Hermione's expression was so grave it was nearly on par with Professor Snape's. "Will we be expelled, Professor McGonagall? Please do not let it come to that, I implore you." Addressing the typically rule-abiding young witch, Professor McGonagall's countenance softened slightly. "This is indeed a serious matter, Miss Granger, but it is not yet at that level. By next Monday, you will learn what your punishment entails. For now, please return to your respective head of houses." Theodore had not uttered a single word since emerging. They had allowed Dumbledore to manipulate them, and he was acutely aware of it. "Now, you owe me some good news." Theodore's disdain nearly bubbled over. "Vicente." He resolved to despise Headmaster Dumbledore from this day forth. "Have a pleasant day, Vicente," Dumbledore remarked as he brushed past Vicente. Vicente yearned to turn and cast a glance back at him, even though it would have no bearing on their relationship. He was not the kind-hearted old man Harry imagined. He was insidiously mischievous, nearly on par with Grindelwald. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the villainous dark wizard depicted on chocolate frog cards. Yet Vicente was not prepared to disclose this to him. He would not feel sorrow or shame. Perhaps he would even feel a sense of joy. If given the chance, Vincent would certainly write to Grindelwald, informing him of how fitting Dumbledore would be as a Dark Lord. No one knew what had transpired between them in the past. All Vincent needed was to make him uncomfortable. He was convinced that should he find a way to write to Grindelwald, once Dumbledore learned of it, he would understand Vincent's current feelings. He simply had to do it. Why do you do this, Mr. Riddle? Professor Flitwick walked ahead, his stature not diminishing his standing in this conversation. Professor Flitwick was a highly respected educator, deserving of everyone's admiration. Even now, he appeared not overly angered, merely perplexed. I never imagined you would violate school rules while at Hogwarts. It is indeed hard to conceive. Shouldn't it be at graduation? Ahem. Professor Flitwick halted his thoughts. Do you have something to say, Mr. Riddle? Vincent. In fact, if possible, may I know what the punishment will be next week? Professor McGonagall appeared quite vexed, and she had not indicated how many points would be deducted from them. Ravenclaw's indifference to points did not imply a lack of concern. Rather, they earned points at a pace faster than one might expect, capable of competing with Slytherin's biased head. Professor Flitwick had not anticipated the question. Well, do not worry, Mr. Riddle. Professor McGonagall is a rather meticulous witch, and her punishment will be entirely fair, so you need not fret over that. As for the points, we shall need to discuss this collectively, given that this matter involves more than one house. After all, there are only 4 houses at Hogwarts. Vincent? Seriously? Professor Flitwick? I mean, Professor Sprout usually appears rather serious. Professor Sprout resembled the friendly neighbor, perpetually smiling, gentle, as if imbued with the aroma of butter biscuits, though her scent was that of moist earth and the chlorophyll from plant leaves. Professor Flitwick chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. Don't be foolish, my dear child. She is a herbology professor capable of mastering mandrakes. Oh, you first-year wizards will only begin to handle potentially hazardous plants in your second year. For now, it is merely theoretical instruction. You must pay attention in class and never allow your mind to wander. Injuries can indeed occur. Vincent found himself devoid of further inquiries as they traversed the dizzying staircase and arrived at the door of Ravenclaw. Flitwick's remarkable abilities rendered his physical shortcomings almost negligible, and Vincent held a profound respect for this exceptional and formidable wizard on multiple levels. Furthermore, Professor Flitwick would never deliberately entrap them. Indeed, Professor Flitwick was correct. Professor Sprout's initial reaction was one of amusement. It was quite a rarity for students from 3 houses to collectively breach school regulations at Hogwarts. Such infractions could adversely affect future head boy elections, student council presidencies, and even the professor's recommendations upon graduation. While there existed some margin for error, young children are prone to mistakes. Hogwarts punishments largely served as mere warnings, seldom intended to leave lasting blemishes on a student's record. The situation, though not dire, still bore some consequences. Thus, when the heads of the houses convened to discuss the matter, the atmosphere was more relaxed than angry. 3 students from your houses have contravened the rules without including us Hufflepuffs? Professor Sprout's laughter hinted at a tinge of schadenfreude. For Merlin's sake, Professor Sprout, sighed Professor McGonagall. Though her ire was scarcely palpable, Professor Snape remained silent, his brow furrowed in disapproval. He had presumed such matters would never implicate Slytherin, even in solitary infractions. They were preferable to a joint misdeed with Gryffindor. Relax, Severus. Young wizards are always brimming with questions, you know. They frequently surprise us with their antics, and who knows? It might yield unexpected outcomes. Professor Snape merely scoffed in response. The only advantage of rule-breaking, it seemed, was the activation of Hogwarts' disciplinary measures. Albus Dumbledore, accustomed to Severus's temperament, opted to address the matter at hand directly. Let us discuss the arrangements for our departure. That is the purpose of our meeting. Did he ever treat you with any semblance of kindness? I always assumed he regarded you with impatience. It seems those Slytherins share a singular expression. From Snape to Malfoy to Nott, all wearing the same sour visage. Your focus is rather perplexing, Vincent interjected. Perplexingly accurate. Additionally, I believe Theodore appears considerably improved. Professor Snape's disdain, Draco's contempt, and Theodore's indifference were all preferable to the alternatives. Harry glanced at him sideways. Well, if Vincent insists. Their actions had indeed captured the attention of all of Hogwarts. 3 Gryffindors, 2 Slytherins, and a Ravenclaw had appeared at the astronomy tower in the dead of night, prompting the heads of the 3 houses' appearances, even Albus Dumbledore himself. They were surely preparing for a showdown. Upon realizing this outcome, Vincent struggled to articulate his emotions, complex and tumultuous, akin to a cauldron swirling with Harry's potion ingredients, mixed with Neville's handling, ultimately culminating in a spell cast by Sybil Trelawney. The realism was palpable. He truly noticed Professor Snape taking a detour upon their encounter. When they spotted Professor Snape at the entrance of Hogwarts, Vincent could not help but pose a query. Chapter 54, The Blue Flower Disaster? Certainly, we haven't offended Professor Snape, have we? As Vicente posed this question, Harry regarded him with an expression akin to one grappling with Snape's convoluted essay prompts. Only days ago, our collective breach of school rules resulted in Slytherin losing numerous points. Did you catch the significance of the stones? We have significantly fewer now. Even now, Harry felt a twinge of heartache regarding this matter, not overwhelmingly, but it was indeed palpable. This situation evidently involves Slytherin, and I am not the instigator. Vicente maintained his innocence. He found no fault in his actions and returned Harry's gaze with determination. All right, Vicente, let us assume you have not offended him. Then why does he now regard you with such cold disdain? Harry initially contemplated using a harsher term, but fearing Vicente's displeasure, he opted for a more neutral, less confrontational description. Who knows? Perhaps he believes I have corrupted the Slytherin students. At this mention, Vicente could barely sustain the usual smirk that typically graced his lips. Now all of Hogwarts is aware of my unwarranted involvement in the Slytherin and Gryffindor incident. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, for withholding further details. Otherwise, I might have become the catalyst for a Slytherin-Gryffindor feud. Yet it appears Professor Snape believes otherwise. The term Blue Flower disaster seemed apt. After all, you possess a striking beauty and keen intellect, and, more importantly, there are indeed those willing to fight on your behalf. Even at the expense of breaking school rules, everything aligns with the definition of a disaster. Opportunities to witness Vicente's misfortune were rare, and Harry was unwilling to let this one slip by. As the savior of Gryffindor, a potential key figure in future scandals, he voiced his affirmation regarding the disaster. Snape's animosity towards you might indeed hold some truth. After all, prior to this incident, Theodore Nott was arguably the most reliable student in Slytherin, avoiding conflicts with other houses and excelling in every subject. Vicente replied abruptly, "You know him well." Harry countered, "Do you not recall the things you shared with me previously? You imparted this knowledge." Vicente suddenly felt his memories growing hazy. "Did I? I don't recall it myself. When did he ever mention such things? You forgot that you once said you were quite similar to him, while simultaneously discussing him and subtly referencing your own attributes. I always thought you were being self-indulgent. Could you possibly have been sincere?" Vicente eased. "Perhaps it is a bit of both. My admiration for Theodore is genuine. Yet so is my acknowledgement of our similarities. Complimenting Theodore is akin to praising myself. There is little distinction." Harry gazed at the distant clouds. "Why the sudden curiosity about Snape? Do you recall why we are here today? Do not divert your attention to matters unworthy of your concern. Wasn't it you who advised me on this? I have begun to care less about Snape. Why have you suddenly taken an interest in his reactions? I thought I had already fulfilled my role in comforting Hagrid. I assumed that task was complete." Vicente did not understand why Harry insisted he accompany him. Clearly, Ron and Hermione were far more suited for the task. "I truly do not comprehend why it must be me accompanying you. Do you honestly believe Hagrid would treat me with the same openness he shows Ron and Hermione? He can manage to be cordial with Malfoy and Nott. How could he possibly be less so with a Ravenclaw like me? Though I still cannot fathom the source of Hagrid's discomfort towards you." Harry merely murmured to himself, not genuinely seeking clarity on the matter at hand, just as he had been oblivious to the heart-stopping experiences he had undergone prior to entering the magical realm. Perhaps Vicente too had certain undiscovered matters entwining him upon his arrival in this enchanted world. The essence of human interaction lies in mutual understanding, and Harry believed he could excel in this regard. Thus, the only course of action was to consult Hagrid. If one sought to extract information from him, it should prove relatively straightforward. Vicente had never contemplated learning about the infamous riddle from Hagrid, much like he had only gleaned indirect references from the professors, some of whom had never even encountered riddle themselves. Each year, Hogwarts welcomed a new cohort of students, and not all professors remained steadfast in their monotonous duties. Some departed while new ones joined this academic family. Among the older faculty members Vicente had come to know, some, like Professor McGonagall, were indeed aware of riddle. Her gaze was far gentler than Dumbledore's, and unlike the widely praised White Wizard, Professor McGonagall appeared to possess no reservations, freely imparting her knowledge and extending her complete trust. Vicente himself could not fathom why she maintained such composure. Not allowing emotions to interfere with her work could very well be synonymous with Professor McGonagall's identity. Regardless of her inner thoughts or external circumstances, she consistently managed to handle her responsibilities with poise. Vicente had never openly expressed his admiration for this trait, yet he genuinely respected it. Returning to the matter at hand, Harry mused that this would likely be their final leisurely weekend, as the impending punishment awaited revelation on the morrow. "Are you prepared for it?" Vicente's inquiry was somewhat futile. He had merely intended to divert Harry's attention from further questioning him about Theodore. Unintentionally, the conversation had veered toward the previous riddle, and now he had to initiate a new topic to help Harry forget the earlier discussion. Harry had always been considerate, never prying incessantly, which alleviated Vicente's discomfort. At least he could take solace in the fact that he had not befriended a fool during this time, a cause for celebration. Harry, I don't believe Professor McGonagall will impose a severe punishment on us. I hope tomorrow brings good news for everyone. Upon finishing his statement, Vicente prepared to bid farewell to Harry. Yet, Harry called out to him. Wait, Vicente, may I inquire what you have been up to lately? You seem quite busy. Yet you're neither in the library nor in any of the usual places around Hogwarts. Where have you been? Given their prior infraction of school rules and having been caught in the act, Harry wished to prevent any further unfortunate incidents from befalling Vicente. Good question, Harry. I've been pondering how best to retaliate. A hex doesn't seem the wisest choice, but a prank would be splendid. Vicente's eyes sparkled with determination. And you know, I happen to have some insider information. Among my acquaintances, the most skilled pranksters have devised some new tricks. Harry felt a twinge of foreboding. You're not planning to take revenge on Snape, are you? Calm down, Vicente. I know it's tempting, but he is far too vindictive and certainly won't let you off easily. Honestly, Harry, if my target were Snape, do you genuinely think that wouldn't be a brilliant idea? Vicente leaned closer, locking eyes with Harry. If you don't include me, then that would indeed be a poor choice. Harry had never successfully concealed anything from Vicente. Vicente obtained the answer he sought, grinning with satisfaction. Regrettably, Harry, my target isn't Snape, and while he may be somewhat vindictive, he pales in comparison to Snape's level of grudges. It's quite challenging to find anyone as resentful as him. I couldn't agree more. I remain quite curious about whom you intend to take revenge on. I assure you I won't breathe a word. You'll find out soon enough. The entirety of Hogwarts will know, much like they say I'm a heartthrob. Vicente left the conversation hanging as he turned to depart, leaving no room for Harry to continue speaking. But you're not a heartthrob yet. 2 weeks later, the incident of Professor Dumbledore inadvertently consuming enchanted prank candies, resulting in him sporting pink hair and a matching mustache, became the talk of the entire Hogwarts community. Speculations abounded as to whether Dumbledore's vibrant appearance was a true reflection of his inner self or a sign of an impending romantic revival. Simultaneously, rumors began circulating about a young Ravenclaw wizard of Vila descent, and whispers suggested that Draco Malfoy of Slytherin had engaged in a scuffle with the Gryffindor savior on his behalf. Dumbledore was aware that Vicente would seek revenge, but he had not anticipated such swift repercussions. Vicente understood Dumbledore would be observing the unfolding drama, yet he hadn't foreseen the rumors escalating in this manner. One could only conclude that both had emerged as losers, while the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts reveled in their victory. Chapter 55, The Forbidden Forest? Are you serious? The Forbidden Forest had always been off-limits to young witches and wizards. Since their first day at school, this was common knowledge. It was said to harbor werewolves, and no one desired to experience the sharpness of a werewolf's fangs firsthand. Not only were there werewolves, but many magical creatures also resided there, preferring solitude and tranquility. The prohibition against entering the Forbidden Forest was clear. However, if the punishment for violating school rules involved entering the Forbidden Forest, what was the point of such restrictions? When Vicente learned of his punishment, he stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, incredulously gazing at Hagrid. This sounds rather absurd, Hagrid. Perhaps we should return and have Ferret devise another punishment method. Draco, who had entered the conversation, was much less composed than Vicente. The Forbidden Forest? Absolutely not. How could we possibly enter such a place? Draco reacted vehemently, declaring he would rather spend time in his godfather's cellar, even dealing with the slime of slugs, than accept the option of entering the Forbidden Forest. Theodore had never imagined he would find himself facing a punishment that involved entering the Forbidden Forest, especially not alongside Draco, Vicente, and 3 Gryffindors. Say something, Gryffindors, at least offer some input. He glanced at the Gryffindors behind Draco. Doesn't your head of house have any objections to allowing young witches and wizards into the Forbidden Forest? It hardly seems proper. Harry and Ron did not appear to be the most suitable representatives for dialogue. Harry had recently refused to speak to Draco, and Ron was utterly at a loss. As the most knowledgeable about Hogwarts regulations among the group, Hermione bravely stepped forward once more. Perhaps the Forbidden Forest isn't as terrifying as it seems. The professors wouldn't allow us to fall into danger, and besides, the prohibition against entering the Forbidden Forest is flexible. Technically, the punishment for breaking school rules could encompass a wide range of consequences, depending on the professor administering it, with physical punishment being explicitly forbidden. We aren't interested in your lengthy discourse, especially since it offers no assistance in our current predicament, Miss Granger. Theodore spoke politely, at least devoid of any unkind remarks. The air of the Forbidden Forest felt entirely different from the land they currently occupied. The dense canopy overhead blocked out sunlight, amplifying the eeriness of the surroundings. The accumulation of dead branches and leaves rendered the forest floor soft and damp, devoid of light, shrouded in darkness that reeked of fungi and mildew. The environment a few steps away rendered Hermione's words utterly moot. Vincent pursed his lips. Hagrid, you received the directive to take us in, did you not? Very well. Let us proceed. This is undoubtedly Dumbledore's idea. Draco remains somewhat reluctant. My father will definitely find out about this. Vincent patted Theodore on the shoulder. Let him be quiet for a moment. I will inquire whether Harry knows more and also gather some information from Hagrid regarding the Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter knows absolutely nothing. Hagrid might have more insights. But I am uncertain if he will share them with you. Vincent replied. He will. Hagrid is very easy to talk to. He is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable person about the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, being the sole keeper of the grounds. Theodore added the following remark. Vincent easily gleaned information about the Forbidden Forest from Hagrid, as Hagrid had no intention of concealing such news. Recently, there have been disturbances in the Forbidden Forest. Something has been attacking its creatures. Many pairs of eyes have seen its shadow, but merely a shadow. No one knows what it truly is. When Hagrid mentioned this, his tone carried a weight of sorrow, even heavier than when he bid farewell to little Norbert. After all, Norbert merely left his side to live a happy life. But the other creatures under attack face death. It is his duty to patrol the Forbidden Forest, yet he has not discovered who is harming these innocent beings. And he feels a profound guilt. Is the situation in the Forbidden Forest frequently dire? I mean, after all, this is the Forbidden Forest. The lives of magical creatures inevitably involve conflict over survival resources and such. Are there any more specific clues, Hagrid? We won't venture deep into the forest. But knowing more about this place will better ensure our safety. Vincent skillfully targeted Hagrid's pain points. Hagrid does not wish for them to suffer even the slightest harm within the Forbidden Forest. Even if he himself does not understand why punishment would entail sending these young wizards into such danger. I wish I could tell you more, Vincent, but this is all the information I possess. Unicorns have been attacked. The information from the creatures in the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly limited. And whatever clues exist fail to conjure an image of what kind of being would harm the beautiful and pure unicorns. Hagrid's voice rose in volume, creating a dull thud against the ears amidst the surrounding trees, amplifying the gloom. All right, let us return to the main topic. It is precisely because of the recent incidents in the Forbidden Forest that I have intensified the patrol frequency, yet I have not uncovered anything particularly useful. Today's task is merely to patrol. Do not stray too far or venture into the depths of the forest. We shall split into 2 teams, proceeding along this fork in the path, eventually converging at another junction. I have traversed this route many times, leaving sufficiently clear marks. Ordinarily, it poses no danger. Please refrain from wandering off. A simple circuit around the perimeter will suffice to conclude today's punishment. By the time they reached the fork in the path, Hagrid had relayed all the necessary precautions. Draco listened with a lackadaisical attitude, preoccupied with devising a way to report to his father and denounce Dumbledore for placing young wizards in danger, something that should never have occurred. Such peril could befall other wizards, but not him. Harry and Ron, however, listened intently, eager to avoid any danger within the Forbidden Forest, while Hermione was determined to remember every detail. Opportunities to enter were scarce. The tomes documented the magical creatures and unique herbs within the Forbidden Forest, which were exceptionally rare. Were it not for Hogwarts regulations forbidding wizards from entering the Forbidden Forest, Hermione might have truly sought an opportunity to sneak a glance at the outskirts. It would be splendid if this all ended tonight. One wonders if there might be spiders lurking here. Ron rubbed his arms. The temperature within the Forbidden Forest was notably lower than outside, and he felt as though the wind brushing against his exposed skin carried the sensation of spiders crawling upon him. Spiders, of course. This is the Forbidden Forest, Ron remarked. Hagrid spoke with a hint of inexplicable excitement. The Forbidden Forest is home to the largest spider in the world, but I shouldn't mention this, should I? Hagrid noticed Ron's complexion turn pale, realizing he might have said something he ought not to have. The considerate adult wizard felt remorseful. The spiders in the Forbidden Forest only roam within. Do not worry, Ron, you will not encounter any. I will keep an eye out. You shall not have any spider cross your path. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder in consolation. It's nothing, Hagrid. Ron simply dislikes spiders. Moreover, we won't encounter that largest spider you mentioned, right? Dangerous creatures reside only deep within the Forbidden Forest. We will merely circle the perimeter before departing. Their reassurances alleviated Ron's anxiety considerably, though his pallor remained. Yes, indeed, as long as we move swiftly, we might just leave this place before long. Hagrid's words served as a balm for Ron and Draco's apprehensions, while Ron persistently pointed out that Draco's current disposition was rather cowardly. He too wished to vacate this dimly lit and discomforting locale as swiftly as possible. Now let us divide into 2 teams. I will lead one, and Fong will accompany the other, and we will regroup to leave here. Draco glanced around. Who is Fong? Are there others present? Oh, you do not yet know? Hagrid chuckled. his delight evident as he introduced his best companion. This here is Fong, my loyal partner. He accompanies me on my patrols. He knows this path so well that he could traverse it with his eyes closed, and his sense of smell is keen, even with his eyes shut. He can find me. As long as you follow him, you shall not lose your way, Draco thought. So he intends to let one of the teams follow a dog? Is this truly happening at the only magical school in all of England? In such a perilous place, students are to follow a dog. Draco felt a surge of frustration. Given the choice, he would rather be with Hagrid, the half-giant of dubious lineage, than this. In such a treacherous environment, blood purity seemed less significant. Hagrid's formidable presence provided a sense of security far surpassing that of a mere dog. At least he was human, even without the aid of oil lamps. The dim light allowed Theodore and Vincent to discern Draco's body language and emotions. Harry, you three will stick together. Draco and Theodore will accompany me. Does anyone have objections? Vincent proposed a distribution plan. Hagrid was accommodating. As long as it was not excessively unreasonable, he would consent, as he did this time. Vincent sensed something amiss. The entire Forbidden Forest felt ominous to him, not in the way that one typically perceives danger, but reminiscent of the unsettling aura he had felt around Quirrell. He was not comfortable. If possible, he wished to conclude this punishment sooner than anyone. The trio from Gryffindor had no objections, yet Draco seemed eager to speak. So, who will be with us, Hagrid or this dog? In truth, he would prefer to refer to Hagrid as the half-blood wizard, half-giant, at least privately. But he could not do so now. He felt somewhat disdainful, yet he was not foolish. Theodore felt an immense sense of relief, for this indicated that their future collaboration would no longer necessitate the burden of caring for the sole heir of the Malfoy family. He would be unable to seek a different partner in this endeavor. Hagrid proposed an alternative approach. I prefer to separate the young wizards of Gryffindor. Perhaps more interaction and understanding between Slytherin and Gryffindor is essential. Vicente's grouping was indeed commendable. Whether for Gryffindor or Slytherin, Vincent was a fine lad, blending seamlessly wherever he went. This did not imply that he had entirely desensitized himself to the trauma inflicted by Riddle. Rather, he had come to discern that the two Riddles were distinct individuals. Ron was taken aback, never having anticipated such words would emerge from Hagrid's lips, who generally aligned with Ron's sentiments, particularly regarding Slytherin. This was undoubtedly a notion conceived by Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Vincent was certain that Professor McGonagall had played a more significant role in this idea. Chapter 56, An Uncomfortable Feeling. When it comes to the matter of equality within the houses, none executed it better than Professor McGonagall. Even Dumbledore occasionally exhibited a hint of house bias, being particularly cautious around Slytherin. However, Professor McGonagall did not. She regarded Hogwarts as her home, treating all young wizards with equal respect. Her strictness might induce a sense of tension and seriousness, yet this rigorous equality was a different kind of gentleness. The greatest prejudice against Slytherin merely manifested on the Quidditch pitch, where they occasionally resorted to unsporting tactics. This, however, did not equate to bias. Harry, Malfoy, Vincent, you follow Yaya along this path, while Ron, Hermione, and Nott, you accompany me on this route. Keep your lights ready. The Forbidden Forest poses challenges in sourcing other light, and carelessness may attract the attention of other magical creatures. Use only this lamp and ensure that you do not draw the attention of other beings, even in the outskirts. Danger may lurk, Hagrid declared, finalizing the groupings and offering a last reminder to the young wizards. It is time for us to depart from here rather than venture further in. Draco shot him a disgruntled glare before turning his attention back to Vincent. Clearly, the young master hoped for him to utter something that might alter the situation, at the very least, to avoid traversing alongside a dog. Were there not others on this path who were not dogs? Vincent had something to say about that. Draco, could you hold this for me? He extended the lamp in his hand towards Draco, then turned to Theodore. For some reason, I have a foreboding feeling that our side may encounter more misfortune. In any case, I entrust those three to your care. Hagrid, the only adult wizard present, keenly overheard their exchange, finding the two young wizards quite amusing. 3. This counted himself among them. Though not strictly necessary, it was nonetheless heartening. Once he had thoroughly separated Vincent from the other, Hagrid no longer saw Vincent's face, but rather the actions he undertook. Thank you for your concern, Vincent. I shall take good care of myself and do my utmost to ensure Nott need not worry about me, Hagrid replied. Theodore disregarded Hagrid, merely casting Vincent an exasperated glance and warning him not to let Draco cause trouble. This mutual sense of reliance intensified the peculiar atmosphere within the Forbidden Forest. As the two pairs of young wizards quickly complied with Hagrid's directive, for he was indeed the overseer of their punishment. Just one night will suffice, after tonight. We need not squander any more time here. Vincent was indifferent to the dreadful creatures that may be prowling through the Forbidden Forest, yet Dumbledore hoped they would be concerned. This was precisely why he had summoned the young wizards here. More directly, it was the reason he had brought Harry. If there were any malevolent forces at Hogwarts, it was only natural for Dumbledore to be more vigilant than others, particularly regarding the renowned savior, Harry Potter. Harry, do you have any inkling about this? Perhaps someone you have offended? Vincent inquired, knowing full well that Harry had not, yet unable to resist the question. Which malevolent force would not seek to target the illustrious savior, especially one who might believe that harming Harry Potter could elevate their own notoriety? Escaping the lowly status of randomly harming small creatures in the Forbidden Forest? In a tense state, Draco's mind raced. What do you mean? Is someone going to harm us here? Just to hurt Potter? Could they not just harm him alone? Wouldn't that be better for us? Calm down, Draco. Theodore entrusted you to me, so I shall ensure your safety. Moreover, I was merely attempting to make a jest. Harry is privy to everything. That said, I should not have questioned Harry in the first place. If you were aware of any potential threats, you would not be here now. Draco's emotions remained unassuaged by Vincent's words. So, are you suggesting that we are potentially in danger, yet no one knows from whence this threat arises? In truth, that was not precisely what he intended to convey, but Vincent recognized that Draco was not in a receptive state. He ultimately offered a simple reassurance. Do not be overly anxious, Draco. It is merely the Forbidden Forest. As long as we follow Hagrid's instructions and complete our patrol, it will soon be over. Draco could hardly believe it. Why were these two so unfazed? Did they not care for his well-being? Surely someone ought to be concerned for his life. You are currently in the Forbidden Forest, a perilous place known to all of Hogwarts. And you are pondering where the danger may lie? Malfoy wished fervently for you to wake up to reality. Harry could not help but retort. While at Hogwarts, you act as if you fear nothing. Yet, in a place fraught with danger, are you not the same? Draco Malfoy was, in truth, not so different from them. A realization Harry had been repeatedly coming to, and one that deepened his impression of him. Their pace remained unaffected by their conversation, as they moved steadily along the path. Yaya behaving like a well-trained dog, entirely removed from human discourse. It proceeded along the familiar route, its body low, nose sniffing the ground where Hagrid had smoothed the path. This was its daily task, using its keen sense of smell to assist Hagrid in identifying issues they might otherwise overlook, now extending that aid to Hagrid's friends. Oh, it seems they are bickering. Humans are always like this, filled with countless worries and concerns. Fortunately, they are not human. They are merely ordinary animals, living far more easily. After responding to Draco, Harry, without waiting for his reaction, earnestly pondered Vincent's question and replied, I do not quite grasp why you would say that, Vincent, but I can assure you, and I believe you should be assured too, that I truly know nothing. Oh, I understand now why you asked. No one has mentioned anything to me, at least not in my memory, regarding the Forbidden Forest. What are you two talking about? We are walking the same path. Yet you still have information you wish to withhold from me. Vincent, I shall certainly inform Theodore. Draco could endure no more. The oppressive atmosphere of the Forbidden Forest was almost unbearable, and to add to his discomfort, he was now burdened with a lamp. He thrust the lamp before Vincent, exclaiming, Look, this is precisely the sort of task reserved for house elves. Do you have any idea how furious my father would be if he discovered I was doing this for you? It is best that we keep this from him. Let us proceed. Draco's journey will soon reach its conclusion, and then no one will know how terrified you are in the Forbidden Forest. Vincent attempted to deliver a quip to extinguish the tension, but Harry swiftly added his own jab. Indeed. Perhaps others would be intrigued to learn that Malfoy in the Forbidden Forest is merely a coward, trembling so violently that he can scarcely hold the lamp. Draco retorted, You are truly provoking me, Potter. He appeared on the verge of hurling the lamp at Harry's face, a far more serious reaction than before, yet he restrained himself. With only a feeble light source at their disposal, who could predict what might be attracted in the depths of the Forbidden Forest? You shall pay for that remark, Potter. In the name of Malfoy, Draco spat, tossing the words over his shoulder as he forcefully bumped into Harry's shoulder and pressed ahead. Vincent observed Harry wincing and rubbing his shoulder. I had thought your relationship would have matured somewhat, and that you would no longer behave so childishly. Haven't you made any progress? That day at the observatory, you managed to converse without arguing. Harry felt a slight alleviation in his shoulder. Well, that day, while engaged in conversation with Nott, there was time to be concerned about me. But that was after all that transpired. There would be time to address past events later. Harry was more intrigued by Vincent's earlier comment. Were you not suggesting that we might speak candidly? I merely wished to create an environment conducive to your communication. Perhaps by sharing things unknown to others, which would bridge the gap between you. However, it appears your truth is merely this, which suggests your relationship has improved considerably. Vincent had somewhat lost his composure. Draco's complaints could be quite irksome. It seems that tonight we shall not be able to foster any improvement in your relationship. Come, Harry. Let us at least avoid encountering anything we ought not to, lest we delay our journey. Harry was somewhat perplexed. I had thought you might share Hermione's curiosity about the Forbidden Forest, yet you seem rather impatient. Your demeanor has been off since we entered. What is troubling you, Vincent? Have you sensed something? Vincent waved his hand dismissively. It's hard to articulate. Harry, it simply feels wrong here. Akin to how Ron feels when he believes spiders might crawl on him. Not spiders, but something far more unsettling. Chapter 57. The Injured Unicorn and the Dark-Robed Figure. Vincent was typically calm, and his instincts were eerily accurate. Once he discerned something and drew a conclusion, it was often grounded in reality. Harry had witnessed this countless times, so he had no doubt that Vincent's current discomfort was not merely an embellishment of fear. Is this one of the reasons you just directed at Draco Malfoy? May I use that as an excuse next time? I hadn't felt it until you mentioned it. Now I sense a headache coming on. Vincent replied, Harry, even if you employ that method, I will not permit you to provoke Draco. Promise me, before this term concludes, you will refrain from such actions. Harry rubbed the scar on his forehead. I am not jesting. I genuinely feel unwell. Vincent sighed, accepting his words, but reiterated. Find a way to mend your relationship with Draco Malfoy. Do not behave like a weaned child, quarreling over trivial matters. Mentioning these issues made Harry's head throb even more. His scar seemed to resonate with the discord between him and Draco Malfoy, now responding in kind to his pain. I have always thought of myself as quite sociable, except when it comes to Draco Malfoy. I know, Vincent, clashing with him is indeed troublesome. We are all striving for improvement, at least over the past few days. Well, at least for a time, we got along reasonably well. As he spoke, Harry felt somewhat awkward. Vincent noticed the unnatural pause in his tone. Draco strode resolutely ahead. Yet he remained acutely aware of their conversation behind him. Or perhaps he was just careful not to run so quickly that he became isolated. While I was unaware, did something transpire between you? Recent events have unfolded too closely together. I hadn't heard you mention anything. I assumed you hadn't seen each other since that last incident. The timing is rather inconvenient. Let us postpone this discussion until tomorrow or the day after when we have more time. Well, in fact, it was about that incident. Everyone speculated that Draco and I were to engage in a duel, which he found exceedingly displeasing. When we crossed paths in the corridor, I intended to speak with him. But he shot me a glare, and thus we find ourselves in our current predicament. Understood. Draco could have accepted a collaborative situation with Harry, yet now, in the eyes of the public, they have become irreconcilable foes. Not to mention, Professor Snape would certainly never tolerate Draco becoming too friendly with Harry. Harry, however, was not particularly concerned about Snape's opinion. If it meant opposing Snape, he would gladly engage with Draco, especially in Snape's presence. He recalled Snape's disapproving expression that day at the observatory. He could savor 3 extra servings of mashed potatoes just by recalling that scowl. Have you inquired about Draco's thoughts? What does he think about his own situation and the recent rumors? Vincent proposed an alternative suggestion. His circumstances are no less precarious than yours. The Gryffindor students may only whisper about you and Slytherin behind your backs. They are quite sensitive to the issue of point deductions. However, some in Slytherin may understand your plight. Draco was different. The Slytherin students would remain silent, yet he had a godfather who served as the head of Slytherin. Recently, Professor Snape had devoted much effort to reclaiming the points lost by Slytherin. Upon mentioning this, Harry grew even angrier. Indeed, he has called my name in class more times than all the previous instances combined. We not only failed to regain Gryffindor's points from potions class, but nearly lost even more. Thank goodness for Hermione, who salvaged the situation. Otherwise, I truly do not know how I would face the other Gryffindors. For reasons unknown, Vincent had an uncanny premonition that Harry need not worry about the final house points. Do you think Dumbledore will find a way to rectify his actions? Vincent suddenly interjected. Excuse me, I did not grasp your meaning. Vincent, Harry responded, taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic. How did we suddenly arrive at discussing Headmaster Dumbledore? Vincent shook his head. Nothing, just disregard what I said. Their voices were low, yet the silence of the Forbidden Forest was profound, and the deepening night brought with it a hint of mist. Draco had drawn nearer to them, his earlier irritation dissipating. Hey, you two in the back, did you hear that sound? The previously obstinate Slytherin now hesitantly spoke, taking small steps backward until he collided directly into Harry's embrace. I heard it, Malfoy. Harry was oblivious to the intimacy of their current position, his attention wholly captivated by a peculiar allure. It was akin to a sound of gnawing, accompanied by hoarse, anguished moans. Harry, gazing at Draco, noticed that Vincent had already grasped his wand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, swiftly honing in on the source of the sound. Stay put, all of you. I shall investigate, he declared. No, Draco interjected firmly. You cannot abandon us here. Harry pressed his hand against him, stating, face the danger together, or remain safely here, Malfoy. The choice is yours. Draco pondered thoughtfully. You cannot leave me behind. He then turned to Vincent. We aren't on Hogwarts payroll. We need not concern ourselves with what happens to him. You may very well seek Hagrid directly. Vincent's response was merely a retreating silhouette, accompanied by words that dissipated into the darkness. I'll go once I've confirmed everything. Hagrid would certainly handle the matter, but Vincent too needed to ascertain certain truths. Pertaining to him, his instincts were seldom erroneous, akin to the inexplicable connection he felt when he first greeted Harry. He began to question if he had been infected, even though he was well aware that heart ailments were not contagious. Why was he experiencing heartache akin to that of his non-biological brother? The pain was not intense, yet its presence was unmistakable. Harry observed the impatient Draco, who also exhibited a flicker of fear, and rubbed his scar once more. Perhaps it was merely his illusion. But with the passage of time, the scar seemed to throb with increased intensity. The moonlight appeared to favor the purest of beings. As within the shadows of the forbidden forest, a unicorn radiated a gentle luminescence. It lay upon the ground, its beautiful, translucent eyes seemingly shedding tears. A vaguely humanoid figure, draped in a tattered black cloak, was hunched over it, blood pouring from its wounds, and there was no doubt that this figure was consuming the unicorn's blood. There was no need to see its face, nor to ascertain its nature or purpose. The mere glimpse of it sent an indescribable agony radiating from Vincent's heart. He had to muster significant strength to maintain his grip on his wand, lest it slip from his trembling hands. In the forest shrouded by darkness, ancient trees towered, their twisted branches resembling the claws of a malevolent demon, rendered more grotesque under the cloak of night. The mist seemed to thicken, despite having traversed only a short distance. He felt as if he could no longer sense Harry and Draco's presence behind him. The pervasive fog enveloped him like heavy drapes, swallowing the scant light that remained. Vincent recalled Hagrid's admonition, refraining from recklessly casting spells, instead illuminating only a faint glimmer from his wand. Upon discovering the wounded unicorn and the cloaked figure attacking it, Vincent was immediately compelled to retreat. He could not afford to entangle himself with this adversary. Was this the entity lurking behind Quirrell, inflicting harm upon unicorns, clad in filth? While surveilling him, he deserved to be dealt with by Dumbledore as he had with Grindelwald. Moving cautiously, Vincent endeavored to diminish the sound of his footsteps upon the dry leaves, stones, and soil, nearly retreating altogether. An excruciating, needle-like pain in his heart struck him without warning, rendering his face pale, the throbbing intensifying. The creature, too, seemed to sense the uninvited presence behind it. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. One hand clutched his chest, attempting to alleviate the torment that felt as though it might tear him apart. The wand he always carried, which typically shone brightly, now dangled precariously in his shaking grasp. Vincent's fingers twitched helplessly, each attempt to tighten his grip on the wand thwarted by waves of pain. In the depths of the dark forest, the occasional cries of unseen creatures echoed, mocking him as manifestations of malevolence hidden in the shadows. His breathing grew rapid and labored, each inhalation pulling at the agony within his chest. His vision began to blur. The dark forest, under the duress of pain, morphed into a colossal vortex, poised to consume him entirely. Ultimately, the wand, a symbol of safety and protection, slipped from his gradually numbing fingers, thudding against the ground littered with dead branches and leaves, producing a dull sound that was swiftly devoured by the silence of the forest. This subtle disturbance, however, was enough to prompt the tattered cloak to turn slowly. Whether it was due to some arcane magic or Vincent's deteriorating state, he could not discern the visage beneath the cloak. He only knew that the entity was drawing closer. And in a daze, he heard the sound of barking. Vincent! Ah! Upon hearing Harry and Draco's voices, Vincent's initial reaction was to think they were indeed disobedient. His second thought was that he had become an oddly protective caretaker, perpetually concerned for their well-being. When had he been thrust into such a role? Finally, Vincent realized he was in peril. The reaction of his body was alarmingly sudden. Behind him stood a fragile wizard, while before him loomed a malevolent spirit capable of harming unicorns. Go! Vincent believed he had called out with great volume, yet it emerged as a mere whisper. Harry, wand raised, found himself in a quandary. Vincent's current state appeared unsettling, and an unmistakably malevolent creature was closing in on him. Harry's mind froze momentarily. He raised his wand, uncertain of the incantation he uttered, only managing to release a few beams of light that failed to strike the approaching figure in black. Draco, still holding the lantern, instinctively gripped Harry's robe, seeking to retreat, but upon realizing Harry had no intention of leaving, he immediately let go. Upon sensing danger, Fong barked a warning, then turned to seek help. The distance to Hagrid was not far, and he would soon hear the commotion and come this way, guided by Fong to find Vincent. Draco, you go first. Leave. As Harry spoke, Draco had already vanished into the shadows. Unburdened by concerns for his rear, Harry continued to mutter spells, Though he was unaware of their specifics, he recited every incantation he could conjure, each one he could articulate in that moment. If Professor Flitwick were present, he would likely marvel at the remarkable composure and spell-casting prowess exhibited by Harry Potter under duress. The spells he cast haphazardly lacked precision, and Harry was uncertain how to halt the threat. Moreover, his head throbbed increasingly, making it nearly impossible to maintain his grip on the wand. He merely strove to approach Vincent, crouching to ascertain his condition, which appeared to be far graver than his own.